Okay, so we had the hoodies there, but it was it was a good time. I was definitely feeling like as I was laying down in bed and the room was spinning, I was like, this is going to be like the Super Bowl tomorrow morning. This is not going to be good. And I woke up and I think my eyes are still red. Are they?
No,
they were
good.
They were pretty red when I was leaving.
Now, Bobby is out here in shorts.
Yeah,
he laughed at my big jacket out here, and he's out. Look at this Tolo with a Stars sweatshirt. Look at him out here wearing the shorts.
Oh man!
And you said you forgot it was cold.
Yeah, I forgot how cold it was in the morning. And so I showed up in shorts last night, and I was like, I don't have anything to change into. In fact, I'm wearing this hoodie right here with my little undershirt here.
Yeah.
I almost went just straight hoodie because last night while I was wearing this, the drunken Taco Bell I was consuming spilled all over this thing.
Oh,
so there's
Bobby.
like dried cheese and taco
There
beef
is?
on
In
the
your
shirt.
bed, in Luca's bed.
It better
No,
not be in
it
the
was
bed.
not there. It was not there. Oh, yeah, like that's the worst thing that's gotten on those sheets would be Taco Bell. Stop.
So you were trying to stay up?
Yeah, I thought I wasn't ready. We were talking. I thought we were going to hang out for a little bit longer. By the way, when I got there, Sarah was like, "Oh, by the way, you're going to be in here. The sheets are still drying." RJ lied on the radio this morning. These have not been washed yet.
Well, I thought you were in the other room. I don't know. I don't get to decide whose room he goes into.
Right.
So the other ones have been clean.
So where's Sarah?
She's in bed. I tried to wake her up for about an hour. And that girl, I saw last night, and you could tell with her, it's very, very easy to tell when we lose her. Very easy. And her eyes fell asleep far before her body did. So
Okay.
I was like, you got to go to bed. So she went to bed, and she's not waking up. My alarm went off about 4 times for her. I set 4 different alarms for her. They all went off. I was shaking her, nothing.
So you all went pretty hard then, Bob.
Yeah. It was. We consumed a lot. The Old Forester, I didn't realize how strong that was when I was pouring. I was doing.
Well, it says
mine.
100 proof on it.
Well, and they thought
big bold letters.
We
right
poured
there.
a drink, and I drank it, and then Carly, Choppy's friend there, she was like, "Did you just?" She's like, "That was a drink," and I was like, "Yeah, I was drinking it." And she's like, "No, like that's a full drink. You just drank, like took like a shot. I thought you're supposed to sip that."
So
And I
he
was, like,
wasn't
trying to catch
sipping
up.
or drinking.
He was not
shots?
sipping. He was drinking. Yeah, we were drinking. We were sipping. He was like shooting, and
But
that's.
Choppy said he had been drinking for about 6 hours, so
Yeah.
that was the thing.
More
is
like
that I had to
7.
catch up. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's Thursday.
Thirsty Thursday.
I hope you guys watched like a minute or something of the football game.
We did have
Oh,
the
yeah, it
football.
was
Yeah,
on.
we were watching
Yeah.
the football game the whole time. That was
Okay.
the backdrop we had there.
Did you go harass the neighbor? Did you see where he lived? Cat a corner, the one who
I legitimately tried to, and they thought I was too aggressively drunk to go mess
Yeah,
with the
it was
neighbor,
not gonna
and
happen.
Choppy stopped me.
It was not going to happen.
because I was going to go climb over the fence.
I showed him where it was. I was like, "That's the idiot neighbor. That's the guy. That's the guy we got to get." But then the problem is that it was about 11 o'clock at this point. His lights were all out. I was not going to have a fight. I didn't want that, but
Well, you've recovered nicely from 7 hours of drinking. I can't tell anything.
well, this is what happens when you are just a professional.
Yeah.
That's the way it works.
Okay.
Have you seen Choppy's backyard before?
No, I know you got the turf.
No.
I do, yes.
That's actually what I was going to tell you. Do you see this pavement that we're on? This is as much grass as in Choppy's backyard.
Oh yeah, it's a sliver.
This man has sacrificed every bit of real estate in his backyard for a pool. Like, you step out and you almost step into the pool, and there's nothing else out there.
Compared to the yard size, it is an aggressively large pool.
Okay.
Compared to the size of the yard, yeah. It's not a big pool in general, but for the yard size.
Candles,
It is.
decor, design, Christmas stuff up.
There was Christmas stuff up already. It's a nice size home. I was very impressed. I will say, as soon as I rolled into the city of Roanoke, I told Choppy this. As soon as I passed the city of Roanoke side, I was smacked in the face by the strong scent of weed, and I drove through a couple miles, and that's all I smelled for several miles. So
Y'all smoke out here? Y'all get down like that?
I was not familiar with your game, Roanoke.
I did not. I don't smell that.
So give us a little Roanoke history. Usually we rely on Bobby. What's the background? What do y'all do around here?
What do we do? We go to Oak Street. That's the main drag right over here. So all the restaurants are. It is the unique dining capital of the world.
The Unique?
That's what it's called. The unique dining capital.
Why?
of the
Because
world.
y'all got like a Chinese place?
No, we got a Babes. We got we got a Babes chicken.
What does that mean?
we got a local chain. It's very
dining
unique.
cap. We got a food court. What does that mean? Why are you unique out here?
I don't know why they call it unique. The mayor will be here today. I'm sure he'll be able to explain that. But there's just a ton of restaurants in this one little strip.
Okay.
And it's fun. It's like a really cool little downtowny area.
Okay. So there it is, a little tour from RJ Choppy in case you're thinking about moving. Shout out Jay Ochoa. We got about 15, 20 deep already at 6:09 in the morning. We have Mike McCarthy coming up live at 6:30. The great John McClane, make your diehard joke, at 7:20 to
Christmas
preview.
movie.
I was going to make a Wilford Brimley joke.
Eric Chiafalo wants to stop by, the man responsible for the 2 largest Firehouse turnouts in the show's history. So Chio's going to be here for about an hour starting at 7:40. We got breakfast. We got 105 through the fan, beanies, and we have the analytics team losing after what happened. NFC East, Eagles, Commanders, and Luca falling asleep more than Bobby Belt this morning. That's all next for the 6 a.m. Club, live from Roanoke. Love the Tolos. Best radio audience in the entire Metroplex, proving it yet again this morning right here on 105.3 The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
Daniels is back. He's being chased. He's running. He's being pushed. He's knocked out of bounds. The Eagles take over on downs. The Eagles take over on downs.
Oh, my goodness. Eagles radio with the call. That was the NFC East battle. One of those two teams obviously is going to win the division, and Filthy moves to 8-2, making my power rankings look good. Peyton Russell. The Commanders fall to 7-4. Good morning, Metroplex. Shan, RJ, and Bobby from station number 1 in Roanoke, the final Firehouse tour of 2024. 201 Fairway Drive with beanies and breakfast. And Mike McCarthy coming up live at 6:30. What was Dan Quinn thinking and doing? This turned into and will turn into an analytics fight all day today as the Commanders don't take the field goal that would have given them the lead. They decide, after getting stopped the two previous plays on run attempts, to go for it on fourth down. All hell breaks loose. Saquon then scores 2 touchdowns in 20 seconds. The Eagles explode, and they win 26-18.
Yeah, because that was not like a 4th and inches scenario there. That was like a sizable amount to gain. It was something where we're watching it live. As inebriated as I was, I knew the right decision, and it's why are you not kicking the field goal here? And I didn't hear Chopway, and he was pretty silent about the actual decision there. And so that makes me think that he knows it was the right decision to kick the field goal, and he didn't want to say it out loud because it was a bad look. But that was awful. And then the Jaden Daniels interception was bad too.
Jaden Daniels throughout the night. A Commanders fan who's diehard was like, if you just watch Jaden Daniels for the first time, you're not understanding all this hype and all the excitement, because he was off and bad throughout the entire evening. Please, for the sake of not arguing this early on a frigid morning, say that you agree they should have kicked the field goal.
Analytics says they should have kicked the field goal.
Ah.
Really?
By quite a bit.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how they come up with their formulas on that,
Yeah.
by the way, but like the fourth down bots that you use say they would have increased their winning percentage simply by attempting the field goal.
So I was all prepared. I was kind of disappointed you didn't want to fight. No, I'm happy. Because what I was going to counter back with, if you said go for it, because a lot of times in those situations you're going for it. What I didn't think they were calculating was the Eagles kicker. The Eagles kicker had left 7 points on the board. He missed an extra point and 2 field goals. So Philly's not scoring, right? It's a 12-10 game, 8 minutes left. And I wondered if they were going to calculate the Eagles kicker and the Eagles offense into it in terms of this not being 36-35 where you would go for it because you can't stop the other team.
I don't know.
Because a lot of people say with analytics, right, that gets left out of it, the other game conditions.
Right, and I don't know if they take into account what the other team's kicker has done in that game. I think they generally just go with a league average of whatever. League average kicker, league average, fourth down conversion rates. But yeah, it appears that they wanted the analytics say they should have kicked the field goal there, and it's a 26. It's at the 26, so it's not a 26-yarder. It's 43 or whatever, which is no chip shot. But in today's NFL, that's one that you absolutely have to make.
And very quietly now, because for all season we've hit Jerry with so many Derrick Henry questions and things like that. Saquon Barkley now leads the NFL in rushing by over 100 yards over Derrick Henry.
Hit 1,000 last night.
He's at 1137 now. He's been out of his mind.
He might be the best athlete in the NFL, and we didn't talk enough about it. If he plays behind a superior, great offensive line and he gets to a second level, he's going to create highlight reels on everyone. But was he going to stay healthy enough to do it?
Yeah.
That was the big question.
Because that's the other thing. He's leading the NFL in carries right now, too, and he's still, on top of that, has got like 25 receptions, too. So, I mean, he's touching the ball a lot, and that is going to be the biggest thing for them is this sustainable? Are they going to be able to oh, look, they made it.
Your hangover crew has awoken.
They made it.
I can't believe they're here.
And brought the other roommate with the dog.
That's right. A little pudgy.
Look at that.
Pudgerino Puppuccino's here.
So are you shocked? Are you stunned that they woke up?
I had no idea that they were going to be awake. The guy, Wesley, he was dead on the couch. Sarah was
his eyes
dead
look
to the world. Yeah, I did not know they were even remotely. I figured 7:30.
Okay,
but I guess some of them got to go to work.
That's right. Dan Quinn, what was behind the decision, Coach?
Obviously, to go for it and 4th down and 2 at the 26. Bold call, but I would also say we were prepared for that moment. Don't love the execution, but we've been an excellent 4th down team. So going into it, we knew we'd have to take our shots against a tough division team on the road, and we thought that was an appropriate one. Certainly don't like the execution and the result, but we were prepared for that and being bold into those moments, knowing we'd have some 4th downs. But that's one we can fix.
So that's Dan Quinn trying to justify it. You know who is still asleep? Not the rest of your house from the party last night. Luca Donic is still asleep, baby.
Luca's guarding John Collins. Clarkson with 5 on the clock now starts the play. Bullets at the Collins, who's unguarded and dunks. Luca forgot his man. Look at Clarkson. Jordan Clarkson with a one-hand bullet to John Collins, who grabbed it and dunked.
Pretty embarrassing loss. I'm not looking forward to Bassick today going, John, you still feel good? You still feel good about the Mavericks? Now, Kyrie was out with a shoulder strain, but Luka Doncic completely loses his man, back turned. That's the first thing when RJ showed up. I said, did you see what happened with Luka last night? Falls asleep, game-winning dunk, and the Utah Jazz get their first win at home on the season.
The only thing that is even remotely as disappointing as Luka's defense there is the pass, because he did not do a single-foot pirouette and one style, because that was that one-handed pass. He could have just kept going, momentum, twirl around. That would have been added the insult to the embarrassment already from Luka. I mean, you just can't play defense like that. You got 10 seconds left in the game.
What did he say afterwards, Bobby?
Oh, they asked him about what was the reason for the 4-game losing streak, and he said, if I would know, we wouldn't be, right? So I wouldn't know. That was his explanation for it. That's
embarrassing.
If this wasn't happening to the Mavericks, I would think this is, cover your ears, Sandler, an objectively hilarious video. Because you watch him, and the only way I can describe him falling asleep on defense here is like he, in the middle of that game, in that moment, like he remembered he left the stove on in his house or something, where it's just like, he goes, oh, crap, what was I supposed to do today? And just completely, it looks like he does not look like he's mentally there at all.
It almost looked like he was waiting to switch off with the other man. And that's the only thing I'm thinking of. Is like, otherwise, there's no excuse. That's your man. there's less than 10 seconds to go in the game.
What does Mike McCarthy think about the morning show pajama party, and what's happening to the Texans in the second half of these games? The head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy, joins us live from Roanoke. Shout out to the Tolos. Come on out and join us right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
It is now time for the Head Coaches Show. It's Mike McCarthy here on Shan RJ and Bobby every Friday at this time, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. And we need coffee this morning out here. Station number 1, the final Firehouse tour of the year in Roanoke. That's Choppy's Hood, 201 Fairway Drive on 105.3 The Fan, as we get you set for the Cowboys and the Texans Monday night on this radio station. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you guys today?
Cold.
Yeah. These guys are wearing matching pajamas from their sleepover last night. So bunk bed sleepover for the morning show, Coach. How much FOMO do you have over missing that?
Yeah, I'd like a little more detail. That's interesting.
Choppy lives so close to the Firehouse, and so I wanted to ensure I was here on time, and so we just turned it into a little sleepover with matching robes and pajamas.
Oh, is that what you're going with there, huh? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Coach,
we are dressed under the robes, though. We do have clothes
No,
on under the robes.
that's very, very smart. Very smart move on your guys' part. What kind of pajamas do you have on?
They're like these blue plaid, very soft robes, but they're nice. For $18, they're not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Well, it's impressive. Very impressive. I'm sure the firemen appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a very manly outfit for today. Now, Coach, you always talk about entertaining and having family over. Do you have what's your pet peeve for company staying over? Are you monitoring everyone and making sure everyone's using a coaster? Do you have a chair no one can sit in? Like, what's the Mike McCarthy house rule for anyone coming over and hanging out or sleeping over?
Well, I'm definitely I'm a little past doing sleepovers at my age, so I apologize for. I think I've graduated from that. But yes, we definitely enjoy having family over, and my wife does an incredible job of being the social coordinator. So I'm just kind of the I'm labor. I like to look at myself as I do what needs to be done.
Mike McCarthy joins here, 105 through the Fan. All right, this past week, Cooper. This was not like the best game he's had. We've seen him play tremendous in the past. Do you think his neck was the main reason for his performance on Sunday?
I mean, it definitely didn't help him. He took a good shot there, so he's feeling better. But hey, it's another week. We just there's always plays early in the game, especially anytime you're having your first start or when you come in as a backup. You're just trying to get some credibility into the game. Where I'm talking about just getting completions and getting on a roll and getting that momentum going in the huddle. And we just really could never establish that.
Coach, we know you want to go downfield more. We saw him make a couple nice throws the previous week. Was the lack of downfield passing attack more of what they were doing defensively, Cooper neck, a combination of things? What led to kind of the lack of downfield attempts in the passing game?
Oh, I think, just like anything, you're going through a game plan, you're usually setting up those type of throws, those type of plays. And, I was, I felt like we were in good shape at halftime as far as, how we were playing the game. You take away the 2 turnovers here. I mean, those were huge plays in the first half. I mean, it's a different ball game for us. We would have definitely been in the lead, but the ability to run it and set some of those throws up was the plan. The thing that really got us was, the three and out in the second half, and then the three giveaways. It's just, you're not gonna get behind people too much in that situation.
Coach, we've heard you speak really highly before of your quarterback's coach and a former player of yours, Scott Tolzien. When you're trying to get a backup quarterback ready to play like Cooper Rush, how helpful is it to have somebody there coaching the position who you've had direct experience with preparing them to do this very thing and play in place of your starter?
I think it's very important. I think the opportunity to have former quarterbacks in the room is important. Scott has been in Cooper's chair, and they have a different relationship than anybody on that team. So, yeah, I think it's very important to have former quarterbacks in your room. And I know just from a design perspective, as a head coach, always being, in the quarterback room for 30-plus years, but, I did not play the position. So I think it's important to have, if you can, one of your former quarterbacks, but definitely have that quarterback experience in the room. I think it's a relationship, it's a connection that Scott has with the other quarterbacks that's very important.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Rico Dowdle seems to be kind of finding his rhythm a little bit recently, and he's one of the guys who got to Dallas the same year that you did and has stayed with you for the entire time to this point. Can you talk about how satisfying it's been for you to just see his growth and some of the perseverance that he's shown through the injuries and over the years?
Definitely. I'm really proud of Rico. I think his first 2 years, just some guy, and it kind of goes this way sometimes for players is, you get all your injuries in bunches, and, if you remember, first time Rico was given a chance in 2020, he returned a kickoff for a touchdown. So, he's always has done a really good job of taking advantage of his opportunities, and I think you're seeing that now, and I just got to continue to get him opportunities.
Coach, how many carries do you think he can handle in a game?
How many can handle? He's got a violent run style, but I think he can handle north of 25. 22, 25 would be perfect for him.
Mike McCarthy.
But he's also good out of the backfield too.
Right.
If you can give him three to five touches out of the backfield too, I think that'd be a perfect day for him.
Mike McCarthy here, join us on 105.3 The Fan. All right, C.J. Stroud. Most quarterbacks don't come into the league and look as poised as he has, early in his career. What have you seen that's just different about him?
Well, I think they did a really good job, systematically with him, but he can make all the throws, and I think the one thing that's always stood out to me about CJ, I think he has excellent arm talent, but his ability to throw in pressure situations, particularly when it's a tight pocket, so he not only has the torque, to really, drive the football, but he also has the ability to get the football out quickly, under pressure too. And, that's something that you always look for when you're evaluating these college quarterbacks. You're always looking for tape of them playing under pressure and how they handle the throw with a, defender right in their face. And I think, for a young quarterback, I think he's exceptional at that.
What has been their issue in the second half of games offensively? It seems like they haven't scored a touchdown in the second half of game almost since September. What have they done differently?
I can't tell you that specifically, but I do know that they've had some ups and downs. They got good numbers overall, so let's just hope we keep them on that path.
Coach, you talked on Wednesday about the fact that you guys have started the window for Chume Doga. You're getting him back, and how Austin Richards played well at left tackle last weekend. You referred to it as healthy competition. So when you say that, do you mean that just in the iron sharpens iron sense, or do you have it as an active competition at that spot now?
Oh, I think it's a 360. I think anytime you have everybody available, it's a healthy situation to be in because everybody's getting reps, particularly when you have a veteran guard like Zach. So there's going to be opportunities on Wednesday and Thursday for reps at right guard. Tyler Smith was limited, didn't practice Wednesday, so there's more reps there. So I just think anytime you get reps as a young player or returning, from an injury, it's a great situation to be in. And when you practice and it's on video, it's you're always competing. So we always know that we're always lining up to the battle and keep our jobs.
What have been some of your early impressions of Jonathan Mingo since the trade, and how he's coming along in his preparation?
Hard worker. He's doing a really good job picking things up. So I think he's getting more and more comfortable. But really like what he brings to the table. I think he's a good fit for us.
Can we expect to see him Monday night?
I hope so. That'd be great.
That'd be great. Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan every single week at this time on DFW Sports Station. Coach, when Lamb and Jalen Tolbert talk about this Sun issue being a problem, do you take that to Jerry and do you feel like if the players wanted something to change with that curtains or whatever, that could happen? Do you take that to Jerry?
Well, I think like anything that goes on with your facilities or, stadiums, I mean, this is not a conversation that just started, today. But both teams have to play with it. We have a process that we go through, every home game in our game management meeting, based on when we, feel the sun's going to come into the stadium. So we're well aware of that. There's a process with, pictures and from previous days, and so you do the best you can, planning for it. But I mean, there's weather, there's weather criteria at a lot of stadiums. The last place I worked at, it's you always had to be aware, which way the wind was coming in, and then when they had the north end zone expansion, that changed it, and then they had the south end zone expansion that changed it. Frankly, I go to the stadium very, very early, home games and away games. But every away game, Bucky, our equipment guy, him and I go out onto the field, and we put our compass out and we look at north, south, east, and west, and then we always check the elements. So to me, it's just part of a home field or an opposing stadium, the climate that you're playing in that day.
Do y'all get a chance to like, and maybe logistically it's not feasible because you got to move so much stuff, but during the week to, have a practice out there, you're going to play a game at a certain time, and you just, in the same element conditions with the sun, and do you ever get a chance to do that?
That's a good idea. No, I have not done that, but I think it's just like anything. You just, the situation. When your schedule comes out, and the challenge is going to be the afternoon games, and you look at how many you have, the time of year you have, whether it's daylight savings time or not. You just take all those things into play, and then you chart a course the best you can.
Have you noticed it's worse if the windows are open versus they're closed?
Choppy's really interested in the
campus. Oh man, that's good.
I love the sun.
This is probably your best follow-up segment ever.
Thank you.
Yeah,
it's the PJs.
Yeah. You can't get that visual out of my head, but I'm really filibustering here too.
I have a final one, Coach. Who do you got in the fight tonight, Tyson or Paul?
I'm going with Tyson. I think you have to stick to your generation. I think it's going to be a great event. I think it's awesome that these guys are doing this. I think it's going to be a great night at AT&T Stadium.
Coach, thank you so much for putting up with us yet again. Enjoy the weekend, and best of luck Monday night. Thank you.
All right, appreciate you guys. Thank you.
There's the Tolos with the applause for the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. I told Choppy, he's like, I got like 5 Sun questions. I'm like, he's going to entertain maybe 1, max 2. How many more did you have, and what were they?
Oh, I want to know, would Jerry oblige? Have the players come to you? Has it impacted you as a coach? Yeah. Is the glare off the call sheet ever impacted by the sun?
And this just the poor preparation on my part. This popped into my head just now. But with Jerry talking about they feel like it's a home field advantage, I would be curious to know. I wonder if McCarthy felt that way when he was in Green Bay. Like when he was coming into the stadium, did he feel like that was advantageous for Dallas? Like did he feel like he was at a disadvantage?
You know what really, really sucks though? Mike didn't say, and I don't think he really can say because it is not reality. Yeah, if we need it to change and there's something all the players want, we feel like it's a disadvantage, Jerry would change it. He didn't say that because none of us believe that that's the reality. That's sad and unfortunate. It really is. Again, it comes down to is football first.
Yes, that is the question, and I think the answer is no. I don't think the answer is football second.
Well, Jerry,
I just think it's on the same footing.
Yes, exactly. His justification in his mind is like, we can have it all.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's never we don't have to sacrifice something. Right. We can do it all.
Mm-hmm.
And
absolutely.
That's the
problem.
Give and take.
It's tug of war.
Yeah, it's tug of war.
Yeah,
and you can't have that.
And I think the if you were to get Mike McCarthy in a super honest moment, no concern about like, can I just talk this way openly about my boss? He probably needs to go hire the boss cusser that Peyton was talking about yesterday in the payload. I think what he would say is like, Jerry knows how we all feel about this at this point. So I mean, yeah, we can go walk up the door, but he knows we think this is the way it is, and he has shown that he has a preference for it, that he prefers the aesthetic.
And I think like if you were to ask Jerry, is football first? He can honestly answer.
I mean, we kind of asked him Tuesday,
right? But he can honestly answer the question. Yes, it is, because everything is first. That's what he would say. Because you said he can have it all, they can have it all. He would say, yeah, football's first, and so is aesthetics, and so is marketing. They're all first.
You ain't first, you're last.
They're all first, right? That's the frustrating thing for a lot of fans.
877-881-1053 as we are live here in Roanoke with the amazing Tolos who showed up even in the freezing weather conditions. Eric Chiafalo wants to join us in about an hour. We got 105 through the fan beanies while they last. We had breakfast, and now you're making fun of my coat while you're rubbing your legs here trying to get warm, aren't you?
Yeah, because like I have nothing covering my legs. I'm not asking for,
You also, by the way, have 3 undershirts, a sweatshirt, and a robe. So like me wearing this jacket, nice parka.
I put
nice parka. You got 14 layers on.
Yeah, and it's still about, what would you say, Chop? 6 inches thinner of.
Why would I not wear a thick coat?
I'm just saying.
Why would I not wear a coat?
I'm just saying.
You're saying Sean's just thicker.
No, I'm just saying that Sean's.
Were you top or bottom last night again?
I was bottom. Yeah.
Yeah. So you would know.
We got to pick our bed too.
By the way, Jason Garrett went on with Florio, and Florio asked him how because we have that old quote.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the sun's been there for a long, long time. It'll be there for a long, long time.
This rises the right kind of way.
Jason Garrett dealing with it.
There was this great guy named Bruce Mays, who was an operations guy for us, who would show you pictures every week about where the sun is. And so he'd come into my office and say, hey, at 3:25 when we go out, here's where the sun's going to be. And then 3:45 at 4 o'clock. And it wasn't only for like what happened last week, it was last year. And this is where the sun is. And understanding we're playing on November 11th. So this is where the sun's going to be on and on and on. So we had a lot of information that way. The basic idea is you want to defer. You want to give them the ball so you can have the decision to go the direction you want to go. But the trickiest part of this thing is everyone says, oh, you want to make sure your receivers aren't looking into the sun. Okay? So you understand where the sun's going to be. You understand that the receivers are the most important people to not look into the sun. But then your quarterback is looking into the sun, just so you know that. So the quarterback has this sunshine in his face that he's dealing with. But we get that. But oftentimes what happens is when it flips around, and one of your defensive players is looking into the sun, and he has an opportunity to intercept a pass, and then that becomes a factor too. And we have had all of that. At different times, our receivers had a hard time catching a ball because it was right into the sun. And other times, our defensive player, Sean Lee, dropped an interception once because he couldn't see. So this idea that because you understand it and you're going to figure it out perfectly as a coach, still, you can't control all of the factors. If you give your receivers the break, which you should, the quarterback's going to look in it and your defensive players are going to look in it. And then it changes throughout the game. So at certain points, you aren't in control of it anymore. You're going in a direction that you don't want to go into, and maybe that impacts the game.
I'm just so thrown here. Now, I had no idea they had a guy that gave them pictures each week.
Yeah.
Hey, this was that's like, if you have to do that. I mean, that is okay. I understand that there's an advantage from that standpoint. There is, but
I think
it
what
can work
Jason's
both ways.
trying to say is, so do you want your quarterback going into it? Which I get that.
I get.
Why? What I don't understand is obviously Jason never wanted to,
show a personality.
He never wanted to give anything away. He never wanted to tip anything. Why was that never his answer when he was sitting up there, head coach, and he got asked about that for a decade? What was wrong with why couldn't you say what you just said there? Which is fine, and people would have been completely happy with that answer.
I think that they think that would have given away some advantage. That
how to prep.
Yeah, hey, here's an idea. Like let's find pictures of where the sun is going to be each week. that was unique to them.
They think the Eagles write down the name he just gave. Let's go find this guy and beat the answer out of him. Tell us where the sun's going to be.
Billy May, whatever his name is.
The OxyClean guy.
The OxyClean guy.
You think that fans are being relentless towards the Cowboys and the media is just pouring it on? No. The Dallas Stars are cold-blooded killers in making the Cowboys look as bad as possible these days, and they did it again last night.
Left wing side to Donic. He scores! They do! Donic with his second. The Stars get one more in under the wire and have a 5-1 lead.
They're scoring touchdowns.
Yeah.
They're scoring touchdowns. They're scoring the touchdowns. Victory Plus with a call. 7-1 at Pittsburgh. Last night, 7-2 over the Bruins.
And a Bruins team that has not played great hockey this year. There was a couple years ago. Winnipeg is now what the Bruins were a couple of years back, where Boston was setting records. But Boston has not played tremendous hockey, and the Stars have really taken advantage of two teams that the last 2 weeks or the last two games that Pittsburgh and Boston have been tremendous over the last 20 or so years. Obviously, when you had Sidney Crosby for years, you were going to be great anyway. But
hey, you just ruined the Zoom.
I don't want to hear that. I know.
Well, good thing I already saw the number. 52% on the deserve to win-o-meter, according to Money Puck.
I don't want to hear that website again.
52%. They won by 5.
I know that tells you that maybe it was closer than you thought.
Come up with an original thought before you reference that website again. You have to say something original about hockey or the Stars before going to that stupid website. I'm tired of you talking about that site, especially something as stupid and dumb as a 52% chance of winning
on a 7-2 game. But also Dodonov on this
analytics,
one,
Sean.
Marchment in the previous
Tell
one.
your boy Dan Quinn about analytics.
To have two guys that are +3 on the plus-minus in back-to-back games, they're on a roll.
I think maybe for punishment, we send Bobby out into the wild.
Punishment for what?
Let's go.
I got here on time.
Hockey laziness. I think we go wireless. Maybe a little AMA. Maybe Cowboy. Let's do a little Cowboy AMA with the Tolos out here. Or maybe we also wait for Eric Chiafalo as well. Let's unleash Bobby with no pants and the wireless microphone with the Tolos who showed up for breakfast and beanies next here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Come join us in Roanoke.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. A happy Friday to everyone. Thank you to the best radio audience in the Metroplex. Who else is going to have Tolo show up in the freezing weather for the final Firehouse Tour of 2024? We are in Choppy's Hood. It is Roanoke Fire Station number 1, 201 Fairway Drive. We got a Tolo ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway. Eric Chiafalo wants to stop by for about an hour, so you can time out your visit here with Chio at 7:40. John McClain will preview the Houston Texans, the absolute legend and Hall of Fame voter, at 7:20. I just went back here to get a shot of coffee in the back, and man, these firehouses are living good.
Yeah,
they are living
fantastic.
Good. Got a flat top back there, wolf stove, and I was like, "Is that a margarita machine?" I was quickly corrected. It's a slushie machine. Those things are expensive.
Yeah, could you imagine just pounding margaritas?
That thing's badass back there. Where did you get this? I've never seen this. Shan and RJ little keychain thing?
I gave one. We got it at the firehouse you were not at. I put 2 in front of Bobby. and he never gave you one.
Wow. All right. Awesome from Bobby.
Oh, Ruben has it.
Oh, well, no.
No, he has your one. Your extra.
Oh, he has mine. Awesome. I haven't seen Ruben since then. Not one time. But I have multiple times. RJ and Bobby in the bathrobes from last night with the sleepover. How are the effects of the drinking and the late night?
I'm fine. I'm professional though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm professional. Bobby an amateur, as they would say in the golf world.
We've unleashed Bobby
Bobby's
with the
microphone's
wireless you can hear the buzz out here with all the Tolos. So let's go ahead and put you on the mic. It's Ask Us Anything.
Yes.
With Bobby Belt with the Tolos. Let's go ahead.
I'm here. Thanks for turning my mic on over there, Raymond. Appreciate you.
Raymond.
All right.
RJ drives better.
RJ drives
hey,
better.
this is you over here, Ruben. So, all right, we are out here with the Tolos. We're gonna make a quick round across and get everybody's name and where they're from. So hit me with what's your name? Where you from?
Tate Skaggs from Fort Worth.
Tate from Fort Worth.
Jeff from Roanoke.
Yeah.
Carl from Haltom City. Colin from McKinney.
You know
Kimberly from Justin.
you're supposed to ask them if they have a question.
I'm gonna
for
ask him anything. I'm going through the. You told me to do roll call
and then
first.
Question versus like.
Come out here with that big Parker. Walk around with the bike, Sean.
Got an attitude.
Roanoke.
Sorry, what was that?
Andrew Roanoke.
Andrew Roanoke. We got a big Roanoke presence.
Kelvin Roanoke.
Wow,
Boy,
shocking.
It's all local.
Yeah, we're
Shocking we have a big Roanoke presence.
Yeah, that's what it is. All right, and then two more over here. Hoping they'll get feedback.
Cardio J, Mansfield.
Cardio J.
Jason from Rowlett.
Okay, so I do know we have an Ask Me Anything question, at least one. If you have your uncomfortable questions ready for Sean that he has to answer.
And RJ, and Bobby.
Yeah, load them up. So let's start over here. What do you got for us?
It's Jeff again. Hey, Sean, I wanted to ask, if you were a billion-dollar business owner that claimed to make every single decision for his organization, do you think that you would misspell legendary head coaches' names on your video board presentation?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Oh, man.
How's that meeting happen the morning after?
That's a great
Because that
question.
was probably some 23-year-old, right?
Yeah, it was a social media intern that Jerry has no idea even works for the organization.
Yeah. Like, that really isn't Jerry's fault.
Everything funnels up, right? Everything will get blamed on him.
Because we knew that we were boys with the great Roger Emmerich, the former PA voice. Rest in peace, Roger Emmerich. But I wonder who else, like, do those video coordinator people also, DJ Eric, we knew him.
Yeah.
So we knew the sound guy, we knew the voice. Is the video board person also Shippy? I don't know if he's doing stuff out there now. Is the video board person in that same room as the PA voice?
Yeah, I think there is obviously there is like the giant control room. They're all in there,
Yeah.
right? But there's 20 people in there all doing a different job.
Yeah, Jerry did not get Tom laundry handed to him before they put it up on the video board. So I think for that one, he catches the stray bullet, but that wasn't Jerry's fault.
Wild guess, Jerry doesn't even know where that room is.
Yeah, right.
He doesn't know. If you ask Jerry, can you find the public address room for me? He has no idea where it is.
Bobby?
I have no idea where that room would be either. So
You really don't?
No, I really don't know where that room is.
It's right
I'm
next
sure it's
to-
on the same level.
It's like 2 down from Brad.
Oh, okay. See, I had no idea that's where it was. All right, I believe you had a question for us? Okay, hit us.
Yeah, it's Carl. Have you ever noticed sometimes on NFL games that they never show the full body of a football player, especially on the games with white pants?
Oh, is this a
What are we getting
Detroit
at?
Lions?
He's getting at
poop gate?
that. There was a player who maybe pooped himself the other
Yeah,
day.
the Lions player.
Extra going on down there, and they nice, you've never seen white pants during a football game. The fact they never zoom in on a player, it's always like this shot going on.
I guarantee you he's noticed it.
Are you related to RJ?
I try to notice a good bulge if I can. I try to notice. that.
Last night we got a 2-for-1. That's all I got to say.
Just
both
coming our
both teams had white pants.
Last night?
I didn't notice that.
Well, you were drunk.
Well,
There you go.
that's fair.
Yes.
All
Get the
right.
mic away from him. Good questions.
By the way, how does that not happen? Because the Lions player definitely pooped himself.
He said it was Gatorade.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh,
Brown
what
Gatorade.
What brownish green Gatorade are you guys coming up with?
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. I will say that a lot of times they do, I know in NFL uniform stuff, they do try to go with certain colors because they're worried about tints on TV. That's what happened with the Cowboys pants. The Cowboys pants are the color there because they're worried about
Why is it just football? Because you can't go to the bathroom? Like in no other sport are we talking about the brown backside of pants.
There was a player in Major League Baseball who ran off the field. He got done. They were in the field, and he runs back into the dugout and says, "I pooped myself." And he did.
Who was the Ranger diarrhea clip?
That was Chan Park, right?
How'd it sound?
He's a diarrhea.
Yeah. Johnny bailed on that impression. He knew it today's time.
He's not that emboldened yet.
He bailed on that impression. I wanted to see if you were going to do it.
72 more days or whatever it is, Bobby. Whatever it is.
AMA with the Tolos out here in Roanoke for everyone who showed up.
So, real quick, I was just going to say, we got to get y'all to come up to McKinney at some point. But I'm just curious, you got 3 teams in the Metroplex with legitimate championship aspirations in the Rangers, the Mavs, and the Stars. So why are the Cowboys always getting the talk of the town?
Great question. Number one, football is the first, second, and third most important sport. Bobby, why don't you go ahead and answer this one?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like a lot of times when they're struggling, there's more engagement on the Cowboys than we get when even they're winning.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of misery loves company, like we've talked about before, and when things are going sideways, people feel like they want to vent and they want to talk about it. And as much as people can say, I'm tired, they haven't won anything, and that's obviously a fair point.
Yeah.
The bigger issue is that's still what everybody wants to talk about is football at the end of the day, generally.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest about it. We go where the numbers take us. Like my man back here with the white shirt, he held up the money sign. I mean, that's what it is.
That's it.
If the Dallas Stars tripled everyone else in ratings, then we would all have our own hockey podcast like Spittle. Right. I even talked about this a couple months ago. I'm like, Bobby, are we force feeding this Cowboy topic? Bobby sends me the top 10 fan YouTube results, and 9 of the 10 were the Cowboys. So talking about awesome Richards usually wins out more so than talking about the Rangers or Mavericks offseason target.
And I think the other one of the 10 wasn't even a sports topic. It was something fun, right? Yeah, and, if it was 3 times the amount of viewers, that'd be one thing. But the Cowboy games get 30 times the amount of viewers of other games locally. I mean, the last night's NFL game is going to get 10 times the amount of viewers as a Maverick or Ranger regular season game. That's just the issue.
And Jerry knows that the Cowboys are the most addictive drug. It's not the weed out here in Roanoke that Bobby was smelling.
It's not habit forming, Sean.
The Cowboys are in your veins. It's my father-in-law and my boy Jimmy are perfect examples. My father-in-law bitches and moans and complains, but he always wants. So who's going to win?
Yeah.
So who's going to win? And Jimmy, I'm going to boycott. I'm not going to take my my crowd out there for the pregame, the tailgate. He's addicted. He's a drug addict.
Yeah.
They're hooked.
And it is a drug. Like they are. It is absolutely a drug.
All right, let's wrap up here with Tate. Tate, what do you got for us?
This is a question for Sean.
Oh.
After having 2 kids, is having a vasectomy worth it?
Yes. Where's Chiafalo? How many women are like, can you tell my husband? Can you go ahead? Now, when Chiafalo gave me the advice, RJ kind of hesitated. I was like, he's like, what hospital are you going to? And I'm like, I'm not. It's kind of like a drive-by. 20 minutes in and out. And RJ's like, okay, you're like supposed to be going to a hospital. It was no more than 30 minutes. The worst part was feeling like you got kicked in the balls like for a day. That's not the greatest feeling, but if that's going to prevent the surprise, then it's well worth it. I would probably say like week and a half, no like little feeling here and there afterwards. And do it. Do it.
Do you have to go into a cup in the middle of the day to?
Nope. Misnomer.
Test?
Myth.
Really?
Yeah.
You're just done?
They'll do a follow-up maybe because I think you're not full proof for 3 months.
Oh.
So they'll have you maybe send a sample to make sure you're not active.
Right.
You're inactive.
Yeah.
Like Kyrie last night. But then after that, it was much easier than I thought. You're not going to smell the burn. Choppy made me think it was a forest fire.
Yeah, the burn.
They're going to light you up right there. You're going to start smelling it. No, that is not the case. Chiafalo was dead on right.
How is the the plumbing been since? Does everything feel like it's operating normally?
I don't. Are there children out here?
We're talking in vague enough terms. I said plumbing.
It's not about plumbing.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
So it's not like
All right, good.
It's not like Choppy's downstairs toilet, which he told me yesterday.
Yeah.
Hey, you can only go number 1 in there. You can't go number 2. Don't flush it if you do.
Oh, Mario over here.
We got some problems. I know, right? We got some problems with that front bathroom. Okay, that's the sink was clogged. It was the drain, the AC main drain line, and then the toilet's clogged. Always.
Dude, when you sent out that picture, I almost puked.
That was gross.
It was like studying. It was the same nausea as looking at Aaron Hernandez's brain getting cut open.
Yeah.
When you sent out, what is in my kid's sink? What was the deal?
I guess so. That's where my AC drain comes through, and it goes. And sometimes it goes like outside, I guess, but this one goes into the house, into the sink, and went right through that. And that pipe, I guess it's called the Pete trap or whatever, that was completely clogged. I had to take 3 pipes off. It was crazy.
And what was in there? Braces?
So in my ex-wife's house, he would take his rubber bands from his
At
braces.
first, I thought you were over Jana's house fixing it.
No. She's married.
Is that a
So he was taking his rubber bands off and putting them down the sink.
Clean the pipes.
And that all got clogged up there at her house. At this is just dirt and dust that's hardened.
Yeah.
It was gross.
I'm pairing.
Didn't smell though. I was stunned.
What?
No odor.
Did you
It's just-
sniff it?
Well, I mean, you would think that it would just punch you in the face. Yeah.
Yeah, with that schnoz especially.
It was gross. It was disgusting. I thought you said he was like taking out his braces, rubber bands, and throwing them in.
That's what he did at her house. So yeah, that's disgusting.
All right, there you go. A little AMA out here in Roanoke. It's getting a little warmer.
I'm still, my nose has been running. I can't stop sniffing. I'm just, the whole time, it's like, oh, there we go, Kleenex. Thank you so much, Ruben. I appreciate it.
Oh, you said his name correctly that time. Chiafalo will be out here for the junk drawer at 7:40. We're going to hook you up with a Tolo ticket giveaway. Come and get breakfast. We still have some fan beanies left over as well. And, of course, we have to preview the game on Monday. Early read, early feel in this. My early feel right now is it's going to be like a little closer than many people are picking and calling. I know Bassick was laughing at me for that.
I genuinely don't know if Dallas scores. On that's not even a joke. That Houston defense is terrifying, the way that it matches up with Dallas, and so I don't feel comfortable that they're going to score a touchdown at all, and I don't know how consistently they're going to get into scoring position to even kick a field goal.
Spread's now at 7.5. The over/under is 42.5.
I'm kind of liking the under. I'm with Bobby. I don't know how much Cowboys scored in this game.
Are they getting a receiver back?
The Texans, they're getting Nico Collins back this week. But so they are going to benefit from Kamari Lassiter's probably not playing their corner, who is in the running for Defensive Rookie of the Year, and they're probably not going to have Will Anderson off the edge.
Let's get to the preview with the absolute legend from the armpit, the great John McClain, Hall of Fame voter and Houston insider, joins us during the commercial-free Expressway. Next, here on Shan RJ and Bobby, 105.3.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Cowboys, Texans, Monday night, so you can have a stress-free weekend of not being upset or depressed about your favorite football team. Save it for the beginning of next week. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt, as we are live here in Roanoke for the final Firehouse tour of the year, station number 1, 201 Fairway Drive. And as soon as we see Houston on the schedule, we have to schedule this guy, the absolute legend from HoustonTexans.com, John McClain, Texans Insider, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Mr. McClain, good morning. How are you, sir?
Guys, I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Are you getting some sick satisfaction out of watching this Cowboys season and this absolute circus that is louder and more comical than even years past?
No, I know it's been wild and crazy up there, but Texans got problems of their own, losing 3 out of 4. They lose to the Cowboys. Panic button will be pushed here all across this area because people have had such high hopes for the season. And so They're 6-4 for the second year in a row. And last year at this time, they'd won 3 in a row. Now they've lost 3 out of 4, so they went in different directions to get to this point.
You get a little injury? Do they get a little injury pass with these wide receivers, some of these weapons, or no, you still think they should be better off after kind of breaking out last year, John?
Well, they're playing against a first-place schedule, which as opposed to a last-place schedule. They got the NFC North compared to the NFC South last season. But their problem is their offensive line is awful. Their interior pass protection has been pathetic. If I'm Micah Parsons, I'm lining up over the center and shooting the 2 gaps on every pass play because they have struggled big time. Therefore, it's affected C.J. Stroud. He's been sacked right now, 34 second-half touchdown in 5 of the last 6 games, including 4 in a row. It's just amazing what happens to this franchise. Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator and play caller, who everybody loved last year. Now everybody's mad at him. And it's funny, though, last year Stroud had a receiver take Dell wide open in the end zone. He waited too long to throw, didn't throw it hard enough, and he was intercepted at the last minute. If he'd hit that play, they'd have beaten the Lions. And so they've made just enough plays to be 6-4, lose at Green Bay and at Detroit, both on field goals with no time left. And yes, they'll get Nico Collins back, and he was outstanding before he was hurt. They've missed him 5 games. Running back Joe Mixon missed 2.5 games, but until Detroit, he was averaging 100 yards a game. He's got 8 touchdowns, including 7 rushing. So their running game has been good, but the passing game has been bad. And everybody thinks Nico Collins is going to be the lecture they need in the second half because he's a big play guy. But, boy, if they don't come out and play better, they're especially bad in the third quarter. Cowboys are especially bad in the third quarter. Something has got to give.
John McClain joining us here talking Houston Texans on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, John, so we just laid out those circumstances. Bobby Slowick catching a lot of heat. They've had injuries with the receivers and things like that. But that aside, and this may be a difficult evaluation because of those issues, is there any feeling in Houston like C.J. Stroud has regressed?
Not at all. Everybody watches every play, knows what the problem is for him is when your pass protection, especially up the middle, and sometimes guys are beaten immediately. They made 2 changes in the line last week, and it was a little bit better. He was sacked only 4 times. Once it was his fault. But anytime you have somebody breaks free up the middle and the quarterback doesn't have time to plant his back foot, people understand it. Now, that being said, he's missed some passes because of being on the run constantly. He's not been able to drop back, plant his back foot, go through his progressions. You just don't get to do that like he did last season and early in the season. So people that have watched every game and every play understand it. But people around the country, I see national publications online talking about how he's regressed. But the problem is not C.J. Stroud. The problem is his offensive line.
John, Joe Mixon, the last 4 games that he's played, 25 carries, 25 carries, 24 carries, and 25 carries. He had 30 in the opener. Given the way that, you talk about the issues protecting Stroud and some of those issues that the Texans have had and Dallas's own issues defending the run, should we expect a potentially 30-carry game for Joe Mixon on Monday?
Well, they shouldn't be giving him 30 carries all the time because he's also a really good receiver. They need to throw him the ball short passes because he's good as a runner. He's got 8 touchdowns, 7 rushing, until he went against Detroit, where they stacked the box with 8 players, and the Texans didn't throw the ball much because Bobby Slowick kept calling runs. With Mixon, and he kept getting stuffed because the linemen, there just weren't enough people to block them. So, yeah, they're going to get Mixon a lot. I would say as a runner and receiver, he'll probably touch the ball 25 times. But Stroud told us yesterday he wants to come out and he wants to fling it and he wants to throw his fastball. He doesn't want to do like he did in that end zone play where he didn't put enough mustard on it. So I would expect Mixon as a runner and a passer because really he's been their best offensive player. They got him for a 7th-round pick, and he's missed 2.5 games. after he had an ankle injury on a hip drop tackle, and he was averaging 100. The Cowboys will see a lot of Joe Mixon, and I'm guessing their defense, after what they saw the Lions do, will be similar.
John, Bobby's worried about the Cowboys even scoring against this defense. Who and what do we need to know on that side of the ball?
Their defense has been really good. D'Amico Ryans calls the defenses. Their third overall, fourth in pass defense, 11th against the run. They did a great job against Detroit's running game. Detroit came in averaging 152 yards, and except for one drive in the fourth quarter in which they had 47. They totally shut down Gibbs and Montgomery. And so I doubt the Cowboys are going to be able to run. It'll all be about Cooper Rush probably throwing when he's supposed to run, try to keep him off balance. The Cowboys need big plays on defense and special teams because their defense has been good except for a couple of games. D'Amico Ryans has got a lot of talent up front. I don't think Will Anderson Jr. will play. I don't think that the rookie corner, Kamari Lassner, has been outstanding. He's got a concussion caused by his teammate Jimmy Ward hitting him in the helmet. So I think that's two guys that'll be out. Other than that, they have everybody healthy, and they should play a good game. I think this should be a low-scoring game, except in the first half.
John, a couple of years ago, the Texans front office, the whole organization was kind of in shambles, right? It seemed like a little bit of a dumpster fire. That seemingly changed overnight. Was it just they started winning? Is anything different in the front office and the organization as a whole?
Well, they got rid of Jack Easterby, who had taken over the organization. They had given him too much power, and they got rid of him, and it was like the sun shone through the roof at NRG Stadium. And then they hired
or our stadium through the windows.
Yeah, the Texans last night were practicing at night, so they make sure the moonlight wouldn't bother them at AT&T Stadium. And once they got rid of him, Nick Caserio has total control over everything personnel-wise. He hired D'Amico Ryans, and last year, of course, they were a huge surprise after an 0-2 start. And so happy days are here again. They don't have controversies. It's just amazing. Every day for about 3 years, you go over there and wonder what is going to be the next controversy, and it's been like night and day.
You know, John, you talk about the old days and controversy. I just want to hearken you back to the Deshaun Watson days. Are you shocked and stunned that Deshaun Watson looks like he can't play anymore?
The Deshaun Watson we saw in 2020, who was outstanding, second best rating to Aaron Rodgers, led the league in passing. He was third in average per attempt. He was great.
Yeah.
And as a friend of mine who's covered the Browns a long time told me, in training camp, he looks like he forgot how to play quarterback. And I can't believe the quarterback I've seen. Of course, I couldn't believe all those civil suits either. Nobody had any idea any of that was going on. And I guess Cleveland was the first team he eliminated because he didn't want to play up there in that stadium where the wind blows all the time, because he'll never have another 4,000-yard season, and he'll never throw 35 touchdown passes again. And a lot of people, they don't want him back. You know, when you're booed and you're hurt and you're leaving the field in a cart and they're chanting, "You deserve it," you know, they shouldn't be playing for that team. I think next year they'll do him like they did here in 21. Let him come to work out on his own, then go home and just stay away from the team.
John McClain joining us here on 105 to the Fan. John, you know, we always know about this Houston-Dallas city rivalry that exists. Is this a game yet that has any juice for the city of Houston? Like, do they get up for, man, we got to beat the Cowboys? Like, is there a rivalry feeling at all in that city for this one?
You know, I've told people here, this is my 48th year covering the NFL. I grew up in Waco, diehard Cowboy fan. It was an honor to present Chuck Howley for the Hall of Fame, and so happy that for his family that he got in, of course Chuck as well. But I always tell people in Dallas they don't even acknowledge there's a Houston period until it gets to baseball season, because the football team has never even been to a championship game. We haven't had a team in the AFC championship game since the Oilers in 1979. That's the year that they beat the Cowboys on Thanksgiving at Texas Stadium with Love You Blue and Bum Phillips and Earl Campbell. That was the most popular the team had ever been here. So they haven't played. That last time, when they played here, and Watson had a great game, it was so physical, and the Texans pulled it out. That was, other than that first game, and the Cowboys, I don't think, cared about that first game like the Texans did back in 2002. You know, it's not a rivalry. Fans here want to beat Dallas just because it's Dallas, and I keep reminding them it's Arlington. And so it means a lot to people here, and I don't think it means a lot to people up there. You guys would know. I got so many friends up there, and I'll text them, and they'll go, "Oh, are the Cowboys playing the Texans?"
John, you mentioned the Hall of Fame. You are a Hall of Fame voter. What are the big battles this year?
Oh, gosh, we've got – they changed the bylaws this year to make it tougher, and they separated the contributors and coaches categories. So you have seniors, contributors, and coaches, and you only have one nominee from contributors, one from coaches, and 3 seniors. Of those 5 who will go before our full committee of 48, only 3 can make it. So it would be harder for Chuck Howley to make it than it was 2 years ago. And it was a privilege to present him, and it's the first time he'd ever been a finalist, and I was so happy because Tom Landry told me multiple times that how deserving Chuck was, and it would be harder for Chuck today. And so the players, we voted, but we don't know who the 15 Modern Era finalists are yet. And once we find out who the 15 Modern Era finalists are, then I'd be better able to answer that question. But it's always difficult, very difficult to make those picks when we vote because there's so many deserving candidates.
Can you tell us where you have personally stood on Eli Manning and Darren Woodson?
Well, I thought Darren Woodson should be in the Hall of Fame for years. Shereen Williams and Rick Gosselin are on that committee, and they're big proponents of Woodson, and I think you got the rings and you contributed the way he did. You need to get in, especially we've been putting a lot of safeties in there. I was so happy when Drew Pearson finally got in, and Cliff Harris, and they were seniors, of course, and I was on that 9-man committee. And but as far as Eli, I think Eli, I'd be stunned if he's a first ballot. The first ballot's got to be a no-brainer. And I don't think Eli Manning's a no-brainer. So maybe he'll get in eventually. It'll be a healthy debate. I certainly expect that.
Outside of Darren, is there a player that you just don't understand that hasn't gotten in yet, or one that recently has got in that you just vehemently disagreed with?
No, I never disagree with anybody because I think if you get as far as they do, that they're all deserving. Mm-hmm. There's Tutal Jones, who we put into the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. He'll be part of the next class. I thought Tutal was deserving a long time. And when I grew up in Waco, I never missed a Cowboy game, not one, till I came to Houston in '76. And so I've always thought Leroy Jordan. I thought Leroy was the epitome of the middle linebacker, but he wasn't Butkus, and he wasn't Nitschke, but I've always thought Leroy Jordan should be in the Hall of Fame.
John, you're the man. A pleasure to speak with you whenever we can. Thank you so much. Keep grinding and enjoy the game Monday night.
Guys, thank you very much. I appreciate you having me on, and tell Gavin Spittle I said hello.
Yes, sir. The absolute legend, John McClain on the D&M Leasing Hotline, HoustonTexans.com. You weren't there, Bobby, but I still can't get one image out of my mind with poor John McClain disgraced. Do you know what I'm referring to?
No.
When he felt like he knew how a TV dinner felt like. That one.
It's a good reference.
He had to sit there for the live radio fight from that Houston station.
Oh my God!
Oh, I've seen the video of him sitting there uncomfortably taking it in.
Yes.
Yeah.
John was sitting there, and then you got these guys going at it, yelling and screaming, and oh my God, I felt so bad for him because he's sitting there like above that in terms of class level, and they're going at it, getting ready to fight Radio Row at the Super Bowl.
Do you think he's experienced a little bit of that, though, with the Hall of Fame stuff? Like maybe he's sat there present for some uncomfortable screaming anyway.
That's why I wish they would air it.
Yeah, they really should. They should absolutely air it.
Honestly, yeah, because I do want to know. I do look at it the same way, like the way the Baseball Hall of Fame, when like people release their ballots. Like, I want to know who's in there saying no to Darren Woodson.
Right.
Like, and I want to hear why you're saying no.
Let's hook you up for turning. Oh, Eric Chiafalo has just arrived with the entire family. He has his fan club out here. This guy came up to me and asked me about Chiafalo. I almost had to close down
Chris
this old
knows
man.
better. Chris sees Eric every week at AT&T Stadium.
I almost had to suplex this old man out here in front of all these people. Let's hook you up with some tickets.
I'm drowning in myself.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to Papa Roach and Rise Against at the American Airlines Center on March 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, we got a special guest for the junk drawer and even more. Mike McCarthy, if you missed him at 8:40 this morning, let's go ahead and clean up the week with Chiafalo.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
The PABs have arrived.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, these are the PABs.
This is the group text, the
Half
neighborhood?
Half of them, yep.
Okay.
The other
okay.
half is probably still asleep.
Yeah.
Who knows?
And you guys, are you anticipating that unruly neighbor coming out here? The noise complaint
we don't
person?
know. We don't know if the unruly neighbors. I know who he is. I have pinpointed him. He's going to be 1 hour. He's going to be here 1 hour. I think he'll be. I don't know that he'll be out here.
Eric
I hope he is.
Chiafalo, what are you doing?
What's
Why are you coming out here? You representing yesterday, talking about the brewery for KMC. What led to this morning?
Well, I'm never going to miss a Martin House Brewing opportunity. Only 20 minutes from my place. And then you guys hear Roanoke. I mean, I might as well be Roanoke. I'm 10 minutes from here.
Really?
Yeah. So it was like, I'm not going to miss out on this. My girls can't wait to hop up in the fire trucks as well. So it's like a good something to do in the morning.
And got all the kiddos out here.
All of them.
Right?
All three of them. And wifey.
And
doing
wifey.
it big.
Now, I know she hates the cold, but
She does.
That tells me she had to get out of the house dealing with everyone every day.
Yes.
She's like,
yes.
yeah,
Well,
I'll go in 40-degree weather. I don't care.
yeah, she hates the early mornings and the cold weather.
Oh.
But she finds herself here right now, so she's the MVP today. It's
Oh,
fantastic.
for 2, man.
Yeah, I know. I like these robes you guys got.
yeah,
as
they're
well.
great, aren't they?
They are so. Feel Choppy's robe. Feel how
Scrub
soft
feel
that is,
that.
dude.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. This was like $18. It was great.
Although made in
China.
Made in China.
It's a little disappointing, but at least it's red, white, and blue.
That's
to some
right,
extent.
baby. That's right. You tell them.
Yeah, it's 18 right now, but Chop, it'll be
We're gonna have
it'll be
so many
$30
tariffs
in a
on
couple
these
months.
coming up soon. So many tariffs.
We use tariffs on the road. That's what I shut off. I woke up this morning.
I want Detroit-made robes.
Someone tweeted me, Bobby's going to get canceled on IG Live. I go to the Instagram, and RJ's talking about the tariffs coming on these China robes, and I had to shut it down. I just immediately, you might as well add Chiafalo on the PAB.
Oh, I know. It really should.
I mean,
We
10 minutes,
absolutely
you
should.
may as well add him.
Grandfather me in, Chop.
You got it. You're in.
I mean, he
That-
would
add
fit
you to
in
it.
in every way.
Yes, he would.
If you know what I'm saying. All right. Are we buying what happened yesterday? Chiafalo, are you excited for Tyson Paul?
Oh, dude, I am fired up.
Right?
Yes.
Did you think about trying to go?
No, just because like the view of everything, the expenses of it all. Like I'd rather just sit at home and enjoy it from the recliner.
There's no funny stuff, right, with this Netflix. Like, I'm going to go to my Netflix, and I'm just going to be able to
Right, you
see
should be
it,
able
right?
to.
No
Yeah.
ESPN Plus crap.
No. You should be
No
good.
additional.
You should be good to go.
And that's tonight.
Like the Brady roast. Like it should just be there live, ready to rock and roll for you.
Is
and
that
that
what it
is
was?
tonight.
Like
yeah.
the same way?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, yes, but you don't have Netflix, Choppy, do you?
I do not have Netflix.
One of the PABs.
One of
does,
the
I'm sure.
PABs has that. We can make it happen.
So, last night during the weigh-in, Jake Paul crawls up to Tyson, stands up. Tyson slaps him in the face. Jake Paul on the mic after.
I didn't even feel it. He's angry. He's an angry little elf. Mike Tyson, I thought that was a cute slap, buddy, but tomorrow you're getting knocked the fuck out. I'm him up, Burial. I'm him up. He hits like a. It's personal now. It's personal now. He must die.
Now these
That's
two,
fake. That's fake. I changed my mind.
these
again.
two have fallen
Changed
for
my mind again.
in every boxing fight. Jay Ochoa was shaking his head. In every boxing fight promotion, it's the same blueprint. 48 hours before, They give you the stunt. They give you the fakeness to sucker you in.
Yeah.
These two have been falling for it. They fell for it yesterday as well. What that right there made you change your mind?
That's so fake it over the top.
Yeah,
that
it's a little bit over
By
the
the way, I didn't. You just pointed to J.O. real quickly. He got the shirt that we were talking about getting made.
Yeah,
winners get washed.
Yeah.
Wow, that is amazing right there. So, Chio, was this fake yesterday or legit?
I mean, I get suckered in too. I'm like these guys. I'm fired up, dude. Like,
And I'm definitely more suckered in when it's free.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
I'm definitely in tonight.
Totally.
I'm definitely in. But how real of a fight you think it's going to be? That's the question.
Yeah, that's the question, and I don't know, maybe I'm naive, but I just can't imagine Mike Tyson wants to get embarrassed by a YouTube boxer in front of his family. He talked about how his kids don't even know how awesome he was because they weren't alive for it. This is his time to show that he's special.
It's
You're bought it even more than these two. He's got to prove it to his kids.
It's for his legacy,
It is.
like he talked about with that little reporter yesterday.
And
This is not going to be like the Roy Jones fight. The Tyson-Roy Jones fight was a joke, right? It was. I think they agreed no headshots during the entire fight. You know, Tyson got him. There was no you weren't allowed to have combo punches or whatever. It was like, what are we doing here?
I think this is scripted for Tyson to win in the end, and Jake Paul pays his respect to the legend. He's being a lot nicer during this than his other usual boxing fights. So
they did that with Floyd. Logan Paul was talking trash the whole time, and then as soon as the fight was over, he's like, "I hated that I had to be a DD all the last couple months. Y'all are my heroes. I love you."
I think the slap was set up. I think Jake
the slap,
was like,
the slap was set up.
"I'm going to stand it," because he took the slap well.
Yeah.
You know, and
I think the slap was
what
set
is
up.
he? What is he lifting? Let me ask the lift bros over here.
Who, Jake?
Yeah.
Was he lifting or was he putting into
What
his
is he
body?
injecting?
Well, I didn't say it.
I don't think Jake's getting like that on just steel.
Do they not test?
I don't think they're testing for this because Mike. Look, he's 58 years old. You don't look like that at 58 years old if you're not on some kind of.
You talking about Tyson or Jake?
Both.
Oh, both.
You don't look like that at 58 years old without some kind of testosterone replacement
So
therapy.
here's the interview that went viral. Is this
This is a 14-year-old TikTok interviewer.
Oh,
she is
God.
a child. This is a child that interviews celebrities and was just trying to come up with her best question for Mike Tyson. And this is why I think Jake Paul might be in trouble, because Mike Tyson is clearly in an insane mindset with this child.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in your return to the ring for this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend Mike Tyson in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is I've not heard before someone say that as an answer.
Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way?
All right, stop it right there, Peyton. So right there, that would have been hilarious, just cutting it off and going, thank you so much for answering that. But then after the pause, Mike then takes it to a really unnecessarily dark place with the follow-up.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before someone say that as an answer.
Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way when you're dead? Why do you want somebody, you think somebody really wants to think about you? What's the audacity? I think, I want people to think about me when I'm gone. Who the cares about me when I'm gone? My kids, maybe, or grandkids. Who the cares?
He's insane.
She's like, true.
It's true.
Good point.
True.
How old is she? Well said, Mike.
She's 14 years old. She just turned 14.
Man, Iron Mike, baby.
He's dropping F-bombs of like, your life means nothing. You're dead. You're dust. It's very it's just a heavy dose of nihilism for such a young child from Mike Tyson.
Nihilism.
And he's just like Barkley, Teflon. Like, this just adds. Like, no one's going to say, really inappropriate. You shouldn't be doing that. They're just like, oh my God, Mike, you're a legend. You're even more classic.
Yeah, I mean, the guy he was accused of, like, he was in jail.
He's given the biggest.
Yeah.
Eric's daughter's sitting here. He's been given the biggest R-word pass in history.
Yes.
You know what I mean? He's been given the biggest pass in history on that. No one remembers.
Yeah.
No one seems to care.
Yeah, and I don't
Thank
remember
you so
how
much for sharing that.
I don't remember how it ended with, like, you know, because he was obviously in jail, but then he was let out. I don't remember how if he was let out just on time or they found new evidence or whatever. Yeah, no, he was
went in.
But, like, did they find new evidence? That's why I don't remember what
Holyfield needed a challenger. That's basically
that's what it was.
I'm really looking forward to it though tonight.
Me too. Me too.
What time do we think this is going to start?
I think 11.
Dude, it's going to be a 6-hour undercard?
Yeah.
It starts like 4:30.
No, I think I think it doesn't start until 7. But we were talking about it last night, and somebody said that they worked at AT&T Stadium, and the fight's not expected to go down until 11.
Is that your chop? Is that your dog over there, Choppy?
We got the Firehouse has a dog. Right, Firehouse supposed to have yes.
Let's let them square up.
They're squaring up right now.
That was Peyton's play the drop again, Peyton.
Handicap dog.
Is that Spittle?
Spittle.
Yeah.
It's like let's get these two together. Hopefully, that doesn't turn into a White Fang situation. It was a good movie, by the way.
Junk drawer continue right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, so let me get this pulled up here. We had a research study that came out recently on why women like being single more than men do. And I want to get to this because I think this is about the dumbest suggestion that's been made in one of these research. We get bad research all the time that's like, you know, that seems like it's explaining away something that's very simple or very easy to understand. And so this one finds that women are much more satisfied with their single lives than men. And are you kidding? That stuns me that women are happy to just sit back, wait for the drink to be bought for them, get wooed, get pursued. Of course, no male is happy being in the single position because all the pressure's on them to go out there and make a move. If you're a woman, why would you prefer anything other than single, I feel like? Because you have it all laid out before you and you know, all comers.
No, it's true. It's well said by you,
You know
Bob.
what I'm saying?
And
you know what I'm saying.
you really can't disagree with anything you said.
Yeah, what do you think is the financial disparity in terms of like drinks, dinners bought for women? Like, we know it's lopsided, but
It's lopsided. It's
how
probably less
crazy.
lopsided now than it was 100 years ago, right? But it's definitely lopsided.
Were you ever on an app? Was that before your time?
I had been, but I never actually like met anybody from an app. Like I never actually went on dates from
Where
an app.
did you and Mary meet?
We met our friend groups converged in college. She actually went to Byron Nelson High School. That's right here. I went to Northwest, and then sophomore year of college, our friend groups collided.
No, y'all didn't meet in the vaccine line. That's for damn sure.
You're dang right we didn't. And I'm proud of that.
I was trying to think of something.
No
myocarditis
over here.
No myocarditis over here.
You met next to the.
That's a you problem, not a me problem.
You met right next to the shop.
RJ, take the reins.
All right, next one here. Yesterday was National Pickle Day. What would you possibly ever consider using dill pickle flavored toothpaste? That is now out.
Dude,
dill pickle toothpaste.
The obsession, like pickle lovers, they are like they'll do it with anything. They drink the juice, like they're. I mean, Lucius
Kool-Aid
was talking,
pickles?
Yes, he was talking about the Kool-Aid pickles yesterday, where they're soaking them in Kool-Aid and doing all these different things. I don't really understand it. I just fell in love though with the bread and butter pickles. I just discovered that those are unbelievable. But otherwise, yes,
fried pickles.
Fried pickles are phenomenal. The chips over the spears, obviously.
By the way, you mentioned.
Oh yeah, way over.
You mentioned Kool-Aid pickles there. I had somebody mention this yesterday to a group of people, and they were stunned nobody had ever heard this. And I definitely need to know if the Fantex has ever heard of this. Have y'all ever heard of Kool-Aid pie?
No.
Mm-mm.
I've never heard of this in my life. And I would to go like look it up on ChatGPT. I was like, what is this? And ChatGPT explained it as, oh, it's a popular Southern dish. It's like Kool-Aid packets and sweetened condensed milk with it's like a no-bake pie or something. But I'd never heard of this, and this person was stunned. Like, how can you live in Texas and not know what that is? It's like, I've never heard of that in my life, ever, anywhere close. Okay, so this was a Nancy Reagan. Her work has finally come to fruition 40 years later, gentlemen.
All right.
There has been a dramatic drop in marijuana use everywhere except Roanoke, I think, from when I hit the city sign and smelled all of it. The use of marijuana among youth has dropped to its lowest in over a decade, according to research. But here's the thing that's
shocking.
That's most stunning to me. For the first time in the history of this research, they're finding that teenage girls are reporting more frequent marijuana use than teenage boys. That's the first time in history that it's been tracked where an age demographic of women are using marijuana more than
Why
boys.
would marijuana use drop? Finances?
I don't know. Maybe they're just smoking. People are just smoking things less. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why marijuana use
Especially now that you have the edible side of things, where it's like you don't even now you have options. You're like, I don't want to smoke, but
that would give us marijuana use.
Why would? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you would think that would help level things up more, or maybe because it's become so normalized in some places that it's not even that cool
and why
to
would
do. Like
girls be smoking more than guys?
That I don't understand. That aspect of it I can't figure out at all. Like marijuana use drop. Okay, we see ebbs and flows all the time in different generations, the way they approach things, but for it to be the very first time that any age demographic in the history of the research, this is the first time where teenage girls are doing it more. The only thing I think is just they're, coping with the teenage drama life.
Or maybe in the single life, the guys was giving them dime bags.
That's the thing, yeah.
There you go.
They don't have any
dime bags, Eric?
I don't believe they have that.
What's the smallest amount that I could buy that has a name for it? Is it an eighth?
I would say no. I guess a G. Like you could just
a G is
like one gram.
Are they really selling by the gram?
I'm sure high school kids are absolutely.
Grams? How much are grams?
Probably $20.
I don't know. I don't operate in grams, Sean.
Is it 8 still? Was it 60?
It was
college?
probably about 45.
We were saying 10
now.
$10 a gram.
$10 a gram.
Okay, there you go. That's good.
See, Roanoke.
I do like that though. That Sean's like, is it still called a dime bag? Can you? Does the reefer come in dime bags still?
Reefer? That could be an old
you
phrase.
You do say reefer,
jazz cabbage.
Did anyone? What'd you say?
Jazz cabbage.
The devil's lettuce.
Did anyone get any great satisfaction out of Dan Quinn losing last night? How Choppy and the analytics nerds took a big fat L from Thursday Night Football. That's next with Chia Follow. We are still live in Roanoke. Stop by, say what's up, as Shan RJ and Bobby continue on the Fan.
After we get you over to SotaWeightLoss.com, SOTAWeightLoss.com, hit that request a nutritionist callback button. They'll be on the phone getting you set up to shed that weight, drop those LBs at SotaWeightLoss.com. You want to let go of all that weight.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hurts under center. He goes with a pitch to Barkley. Barkley across the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10. Goodbye!
That was the call last night on Eagles Radio. Good morning, Metroplex. We are loaded here in the Firehouse, about to be really loaded with this Tolo dropping by with this tequila.
Dude.
Look at these bottles.
Looks fantastic.
On the fan cam.
Great looking bottle.
Pepe, he brought one for you as well.
Oh, thank
Give
you.
a shout out.
Yeah, this is
which one are you giving?
It's
him?
Joel. Joel brought these by, and this is my I don't know what this is. The Añejo, is that what that is?
Yeah.
And so I don't know what the
voice
difference
crack.
is. I know that it's alcohol.
Drink a sip, lower your voice a little bit.
You want me to?
No. You drank enough last night, I
Hair
heard.
of the dog, right?
So Pepe, he dropped by a bottle for you as well.
I think we should give it to Eric instead.
No. Don't do that.
Come on, Peyton.
Come on, I need that, man. I need that.
The fellas were
just drink it out of the studio. There's plenty in there.
The fellas were partying while watching Thursday night. There's nothing wrong that there's alcohol in the building. He's going around trying to get y'all in trouble, Chiafalo. Bobby with his videos.
I know, I see that.
Alcohol, beer,
blowing up
liquor,
our spot.
this and that. Yes. Eric Chiafalo has stopped by. This is the final Firehouse tour of the year in Roanoke, station number 1. We still have some fan beanies. I'm getting the text message. Grab me one. Hide me one. We got to leave it for the peeps that are coming out here. So come on out, stop on by, and grab some breakfast as well. What did you think, Chiafalo, over the fourth down decision? Dan Quinn is getting roasted. Did not kick the field goal. Saquon goes crazy. Eagles beat the Commanders.
Yeah, I felt like that was a moment, and the analytics reflect that you should have probably kicked the field goal there. I don't crush him for wanting to be aggressive. I understand, but there was still plenty of time left in the game, and then you put pressure back on the Eagles to have to go score again, and you know you're going to have enough time to match that and maybe have the final possession of the game. So,
are you surprised? You said that, and you're right, but I'm surprised that the analytics said kick. 4th and 1.
I think it's just
it was 12-10, 8 minutes left.
Yeah, with that amount of time left in the game,
you figure there's 2 possessions left.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Total, 1 each team, right? So you're gonna get the ball back.
And everybody always assumes like the analytics is always just saying go for it.
Right.
The analytics is always saying go for 2 and go for it on 4th down. That's not the case. And this one, so this was one of those where, if you execute the play, I mean, they can't even get the exchange right. I mean, who knows if they actually get the first, if they could have gotten the snap.
And also, real quick, Sean, the difference is, too, didn't matter what they did, their win percentage, either way, was going to be below 45%. Even if they kicked the field goal to the lead, you're only taking a 1-point lead now, and you're giving the ball back. You're still projected to lose, even if they made it.
Well, I want to know if the analytics take into account, and this is what the old school people say, the Eagles kicker left 7 points on the board. He was struggling. He was terrible, right? He missed 2 field goals and an extra point. So you're Washington, take the lead by 1. Just take the lead. It's a low-scoring game. You're not in a shootout to where you have to convert 4th downs to score touchdowns. So do they take that into account and the low scoring of the game? Does that factor in? Because all those things add up to Dan Quinn kicking.
They've got here, most models have field position, score margin, time remaining, timeouts, and yards to go as the factors that they use to come up with it.
So score margin, just like if it's 30 to 7.
So I would imagine part of what tells them to go for it is also the idea of, like, if you kick the field goal and make it, like the idea being that the reason to go for it there with how close the field goal is that you've got, even if they score a touchdown and get a 2-point conversion, it's still a 1-possession game because you'd be up by 1. Like, all those sort of factors go into just the probabilities of what does it do to the score of the game, and it clearly harmed them. It was a bad call. I was sitting there last night while we were watching it, and I was stunned he went out there with it. Now, you want to give confidence to your players, but still.
And you got to leave some room open for, like, these models probably have to leave something open for. If it's the fourth quarter and it's 12-10, points are right. They've been hard to come by.
Yeah.
Whereas if it was 30-27, perhaps the model would say go for it because I feel you're going to give up more points.
But are they doing score margin difference in score or low scoring?
That I don't know.
7-6, that's important.
That's important.
Right? We got a low scoring game. The wind could be 45 miles an hour.
Yeah.
He can't throw. That's important. We had a great disagreement in the prep email that I don't even think they're aware of.
I read his email.
What's in my email.
I read his email.
Okay. Dan Quinn reinventing himself.
Oh, here we go.
Bobby was melting over this article in peace, mainly because it was another opportunity to take a shot at McCarthy.
Yeah.
Choppy in total disagreement. Set it up, Bob.
Yeah, so this was an article that ESPN had released yesterday, and I thought it was really, really good. It's this dense piece talking about basically how Dan Quinn went back and reinvented himself after losing the Falcons job. He talks about how when he got fired by Arthur Blank, it was the very first time in his life that Arthur Blank had summoned him to his house after a game. And so he knew, like, this is not normal. Something's up here. He called his wife while he was driving home and said,
by the way, check out the Arthur Blank airline attendant story with a young girlfriend, supposedly, and the others working overtime, who they have working the flights when Arthur's flying.
Oh, yeah.
Allegedly.
Oh, surprised that the guy with a pencil-thin mustache is
creeping?
Yeah.
Well, look at Peyton.
Exactly.
Oh, it's not that.
but he called his wife and he told her, I'm about to get fired, I think. He's like, just so you know, this is the context. This is probably what's happening. Got fired, said he was mad initially, but then he quickly reflected and said, all right, what do I need to do differently? I need to go change some things. And so he had actually reached out and talked to Laura Oakman from Fox Sports, and Laura had deals with a lot of different coaches on image and different things like that. And he had said, hey, I'm ready to go through that evaluation process you pitched to me a couple years ago, which Dan Quinn had to go find 40 people that he had passed over for a promotion, fired, had to just basically different assistants and things like that. And then she was to go to those people and do an anonymous survey on what does Dan Quinn not do well? What does he need to do well as a manager? Where do you think he needs to improve?
Are you saying Laura Oakman did that for Quinn?
Yes.
How did she – we need to get her on. I'm tired of this whole little unwritten secret that everyone doesn't talk about. How did Laura Oakman, who is supposed to be a sideline reporter, get this side role of coach image rehab? That's what she's doing. I don't know if I'm supposed to say it or not. Everyone kind of knows.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of says it in the article.
Okay.
So I mean, it mentions it, and we make jokes about it every now and then.
You do.
Yeah, well, yeah, I make a lot of jokes about it. That's probably why she wouldn't come on. But yeah, if basically he went through, found the areas where he needed to improve. But he immediately after he got fired reached out to a bunch of different people that, you know, in different fields. So he talked to Terry Francona, he talked to Steve Kerr, Shaka Smart, like just trying to figure out, hey, structurally, what am I not doing right? Where do I need to improve? What do you guys look at things? So this is basically like the Mike McCarthy project that he did. The same image rehab thing where he went away, found the areas where he was deficient, and worked on it. The difference is Dan Quinn's is authentic and real and looks like he's actually implementing things and not just saying, I went into a bar and watched every play of the season. Ha ha, just kidding. Now you're stuck with me. He didn't do that bit. But Dan Quinn, one of my favorite notes in this is that Sean Sweeney, the highly touted assistant.
Miracle McCarthy still comes on with us.
The highly touted
this morning.
The highly touted assistant coach for the Dallas Mavericks, Sean Sweeney, had previously been in Milwaukee with Giannis. And Dan Quinn, when he got Micah Parsons here in Dallas, the article talks about that he reached out to Sean Sweeney and said, hey, I'm just curious, how did you guys take such a unique piece like Giannis and turn him into the player he is? Because we've got a unique player in Micah Parsons, and I want to just know if strategically I'm doing everything that I need to. And he said, we just had him practice with the guards. He's a forward, but we had him practice with the guards. And Dan Quinn, easy. I can do that then. And so that's when he started cross-training him, having him work out with the defensive ends and the linebackers. And he said that was the first push that got them to realize Micah Parsons can rush full-time. So you should love this.
It's a cute story. It's a cute story. It really is. It warms my heart. I got the fuzzies all over the place right here, okay? I'm tingly in certain parts. It's
not
just
just
amazing.
A robe with the fuzzies.
It's not just the robe. This is really cute. You know, the guy went and so we buy him reinventing himself, but McCarthy we don't buy. The guy, I mean, I'm sorry. Dan has almost as many losses as Mike has in like the last 3 years in each season, and we're halfway through. It's really cute. You know, Dan Quinn was really good when Matt Ryan was elite, and when Matt aged poorly, that is, Dan started to stink. And and now he gets an elite quarterback, and wow, unbelievable, he's doing well again. Holy cow, who could have thought that one?
Here's the thing. Do you disagree with the idea that Dan Quinn came in here? Like, I mean, have we not all been going, man, we didn't know what we had with Dan Quinn. Sure miss him this year. Do we not agree that he did come in here and completely...
He's a good coach.
He was considered, in Atlanta and previous stops in Seattle, he was considered a guy who this is my scheme and this is where you go. As soon as he got to Dallas, that did change. He actually did go away and study things and said, I need to change, and started saying, where can I use people to maximize their abilities? And I can't just say that football player doesn't fit for me. I've got to find a way to make my scheme fit them. If they're a good
I'm not saying he's
so,
not.
so
He's
those,
a good coach.
That's where I say, that's why I think
coach.
it's a difference between him and McCarthy's, because McCarthy has stepped into this job here in Dallas, and it's playing out all the same way that he got criticism in Green Bay. It is a complete repeat.
Well,
he
but
didn't
hang
learn
on.
anything new.
Be fair. He ditched his offensive scheme when he got here, and he let the Cowboys continue with what they were using, just to make
effectively. Thank you.
Well, but that's a credit to him.
And then he went, let's go back to mine. We need to go back to three-step
Dak
drops.
had his best year
3 yards
that year that they decided to change things up.
Dak had his best year after Dak took over the offense.
And now they're back at the McCarthy way of doing things, which is 30 years ago football.
Well, look, I'm not trying. This is not a we're not having a McCarthy versus Quinn conversation. It's just Dan Quinn.
It's actually exactly what we're having.
It's just Dan Quinn is a good coach, but this is a BS thing. I mean, he didn't reinvent himself. He got Jaden Daniels. If they drafted Caleb Williams instead, they're not 7-4.
But he was different in Dallas. He did show here in Dallas he reinvented himself, and structurally, it sounds like he has been different. They talk about in here in this article that one of the examples of Dan Quinn giving things up and really evolving was the fact that he turned over so much of the defense in the last 2 years here in Dallas to Joe Witt. And he gave him more and more responsibility, because that was one of the feedback points he got from assistants was, you spread yourself too thin. You don't do enough to build up assistants. You're not doing enough to just kind of turn things over to them and let them do what they do. And Joe Witt was a guy who went, you know what? Good point. I'm going to let go of some things that I normally would do and hand them over to Joe Witt and let him flourish with it.
Eric, where do you and the G-Bag Nation stand on the replacement? Who is everyone throwing up there as their number one candidate for Mike?
I think we all pretty much want Ben Johnson, the play caller.
That's right.
For the Lions. Especially now, and this was something that we discussed too, is it seems like Dak is, we have a Lions fan here.
I think that's Lion fan Jeff right there. That's what I think that is.
My.
Well, he's repping.
Whoa.
He's very on brand as he's in the Honolulu blue from head to toe.
Yes.
I think we all want Ben Johnson. We don't think that the Cowboys I don't know that Ben Johnson wants the Cowboys. I don't know that the Cowboys want Ben Johnson. But Dak Prescott is now going to be a statue pocket quarterback, immobile. And you see Jared Goff being one of the most statuesque quarterbacks in the sport, and how much Ben Johnson is getting out of him. That's just an added layer of why I think Ben Johnson would be the right choice here.
Who do you think it could be or will be based on reality?
I think the Vrabel stuff is starting to really add up, and he's got the experience and all that kind of stuff.
Florio talking about Dion and Dan Lanning?
Yeah, and so Mike Florio wrote yesterday as this Dion chatter has gotten louder and louder, not just about Dallas, but just the NFL in general. Florio was writing about the potential of NFL teams calling for Dion, and he mentioned what we've kind of touched on, the idea of if Shedeur is a priority, if that's a priority for Dion as I want to work with him, then Dallas would naturally be out in that situation. So he pointed to a couple different ones where he thinks ownership desperation, potential for Shedeur would make sense. Jets, Raiders, and Saints are the ones where he thought they could potentially pull Dion aside. And I think Raiders make a ton of sense. Dion has this very public flirtation with Mark Davis. He's talked about Raiders were one of the few teams he would feel good with Travis Hunter and Shedeur going. And Vegas and Deion Sanders, prime time in Vegas, that's a marketing dream.
Well, Shedeur has been doing the TB12 stuff. Brady now, like his presence there, I think adds a whole other layer.
Mark Davis told Shedeur Sanders a couple weeks ago when he saw him at a basketball game, he said, you might already be home.
And Dan Lanning will never happen here.
I don't think it will. I mean, Jerry's not going to hire a college coach, I don't believe. I mean, Dan is going to he's going to get.
But you also mentioned.
And there's a $20 million buyout. Jerry won't even pay a coach $20 million, let alone pay a college just $20 million for the right to hire the coach and pay him more.
Well, Broadus mentioned something when we talked about Dan Lanning last night of Jerry Jones's relationship with with Phil Knight, the Nike guy, who's the Oregon guy. And Broadus was like, I don't even think Jerry would want to take something away from Phil Knight because they're such good friends.
Oh.
And then Broadus also said that Kirby Smart is the guy that he views as Jimmy Johnson, and if you want a college coach,
Jerry views Kirby as Jimmy?
No, Broadus. Broadus views Kirby as Jimmy, and he's like, if I'm getting a college coach, I'm bringing in Kirby. That's what Broadus said.
Take him. I would love to get him out of the SEC, but I don't want no visor guy.
Has Luca woken up yet after last night, and the Stars continue to make the Cowboys look silly? That's next, and Coach McCarthy right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Be the fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Lucas guarding John Collins. Clarkson with 5 on the clock. Now starts the play. Bullets into Collins. Who's unguarded? He dunks. Luca forgot his man.
Look at Clarkson
Jordan Clarkson with a one-hand bullet to John Collins, who grabbed it and dunked.
Luca Donic falling asleep defensively. We, fortunately for Luca, have the best defense attorney in town, RJ Choppy. He was already trying to figure out an excuse to get Luca off the hook for falling asleep on the last possession. I think he was blaming the man responsible for Micah Parsons, Sean Sweeney, Matt's defensive coordinator.
Absolutely blaming him. Okay.
More time with basketball players, less with football. Okay, Sean?
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah.
This is, there's no doubt this is, Luca's going to take 99% of the L, 98% of the L. But if you go and you look at this, and look, Rube had to point this out to me. He pointed out the coach, and then he just said, look, that's who that is. And he was like talking to him, and he's sitting there. They're right there on that side of the floor, and he's pointing. He's 5 feet from Luca, pointing, yelling something. You don't talk to your players in the middle of a play like that. They're trying to concentrate.
Gosh.
Okay, everybody knows that. When your kid's at the back, you're, hey, put your arm up. Hey, do this. Hey, you gotta keep your weight back. 38 things go through their head, and all of a sudden, now it's a mind game, and they're screwed up. Again, most of the blame to Luca, but you got to take it on. You got to take an L there for the coach.
Here's Luca on what happened on that final possession.
Yeah, I was misunderstanding. I thought I was going to go hit. Thank you, thought. Grimes thought he was going to go hit. It was allowed, so we misunderstood the bench.
I at least respect, Chop, the creativity and the alternative thinking and thought process and way to approach what is a slam dunk easy case of Luca's just got to get his head out of his behind there in that situation. You hear the Jazz announcers there. They are so thrilled. Like they say,
Jazz radio.
Luca's got it, and then immediately they just start like giggling almost like, Luca just decided not to guard him. But this is great. They were thrilled because that's how absurd it was. This is 100% on Luca. Yeah. There's no way you could put that on anybody else. But I respect the creativity.
But you hear he said we weren't from the cues we were getting from the bench. We had miscommunication. You wouldn't have had miscommunication if you weren't thinking.
Jazz get their first win at home. Someone tweeted me, Luca is missing more than the Eagles kicker from 3. He was 4 of 13 last night. Clay was 5 of 13, 6 of 17 from the field. Not enough to overcome Kyrie out with a shoulder strain. Quentin Grimes, people are like, Jason Kidd, explain why you buried Quentin Grimes with the nice start that he had. He ended up with 15, lively, 5 points, 4 blocks. Maxey was in there with only 3 points, and a pretty embarrassing loss to Utah to drop to 5-7.
I was listening to Fan After Dark with Fred and Blake last night while I was driving over to Choppy's house, and I think I heard Blake say that starting lineup combination that Jason Kidd went out with last night, that's the first time those 5 players have been on the floor together all year, and that was the starting combo. And so Jason Kidd's clearly trying to shake some things up with his rotation right now.
I do think, though, and Luca obviously has been not good in the fourth quarter of these games. 4 of his last 15 going into last night. I mean, does any of us think it's pretty low for the best player in their team to take 2 shots in a fourth quarter?
Yeah.
In the entire quarter? And I don't know, I haven't done a study on the players around the rest of the league, the other superstars, but you think Durant and Steph and LeBron are taking 2 shots in the fourth quarter?
We've gone back 2 years ago now to the Jason Kidd feeling of not finishing, no execution, not having plays drawn up, momentum, stoppage, timeout, usage, all that stuff. We've just skipped last year in the Western Conference the NBA Finals, excuse me.
Yeah, no, I mean, and this is, you're right. We're going back to what it was 2 years ago, which I remember heading into that season where everything went wrong and we were all critical of Jason Kidd. We were talking about how wrong we had been about Jason Kidd, that we were all worried that he was going to come in here and have repeats of his time with the Bucks and the psychological games and the inability to, draw up plays consistently and all those issues. And then we're so wrong. And so we get this back and forth a little bit. And so I'm a little guarded against being too critical of Kidd right now because I know it's burned me in the past where he rights the ship. And so for me, I feel like I got to write this off to they did purge a number of different people from the rotation. They added a bunch of new pieces, and that they're still just figuring it out is the way I feel like.
Najee scored 19, 9 of 14 shooting off the bench. Mavs have lost 4 in a row by a combined total of 8 points.
Ooh.
8 points for the Mavericks, I believe 12th in the West right now. We got shout-outs. Jay Ochoa giving us more of a Christmas bonus than we've ever gotten from this company. Ridiculous, crazy. The man. Shout out to Matt.
and Josh as well. And we had a Tolo say, I got a challenge, prop bet challenge for Bobby. He brought his 8-year-old Briggs out here to say this is who Bobby needs to play in golf. So an 8-year-old challenge.
Oh, you're getting worked
for Bobby on the course.
You're going to get worked.
You want to treat this kid like Tyson did, that 14-year-old?
Look, I mean, I think that I'm going to be able to handle it. It's not a problem. We can have anybody out there we want on the course. Henrik, who was it we talked to over
Henrik
at Liv?
Stenson.
Yeah,
Henrik
that
Stenson.
guy.
Yeah, major champion.
That guy. Yeah,
British Open champ.
Yeah, I'm going to handle him. Anybody else you want to throw at me? It's not a problem. Caitlin Clark for sure, as we've all seen. We all got to go out there and wear helmets when we watch her play golf. But no, I'm ready. I can take Briggs on. I got a couple different shout outs here. First, Sergio over here. He approached me. He
Garcia?
said, "No, not Sergio Garcia.
Another guy you can't beat in golf.
I can absolutely beat him. Tiger Woods couldn't at that little bighorn match or whatever 20 years ago, but I got him.
Bighorn?
Whatever it was, I don't know. Google it. Use the Google machine. Whatever it was. No, but Sergio had. He said, I got to call you out. He's like, I sent you a neighborhood watch story, like an exclusive about this incident of this teacher, like cops got involved with this teacher, just like there was a barking dog. He went over to the neighbor's house and he shot the dog and killed it. And it became this big. But Sergio was like, I sent you that story. You said you were going to include a neighborhood watch and you never did. And so I had to apologize to Sergio and tell him that I'm scatterbrained and occasionally I miss things. So apologies there. And then shout out to Brody. Lawrence is here. He brought Brody with him. Brody turned 11 on Wednesday, and
happy birthday!
All right,
he's doing like horseback riding today with his sister as a birthday thing. But he told his dad, he said, "Dad, that show we listen to every morning, it's here, like it's right. They live in Justin. He's like, it's right around the corner. We got to go see him." So he convinced Dad to bring him out here before he went and did his birthday trip. So happy birthday, Brody!
And happy birthday, Bando on Twitter said, "Happy 34 to me. Never thought I'd see this year."
I've met more of my neighbors today than I have in the years I've met it. Like we had like more come by just because I posted on the Facebook page.
This
Kevin
place
and
is
Eddie
packed.
Yeah,
it's packed. Yeah.
Have you met? In fact, this is the first time I've noticed the crowd just moving to where now we've got like a backdrop of people.
Do you know why?
No, because it's cold.
40 degrees
40
outside. They go, it's warmer in the firehouse. I'm like, you're a genius.
Dude, my like Choppy was talking about all the tissues I've stacked up here from I've been sniffing like Grego this morning. Just all the
Bobby, that was not sniffing.
All the stuff here, like it's been brutal, man.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insulter, Bobby Bell. Oh, look at this 8-year-old stepping up on you.
He's stepping up.
Look at him.
He just flexed on you.
Flexing up on me.
He's coming in here.
Look at that.
He's like, oh, wow. You got shorts on. You're in the cold. I got a short sleeve T-shirt.
That's true.
He's out here with a short sleeve T-shirt. Mike McCarthy coming up at 8:40 this morning. What did he think of the fella's sleepover yesterday? But you guys were drinking last night. What about some drinking this weekend? Some warnings.
How about this? First of all, what do they do with the champagne they serve in first class on an airplane? Do you ever wonder what they did with it when it's not? So they pour it out.
I figured the pilots consume it based on some of the news.
They don't drink it. First of all, apparently,
you mean the leftover champagne?
The leftover champagne. So they give the first class customers champagne when they get on the. Apparently, we're flying the wrong airlines if they're getting also in the wrong class of plane because they're given. Let's see, what is this? It's called Moet and Veuve Clicquot. They're giving these out on an airplane for crying out loud. They just dump it out. That's the most wasteful, ridiculous thing. How are these flight attendants and pilots not drinking these the rest of the champagne? I don't even care.
But is this like at the end of the day? Like you carry over the bottle for the next?
No.
I hope they don't have to.
No, each flight, dump it out.
Really?
That's why our flights are so expensive. They're dumping it out.
You think Elon can fix this? Is there some committee that's going to rein this in? Wasteful spending?
The Department of Global Efficiency or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's
government. Of course, the mayor knew that one.
This is the mayor.
Let's see if Elon can consistently get his little spaceships in the air with some consistency.
It
before we
landed
have him
beautifully.
Tackle,
their arms wrapped around it, and it landed beautifully.
Are you calling out a spaceship?
The SpaceX launches. I'm just joking about those from the past.
So, did you ever wonder who has the worst diet of any of the drinkers?
Fat people.
Fat people. Fat people have the worst diet. Look, that's a Tesla.
I drowned it in Tito's.
That's pretty cool.
That's a
Tesla limo.
Tesla.
What do you mean?
That's
who has
really
the worst
cool.
diet? Like
So,
what individual I know?
No. Of the drinkers. Beer
Bobby
drinkers,
getting his second Taco Bell of the night.
Beer drinkers, red wine drinkers, all that stuff. Like, are you eating
It's
the
not red
right
wine drinkers.
What's that?
It's not red wine drinkers.
No, it's not. It is actually like the hard liquor drinkers that actually have a better diet than the beer drinkers. The beer drinkers are kind of in the middle. I never would have guessed this. I would have thought for sure it was that the beer drinkers would have had the worst diet, not the other way around.
So hard liquor has the worst diet.
Yeah, like you generally, if you're consuming the hard liquor, you're going to go with a worse diet type.
That goes to my filling theory. Like, if I told you I want to drink something that I feel like is burning a hole in my stomach before I eat a meal, beer's going to fill you up.
It fills you up.
Can you eat as much off of drinking 6 beers versus 6 shots?
No.
I guarantee the 6 shots, you're going to eat more.
Absolutely. That's part of what it is.
And you'd be more messed up, so you would eat worse. That's
Right,
my
you
theory.
would. And I think that's what it boils down to. The beer just fills you up too much.
I had no problem eating double Taco Bell last night after drinking nothing but liquor. Had that been beer, probably would have filled me up. I wouldn't have been able to eat.
So y'all ordered Taco Bell to the house, and then he went and got it again?
Yes.
How much Taco Bell did you order?
We got
not enough.
And he had it all.
Wes dropped the ball there.
Yeah,
I would have been
Wesley
willing
bought
to.
it, but
I would have been willing to pay one of his itemized receipts if he would have bought more Taco Bell. But
I think it was like 5 chalupas.
5 chalupa. What's your go-to?
It was
there?
not. It was. There was a quesadilla, and then there were like 3 tacos, and then there were like 5 people there. So I needed more.
They're out here in bathrobes, in case you did not believe us. Roanoke Firehouse Station, number 1, 201 Fairway Drive for another 90 minutes. Let's preview the Texans and recap the sleepover with the head coach of America's team. Mike McCarthy is next.
After we...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Shan RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
It is now time for the head coaches show. It's Mike McCarthy here on Shan, RJ, and Bobby every Friday at this time, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. And we need coffee this morning out here. Station #1, the final Firehouse tour of the year in Roanoke. That's Choppy's Hood, 201 Fairway Drive on 105.3 The Fan, as we get you set for the Cowboys and the Texans Monday night on this radio station. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you guys today?
Cold.
Yeah. These guys are wearing matching pajamas from their sleepover last night. So bunk bed sleepover for the morning show, Coach. How much FOMO do you have over missing that?
Yeah, I'd like a little more detail. That's interesting.
Choppy lives so close to the Firehouse, and so I wanted to ensure I was here on time, and so we just turned it into a little sleepover with matching robes and pajamas.
Oh, is that what you're going with there, huh? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Coach,
we are dressed under the robes, though. We do have clothes on under the robes.
That's very, very smart. Very smart move on your guys' part. What kind of pajamas do you have on?
They're like these blue plaid, very soft robes, but they're nice. That for $18, they're not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Well, it's impressive. Very impressive. I'm sure the firemen appreciate it.
Yeah. It's a very manly outfit for today. Now, Coach, you always talk about entertaining and having family over. Do you have what's your pet peeve for companies staying over? Are you monitoring everyone and making sure everyone's using a coaster? Do you have a chair no one can sit in? Like, what's the Mike McCarthy house rule for anyone coming over and hanging out or sleeping over?
Well, I'm definitely I'm a little past doing sleepovers at my age, so I apologize for. I think I've graduated from that. But yes, we definitely enjoy having family over, and my wife does an incredible job of being the social coordinator. So I'm just kind of the I'm labor. I like to look at myself as I do what needs to be done.
Mike McCarthy joins us here, 105 through the Fan. All right, this past week, Cooper. This was not like the best game he's had. We've seen him play tremendous in the past. Do you think his neck was the main reason for his performance on Sunday?
I mean, it definitely didn't help him. He took a good shot there, so he's feeling better. But hey, it's another week. We just there's always plays early in the game, especially anytime you're having your first start or when you come in as a backup. You're just trying to get some credibility into the game. Where I'm talking about just getting completions and getting on a roll and getting that momentum going in the huddle. And we just really could never establish that.
Coach, we know you want to go downfield more. We saw him make a couple nice throws the previous week. Was the lack of downfield passing attack more of what they were doing defensively? Cooper, neck, a combination of things? What led to kind of the lack of downfield attempts in the passing game?
Oh, I think just like anything, you're going through a game plan. You're usually setting up those type of throws, those type of plays, and I was, I felt like we were in good shape at halftime as far as how we were playing the game. You take away the 2 turnovers there. I mean, those were huge plays in the first half. I mean, it's a different ball game for us. We would have definitely been in the lead, but the ability to run it and set some of those throws up was the plan. The thing that really got us was the three and out in the second half, and then the three giveaways. It's just you're not gonna get behind people too much in that situation.
Coach, we've heard you speak really highly before of your quarterback's coach and a former player of yours, Scott Tolzien. When you're trying to get a backup quarterback ready to play like Cooper Rush, how helpful is it to have somebody there coaching the position who you've had direct experience with preparing them to do this very thing and play in place of your starter?
I think it's very important. I think the opportunity to have former quarterbacks in the room is important. Scott has been in Cooper's chair, and they have a different relationship than anybody on that team. So yeah, I think it's very important to have former quarterbacks in your room, and I know just from a design perspective, as a head coach, always being in the quarterback room for 30 plus years, but I did not play the position, so I think it's important to have, if you can, one of your former quarterbacks, but definitely have that quarterback experience in the room. I think it's a relationship, it's a connection that Scott has with the other quarterbacks. That's very important.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Rico Dowdle seems to be kind of finding his rhythm a little bit recently, and he's one of the guys who got to Dallas the same year that you did and has stayed with you for the entire time to this point. Can you talk about how satisfying it's been for you to just see his growth and some of the perseverance that he's shown through the injuries and over the years?
Definitely. I'm really proud of Rico. I think his first 2 years, just some guy, and it kind of goes this way sometimes for players is, you get all your injuries in bunches, and, if you remember, first time Rico was given a chance in 2020, he returned a kickoff for a touchdown. So, I mean, he's always has done a really good job of taking advantage of his opportunities, and I think you're seeing that now, and I just got to continue to get him opportunities.
Coach, how many carries do you think he can handle in a game?
How many can handle? He's got a violent run style, but I think he can handle north of 25. 22, 25 would be perfect for him.
Mike McCarthy.
But he's also good out of the backfield too. Right. If you can give him three to five touches out of the backfield too, I think that'd be a perfect day for him.
Mike McCarthy here. Join us on 105.3 The Fan. All right, C.J. Stroud. I mean, most quarterbacks don't come into the league and look as poised as he has, early in his career. What have you seen that's just different about him?
Well, I mean, I think they did a really good job, systematically with him, but he can make all the throws, and I think the one thing that's always stood out to me about C.J. I think he has excellent arm talent, but his ability to throw in pressure situations, particularly when it's a tight pocket. So he not only has the torque, to really drive the football, but he also has the ability to get the football out quickly, under pressure too. And that's something that you always look for when you're evaluating these college quarterbacks. You're always looking for tape of them playing under pressure and how they handle the throw with a defender right in their face. And I think this, for a young quarterback, I think he's exceptional at that.
What has been their issue in the second half of games offensively? It seems like they haven't scored a touchdown in the second half of game almost since September. What have they done differently?
I can't tell you that specifically, but I do know that they've had some ups and downs. They got good numbers overall, so let's just hope we keep them on that path.
Coach, you talked on Wednesday about the fact that you guys have started the window for Chume Doga. You're getting him back, and how Austin Richards played well at left tackle last weekend. You referred to it as healthy competition. So when you say that, do you mean that just in the iron sharpens iron sense, or do you have it as an active competition at that spot now?
Oh, I think it's a 360. I think anytime you have everybody available, it's a healthy situation to be in because everybody's getting reps, particularly when you have a veteran guard like Zach. So there's going to be opportunities on Wednesday and Thursday for reps at right guard. Tyler Smith was limited, didn't practice Wednesday, so there's more reps there. So I just think anytime you get reps as a young player or returning, from an injury, it's a great situation to be in. And when you practice and it's on video, it's you're always competing. So we always know that we're always lining up to the battle and keep our jobs.
What have been some of your early impressions of Jonathan Mingo since the trade, and how he's coming along in his preparation?
Hard worker. He's doing a really good job picking things up. So I think he's getting more and more comfortable. But really like what he brings to the table. I think he's a good fit for us.
Can we expect to see him Monday night?
I hope so. That'd be great.
That'd be great. Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan every single week at this time on DFW Sports Station. Coach, when Lamb and Jalen Tolbert talk about this Sun issue being a problem, do you take that to Jerry and do you feel like if the players wanted something to change with that curtains or whatever, that could happen? Do you take that to Jerry?
Well, I think like anything that goes on with your facilities or, stadiums, I mean, this is not a conversation that just started, today. But both teams have to play with it. We have a process that we go through, every home game in our game management meeting, based on when we, feel the sun's going to come into the stadium. So we're well aware of that. There's a process with, pictures and from previous days, and so you do the best you can, planning for it. But I mean, there's weather, there's weather criteria at a lot of stadiums. The last place I worked at, it's you always had to be aware, which way the wind was coming in, and then when they had the north end zone expansion, that changed it, and then they had the south end zone expansion that changed it. Frankly, I go to the stadium very, very early, home games and away games. But every away game, Bucky, our equipment guy, him and I go out onto the field and we put our compass out and we look at north, south, east, and west, and then we always check the elements. So to me, it's just part of a home field or an opposing stadium, the climate that you're playing in that day.
Do y'all get a chance to like, and maybe logistically it's not feasible because you got to move so much stuff, but during the week to have a practice out there. You know you're going to play a game at a certain time, and you just in the same element conditions with the sun. And do you guys ever get a chance to do that?
That's a good idea. No, I have not done that. But I think it's just like anything. You just the situation. When your schedule comes out, and the challenge is going to be the afternoon games, and you look at how many you have. The time of year you have, whether it's daylight savings time or not. You just take all those things into play, and then you chart a course the best you can.
Have you noticed it's worse if the windows are open versus they're closed?
Choppy's really interested in the
Oh, man, that's good.
I love the sun.
This is probably your best follow-up segment ever.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's the PJs.
Yeah, you can't get that visual out of my head, but I'm really filibustering here, too.
I have a final one. Coach, who do you got in the fight tonight, Tyson or Paul?
I'm going with Tyson. I think you have to stick to your generation. I think it's going to be a great event. I think it's awesome that these guys are doing this. I think it's going to be a great night at AT&T Stadium.
Coach, thank you so much for putting up with us yet again. Enjoy the weekend and best of luck Monday night. Thank you.
All right, appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Mike McCarthy, head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, with RJ Choppy making a play to get on the coaching staff with that practice sun suggestion that they have not thought of.
They have not thought of it. They have not thought of it.
Practice outside with the rain to get acclimated to the rain, but not with the different sun conditions.
You would think that somewhere in the last 15 years of this stadium they would have thought of that one.
All right, Choppy has a brand new outfit on. The robe is off, and the Firehouse gear is on. We have another RJ Choppy Firehouse challenge. Get on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Final hour from Roanoke Fire Station number 1 is next.
After we get you.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Babes.
Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of What a Way to End the Firehouse Tour for 2024. We are at station number 1 in Roanoke. Thanks to everyone for rolling out. We had people lined up. Oh, my goodness. Here we go. That masculinity you hear in the background is RJ Choppy. I'm Sean Sharif. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got a bathrobe. We got a packed house here in Roanoke. Over to Bobby for the latest RJ Choppy Firehouse Challenge. Get on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bob.
Yes, Sean, I'm coming to you live from the Woods Forcible entry door where RJ Choppy is going to be assisted today by Lenny, one of the firefighters. And what exactly are we doing here today, Hayden? Hayden's going to help us out. Tell us what Choppy's doing here.
So today, RJ is over here trying to force a commercial door. He's going to force the commercial door. And then after he's done doing that, he'll do a residential door. As long as he doesn't pass out, he should be able to do this in about maybe 2 minutes at the most with Lenny's expertise. But looking at RJ today and from last night, what I've heard, I don't know if it's going to be too good for him.
Yeah, he had a lot of trouble with this. I don't remember which firehouse we're at. He had trouble with this door last time, and I think he only did this one. Apparently, what I've heard, the next door is harder.
So what real life instance would this call for? Commercial? Like what we're going to
what real life instance will we have this happen?
So the first one would be if he was at a
Hold up. Hey, we're doing radio here. Hang on a second.
We're setting it up, Chop. Hold on.
We're setting it
So
up.
if he's trying to get in a commercial building, he would have to force this door, and then the door after is going to be like a residential house, your normal house door.
All right. Now, Choppy, any words before you get started here?
Yeah, you know what? Take this glove off for me for a second. They have these really cool hoops in the hand thing, just like you would. Look at that. That's really cool. I like that. That's like you would have.
The thing that
your,
goes over like a
running.
girl's shirt.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's like the gloves the homeless lady wore in Home Alone 2. Like that's what he's wearing there. Now we've got Lenny helping him out here. Lenny, are you confident in what Choppy's going to be able to do today?
Oh, absolutely. He put the gear on like a natural, so.
Oh, a natural. Don't boost.
What
that
about the
ego
axe?
anymore.
Explain the technique, Bobby, for the Tolos.
So basically, Choppy has a like a tire iron. That's not what it is, but basically that's what's jammed into this door here. Would you just be quiet? I don't change tires. I have people do that for me, Chop. So he has this piece of metal jammed into the door. There's a little bit of wood in the door, so they're trying to break that. And then the Lenny, the firefighter's going to come behind it with an axe and basically bash the back end of it until they can pry the door open.
He did warn me. He says, "Do not move your hand."
Oh,
I will lose a hand. So,
okay.
This is very dangerous. Very dangerous work, and I have a big audience, and I just tooted.
A lot of trust here. All right, let's get, here comes the swing. I'm kind of interested to see what happens if he does move his hand.
We got the fan cam.
Should I have goggles on? They all have goggles on. Maybe I should.
All right.
He's
so in
a
real world instance, are we just supposed to have like this big jackhammer in our car that we pull out?
No. This is for the firefighters. This is for them to break down a door to reach people. Goodness.
That wasn't a real accurate swing from this guy than the last one.
All right, now he's trying to push the door open. Let's get some live.
Okay. Hi.
Great audio.
We're hitting again. Hit. That was scary. Holy cow.
That's real fear in his eyes. You need.
So is he trying to wedge it open?
Yeah, they're trying to wedge it in, and then he's gonna like push it and break the wood piece in there. So he's trying, and he can't do it.
This is the second guy from behind RJ's had in 24 hours after Bobby's sleepover last night.
Get it!
Where are we? Where are we with the progress?
We're looking like the door is about half cracked. They're almost there.
Is someone dead yet? Is this good or bad?
Oh, we got it. All right. Look at that. Lenny got it, and Choppy just held it steady, basically, is what happened. Oh, there's a second door. The old second door trick. They got him.
That seemed like it was the easy door because it had the small wood. Now this is much thicker wood.
This is residential?
This is the more difficult one.
All right, so Chop, imagine your neighbor who's been yelling at you over making noise. His house is on fire. He's yelling and screaming for help. You got to rush. You got to do everything you can to get in there and save his life. What are you thinking? What are you doing?
This is the bat. This is the neighbor that doesn't like me.
Yeah,
letting it burn.
I was gonna say he set the fire. Why is he?
That's right. I would have set the fire.
All right, so this is the more difficult door according to Hayden. Now let's see. Man, there's a jagged piece of wood over here. I'm concerned about shrapnel getting hit. So they're lining up for the second break on the door. He's jamming it in there, or he's trying. This is basically, again, this is all Lenny doing all of this.
Lenny.
Yeah. Chop, how you feeling on this one?
Well, I feel much better on this one because I'm not in harm's way right now.
Oh, this is not going to be. This is the one he's got to put it in there, jam it, and then he's got to push up with his shoulder. So,
I'm not saying RJ's not doing anything. He's grabbing the end.
I got it now. Yeah, they're prying it in there, and here comes Choppy trying to push it. He's good. Oh, it slid out. That happens.
Do you think there'd be much easier ways to burglarize, like get into doors these days? You know, like ask Mahomes and Kelsey's robbers how to do this.
What this tells me, is the safest home security system is to put a 2x4 in the lock. Is what it tells me. So they're jamming it in there. Here comes Chop. Give it all your effort, Chop.
We're moving the whole thing.
Oh no, that's a fail.
It's not even close to broken right now.
Pulled
Chop.
out. He slipped out. Slipped out right there.
You know what I mean, Sarah?
We're live here, Roanoke Firehouse number 1. RJ Choppy once again putting on all the gear in order to try to save lives.
My favorite part of this is like A, the fear in his eyes whenever Lenny is swinging the axe. That's part of it.
Yeah.
And B, just the every ounce of toxic masculinity draining from him as he sees he can't do it, and he realizes how beta he is. Chopper, you feeling pretty beta right now? That's how distracted he is.
Ask Sarah how.
I'm a gamma or a sigma, not a beta.
Sigma.
Ask the fiance what's this doing for her? You know, in terms of the excitement. How impressed is she?
How do you like the? Oh, did he break? Oh, Lenny broke it again. Choppy doing nothing. How excited does this make you to see Choppy in uniform? Sarah, come on. Wait. How good is it?
She's scared. She won't answer.
She likes it.
Yes.
It's good. Now, they still have not broken through all the way. I think Lenny would have better success holding it steady and hitting it himself than just having Choppy do anything. Chop's just kind of getting in the way.
Ask another one of the professionals. What time are we supposed to be working with here? How long is this supposed to take?
I'll ask somebody here. Would the individual behind this door already be dead with Choppy's speed here?
Unfortunately, probably so.
It's just over with. Are we getting close, Chop? Success. He burst through the door.
I did so much there. I feel so proud of myself that I was able to accomplish so much and do all the work. He really didn't help at all.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
How much did a heavy night of drinking play into you not being able to do that in any sort of timely manner?
I think it's just a lack of masculinity.
Yeah.
Wow, you own up to it.
Well, I mean, I do.
Compared to these guys. There it is. RJ Choppy with another Firehouse Tour exhibition.
I'm keeping this thing, the Halligan.
The tire iron, as I called it, which is apparently completely wrong. That's not what a tire iron is.
So, Bobby, for those who heard the preview yesterday, recap the sleepover. When you arrived, you're both wearing bathrobes here this morning. I saw top and bottom bunk pictures as well, and an Instagram live that may have gotten you canceled after the show.
I arrived at his door with my robe slightly ajar and a whimsical look in my eye. No, actually, I rang the doorbell, and Choppy, I didn't know this. You know, Choppy just, I guess this is the kind of community it is. Choppy just leaves the door unlocked at all hours of the day, and he was like, open the door, come on in.
Yeah.
And there was at like midnight last night, I was like stepping out, and I said, don't lock the door. He's like, I don't lock the door. I was like, really? Okay, that's which, I mean, it's a comfortable, it looks like a community where you could probably do
Well, I mean, we lock it at night, but, if I'm in the house, like, just hanging around, like, a lot of times it's open.
Yeah, and so he didn't come open the door for me. I was actually recording a video. I wanted him to open the door and greet me, and he didn't. He just yelled from the back through the door, it's open!
Yeah.
Robert, it's open, come in. So I got there right at 8:30. And immediately, Choppy with his rosy red cheeks and bloodshot eyes is like, do you want a drink? You want to have one? And so I felt like I was behind and I needed to catch up, so that's exactly what I did.
I had gin blossoms all over my face.
Yes.
All over the place.
Yes, exactly. So we ended up taking a few shots of the tequila, and then the old Forester, the whiskey, and that was the one that really did a number on my stomach this morning.
Well, it's 100 proof, so.
Yeah, that was the one I was feeling on my tummy this morning, and I hadn't eaten like all day. And so it hit really quickly.
You got to eat, man. You can't drink without eating.
That's my life hack. My life hack is don't eat before you drink, and then drink large amounts of it, and you'll get drunker way faster. It's a much more intense feeling. But yeah, we hung around watching the football game and talking and hanging out, but we did say we needed to do some photos. So we got all dressed up, took a few in the kitchen. We went into the boudoir and sat on the bottom bunk and did like engagement style photos with our foreheads touching. And then Sarah was like, "No, we're not posting those." And so she then just had us swap out. I was the bottom.
Yeah, Bobby was the bottom.
Yeah, and so
which after this display I just put on, it seems that I am.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it showed that you weren't worthy of that position on that bunk bed. Is what it showed me, but. Choppy was a great host. A lot of political talk. Lot of political takes getting fired left and right last night.
Mostly right. Mostly
yeah, I was going to say
really
not left and right. It was fired right and right. Yeah. It was fired far right. And so it was a lot of intense opinions and debate, or not even debate, just kind of celebrating and whooping and cheering and high-fiving. And they told me, because I noticed, I mentioned this last night. I don't think I mentioned it to you. You guys were very silent on election night on the group text. I think I was the only one sending anything. Peyton didn't reply because Peyton doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Not informed.
But he doesn't.
But I was surprised that you weren't engaging on it and Choppy wasn't engaging on it. Now, you were sick, so I'm giving you a pass. But Choppy had no excuse not to,
I think
weigh
he was
in.
raging.
That's what he said. He said he was literally just locked in on the TV.
I thought it was pretty boring, too. It was a beatdown. It was a beatdown from beginning to end. So it was kind of boring in terms of, we didn't get any debate moments.
Tell Sean about your superstitious approach to watching the election results.
Oh, well, I mean, I was just I could, it's like a sporting event. You can't move. You can't touch the remote. You can't do anything. You can't get up to go to the bathroom. I had to pee the entire time. I don't know how John King does it.
So he was standing in one spot apparently, and the results were good. Then he moved a little to the left, and Maricopa County moved, and then he was like, I got to go back to my spot. So he said he literally was being superstitious. I said, no, he was standing there watching it like a sporting event saying, I can't move. This is a good luck spot.
And I kept waiting. I was like, where's the Amish vote? Where's the Amish vote? And finally it came in, I guess.
Yeah. Look, Miami-Dade flipped for the first time because Choppy stood in that spot in his house. All right? That doesn't happen without Choppy standing there. But a great host, a gracious host. He did a good job last night. I enjoyed it.
Now, why was last night very important for these two to bond and connect? They are actually going to be calling a college football game this weekend. Is this going down tomorrow?
Yeah, we're going to drive to Stephenville tomorrow.
All right, the preview of how you can get more Choppy and Bobby in your life while calling an actual college football game. Who's going to win tonight between Tyson and Paul, and everything else you need to know heading into the weekend as we continue live from the Firehouse here in Roanoke, station number 1, 201 Fairway Drive, as we continue on Shan and RJ 105.3.
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking hands, man.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Hurts under center. He goes with a pitch to Barkley. Barkley across the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10. Goodbye!
Eagles radio with the call as Filthy beats Washington after a bad Dan Quinn decision not to kick the go-ahead field goal. Then Saquon goes nuts and hurts my fantasy football team, scoring twice in lightning-quick fashion, causing, of course, Micah Parsons to tweet and remind everyone, all jokes aside, the Giants almost made us believe Saquon wasn't him anymore. That really says a lot. Daniel Jones was paid over Saquon. He was worth more to their franchise. This really says a lot. So, shots at Daniel Jones, shots at the what is he doing?
If they lose on Thanksgiving,
yeah, to the Giants,
you are going to see so many backhanded sideswipe tweets.
Oh, yeah.
Daniel Jones should sign the damn wall right next to Eli if they win.
He should. This is just
like I'm fine. Look, I'm not going to sit there and say, right, in this world of media, you know, don't make an observation of, oh my God, sick dunk. Oh, I love this kid coming out.
Sure.
But like when you take it on over to look at what that organization did, someone in the division.
He spent a month talking trash about them and how like what a joke of a franchise they are.
And y'all suck the same.
Mm-hmm.
You suck. Again, rule in life. When you're down, you're getting your ass whipped. Shut up. You have no room to talk. You're not on the top step. You're on the same step or the lower step. Why are you barking? Why are you calling out other people? It makes you look dumb.
Can't do that. You can't. Those rules can't apply when you're a Bleacher Report content creator, right? That's just that's the crummy thing about it is like those rules still apply like to everybody out there, but when you're
that's just
put
common
yourself
sense,
out there
though.
like Micah. Yeah, that's the problem that he's put himself. That he's put himself into this box where he has to comment.
No, you don't have to comment.
Well, if he wants to grow this thing the way he wants,
what's his official?
They're garbage consistently.
What's his official title of Bleacher Report?
Head of football content or something.
Okay,
which it's I don't want to say it's a conflict of interest, but it kind of is, right? I mean, it's a conflict of intelligence of because you're
conflict of intelligence.
He is the president of their gridiron division.
You're doing something that is counterproductive theoretically to the health of your football team.
Yeah.
Right. But it's one of the things. Right?
And why doesn't he just call it the Cowboys for not signing Saquon? You know, you're going to make fun of the Giants.
Maybe that's how he does it. Maybe he knows he can't do it that way. Like I've told you guys before, I think Micah knows exactly what he's choosing to say and how he's approaching the subject. And so maybe that's his way of trying to like, hey, read between the lines here. I'm saying clearly it's stupid that you wouldn't pick this guy. Now, also, you got to be fair. It's a Penn State guy. And Micah and Saquon have been close for so he's going to go to war with, like, for Saquon Barkley all the time.
By the way, Saquon Barkley from Ben Solak, 9 touches, which have ended at the 1. Most in all of football. The subsequent play, Hurts touchdown, Hurts rush, next play, Hurts touchdown, Hurts TD, Saquon rush, lost yardage, Hurts pass touchdown, Hurts rush, fumble, Hurts touchdown. So Jalen is getting all of the touchdowns off of Saquon at the 1.
And Saquon's got 8 touchdowns, so he could have had conceivably 8 more. We're talking about he could be at 16 touchdowns and 1,200 rushing yards right now.
Now listen though, like that is that not smart? I know it sucks for the player, but we always kind of
he's being praised for his unselfishness though. He's like, I don't care, and you know, he wanted the other backs also to get carries.
But also, like, we always kill coaches. Now, it's selective. But when you're on the 1 yard line and you run back 3 yards to hand it off as opposed to just sneaking it in, because, I mean, Jalen, that is the most unstoppable play in the sport, or one of them.
Yeah.
The tush push.
Yeah.
So I can't kill him for that, but it does stink if you're Barkley. I mean, imagine.
He got paid.
He got paid.
He got his final payday. He's
He did.
good.
Yep, you're right.
Jake Elliott, the first Eagles kicker to miss 2+ field goals and an extra point in the same game since 1977. Part of the reason people were like, Dan Quinn, just kick the field goal, go up. Their kicker is sucking right now. And John Gruden. So I was watching Gruden do the Barstool cast like I did the Manning cast.
Yeah.
And this is Gruden going off on the analytics people after he thinks it told Dan Quinn to go for it on 4th.
That's where the analytical guy goes, hey, Coach Gruden, go for it right here. Go for it. I'm like, okay. We go for it. We get stuffed. And I go, hey, you up there, you idiot. You know what I mean? Aggressive. It's 12-10, man. We get the field goal.
Wow.
So I'm gonna be paying attention to Gruden at Barstool.
He yells on the headset like that. Imagine how direct he'd be if he was emailing them.
That's right. Okay,
It's gonna be a hit though. Is it not?
I think
it's gonna
so.
be a hit.
I think so. The next big sporting event before tomorrow that we have to talk about is Tyson Paul tonight. Yesterday, scripted or not, Mike Tyson at the weigh-in slapped Jake Paul across the face, and Jake Paul had this response.
I didn't even feel it. He's angry. He's an angry little elf. Mike Tyson, I thought that was a cute slap, buddy, but tomorrow you're getting knocked the fuck out. I'm him up, Burial. I'm him up. He hits like a It's personal now. It's personal now. He must die.
You got to get that drop for Mortal Kombat references moving forward.
him.
He must die. That's tonight on Netflix. Choppy, you've been doing all the homework for this event, even though you don't have Netflix.
I don't.
What else do we need to know about it in terms of, we don't have to go through every prediction from fighters and legends. What else do we need to know?
Well, I mean, other than the fact that
and we all have to make an official prediction. Mike McCarthy said he's going with Tyson, said you got to stick with your generation. Some people said that Mike's doing that with his offense. But we all have to go ahead and make our official picks.
Look, the fact that they're doing the 2-minute rounds instead of 3-minute rounds. They're going to do 8 rounds total, max, I should say, instead
Heavier
of the 12.
gloves.
Heavier gloves. The gloves will be 14 ounces versus 10. So theoretically, it makes them a little bit slower. Mike, I assume, passed his EKG and EEG and his physical to get into this thing.
What if it gets canceled?
What if it gets canceled because Mike's blood pressure spikes at the very end? So that's a lot.
They wheel him in for the intro.
Yeah, it's sciatica.
We saw a palpitation. He can't go.
But, look, obviously that was scripted yesterday. I don't know if the fight is going to be because Vegas took bets on it.
Did they take bets on Floyd Logan Paul? Are we counting that as scripted?
No, I don't know that they did.
Okay.
Not the big books, did
Yeah,
they?
Because Jake is what, minus 200, the favorite? He's
a big-time favorite. Yeah, he's a big-time favorite.
Minus 200. Is that big time?
I mean, 60%, 66%.
Okay.
I mean, that's good. It's a healthy favorite. You're healthy. How about that? You're a healthy favorite. Mike's a 2-1 underdog, essentially. It's a healthy favorite. But yeah,
Vegas did not take bets on Mayweather Paul.
A bettor in Michigan bet, I think he put $1 million down. If Paul beats Tyson, bettor in Michigan would net $454,000 if Paul wins.
That's good return, but it's not. I mean, you're not getting rich off that. I mean,
if they're fighting for real, I think Jake Paul wins because of the stamina and lasting. I'm rooting for Tyson. I think this thing is set up and rigged to where Tyson somehow wins at the end and Jake Paul doesn't take it out. His win is fighting in the ring with Mike Tyson, right? Just like Logan's. How the hell did Logan Paul get Floyd Mayweather into a ring?
Right.
Are you serious? This is the win. He's paying him like way too much respect compared to his other like real fights. I think somehow Tyson wins in the end, but I have my doubts if this is 1,000% legit.
Yeah, here's the thing with Tyson. Like, I see the video clips, right? I see all the video clips of him fighting.
Yeah.
Him sparring. They're all, if you notice, they're all like 3-4 seconds long.
Yeah.
He's
who's releasing those clips?
Mike Tyson.
His team.
Yeah. So they're 3-4 seconds long. I mean, anybody at that age, he's 30 years older than him. He's 58 years old. You could do that for 3-4 seconds. Can you do that for 2 minutes? at a time.
I mean, wasn't that always the knock on Tyson in general? Even when he was winning, when he was the champ, was like if he got past 2 or 3 rounds, it was like, okay, well now he's in trouble because he was a 2-minute knockout guy. That's what he did.
All right, is this legit? And what's going to happen, Bob?
I think it's legit because it is it's a record fight. Like a lot of these other ones have been like the Mayweather Paul one was an exhibition that didn't technically count, and that's one of the reasons why Vegas didn't take bets on it. And so I'm leaning towards it is real. And I think Tyson's going to knock him out. If it's real, Tyson knocks him out.
You think?
Mm-hmm. Tyson, I understand people are like, he's 58, whatever. But this is somebody who this has been his whole life. Has been, and he is
30 years ago. It was his whole life.
He's still
20
got
years
old
ago.
man strength. He's clearly like it's when we say
that's like saying, "Oh, John Sterling's whole life."
Does he look to you like when you see him? Does he look like that? Doesn't look like a guy who has power in his punch anymore.
No.
Forget the clips. He looks.
Yeah, he looks the
built.
part.
And so to me, it's like he's still got that technique and everything else. So this is a legitimate, lifetime boxer who can still hit hard. I think he knocks him out.
Everyone's making up the T-shirts of old school Mike Tyson punch out.
Yeah.
Who's the character that Jake's representing?
It was
Is he Gumball Joe or something?
No,
Bubble Joe,
Don Flamenco or whatever.
Tommy the Machine Gun, I think is who he was.
All right, so tomorrow, I don't know how the hell this happened. You guys have been paired together to call a college football game.
Yeah, Tarleton State against Abilene Christian. We will be out there in Stephenville calling this game with Lord Byron Anderson. Speaking of Lord Byron, that is his property right there, the great Byron Nelson.
Oh, I thought you were pointing to the woman saying that's his wife. I thought that's his
I was
property.
very confused. I was like, what are you talking about?
I was like, man, you guys really do dominate out here.
Maybe
Roanoke.
soon. Okay, maybe soon. We can bring that back. Right?
That's his property. I was like, that's Byron's
yeah,
wife.
that little
That's
little
his family?
bluff, that little area there. That's
back there
that's
is Byron Nelson's property.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. But not the Byron you're calling the game.
Not the Byron
he doesn't own all that property.
Just the name reminded me of that.
Okay.
So Byron Anderson's play-by-play voice.
Byron Anderson.
So what's your name? Bobby and I.
Yep, that's me.
Are going to be doing color analysts for this. Now we're going to be splitting up halves. Now this is the problem.
So you're not going to be on the calls together ever?
For a small part of the time we are, because they have a color analyst as well.
Oh.
So we are going to be.
I'm sure he's thrilled about this.
We are going to be like the Dennis Miller third voice in there.
Oh.
Now there's an issue that I've been made aware of. We don't know which half Bobby's going to do versus me.
Yeah.
I think it's very dangerous that Bobby does the second half, because in the other half will be in the suite, and that means
drinks.
that Bobby could be drinking.
I'll be honest. I am so poor with details, I guess, that this is the first I'm learning that we're not doing it at the same time. So,
listen, I am so poor with listening, maybe I heard wrong. Okay? So,
how can people listen to this?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Jesus.
I really have not.
What am I doing? I'm doing more promo for this than you idiots. Peyton,
I did. Let me see here. I've got
just
it.
Shut
from,
up for a second. Peyton Russell, over to now. You did college basketball game for them.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
All right. Peyton has dug up some of those clips.
Oh boy.
To give you a preview of what to look forward to tomorrow. Pepe, back to you.
Yeah, so this was RJ Choppy and Byron Anderson back in February, I believe, with Tarleton men's basketball. And here's RJ Choppy talking weirdly about using leadership here.
Inside, Brennan, no good. Follow McLaughlin. He puts it back.
And he's got to use his leadership here. You know, when you're down, he's a good rebounder. Take advantage of some size that you might have and try to get some rebounds, try to play physical underneath.
Runner there for McLaughlin, and he's going to pull the Lopes back to within 2.
Back-to-back baskets, using his leadership, using his body, using his skills. He's kind of taken over here in the last minute and a half for them.
Gotta use
that was my favorite.
What does that mean?
Using the leadership to get the rebounds. I was hoping you were saving that for last, but maybe there's better clips I forgot. That was so good. Leadership,
really appreciate it.
Leadership got the rebounding.
Uses body, uses leadership. That just it was buzzwords.
By the way, you can watch it tarletonsports.com/watch.
Okay.
You can check this thing out.
He'll tweet it out with maybe degenerate pics. Go ahead, Pepe.
All right, one more here, or we got another one here. This is RJ talking about, the players. He's letting all of his legs out here.
Moore decided to go without the spandex under the shorts, letting all the legs show.
Well, if you're athletic like that, you can do it.
Okay. All right.
I was just trying to make him as uncomfortable as I possibly could. I think I nailed it on that one.
Okay, good. We got one more?
Got one more here. RJ, he had to bring up the glizzy here.
I love college basketball. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite things.
I know it is.
I am so happy to be here. I really appreciate the opportunity to come out here and call this game with you. But I was able to get a drink of water. Had a glizzy at halftime, so that was good.
Glizzy, a hot dog for those of you that don't know. A dirty water dog.
Dirty water dog.
What the hell? What a train wreck.
Yeah.
What time is this tomorrow?
This game's at 6 o'clock.
Let's see what time
6
the game
p.m.?
is.
6 p.m. We're staying the night in Stephenville.
Yep, we got hotels. Dog friendly. Had to get a dog friendly hotel.
So you guys are going to be tonight?
Yeah.
No.
tomorrow.
So I'm leaving tomorrow like at noon. So get to Stephenville. It's like a 2-hour drive. So you get to the stadium around 3 or whatever
So
it is.
you guys are going to be partying in Stephenville tomorrow night with hotels?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
my God.
You got to let people know where and how to meet up.
I don't know
with y'all.
where we're going yet. I know the big bar down there is Rockin' P. We've
What's
been
wrong?
to Bull Nettle Bar.
What's wrong?
It's Tennessee, Georgia at the same time. Oh, my God. Why did I agree to this?
Tennessee, Georgia?
At the same time, and I'm missing the game. Oh, for crying out loud.
Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece to finish up here in Roanoke is next.
Let's get.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Clarkson has to hurry. Down to 2. Down to 1. There it is. The 3 is away. Got it! Clarkson! A prayer!
What's the point of sports?
Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Calm down. It's not that bad.
This is miserable.
What do you mean?
You had to know this was going to happen.
Y'all's
right?
Cowboys are horrible. My Mavericks stink. The Rangers lost more than they won. The Stars play on some app nobody has.
Oh, my God.
They're good, though.
Yeah, they're real good, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's a free app. I think everybody has it.
Mike, can I attempt to make you feel better? RJ's going to defend Luca here, even though he didn't defend. He's blaming Sean Sweeney.
Yep, blaming your boy. He's sitting there. Luca's 5 feet from him, 5 feet from the bench. And what is the coach doing? He's pointing. He's pointing, he's yelling. He's pointing and talking. You know this, Mike. You know this in baseball. When you're up at bat, when your kid's up at bat, you don't sit there and say, hey, keep your back shoulder up. Hey, squash the butt. You know, you're getting in their heads, right? He's getting in their heads. You got to let these guys flow. You got to let these guys feel the game and let them, while the play is going on.
So every college coach in the history of the sport you love, when Danny Hurley's going nuts on the sideline, waving guys over, pointing, come defend the pick and roll, that doesn't apply
Listen,
here.
okay, stop trying to make sense of this, okay? Okay, we're talking NBA here. You should know. They should know what they're doing. They should. This is in the timeout. You got to go over this stuff. It's not. It's like 98% Luca's fault, and then 2% on the coaching staff.
There you go, Mike.
So we're pretty much, Kevin, going to watch the Mavericks fight to try to get out of the play-in tournament this year. That's what we're gonna watch this year.
If they can figure out how to offensive rebounds, maybe that will make a difference, but their clutch situation remains terrible, and I know people are going to be like, they came all the way back, and that's true, but they had a lead. They tied the game, and then you still saw can't get an offensive rebound, can't get good offensive plays set up, and that cost them again.
It's like we skipped a year with Jason Kidd. Like, we're going back to the year before, and like last year didn't happen with the NBA Finals and all the love towards Kidd in the second half of the season.
Boy, are we living in the past with Spencer Dinwiddie playing. Like, he went to the Lakers last year. He chose the Lakers over the Mavericks, and the Lakers got him in practice and said he can't play. The Mavericks get him, and they're like, play him again. I'm done with Spencer Dinwiddie. Like, hey, man, cheer, whatever, do your Bitcoin thing. But, like, stop playing basketball on the Mavericks. Hey, here's a question for you. Choppy, did you see Odell Beckham and how excited he was about Bitcoin and how he's throwing it in everybody's face? Do you think he voted for Trump for the Bitcoin?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. Do you think he did?
I don't know. Like all the people that are bragging about how they took part of their contract or all their contract in Bitcoin recently, do you think they're like, man, I mean, there is a correlation to it going up.
Russell Okung.
Yeah,
he made a lot of money off.
He
of
made
it.
a lot. He made like $30 million off of it, right? It was like he got like a $6 million deal, mostly in Bitcoin, and now it's worth like 40 something.
Was voting for Trump thought to really boost Bitcoin? Was that?
Yes.
And what's the reason for that, Kevin?
Because he talked about Bitcoin. Okay, he talked about buying everything.
Just
in
because he's easier on regulatory stuff, like he's going to ease that up, and so that should make things easier for a whole lot of folks. Now, there are other things that people will point to that they think can be problematic, but at least in the crypto world.
List some. Be fair.
No,
Go ahead.
Nope,
Start naming a few up. Rattle them off there, Hagee. Rattle them off.
So it was thought that would help the crypto world.
Okay. Thank you for
Do
that.
you guys have any Bitcoin?
No.
I have like a Litecoin or whatever.
Oh, that's horrible.
My dad
Yeah,
called me
it's awful.
yesterday or 2 days ago. He goes, I want to buy Bitcoin. My trade account can't do it. Can yours? And I'm like, how much is it?
Coinbase, right?
And
it's like 65 grand each or
I
something.
think they're
like
86.
that? 86 grand?
I was like, Father
of mine.
What do you expect to buy? And how do you expect me to? You just want me to front you the money?
Dude, I still
Buy me a Bitcoin.
Yeah,
You can, I guess, buy a whole Bitcoin. You can buy a percentage of it.
Peyton
Bitcoin.
has
You
like
can
a
buy
1/1000th of one, or he used to.
I mean, you could buy like that guy that bought the pizza with Bitcoin like 20 years ago, and now it's worth like $270 million.
Do any of you guys have it? And also Doge. I think Doge is going crazy. Elon and
Department of
Cuban.
Government Efficiency, Doge.
I bought Bitcoin back when.
Yeah, that's why he named it that. That's why he named it that.
I asked.
Kavanaugh was into it.
I asked Dawson. I said, when did we do the when did we do the thing on Bitcoin and all this stuff? And he said right around 2017. So I bought $50 of Bitcoin in 2017 for fun.
What is it? What is it now?
$320.
Did Dawson go in heavy on it?
I don't know. I don't know. I bought Litecoin at $50 back then too, and it's worth $11.
But the Bitcoin investment was better than your Trevor Lawrence cards.
100%.
Yeah.
Hey, Litecoin's up $12 though. That's good today.
Now the good thing is thank God I sold the Kaboom of Trevor Lawrence before the season started, so I made $300 off that card. But my other Trevor Lawrences, they stink. Who do you invest in, Bobby? Do you make enough money to invest?
That Bally money's good, Mike.
Okay. So I don't know. What else do you guys want to talk about?
Ballot money?
Where's Corey? Get Corey in here to cheer
Hey, Corey,
Mike
what's
up.
coming up on our show?
Guys, we are at Buffalo Wild Wings, 5908 Quebec Street in Fort Worth. And
Oh, man. What a half-ass
in
yay
Fort
that
Worth.
was.
Yeah,
back from
give
the
us a
kitchen
bigger
there.
yay,
I
kitchen.
think we can do better than that, or from the bar.
We're
yeah.
at Buffalo Wild Wings off Quebec Street today.
Kevin,
There we go.
what's wrong with your voice?
Me?
Yeah, you okay?
Yeah, why?
Oh, it sounded like you were getting sick.
No, I don't think that's me.
That's next week.
I think that's
The
other issue.
and then the other, like there's an airfield over here. Did you know that? And when I got here, I heard this roar. I thought somebody was dragging something on the highway.
There's
I was
a
like,
field in the
it's
air?
It's like like Tomcats and stuff. Tola right here. I asked him what one airplane was. He was like, I think that's an L-37. I was like, what?
Oh, man.
So we got an expert here today. So we also have Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30 today.
My
And
goal is to ask no Cowboys questions.
Oh, I'm going to ask
that
him. I'm going to say, hey, what do you think about Micah Parsons saying that Daniel Jones is a pathetic quarterback and that Saquon Barkley is the best running back in the NFL that should have been signed by a lot of teams?
all right, so that's
Okay.
that's the plan.
That should be the first
And is he
question.
going to the fight tonight?
That will be the bulk of my questions. That and expanding the NFL schedule.
And will the curtains be there? Ask him if curtains will be drawn for the fight.
Oh, for the fight?
I bet
No,
you
why
will.
don't I
gonna be
just
dark
tear the
outside.
stadium down, Sean?
Could you imagine they left the curtains open and it's 5 o'clock, the undercard starts at like 4:30?
And Tyson's blinded with his cataract, and Paul knocks him out because he's blinded.
Cataract.
His glaucoma kicks in. He gets knocked out because the sun blinds him.
I mean, the guy's 13 years older than
No,
me.
just-
Could you imagine fighting?
All of us talk as little as possible. That might carry this. This is good.
Well, I guess we're going to talk sports. We're going to talk about
Probably.
We're going to talk about the NFL. and college football. And are we doing a Mavs topic? I don't
Yeah,
even.
we are. Mike,
Out
are
the
you excited?
gate? Yeah,
I comboed it with the Stars if you want to talk about that.
It's at noon today. It's our super segment.
All right. Hey, do you think that the Mavericks should tank for Cooper Flagg at this point? Just keep playing. Just lose.
Come on.
Just play Spencer Dinwiddie and Dwight Powell more minutes.
Cooper Flagg's not good at late game situations either, though.
Oh, man, that was brutal the other night. That was brutal.
He'll cramp up on you. He'll LeBron cramp up on you.
Mike, what did you do
Cooper
after?
Flagg can have a son and then fake his NBA appearance
God.
20 years from now.
What are they doing with Bronny? With his
Oh, my
appearance?
God. So, you hear this? Bronny's not going to road games? This is insane.
And what's
It's
the
all
reason?
fake. He might as well go fight Jake Paul in a boxing match.
They're basically saying, like, we're not getting him, we're not going to make him get on a commercial, because in the G League, they don't fly private, right? We're not going to make him get on a commercial airline and, like, have an autograph session on the plane or whatever. And they just want to, like, keep him playing home games only for the South Bay Lakers.
Yeah. Wow.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Especially for a kid who does need to play basketball to see if he can play at a college level.
Yes.
He didn't even prove last year he could play at a college level. And now they're like, you don't need to prove you can play at a professional level. You
So-
obviously didn't prove you could play at a college level.
Mike, you have no interest in watching the fight tonight? Zero?
No, I actually kind of do. I didn't have any interest in it 48 hours ago, but as we're getting closer and now we're to the day, and it's free. I have Netflix.
Do you have
I know
Netflix now?
Yeah, we got it back.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like, I got nothing else to watch tonight. The Mavs aren't scheduled to lose, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So
they don't get scheduled to lose.
Mike,
They
could
get
I take
scheduled to
advantage of
play.
betting you right now? The
They lose to the
Mavs. Let me take
schedule.
advantage of this and
over
try
under
to-
50 wins.
No, well, how about let's go seeding. Where will they not be a top seed? What will they be out of?
I think they're going to be out of the top 5 seeds.
Okay.
I think best case scenario 6. I think they maybe avoid the play-in situation. I think that yesterday I said 50 wins. I don't know at this point. I don't know. When you're getting blown out in Utah, I don't know. I don't. I think that they could easily be a 7 through 10 seed, and I can't believe I thought Barkley was a little bit insane, but I think he's going to be right.
What did you do after the Luca bucket allowed? Did you throw anything? Did you yell? Was anyone around you? What did you do?
I don't know. I feel like it's common. I feel like if we just go through this, what happened in the Denver game? They're like, oh, a little guy is guarding a 6'10" dude. Awesome, Kyrie, you're smoked. Michael Porter Jr. just easily shot over like the kid. I know he's not a kid, but Kyrie, game over. And then you isolate Luca or you isolate Derek Lively on a small. I don't know. It's just common.
I'm trying to remember back to the days when Mike was actually like when he cared about the Cowboys and he was double depressed.
Yeah.
About like or triple depressed. If it was Rangers, Cowboys, Mavericks,
He couldn't
if
get
he
through
ever
a day.
sounded this low.
Yeah, he couldn't get through a day.
Yeah.
Now, this is as low as I've heard him in a long, long time.
Yeah. So have fun with that, Kevin and Corey.
Yeah. Well, you guys were in Roanoke, man. That was awesome.
Thank you, Roanoke.
Ray, thank you.
Thank you, Roanoke. Well, it
Coming
sounds
up
like your
next,
Quebec reception.
we're in Quebec.
It's Fort Worth. We're in Fort Worth off
Go
Quebec
Stars.
Street.
It's a beautiful Buffalo Wild Wings. They're already serving wings.
Mm-hmm.
They're already
Did you get
serving
meatballs yesterday? Did they spit in your
Let me eat the
meatballs
balls.
after you tried to
I
put
got
that
the
truck out of
balls.
business?
I got 6 meatballs. The best ones were the Asian meatballs. The next one were the carbonara meatballs.
Oh.
I tried. They had your kind of marinara Italian meatballs, which were solid too. They had some other interesting flavors. So, meatballs were really good at Martin House.
Martin House
Yay.
Brewing, where we'll have
I
our
got it
Tolo
right.
party on December 14th.
Yeah, December 14th, we're back at the Martin House. But today, we're in Quebec.
No,
at
we're in Fort Worth.
Buffalo Wild Wings. It felt like I drove to Quebec. All right. Next on 105.3 The Fan. Oh, my God.
Thanks to Comerica.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of 5908 Quebec Street if you want to come and see us. It is also a Shout-Out Friday, 877-881-1053. And Mike is most excited because the Cronuts are indeed.
Oh my goodness.
Holy cow.
Oh, man.
I've never seen anything like
this. Are these tricked up Cronuts? Holy
these are
moly.
fancy.
They took Cronuts to another level with this one. Wow.
You know what I like?
Oh, my.
Out here is Buffalo Wild Wings usually opens at 11. It's just now 10, and people are walking in, and they're like, how are there already more than a dozen people here?
And what's crazy, too, is they're all drinking non-alcoholic beverages right now, too. That's what's really cool.
I don't know if
Every
that
single
pink
one of them.
number right there is a non-alcoholic beverage.
That is.
or
That's
not.
a Shirley Temple.
Is it? Oh, well, that amber-colored one right there definitely.
That is
feels-
apple juice.
Okay, that is a lot
That's
of
just
apple
a Red Bull,
juice.
sir.
Okay. All right, well, nobody's drinking not alcoholic.
I
things up
appreciate
here.
the Tolos. They know I'm depressed already.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Mavericks stink.
They do.
Yeah.
I don't see how they're getting better. I just went through their schedule. By February 1st, they're still going to be 500.
Man, right before we started, he goes, so January 1st, they'll be 500.
Yeah, I think
January 3rd,
I think we're
under
looking.
500.
Yeah, I think we're looking at about a 40-win team this year. A bunch of fart knockers. They get
It's only 12 games, Mike. We can
Yeah.
turn this around.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think they're going to turn it around. I think there'll be times where they're a couple games above 500. At times, a couple under 500. I look at their schedule. They don't want to play basketball.
But you felt that way last year, right? Didn't you feel like we were it was bad? That's the reason I'm kind of wary of it, is because last year I was like, man, they don't look good at anything right now. And this year is kind of the same thing. I don't know, man. Kid has a weird way of approaching this thing. But they do need to get their act together if they want to be higher up in the standings to have some home court advantage, unless that doesn't matter to them.
I'm very conflicted.
It obviously doesn't.
Yes, that feels
one's
true.
dying.
I'm very conflicted because I feel like I know the phrase that could make Mike feel better, but I don't want to say it.
Let's give something away.
No,
take a
you'll
load
probably
off.
you'll
yeah.
probably hear it in a couple hours or so.
You can say it now.
See,
Take a load
but-
off, man.
I'm telling you what. Somebody give me a knife. I'm getting into these Cronuts.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
He's gonna eat his feelings.
So much better than I thought it could have been when you first started that sentence. I don't know. When somebody defiantly says, "Give me a knife," like I got nervous. All right, if you can go ahead.
We also have a Tolo celebrating her birthday with us today. I just wanted to point that out.
Oh!
21 today.
For a present, I got you a Frank Thomas jersey. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
And
kidding.
she's I think she's been to our last 3.
Yeah.
I believe that is correct.
3 for 3.
All right. I'm going to play cut number 1, and I know
Unlike the Mavs shooting corner threes.
it's going to be hard to come up with a lot of good answers for this. Go ahead and fire off cut number 1 for me, if you can, please.
Second and goal for the Texans. Mixon was on the move. He's on his way to the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. Joe Mixon.
So I want to run this down. Which Texans players scare you, and then perhaps do you think there's an area where the Cowboys hold any advantage? I know that last one is going to be a little bit tough. I did come up with one thing that could be, I don't know. Yeah, Kicker's a good answer. I came up with one other thing that doesn't necessarily mean it will benefit us, but hopefully we won't get blown out of the water as much. The Texans have not scored a touchdown in the second half in 4 straight games.
Let's go.
So the Cowboys don't like to score touchdowns in the second half either,
Not at
especially
all.
not in the third quarter. So maybe we won't get run out on in the second half. And if you're like, that's not very encouraging, that's probably the best I can do for you right now.
Well, I think if it's late, the Cowboys don't have Dak anymore, so they're not going to be coming back like that. That's for sure. Yeah.
That is true.
But, the Cowboys get off to a hot start 3 or 4 drives in, and they usually end up kicking a field goal.
Hold on. Is that a hot start?
Yeah.
If you kick a field goal on your third or fourth drive?
For them, yeah.
Okay.
For any other team, it's probably they've been slowed down just a little bit.
All
But yeah,
right.
For them, it's okay.
Okay.
It'll work out.
I guess that's positive.
As far as like any advantages, the only two places I have 2 places, and that's it. Like that is completely it. The things that concern Texans fans. This is what I know. If CeeDee Lamb and Cooper Rush establish anything in the middle of or to start the game and throughout the game, and if Micah Parsons goes off, they are actually concerned about Micah Parsons, his ability to get pressure in the way that C.J. Stroud has struggled with a lot of the pressure this year because that offensive line had some ineptitudes at times. That's the 2 things that they're really concerned about. Other than that, they think that you put it on paper and it lines up easy for the Texans against the Cowboys right now.
Yeah, look, with the imminent return of Nico Collins, obviously Joe Mixon has been a workhorse for them. Not always the most efficient, but he has been a workhorse for them this season. And C.J. Stroud is still C.J. Stroud. I know he has had his own set of struggles and looked very human at times over the last month, kind of like Jaden Daniels last night. But those are still things that I think you can lean back on the Texans. And I'm like, I still fear Stroud, Mixon, Collins. There's still a bunch offensively, especially.
Yeah, Mixon, he hasn't been gangbusters, but he's been good. He's been exactly what they needed offensively because they lost a couple of, they lost Singletary, and I believe Dameon Pierce wasn't really growing into what they expected him to be. And Mixon was really looking for something once he left Cincinnati because he felt really hurt by what they did. So he felt like he found the right team. What he does out of the backfield as a receiver, as well as like a safety blanket, security blanket for C.J. Stroud, that's something the Cowboys struggle with. Look, man, we can get everything else, but once it goes off grid, we don't know what to do. This team does not have great instincts once that happens. So I would say Mixon is a big concern for me. But wasn't Saquon Barkley a bigger concern last week, and he just didn't have the big game?
It is.
Maybe that's because everybody else seemed to, and they weren't concerned about the Cowboys' offense doing anything.
It is a weird dynamic in terms of we got destroyed, but maybe their best player didn't really do that much. Like, that makes me feel actually doubly bad. Hey, their best player didn't dominate, but we still got dominated.
Are you suggesting then that this is the Dalton Schultz revenge game? This is his time to be like, all those workouts
you know what?
in front of people, they were doing tours, I'm going to get y'all back finally.
I'm not going to lie. I actually haven't thought about Dalton Schultz in probably like a year, so I kind of forgot that he
I think the offense forgot about him a lot, too.
On that franchise. Is he even still on that team?
Yeah,
I have to admit I forgot about
3
him.
catches for 60
yards.
yards.
I have to admit, I forgot that he was on the team.
I don't even know if he has a touchdown this year, though. I'm
well,
looking
I
right
mean,
now.
clearly we didn't need him. We have our stud second-round pick. How many touchdowns does he have this year? Probably a lot, right? Schoonmaker?
None.
Doesn't he have a
He has,
Oh, what?
I think he has 0 too.
Are you guys happy that the Cowboys won't ruin your Sunday?
Actually, Mike, yes, but this is sad to say.
Oh, no, are you not going to watch
I
it?
don't know. I'm wearing the Dallas Cowboys Christmas sweater courtesy of Miller Lite today. So
By the
thank you for
way,
that.
we will also have one of those available during Peace-a-thon.
I had plans no matter what Sunday, even if the Cowboys were playing, I was going to go to the batting cages with my kid.
What?
Just to go hit baseballs and take out the frustration.
What if
no
they were
matter
7-2?
I would absolutely be at home watching the game.
Okay,
and he could
okay,
deal with it. But
okay.
yeah, I'd say no matter what. But yeah, no matter. I was like, let's go hit some baseballs instead of whatever football is on. And then it turned out it's a Monday night game, so now they get to spoil my Monday, or make it great. Who knows?
Yeah.
Depends on what I'm rooting for. If I'm rooting for a top pick in the draft.
I am rooting for a top pick in the draft. And then again, that's where I feel kind of conflicted, kind of defeated a little bit. Because if the Cowboys win, you're like, in theory, that's great. But then at 4-6, do I think they're about to make a run to the playoffs? Not really. And instead, I'm like, did you just drop yourself from, I don't know, the 6th pick in the draft to the 9th pick in the draft, or whatever the makeup might be? So I don't think I can root against the Cowboys, at least not yet. But I think I've moved into that category with you where I'm like, if they lose, maybe not so bad.
Yeah, somebody just texted in and said they're scared of Tank Dell. He hasn't had a great season. He had a really good game against the Jets. He had nine targets, 6 catches, 126 yards. But he only has, 2 touchdowns on the season. However, he is a Devontae Smith type guy who can slip into some cracks that we were like, oh crap, he got behind us. We didn't expect that to happen. And so Tank Dell can definitely be one of those guys that exposes the Kalen Carsons or whoever else is the second option out there if they're trying to lock down Nico Collins if he's out on the field.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth.
We already have like teens amount of people here.
Yes,
it's filling up here, dude. It's filling up.
We do. So if you're like, hold on, are they even open yet? That's not what my map app says. They are open. They are serving food. They are definitely serving non-alcoholic beverages
exactly
if
right.
you're interested.
Yeah.
And then it is a shout-out Friday from the 214. Shout-out to my wife, Kayla. We're in the car driving to San Antonio listening. Shout-out to you, Kayla. Hopefully we are winning you over. Coming up next, how about some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan?
You've made us #1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversations on the Fan's KNC Masterpiece. Always on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
My low insulation, nature's very best.
Cowboys Nation is big because everything's bigger in Texas. And Reliant has the energy to power it all. From home field advantage to home sweet home, Reliant has Dallas Cowboys fans all across the Lone Star State covered for every electric moment this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Dallas Cowboys.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
We've all seen it at games. A fan holds up a sign that says, "Believe." Well, Ford offers vehicles you can believe in, like F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 47 years straight. That's why your Texas Ford dealers are a proud sponsor, the official vehicle of the Dallas Cowboys, and proud sponsor of Believing, based on 1977 to 2023 CY total sales.
Ford is the best in Texas.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop D-O-double-G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16s with Apple Intelligence on us, plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jangle.
With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 eligible trade-ins, and 4 new lines with autopay. Well-qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreements due. $829.99 credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence available now.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Kelly's all new this fall. So good it make you want to sing.
The Kelly Clarkson Show, weekdays at 3 p.m. on NBC5.
Keep it up with all high school sports in North Texas. Inside all the games, inside all the plays, and inside all the action. Get your game on Inside High School Sports, Sundays at 10 a.m. on NBC5.
Continued clear and sunny this afternoon with a high 70.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
Hey, Kevin, guess what? You can see the pictures on Twitter and Facebook. I posted them up in my attic, and the beautiful Milex has been installed up in my attic now. And this winter, I'm going to be able to take advantage of awesome electricity bills because I got Milo insulation installed at the house.
Now, when you say take advantage, that means bill-wise. You're not going to go up there and play in it, are you?
I will, definitely.
Okay, you should not.
Yes, I can.
That is not. I mean, you can.
I do what I want.
But I'm saying you should not. Instead, you should enjoy Milo and that Milex happening and helping you with the bills both in the summer and now in the winter. If you want to go ahead and set up your free consultation, which I highly recommend. I talked about this time and again. Our base energy costs for like what they charge went up 40%. Yet our electricity bill this summer went down. So if you want to set up that free estimate and attic inspection, call 1-800-574-MILO. That's MILO. Or visit MiloInsulation.com.
Milo Insulation, nature's very best.
My son Ryan went with a friend and they visited Mexico. They purchased medication and it turned out to be complete fentanyl and it killed him. This drug does not discriminate. One pill can end your life and change your family's life forever. One pill kills.
To learn more, visit onepillkillstx.com. Sponsored by HHSC.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth Restoration. What would you do if your business was suddenly struck by a disaster, a flood, a fire? What if water soaked everything inside your office? Well, it's never pleasant to think about such things, but you never know when it'll happen to you. That's why you need to remember this one thing. DowerthRestoration.com. Since 1976, we've been there for the ones who thought it would never happen to them. It's good to have friends in the restoration business.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
3rd and goal. Jackson running around. Little jump pass, touchdown. Bateman.
NFL overreaction or reality is what we're going to do here as we are live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Quebec, 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. My first question for you.
Our friend R.W. Wells has delivered a My Possibilities table to My Possibilities
he made that?
Peace-a-thon that he made.
Wow.
Thank you very much, R.W.
That is awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Now, my question to start it off is, and I feel like this is definitely reality, Lamar Jackson is playing the best football of his career.
Yes.
All right,
that's reality.
Is it the passing?
Yes.
How well he's doing passing that has set everybody over the edge and been like, wow. Because I feel like this whole year has been like in your face, Bobby. 24 passing touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
And Bobby's so dug in, he won't change his mind about it. But it's the decision-making to go along with the passing. The passing looks comfortable. His feet are set. So many important mechanics of the way he's throwing look right. Whereas it just looked like sometimes he'd be slinging from the hip and you're like, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah.
But the decision-making to go along with it, I think the decision-making is so much easier because of what Derrick Henry adds, though.
All right, NFL
I agree.
Okay. NFL
It's about Lamar Jackson being the best version we've ever seen. See how I remembered it?
I appreciate that. I do. NFL overreaction or reality, the New York Giants will get the number 1 pick in the draft.
Ooh, big game on Thanksgiving for that one.
You you want to ask Jerry that question? Do you want to say, hey, how big is that Thanksgiving game become in terms of getting that number one pick?
Let's wait till we get there.
Okay. All right.
The competitor, sorry, let me pull up Tankathon. Cleveland.
It's not good either way.
New England.
Carolina's still, I know Carolina won, but I feel like they're still
if you made me bet on it, I would bet the field over it. Like, I don't think the Giants are by far the worst team.
Yeah.
Right now, it has Jacksonville as the number one pick.
Oh, maybe they should take a quarterback. Corey, what do you say?
I know that's a joke, but maybe they should.
Yeah, with the way things could line up, it could be. I don't know about number one, though. Maybe number two. Maybe the number four.
Okay. There's a lot of bad teams.
Top
I'd
5
say
pick.
1 through 11 are really bad teams.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Kansas City Chiefs will go undefeated.
No way.
Will they be undefeated after this weekend? The audience says no.
Oh, man, this is tough. Because
it's a 2.5-point spread, I believe. Buffalo by 2.5.
I mean, Patrick Mahomes thrives in those scenarios.
Yeah, and I think Taylor Swift's concert's in Canada, right around there. So
which part of Canada?
Right
Quebec?
there, right next to whatever is next to Buffalo. Is it Quebec? Vancouver? Yeah.
Toronto. What did we play? Ottawa?
Yes.
Ottawa's not far away from
so
there.
I think it's going to be a dub.
The Ottawa Lynx. I went to Ottawa.
Okay.
NFL.
I'm going to Toronto, too, and Montreal.
Okay, so both not undefeated.
Oh, no, they're going undefeated. They're not undefeated the whole season. They win this weekend.
But undefeated this weekend.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. NFL overreaction or reality.
Same with the Cowboys this weekend.
There will be more Texans fans at AT&T Stadium Monday night than there will be Cowboys fans. I don't know if that came across on air. Like, everybody in the Buffalo Wild Wings like, yeah, that's reality.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy drive. It's real close.
Houston, I'm not – I guess I am taking a shot at Houston, but I do think this is a reality. Houston is Dallas-like with their fan base. I don't feel like – and I'm not talking about Cowboy fans because there's zillions around the world. I don't feel like
in terms of the apathy sometimes.
Yeah, like I don't – Houston Texans fans, I feel like they would travel like – Dallas Maverick fans, like I don't know. I'll say 60% Cowboy fans.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 60% Texans fans.
Okay. That'd be awesome if it was.
No. It's not going to change anything. That's why.
NFL overreaction or reality, after what you saw last night, you are sure the Eagles are going to win this division.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure about it. Last night, I don't know what Washington's game plan was. And
turn the ball over.
They asked McCarthy about the Eagles. Was it everything was short? You didn't go downfield very much with against the Eagles, and he said, yeah, that was part of what they were doing. And so I guess that was what happened last night. But Jaden Daniels looked so conservative last night with his approach to putting the ball downfield. It didn't work for him either.
Ooh, this is a good bonus.
December 22nd is the rematch. That's a noon game, and the Cowboys play Sunday Night Football against Tampa. I think that is going to be one that NBC looks at and goes,
definitely should.
Should we have Philly and Washington on that Sunday night over Tampa and Dallas?
And I think that is a no-brainer. Okay, I got one more Giants question for you because I was curious. NFL overreaction or reality, the Giants to just say screw it and let Daniel Jones start the rest of the season.
Yeah, who's their backup? It's not a draft pick, is it?
It is crap. It's not Tommy
Kurt
DeVito.
Warner?
He's third. No, it's somebody really terrible that is their backup. Crap. Why can I not remember that
fine.
dude's name?
It's as long as it's not like a top 3-round pick. What's the point of like, hey, we need to give this guy time?
That was Drew Lock.
Drew Lock. There you go. Somebody really terrible.
Yeah. Who cares?
Yeah, I just roll them out there and finish it out. Get your money's worth.
I mean, I know that it was just a little bit of a game, and I know you have not confidence. You'd hope to see Trey Lance get better and improve and feel better about it.
I would hope.
I watched enough and go, they both aren't
Yeah.
it. So, I feel like with Drew Lock and Daniel Jones, they're in a Cooper rush. Trey Lance sits a second. So,
all right. Normally we would go to break, but instead, is it right now, Alec?
Yep.
Okay, in just a second. Okay, he's ready right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's talk with the Dallas Cowboys owner and GM, Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good to be on with you guys. It's a stepped-up day. Got a little different pace to our step. Those fights start at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
And
going to be a lot of good fights out there today.
And I did want to ask you, I know obviously y'all are getting ready for the Monday night game. Will you be in attendance for the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul extravaganza?
Absolutely, right at ringside. I will be.
Okay.
I'm excited about it. And those fights actually start at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay, so right after our show.
By the way, Netflix specifically didn't want a curtain, so we don't do a curtain out there.
Well played, sir.
That's the kind of story we really are excited about for fighting, really, and the interest that's being exhibited, and the fact that Netflix is doing such a coverage of it, and the fact that we're going to have as many as 70,000 out there. It's real happening. We're real proud of it.
You are probably supposed to say neutral, but I'm curious if you have a rooting interest in the main event. The public sentiment seems to be pretty strongly behind Mike Tyson. What are you thinking about this fight?
Well, I have we all have a big part of our lives living around the legend and the actual fighter, Mike Tyson. But I know him and have known him for years, and he's a really a top person, and it's amazing what happens to him when he gets in the ring. Now he might become something else when he gets in that ring, but boys, he's a nice guy out of the ring, and he's been a real credit for fighting.
When these fights happen, Jerry, whenever you have these kinds of events, how much different is the crowd from a football game to what you see whenever you have these kinds of events go on?
Well, the proximity to the action, and you normally mentally picture right around that ring and within feet of the fighters himself, creates an intimate involvement of the fans there. But I would say that the anticipation, the just two people out there, nothing to hide. It's all you. Whatever happens, you did it or they did it. So I think all of that adds to it. But one of the reasons I really am a big fight fan is it has such a following in Mexico, and it has such a following by our Hispanic fans. And when we do fights, I get letters just thanking the Cowboys for being involved in the enthusiasm promotion of the fights. But I think it's a great sport, and this is a great way to call attention to it, a modern day way of bringing it forward. But fighting was such a big part of my father's generation and his generation back in the World War II, and all of it has such ground roots in America that it just really is an interesting and good night. I'm so glad the stadium's getting to be involved.
Do you think that because they put on a show, that boxing has always been big at putting on a show. Do you ever take anything from them, from the boxing world, to say, I think we can add that element to the NFL?
Well, I had a great coach. I was interviewing him for my master's thesis. And I was interviewing him, and he was one of the greatest coaches. I'm going to have deference and not mention his name. But he started off, and he said, you take the fake out of me, there's not much left. Think about that a minute. And this was a great coach. I mean, maybe the greatest of all time. And so it's really not that. It's just that a whole bunch of competing is getting your mind right. A whole bunch of competing is as you see yourself as against an opponent, whether it be team or individual. A whole bunch of stuff is in the mind. And that I appreciate that, because I can imagine what fighters have to do to get themselves ready to step out there and get hit.
Now, one of the things we love about talking with you, Jerry, is not just being able to talk boxing and Cowboys, but general NFL stuff. And I know this has kind of been building for a while. Roger Goodell said he would like to see an expansion to 18 games within the next 5 years. I would love to get your thoughts about whether or not that's feasible and anything else you have on the topic.
Well, first of all, I'm a 18-game proponent. I think that it's serves the game in a great way. It's a de-emphasis off the game part of preseason. Going with that would cut those 2 games off of preseason. So you just have 2 games in preseason, and then the rest of it would be full season games. With the nature of the game, the interest in the game, nothing wrong with teams early playing themselves into top form and those games counting. And so I'm for it. It creates a really good expansion of the visibility of our game. In other words, there'll be more people that eyeball football. I'm all for that. I think this is one of the big reasons that we have the interest in NFL today is it's been so accessible, free television, if you will, and it's been the most accessible. And I think that alone has created interest in the game.
In this scenario, would you anticipate 2 regular season buys per team?
Well, I don't know that detail, and I mean, I don't know how that would end up and resolve, but that's getting in the weeds a little bit on it. But it's something that is logical to think, but let's just see how that might work.
Yeah, Kevin loves getting in the weeds on those details.
I do.
Sure. He's always been that kind of
guy.
guy.
Hey, and Kevin, to your defense, I love the weeds too. I do. I love the detail, and first of all, when it's nuanced, and that's a big deal. You're talking about another bye, another break in the middle to heal up a little bit and get the teams get their feet up under them and get to go again. So that's a big issue, and I'm all for it. But I love the details. The thing that I love football so much that I've always thought that those nuances, not just the pass, not just the block, but the nuances of what's behind that, anytime that we can project that out to our fans, everybody's a winner. To remind you, we're the first team to ever have a camera in the draft room. And, of course, the draft has turned out to be one of the most viewed events that we have in the NFL. But it was so thought that, man, that's so sanctimonious in there, and the discussions can get so sensitive and so personal. That's just not going to work. Well, it does work, and it works fabulous. And those details are what creates more interest in the game.
Plus, if you add another bye, that's an extra week on the TV schedule the next time those contracts come up. You know what I'm saying?
I do. Hey, I just thought of a story. I'm not trying to change the subject at all, but I just thought of one that's very appropriate with this fight that we got here today and tonight with it. But when Stephen was about 16, I was all figuring out ways to try to, as a young, for a dad, to make him something that I was not. If you see, every father I've ever met lives what he wanted to be through his son or through that competition. So I was backing a fighter, and his name was Otis Bates. And he was ambidextrous, but he was a hell of a cruiserweight fighter. I mean, a legitimate cruiserweight, big-time fighter. So my friends that I had training him, and I was really the sponsor of him, or one of the sponsors of him. And this was 4 or 5 years before I bought the Cowboys. Well, I said, Stephen, it'd toughen Stephen up a little bit, and it'd be good for him. He's 16. So I arranged a deal where Stephen would spar with him at 16. And this is a Mike Tyson kind of attitude guy. Uh-oh. Well, Stephen had his headgear on and ready to go. And I said, now, boys, whatever you do, don't you let that guy get loose on him and hurt him. I said, but it'll be good. Well, Stephen walks out there, and the first things he does, he jabs him right on the nose, and they had their headgears on and everything. that guy completely goes crazy. And he starts hitting Steven, and he's hitting him in the shoulders, face, everything in the book. Turned his headgear completely around on his head where Steven was looking out the hole. It got hit that hard. Can you picture that? Man, we were running up there. Everybody was trying to get in the ring that stopped him. And he just punched him wrong. And of course, the instincts took over, and the fighter got after it and did his deal. Well, I had to, in blood, and Steven still got me to this day and always says, I'll tell. Of course, I'm telling right here and have told, but I said, you got to do one thing. Don't you ever tell your mother. Don't you ever tell your mother that I put you up in that ring with that guy. And, of course, it got out, and I got killed.
Oh, man, you know what? We have Steven on Monday, so we can ask him a little bit of his side of that conversation.
Please do. Please do. Oh, yeah, hit him with it. He's good at it. He's got another perspective on it. By the way, you didn't see old Daddy-O getting his ass up in that ring, but I put old Steven up there.
Got to let him get his experience.
That's typical.
I'm glad, Jerry, that you brought that up too, though, because this is a personal question. Every year I think I ask Jerry one personal question, and as of last night, I am certain that I lost my wedding ring. Do you have any advice for me? Should I tell my wife, for one? Also, how do I replace this?
Well, I'd go to where you were and get it if you can. Is that awkward?
Go like where I bought it before or where it was last, because
where you left it last night.
Oh yeah,
where you left it.
That's a very long story. I can never get it back. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna find a new one.
Man, these areas of conversation in life normally lead to awkward spots. Don't bring this stuff up.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I'll get back to this then. The Cowboys tried wide receiver by committee, and we saw a little bit of the running back by committee. What have the Cowboys learned from those experience of doing positions by committee so far?
Well, first of all, let's be real clear. I don't know of anybody that just lines up a team with only one or two receivers. By the very nature of it, there's usually 6 on the roster, and according to what you do with your tight end count. And then with running back, it's almost, when you look at a roster and where you're going to put your defense, offense, any special team whiz you got. But you normally are dealing with 3 running backs on a roster. And when they do, they say, this guy will probably do 15 carries. This guy will probably do X carries. I don't know what you want to call that. Committee? What do you want to call it? Some guys seem to do better in close when you're in short yardage. Some guys hit those creases better to the outside. Some guys are inside runner better. And so when you say what's different about a committee, it's always been committee. We had backups when they had the great Emmitt Smith. There was another one. Now, to define that he's your most effective running back right now, yeah, you can do that, just like you can. Lamb is our most effective receiver. I'm not taking issue. I'm just saying these positions, by the very nature, you have a coach for the entire group, so that if all you had was one player out there, you wouldn't need a coach for that one player. And so my point to you is it's always been committee. Now, I understand the implication of what's by committee where you're really trying to split it. But, the nature of a ball game and getting nicked in a ball game. What if you go out there and have a head concussed or those type of things? Then, you got to have somebody ready to go. Depth is the thing. And so to be definitive, what he's really saying is Rico is really showing up. And he's doing what we'd always hoped he would do. There wasn't anybody that didn't think Rico was one heck of a ball carrier. But he's had trouble staying healthy. And really that's been his nemesis. And so that he's healthy and he's staying healthy. That's a good thing because he's always been one of our top. He runs violently is the word I often hear people describe him. He runs violently.
Trey Lance has said that he wants to continue to grow as a Cowboy this season. I'm curious, what does that look like to you? Like, obviously playing better, but how can you tell if Trey Lance is growing as a player throughout the season, especially if he's not the primary starter?
You'll never be able to tell until you see how he does it in competition, in real games. You can do a lot of work. By the way, mentally, he's one of the top people our coaches have ever been around mentally. And he's got the temperament for that position. He's really outstanding mentally. Work ethic, it's right on par with any of the great ones you've ever seen. He's got work ethic. Now, you can get in trouble comparing, but I'm talking work ethic. And the stick-to-itiveness, for that, what that means, well, obviously, he's been staying hard and staying focused to try to improve. He probably has more upside because he hasn't played the games in college or otherwise, but he's got a lot of we keep hearing that. It's definitely strong. He's got a very strong arm. He's got a real upside with his size and speed. And so he's legitimate. That's why he was drafted, I think, with the 6th pick or the 5th pick in the whole draft. And so and he works hard. So all of those things you can have success with that, but you got to have the opportunity. I've often said that you may never have seen Dak Prescott, and I'm not taking anything away from Dak Prescott. You may never have seen him had Romo not gotten hurt. And then he goes on the field out there, and during the season, in several games, becomes a factor that caused people to evaluate, look harder, emboldened him. Now, he'd had a lot more playtime in college. But still, this is how it happens. And so if you get in there, get playtime, do some things right, get your own confidence up, you can take off. But he's talented.
Jerry, changing the topic a little bit, today starts playoff football for high school. And Jason Witten has become one of the best high school coaches in the state of Texas. Do you see him possibly becoming a head coach in the NFL? I know he's just doing high school right now, and his kids are in high school. Do you see him as a great, knowledgeable guy that could take what he's doing in high school and take it to the highest level of coaching?
Yes. Without hesitation, yes. He has something you can't draw up. Reminds me of a lot of our other tight end who's head coach up there at Detroit right now. Mm-hmm. And he's his own words when he talked his parting ways with the team. Boys, it's in the dirt. It's down in the dirt. That's where it is. But Jason is very sophisticated when it comes to understanding football and all the nuances. But more important than anything, he really does understand the physical and the mentality of being physical, that part of it. So without a question, he can become above high school. He can become a coach. He has extraordinary work ethic. And he is absolutely calls on his teammates, or would call on his players as a coach. So yeah, he can be a top coach.
And the last thing I got for you, I just want to make sure that we can show you we do our research here. Was your master's thesis entitled "The Role of Oral Communication in Modern Day Football"? Does that sound correct?
That was it.
There you go.
That was it.
All right.
And my coach, who was a really highly respected coach, Frank Broyles of Arkansas, to do my thesis, he got me interviews with the greatest people in football at the time. Now, they weren't necessarily in pro, because the greatest ones were Woody Hayes, were Bear Bryant, were Ira Parsegian. So those were the people that I talked to about really about selling in football, and wrote my thesis.
Man, appreciate that insight. Love the stories today. Thank you very much, good sir. Best of luck on Monday.
Guys.
and we'll catch you next week.
Let's go. Bye-bye.
There you go, Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, I know
He's ready to enjoy those fights now.
Yes,
so,
he is.
They start at 3.
They start at 3
Do
o'clock.
not forget they start at 3,
So come
guys.
out to Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Quebec. Hang out with us. And if you want to make your way to AT&T Stadium, you can make it all happen. I know we sort of switched up the break structure right there, but coming up next, let's get some of your shout-outs in. Plus, Joe Mazzulla has even more advice for how to tweak up the NBA Cup. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation of Football Friday for you, Stephen Jones joins.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
got doctors that are very familiar with how to repair that, and his prognosis is wonderful. It just means that we're not going to have him the rest of the year.
You know where breaking sports news originates, and that's right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, Lake Worth, if you prefer, off of Quebec. If you want to come see us, that would be fantastic. Now, it is a shout-out Friday, Corey. I got a couple more shout-outs for you. Kevin, my name's Grant. My 29th birthday is on Sunday. Can I get a happy birthday shout-out? Absolutely. Happy birthday to y'all. And then this one is a little different, and it's not from the fan text, but I definitely wanted to throw it out there because I think when people use their power of community like this, it's super cool. So the University of Montana, they lost to Tennessee in college basketball earlier this week. But one of the kids on the team, Money Williams, he told a story, or I guess it's known, that his mom and dad both died in the last year.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and so, obviously just crushingly sad. And so the folks at Tennessee, they raised more than $10,000 in a GoFundMe for this kid because they were just, really touched. I mean, he played great there, but they were just really touched by his story, and they were like, hey, we want to try to reach out. We want to try to do something. And they raised $10,000 for him in honor of his parents. And I think that's super cool. I know a lot of times in sports we got to talk about hey, this person did this or this story's not so good or whatever. But this is that's a heartwarming story right there.
Kevin, where do you find stuff like that, man? Is there a heartwarmingstories.com or something like that?
You know what?
Barstool Sports.
Barstool.
It was on Sports Illustrated. It was not on. Yeah, Barstool Sports doesn't always have the most heartwarming. Heartwarming stories.
Sports Illustrated is the place to go. Then.
I thought
kids.
For kids. SI Kids.
Okay, Sports Illustrated for kids. I thought that was a lovely thing, and then. What do you think about Joe Mazzulla's latest idea? Now, Joe Mazzulla, the head coach of the Celtics, is maybe the most fascinating person in all of sports. He's definitely the most fascinating person to me in the NBA. So he loves the NBA Cup because he's a huge fan of European soccer. So what he said is not only would he like them to do the NBA Cup, he would like them to have maybe 2 or 3 different tournaments happening throughout the season, just like the European clubs do with soccer. And to facilitate that, he would also like players to be able to be loaned to other teams.
I love that idea.
For these cups along the way.
Yeah.
So what do you think about the idea of expanding tournaments? He goes, yeah, you're playing 35 domestic games and 3 other cup games. It works for them. We can make it work. What do you think about expanding out for multiple cups as well as player loaning for these tournaments?
I like the idea. I told you the other day, I think that in about 7 or 8 years, I'm going to go, I want one of those cups. I'm a little jealous.
But now you're fine.
But right now, I'm like, okay, let them have their fun.
I want it now. It's the only thing the Mavs might be able to win.
No.
Fake cup.
So down right now.
All right. So
does it come with a jock strap?
Oh my God!
Because that's where Luca's was left in the last seconds of the game.
Here's what I need you guys to do. This is a great question from the 321. I'm on my way to Quebec right now. I had to turn back and get my passport. Do you guys think I'll make it? Yes. Just swing a right on Canuck Boulevard. You'll find us. We're right there at the Buffalo Wild Wings on Quebec. Also, I need you to show up here to cheer Mike up. Somebody brought Cronuts, and that helped, but the depression of the Mavericks' early season struggles has clearly gotten to him.
Yeah.
So if you want to come help cheer Mike up as well, that would be phenomenal.
Well, we have another Maverick fan that he's depressed too.
Yeah.
He brought the Cronuts. He knows. He's like, this team isn't good.
Hey, shout out to Carruthers Candy Company for bringing us some freeze-dried candy. My kids love these peach rings. The last year they brought these out to us. The Skittles are amazing, dude. So good luck with your life.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You might find that candy's just not good anymore unless it's done like this.
Okay.
Next up, are we talking about Jason Witten being the coach next year?
Jerry just did lay that out for you.
Not.
He's got a plan, I think.
But
Dan Campbell, he's better than Dan Campbell, too.
And I do like that he made that reference without specifically saying Dan
That
Campbell.
coach up
I don't
there
know
in
if that will
Detroit.
get him around tampering charges or anything like that. But, yeah, I did like that you asked that question and mentioned that. Also,
Settle down just a little bit.
okay, sorry, Jerry, I will settle down. And I definitely didn't mark the thing where you're like, I really like to get in the weeds. Like, we definitely didn't mark that for later use. From the 940, shout out to my husband. We're here at Buffalo Wild Wings, and he agreed to take off work with me to come here today. Please say hi to embarrass him. Also,
Hi. How's it going? He's right there. Because she started laughing whenever you said that, so I knew it was them.
Also, Mike gets a shot later for roasting Bobby this morning. Good job.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Great.
Yeah.
Not Mike again.
Because you look at this Mike presentation and you're like, you know what it needs? Alcohol. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll get back on our regular schedule. We will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, if you got some Mike Tyson, Jake Paul predictions, let us know. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Southpaw Mike Bassett. Weekdays at 10:40, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. With all the marquee NFL games this week.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Quebec. And in case you're thinking about coming, I just want to run a quick little experiment. Buffalo Wild Wings, let me hear you right now. But we still got plenty more room. So if you want to go ahead and stop on by, they are open. We're ready to roll. And right now, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
How's it going, guys?
We're doing well. We're doing well. How about yourself?
I am here, ready to go.
Okay.
Are you sure?
That is not as excited as I was hoping for, but
well, it's not Monday yet. It's game day.
That's
Monday.
right.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
That's
Hey,
when they'll
Mick.
turn it up.
What do you think about Micah Parsons ragging on Daniel Jones on Twitter X last night?
I didn't see that.
Let me see if I can pull it up real quick so I have the quote. But he pretty much said, can you believe that they thought Daniel Jones was better than Saquon Barkley in New York?
Oh, he was sticking up for his Penn State teammate.
So it was in a way sticking up for Penn State, and I was like, why didn't you just do that without taking a shot at Daniel Jones? We all know he stinks, but maybe don't do that.
Yeah, he needs a filter. I told you the other day, right?
Yes. Yes, you did.
Less is more.
Isn't he in charge of content for Bleacher Report or something too? I think I was hearing Eric Giafalo talk about that the other day. I don't know. Maybe
I don't
I'm wrong.
know.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
Was that a question, Corey?
Was that? Yeah, it was a question.
Well, we all said we don't.
And I didn't have an answer for it.
Yeah, Corey, we all said we don't
I immediately
know.
was like, maybe I'm wrong. I better go look it up. So, Mickey, what are we going to do this weekend? How are we going to make sure that we get the healthy guys out on the field?
Yeah.
They don't play until Monday.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This weekend we
It's
got to practice.
thing.
Kevin. You
It's
got to
a
practice.
good thing they still got 3 days to go before they have to play, and one more kind of sturdy practice. So that's a lot of guys. They had, somebody didn't explain it right. I heard, and I can't remember if it was a news update or sports station, whichever I was listening to. It was like, they got 18 guys on the injury report.
Yes.
Well, okay, but eight of the 18 were fully practiced, right? So you just got to count the guys that did not practice, and I think that ended up being right around 8. And that's somewhat concerning going forward, since 2 of the guys were I guess Tyler Smith was limited, but him being limited and Zach being out, meaning both guards maybe without him.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? And so I started thinking about it, and it's like, well, if Guyton's back and you're missing guards, then Awesome Richards is probably not competing to be the starting tackle, that he's probably got to be a guard, and then the other one would be TJ Bass. And boy, you're getting real young on that offensive line if it plays out that way. Now, you're hoping they're just trying to get both guys to the game on Monday, and that might be the case. But again, boy, that's concerning. And then the other DNPs that caught my eye were Kalen Carson, shoulder and illness. And then Jordan Lewis ended up having a neck, and he did not practice. So, if Carson wasn't there and you were in two cornerback situations, you could put Lewis out at left corner and Diggs on the right side. But when you go to nickel, well, then you're going to need some help. And the way they finished the game last week, they were using McCwamu as Carson's backup that when he went in, and they also had elevated Josh Butler. Now, if two of those guys can't go, then you're going to have to elevate Butler again, it would seem, and McCwamu was going to have to do more than playing in the slot. So, those are the ones that caught my eye that it's like, ooh, that could be problematic.
Now, I know the logic going forward is obviously that Dak Prescott is out, and that's probably not going to help this, but CeeDee Lamb's 5th in the league in receptions, but also has the 2nd most targets. So not the efficiency that you would love to see. Obviously, you would love to see that balanced or in favor of better receptions versus where he ranks in targets. But CeeDee Lamb does seem really optimistic. I know players probably aren't going to come out and be like, we're screwed. What have you seen from CeeDee Lamb thus far this season that has maybe led to some of these disconnects? And does the positive attitude by him just kind of feel like a CeeDee Lamb-ism?
Well, first of all, I'm not big on the targets statistic because it sounds like he's not catching the balls when it's thrown to him.
Right. When it could be
and
just
what
a
if
bad
it's a bad pass,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
or what if you're just
that's
throwing the ball away and it's in his direction? So
yeah, that's a very raw stat.
But when you're looking at targets, well, who else are you targeting? There's no Brandon Cooks out there.
Yeah.
And if I'm the quarterback, who do I trust? Well, I trust CeeDee Lamb. So yeah, the targets to the receptions, I just look at the receptions. If he's 5th in the league in receptions, that's pretty darn good, right? Because he finished last year first.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wouldn't put too much into that. Now, obviously, he and Dak had a few routes that they didn't connect on, that they were on different pages, and that's concerning. But again, when you don't have any games to go, you would think by this time, and let's get rid of the missing training camp thing, because when you're 5, 6, 7 games into the season, that just doesn't float for me. But again, maybe the quarterback and the wide receiver are reading it, differently, and that comes to a couple of disconnects, and we saw it too. He was doing one thing, Dak was doing another. So when you don't see the ball in the sun, is that a target?
Yes.
See what I mean?
Yeah. Did you like Jerry's zing?
Yes,
about
that was a good one.
Okay, yeah.
Well, the good thing is there will be no sun Monday night.
But what about the moon? Jerry Jones has brought up the moon.
It could be a full moon. Oh no, I think the full moon's tonight. By the way,
I don't know, but
I can't wait to be on the Rangers call when Dave Raymond's like, he lost it in the moon.
Right? Well, they've lost it in the sun before.
That has happened,
definitely.
Or in the lights.
Yeah,
I heard a Harry Carey call when he was doing the White Sox that George Orta missed one in the sun. Yeah, and I won't go on to what else he politically incorrect said.
Yeah, look, I like Harry Carey a lot, but you might not be able to repeat some of those.
Well, you could, but not this day and age.
Yeah, that is fair.
What is you've seen Rico Dowdle's entire career here with,
yeah.
And it's all been with Mike McCarthy. How's he changed since he got here, and what did he do
healthy
to earn all this?
Yeah, he's healthy. His rookie year, undrafted free agent, and he basically was, at the bottom of the tote ladder then, and then he spent basically 2 years on injured reserve. And then last year he was kind of the backup, and now this year he finally got the opportunities that he hadn't got previously in the other 4 years he was with the Cowboys. So I always thought he was a decent to good running back. He just never got a chance to play. I remember his rookie year, he returned a touchdown, a kickoff for a touchdown, and you said, okay, this guy's got something. He's got some speed, but he could never stay healthy. Well, now he's healthy, and, you're seeing what you're doing. And I see everybody's making a big deal that Mike McCarthy named him the starter. He said, well, he's the lead back. And, of course, he is. He has the most carries. He has the most yards. He has the most snaps. And he has started 7 of the 9 games, and 1 of the 2 he didn't start. He was injured. He was ill, and he wasn't active. So he has been the lead back all this time. If you look at the carries, the yards, the snaps, and how many times he started. So, but I guess everybody needed something. So when he said, yeah, he's the lead back, it meant he's the starter. Well, he's been the starter. Nothing has changed.
Well, you're off.
But he's played well.
True.
Right?
No, I agree with that.
Sure, yeah.
And you see what he can do, but has he had, I would have to look this up, but off the top of my head, has he ever had more than like 15 carries in a game so far?
I don't think I've seen that.
Probably not.
It's usually 10, 12, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
But if you don't fall behind by 30 points, you can lean on him.
Which feels impossible in home games for us. So I don't know how that's going to work. But good news, Mick, you're off the hook for a prediction today. But on Monday...
Oh, I could keep thinking about it,
You
right?
can keep... I know you'll agonize all weekend. Get back with us on Monday about your prediction.
You will have it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch you again on Monday.
See ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. I'm hoping if y'all want to throw some predictions out there, let's go to cut number 11. Jake Paul has strong thoughts about what needs to happen in the fight this evening.
I didn't even feel it. He's angry. He's an angry little elf. Mike Tyson, I thought that was a cute slap, buddy, but tomorrow you're getting knocked the fuck out. I'm him up, Burial. I'm him up. He hits like a... It's personal now. It's personal now. He must die.
Oh, man.
So, as if you weren't sure it was a show, the slap by Mike Tyson, and then Jake Paul casually saying, it was a nothing slap. And then I don't know if, the adrenaline hit him at once. He was like, but now it's personal and you will die. And for people who are looking, I just want to warn people, it could happen.
Yeah.
But for people looking for a knockout tonight, remember, they're using pillow gloves. They're 4 to 6 ounces bigger than regulation boxing gloves.
You trying to tell me that Mike Tyson can't knock somebody out with a pillow glove?
No, he probably still can, but if you're hoping for that, just remember they have ridiculously large gloves to try to, lower the violence level potentially.
And that's, the fighting world's, okay with it? It's they're all right with that?
That's why it's an exhibition. Because then you're like, I don't have to follow all of your... And that's another reason it's in Texas, too. Texas has some of the most lenient combat sports restrictions in the United States, if not the world.
And this is sold out.
Yeah, Jerry said, I don't know what the stadium is configured for, if they blocked any about, but he said they think they'll have upwards of 70,000 people there. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, and so it sounds like it's going to be full. We talked about it yesterday. BetMGM said this is the most bet fight they've had in 6 years. So, and I'm sure Netflix is going to get a ton of people watching it. So, for the purity of boxing, I understand. Not so great. If you're just looking for an entertainment and, did we make money? This feels like this is going to back up the cash.
I'm going to try to watch it. I can't guarantee it. We'll see how the night goes, and I don't know what time they're supposed to box at.
Yeah,
is it 9:30?
That's what I thought. But then when Jerry said fights start at 3, I'm like, oh, maybe. I'm not entirely sure now.
I'm totally just flip it on and then have it on throughout the evening, cooking dinner, have people over and all that stuff.
Okay,
the kid, my son, he's going to invite his friends over. They're excited.
I'm being told by multiple people they did in fact sanction the fight, which furthers my other point. Texas has one of the most lenient commissions in the entire United States. So thank you for that update. I appreciate it. But it is a sanctioned fight. But just remember, that's probably why it's in Texas, because we're kind of a little bit lenient.
It is a supermoon tonight, by the way. So we'll get the full moon, all the chaos going on during the supermoon.
Do you want to hear the other Mike Tyson cut, or do you want to save that?
Whenever you want, man. I'm ready for it.
So here's Mike Tyson with, I don't know how old this reporter was. She looked very,
13,
very young.
so,
okay,
yeah.
so this is cut 12. This is a kid
14.
reporter with Mike Tyson, and, man, things turn on this reporter.
What type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about a legacy after that?
Yeah.
He just kept going like
No,
we're all going to die.
By
in
the way,
dust.
the answer is longer, but I thought we just cut it there. And
It's good.
The reporter's just like,
There's some truth to that.
yeah, I know there is. And I actually think I'm with him on the legacy is just another term for ego. But then he's like,
That
we're
was a
all
good
going to
line.
die. Yeah.
That was a really good line.
And also, let us know at home if you can hear those flyovers. Like they're super loud right over here at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort
That's our
Worth,
friend from Lockheed.
off of Quebec,
Yeah.
and they're just really loud. I just wanted to know if that comes across on air as well. Coming up next, this is going to be fun. The Dallas Cowboys, of course, swearing tennis players, and Stevie Wonder. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
it's true.
So easy you can do it in your underwear.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
Tolbert in motion to the right. Rush back. Flushed, fumbles. Now the Cowboys are going to recover. Maybe Steele is playing patty cake with it. And now the Eagles got on it.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, off of Quebec. If you want to get your passport, come on out and see us. That would be fantastic. But right now, it's time for some Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Let us know. Now I want to start this off, and I didn't necessarily know if I was going to make this admission, but I think it's important.
Okay.
Last night, I watched the Netflix film Hot Frosty. And
somebody laughed really hard back there.
Snowman?
I loved it.
Really?
Okay, look. You can judge me all you like. That's fine. It was shockingly good. They all knew that they were going to make fun of their concept. Everybody seems like they were trying their hardest in the movie. I thought it was fantastic. So judge me if you must. But the movie Hot Frosty on Netflix, I thought it was fantastic.
All right.
Oh, my God. That dude's abs are amazing.
And they really are. It's a very, very simple conceit. She puts a scarf on the snowman, and the snowman comes to life, and will they fall in love? Like
Do they?
It's
and
a
he becomes
classic
like
Christmas
a 10
story.
out of 10 muscle man?
Yeah, he is, yeah. Because even the snowman they built, like, looking kind of good. And
Okay,
so,
I've never thought of Frosty as a ripped dude, but now
Yeah.
I do. I
Is this
guess.
like weird science for Christmas?
yes, and that's exactly what it is.
Christmas weird
And
science.
it's interestingly enough, everybody in the town falls in line pretty quickly. They're like, oh, yeah, it's a snowman come to life. And everyone's like, yeah, okay, that sounds about
Yeah,
right.
it makes
So,
sense. Oh, he is handsome.
Yeah,
I get it.
see?
that is a
Okay,
handsome
so if you get an opportunity, fun for you and perhaps the wife, maybe just for you, I liked it.
Kevin, during the C block, I will discuss this further. But, and as I asked Jerry
Jerry
earlier,
did not like you asking.
Yeah, that's funny. I have lost my wedding ring.
Oh,
and I will tell you exactly how this happened during the C block today, but do you think
you still
Adrian will ever? I don't know. If you're not wearing it, are you married? Is a good question.
Mike's not wearing his real ring.
Well, it's a ring, though.
I will just say I have lost 2 wedding rings.
Is that why you got the...
And so I just do the rubber ring now.
Okay, so you go with the rubber. That might be the way to go, is just get a bunch of the rubbers.
You can buy like 4 rubber rings for $10.
Yeah, so that might be the option. But that ring meant something, you know? It was really meaningful. That was the symbol of our marriage, and now it's over.
But oh, no. But isn't it better that you lost your ring than she lost her
Her ring costs a lot more than mine.
My
that's
wife
for sure.
lost her diamond, which was my great-grandmother's diamond. She was gardening.
Yeah, it's going to grow in a carrot.
In the front yard, and then the next thing she knew, she looked and the diamond was not in the ring anymore, and we never found it.
I know it's unlikely, but was there any part that thought you might grow a diamond tree?
Yes.
No, it's not Jack and the Beanstalk.
I just was curious, Mike. Oh, yeah, because that's more ridiculous than anything that you've ever said. All right.
You said it.
Here's my question. Is it Carmelo Anthony?
This is great. Is this Stevie Wonder?
Yes. Is it Carmelo Anthony that needs forgiveness in this situation, or is it Stevie Wonder? Because Carmelo Anthony told a story about meeting Stevie Wonder during the All-Star Weekend in 2011. And he said, we're in the locker room, and people are like, yo, Stevie Wonder want to meet the players. And I'm like, okay, great. I came out, and Stevie Wonder said, I love watching you play.
Yes, he did.
Now.
Yes, he did.
There's a couple of questions here. First of all,
can he see?
Can he see? Second of all, that's just a figure of speech. Or third, is it on Carmelo for forgiveness for putting Stevie on blast? We've already seen, like, when he caught that mic stand that was falling down or whatever, or he's looking through binoculars.
He's looking in a video camera. Why is he looking in the video camera thing if he's not using it?
Who deserves forgiveness, or is it us for potentially making fun of a serious situation?
No, it sounds like either Stevie Wonder was making a great joke, or he can see a little bit. Like maybe he's legally blind.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Stevie Wonder's legally blind,
Yeah.
but can see a little bit.
Lucy is legally blind.
Okay.
But she can see. Like she wears glasses to see, but if she has her glasses off, she can't see anything. So maybe you're right. He can see
Does that
just
mean
enough.
she can't drive then? I don't know if
I
you
don't
thought
know.
that far ahead yet.
I don't know exactly how that works.
Okay.
We will have to
I'm
figure
sorry,
all that
that's
out
not
later.
a relevant question.
But
My
yeah,
apologies.
I wonder too. I think Mike might be onto something. Maybe Stevie Wonder just has a great sense of humor, and that's just the way he introduces things.
Okay.
Anytime somebody does something, he's like, "Oh, that was amazing to watch."
Hold on,
and
so
they're
you
just
think
like, "Hold
he's
on,
doing
what?"
bits? Like he meets a talented musician and he's like, I got my eye on you.
Yeah.
Like you think he's
I
doing
think
bits?
so. I think so.
Okay, I don't know. From the 817, the KNC Masterpiece needs forgiveness. Every time they come to Fort Worth, I have to work. Okay.
So when we're not in Fort Worth, you don't have to work. You've worked
See,
3 days now.
That's good though.
Yeah.
He has a job.
That's a great point. But how much do you want it? Because I'm going to go to 817 right here. I finally got free time on a Friday, and you're at Buffalo Wild Wings by my work. Say a prayer that my boss doesn't bother me in the next hour while I drive over from McKinney. So this person's like, no, I'm driving.
McKinney,
But I'm not
McKinney?
Texas.
McKinney.
Yeah.
How far away are we from McKinney right now?
Like a few minutes.
It's like a whole nother state.
It's just right up the street. It's just right up the street,
But the
man.
point is, they want it.
Yeah.
And they're going to.
Oh, they
come-
want it.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Okay, stop what you're doing
Hey,
right there.
what's your boss's name? Maybe if we give him a shout out, they'll be happy about that.
I think they want to avoid that, right?
Oh, okay.
Because if their boss is listening, we're very popular.
Yeah, we
if
are.
their boss is listening, they'll be like, why the hell isn't that guy at work?
Yeah, maybe so. Or maybe they'll be like, you know what? I heard you drove all the way out there, and I'm a Tolo too. And you know what? Next time, take me.
Okay, you know what? I feel vindicated. From the 469, Craig Robinson and his partner were pretty funny. They're talking about the movie Hot Santa. They have Hot Frosty. They have clearly watched this movie, and so I appreciate that.
Hot Santa.
There could be a
sounds like
Hot Santa
Yeah, there's
movie.
going to be a Hot
Don't
Santa
judge
movie.
me.
That is definitely something that's going to
Look,
happen.
if it's by the same people and they come out with Hot Santa, I'm probably going to watch that as well.
We did that one year, Kevin. We turned on the Hallmark channel or whatever for Christmas and just watched. We just whatever was on, we watched while we did stuff.
I watched the trailer and I thought, okay, they're leaning into this because it's Lacey Chabert and she sees a movie with Lindsay Lohan and she goes, oh, she looks just like a girl I went to high school with.
Oh,
and I was like,
funny.
okay,
That's
so
funny.
they're
That's
doing
Mean
a bit
Girls.
and everything. Yeah. Now, do the Dallas Cowboys deserve Forgiveness Friday for? I didn't even say what it was for yet. All right. So I guess that's the answer. Probably not for a lot of reasons. However, on NFL.com's Pro Bowl sleeper list, they do, in fact, have Dante Fowler. Dante Fowler has 8.5 sacks. Well, he did going into last night's game, and that's the third most in the NFL. His 17.7% quarterback pressure rate is ninth best among all defenders. And the Cowboys were like, either way.
Yeah,
Do the Cowboys need to ask for forgiveness for that?
He was a Dan Quinn guy.
He was.
And,
That's true.
And he came here because of Dan Quinn, and Dan Quinn knew how to use him. And Zimmer, you kind of knew he didn't fit the size or the bill of what Zimmer was going to want. So I don't know if Zimmer's going to get the full chance to do everything he wants with this defense. I don't think he's ever going to be able to have all the personnel that he wants because I don't know if he'll be here long enough. But I do forgive them because he wasn't going to fit that. They probably weren't going to run the same type of defense that allowed Fowler to get the stuff that he was doing. Now, we can't forgive them for not having a defense that allows players to get their stuff done, though. That's something they can't be forgiven for.
All right, I like that. And at least one person was clapping for you.
There's a salary cap.
He was just hitting the ketchup bottle so he could get more ketchup out.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I legitimately thought that guy was clapping for you, and then I thought like people around him might stand up and start to clap, and it was just going to be like this whole big thing.
Nope,
but
just
he just
ketchup.
needed ketchup for his fries. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Now, Francis Tiafoe, the tennis player, he got fined $120,000 for swearing repeatedly at an umpire during the Shanghai Masters. So, yes, the Shanghai Masters. So, Mike, I was going to ask you, I know you're a very nice person. Did you ever swear at an umpire at any level of baseball?
Yes. Not high school. I tried not to. I was honestly, as crazy as it sounds for people who listen to me doing sports talk radio, I really didn't argue with umpires. I will always regret I lost it my last year in AAA. We're in Indianapolis, so this is 2008, the year before I'd given up the home run to Barry Bonds. And somebody in the stands behind our dugout in Indianapolis yelled at me something, and I lost it on that fan. I had just given up a big home run. We were going to lose the game because of it, and I just MF'd that guy as loud as I could, and everybody in the whole stadium could hear every word that I said to that person. And that is the one that I regret the most in my professional career. And I was so enraged because I'd been taken out of the game. I almost went into the stands.
Oh, no, like Malice in the Palace style?
No, I was going to just from the clubhouse go into the stands and go right behind the guy, like walk into the stands, like, and then go, what do you want to say now?
Oh, my God.
I luckily had enough control of my anger, not much, but enough control of my anger to not go into the stands and kill that person.
Probably pretty smart.
Yes, that is.
He wouldn't be here today if
So
he'd have
that's
killed that person.
for some wild reason. No, for the most part, under my breath, was I mad at an umpire?
All the time.
But literally
Every
cussing
pitch.
at the umpire where they could hear me?
Mm-hmm.
No. Cussing at a fan, I did it one time, and I really regret the person that the people saw me as that day.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and you know what? I tell people this about you all the time. There are things like that if people have a conversation with you, like they'll actually understand like how you feel and about things that happen that I think will change people's perspective. I really do. Now,
So if you hate Mike, talk to him. Is what you're saying?
I think he'll win you over. From the 817, I just sat down in front of y'all. I'm having a pre-birthday beer. Happy birthday to me. That's for Tolo Dan. And we got another person celebrating their birthday that I'm not sure if they want to be called out or not. But I feel like, I know who it is.
Lots of birthdays.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Do we need to, like, sing for them at some point, do you think?
No, we can't do that. It's illegal.
Yeah.
It's public domain.
Yeah, we can't
it's
do
right.
it.
It's not public domain.
It's like the
I guess.
Rumble thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
all
we'll just have to say it with our eyes.
Okay, what if we're like, this is your birthday song, it isn't very long. Hey.
That's perfect.
That's the end of it.
That's great.
Okay, all right, just checking on
How
that.
does Buffalo Wild Wings, do they have a birthday song? Do y'all clap and sing and make them do the salt shakers and stuff? Oh, okay. They said no. They said no. That would
She could be lying.
She's like, we don't want to clean up that salt off the floor. Come on. What are we doing here?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Let's break down the big-time NFC East showdown as we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Quebec on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation of Football Friday for you, Stephen Jones joins us at 3 o'clock. What you drinking, what you thinking at 5:20. Nation 2 to 7, The Fan.
Now, I want to run another experiment right here.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
official home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
5-3 The
There
Fan.
we go.
We're
Mike on. Mike on.
Live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Quebec. Now, we got
Kevin, you're
Gridiron
gonna
Gravy
you're
in
gonna
just a
apologize?
second, Alec, if you want to go ahead and line up one of
You're
those
not hearing me.
Thursday night football cuts. But it is also a shout-out Friday. Shout-out to Ryan Hodge, number 32, defensive end, tight end, Tolo all day. They're playing in the first round of the playoffs against Temple, and I believe he plays at Duncanville. Is that correct?
He's a city of champions, is what I'm told.
Well, I saw DeSoto played last night, I believe, and won like 50-something to 7. So I know that DeSoto, Duncanville, rivals, neighboring towns, but DeSoto's in Division II, 6A. Duncanville's in Division I, 6A. So hopefully they both win their state championships again.
Now, if you can hit me with that highlight right now, Alec, please.
Hurts under center. He goes with a pitch to Barkley. Barkley across the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10. Goodbye!
Now, it was a touchdown for the Eagles. They were, in fact, victorious. Let's talk about that game as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Wow. Visit RhinoShieldTX.com. This is why we always encourage people to come out to Buffalo Wild Wings. We're in Fort Worth right now. We'll be in Arlington next week. We'll be in Addison after that. We're trying to hit as many different parts of the Metroplex as possible. We love it when people come out. We get to hang out and have a lot of fun. Let's start with a note just for Corey. The Bengals do, in fact, expect T. Higgins to play this Sunday. I know you like some T. Higgins, but you didn't look happy about that when I just said that.
Kevin, what did I tell you yesterday whenever it came to I don't know if I want to start Terry McLaurin because the Eagles
stunk.
The Eagles
I
secondary.
thought of you.
Yeah.
I thought of you during that game last night because he had 1 for 10 yards. Is that right?
It was,
Oh,
he
no.
had 2 points. He had 2 points
Yeah, 1
last
catch
night.
for 10 yards, I believe.
And
I was like, I hope you benched him.
I didn't. Because I didn't know if T. Higgins was going to play or not. So I was like, you know what, screw it.
So this
I
is
went against my
information
own
you could have
advice.
used yesterday.
Yeah, I went against my own advice, but I can still slide him in there for like Cortland Sutton or something, so I'll be all right. But yeah, man, the Higgins news is good to hear.
Yeah.
Because that quad injury kind of popped up out of nowhere, and I know he's been working hard to get back to it. I just still think it's really interesting because he's in a franchise year, and he's missed multiple franchise tag year, and he's missed multiple games.
Not really cashing in, it feels
I don't
like.
know how much of that is, hey, look, man, they put the franchise tag on me, and I'm good enough to get a big contract, so I will, but I don't have to really hurt myself for this team anymore.
So I had an awesome date with my wife last night, so I didn't watch Thursday night football. I did watch the week before, and unfortunately, Thursday night football the week before was awesome. Following this one a little bit on my phone, just seeing the score where it's 12-10 in the fourth quarter, this is like the typical, does it kind of stink when you get a good matchup and then they play like it's Thursday night football, like they didn't have time to really put their best foot forward and both teams are struggling in that Thursday night game?
Let me ask you this. I wonder if, because you make a very fair point, I wonder if anybody would have felt differently if the Eagles kicker wasn't stinking up the joint. So Jake Elliott,
He was bad.
Yeah, Jake Elliott missed 2 field goals for the first time since 2019, and he missed an extra point. So you're right about the score, but Philly was taking some control. I know they really took over with that back-to-back sequence where there's an interception, then Saquon scored twice in 20 seconds. But Philly did potentially have more control of this game. Their kicker was awful last night.
I think the thing, Mike, that I was most upset about, and maybe it was because of what the Eagles did, was Washington looked conservative. They just did not look like they wanted to go downfield by any means. And Jaden Daniels, that's what's made him special this year is his ability to throw the deep ball. And I don't know if it just wasn't there in the combination of pressure.
And you only have one practice for Thursday night football,
Yeah, pretty
right?
much.
So maybe they didn't want to dump it all out for this game, and because they know they got another matchup at home against them later. So
I mean, if that was their strategy, I don't
a bad
like
strategy.
it. Yeah.
Win all of them.
But
Just like you make all the free throws, right, Kevin?
Yes, you've turned me around on that philosophy. So Washington had the one interception, and again, that ended up being what essentially ended the game. The Eagles drove down the field. Barkley scored. Next drive, one play, interception. And I think it was the next play, maybe 2 plays after that, Saquon Barkley scores again. But here's a stat that I found amazing. The Eagles didn't turn the ball over at all yesterday, which we've talked about how much better they've been doing with that. When Philadelphia wins the turnover battle in the Nick Sirianni era, they're 24-1. Now, I understand, like, you're usually going to be better off when you win the turnover battle, but 24-1.
That's impressive.
When they have an advantage in the turnover battle. This season, when they've been even or lost, 2-2.
Just get me at least one. Is
Yeah.
basically what Sirianni's saying. Because they've always had a pretty decent defense.
Yes.
I mean, last night, their defense showed exactly what they're capable of, and their offense has been good enough. So the difference is how many more possessions can we get that can turn that in our favor.
I know the record is there. Does this win, because, we thought Washington was good. Does this win solidify Philadelphia as the number 2 team in the NFC? Now, maybe a big gap between them, but as second in the NFC.
I think so, and I don't know how close they are to Detroit.
Yeah, it feels like it's a big gap.
But as far as being the best team in the NFC East, yeah, they still are until the Commanders take that away from them, and that's going to be the battle we're looking at for the next couple of years, I think.
I still like San Francisco.
Okay.
So I understand their record isn't where Philadelphia's is. It is not even where close to where Detroit's is. I was just trying to look at San Francisco and their upcoming games. They play Seattle and the Packers and the Bills their next 3 games.
Man.
So that will say a lot about
if they walk out of that like 10-3, then you're like, oh, okay,
yeah.
Or San Francisco. I'm sorry, not Philadelphia. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I just look at San Francisco and go, I'm going to stick with San Francisco as being the number 2 team. Now, I know Detroit and San Francisco last year were the 2 best teams, so that's not really going out on a limb. Then the next year I'm saying those are the 2 best. But if you had to have me pick, like next week San Francisco's playing Philadelphia, I would lean San Francisco, and that might be stupid of me.
Okay. Now, couple of things about the marquee teams in the AFC. Harrison Butker is, in fact, going to the injured reserve with a knee injury, so tough blow for the Chiefs there.
That is tough.
Yeah.
Because they win so many close games.
And I wanted to see what you think about this quote from Lamar Jackson. He said, I hate everybody in the league when I go against them. I want to win. Like, that feels like the mentality you want your quarterback to have, right?
Yeah, and again, that team they follow him. They really do. They hate along with him. Now, if their defense can say we hate giving up points in the fourth quarter, that'd be even better for their purposes.
That is
for their purposes, obviously.
That is a fair point. Let's talk about how great of a job Jim Harbaugh is doing. Check this out. The Chargers this year with Jim Harbaugh are giving up 13.1 points per game. That's the fewest given up by any team with a first-year coach since the 49ers in 2011, who were also coached by Jim Harbaugh.
Look at that.
So he shows up into the NFL, employs his defensive strategy, and it works. I know he pisses people off in a few years, but it works to start.
Last year, a couple years ago, when it was the coaching hunt for McCarthy, wasn't it? Harbaugh's name being thrown around, and that the results come with that guy. That's just how he does it. So that's good to see for the Chargers and their 8 or 9 fans that they have.
No, they got more than 8 or 9.
Yeah.
They have the dozens and dozens.
Yeah, multiply that times 100.
Okay, 8 or 900.
8 or 900. Now, let's talk about the other Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh. This is going to be the 36th time that they've coached against each other in an NFL game. That is second most common matchup of all time, behind only George Halas and Curly Lambeau.
Of course.
Who coached against each other.
Who's Curly Lambeau?
That's the guy they named the stadium after.
That's all I needed.
I think he might have been bald.
That's all I needed.
They coached against each other 49 times. Check this out. From 1921 to 1953. 32 years. They're like, I'm just going to keep
There were
coaching.
only 4 coaches.
Okay, that is true.
Yeah,
And then,
Larry, Curly, and Moe.
No, and then sometimes Shemp. I know where this is going. No to all of that.
And then the Dodgers moved to L.A.
Shemp, is that the person on that Bruce Willis movie?
I don't have no clue where you're
Pulp
going.
Fiction?
Kevin,
Okay.
I don't know what he's talking about.
First of all,
He
Remember
thinks
Pulp
it's hilarious.
Fiction?
He's had 2 sips of that beer.
First of all,
and this is already turned
who
for us.
references Pulp Fiction and goes, that Bruce Willis movie? Is that what you go with?
He was the boxer.
No, I've seen the movie, Mike. I'm aware. I'm just saying. I don't know if that's what people
If you say Bruce Willis movie, the first thought
Didn't he
is
save
Die
the guy
Hard.
from the ship?
Second thought is Whole 9 Yards, obviously. And then there's some other Bruce Willis movies. But
Okay.
I've never gone Pulp Fiction first.
All right, let's go from that, I guess, to the Chiefs against the Bills. The Chiefs are 9-0. The Bills are 8-2. The last time two teams had this good of a regular season record and met this late in the season was in 2018, the Rams against the Chiefs. Do you remember that game?
Yes. Jerry Jones cussed at me the next day. I was on G-Bag Nation.
What did you do? Did you say, hey, have you seen that Bruce Willis Pulp Fiction?
Because wasn't that like a 50-something
Yeah,
to
it was
40?
54 to 51.
We're interviewing Jerry Jones like on the Friday at 10:30, and he had compared the Cowboys offense to the Rams offense that week. And I was like, I don't see a correlation between y'all's offense and the Rams offense. And he said, that's why you're on the radio. And then
man,
I followed up by going, all right, I'm going back at this. I'm not going to, wear this one that hard. I ended up wearing it. But then he used the S word in his next answer to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear.
So, yes,
I
that's
was
how
listening when that happened,
That's how
actually.
I remember that game is like he was trying to compare the Cowboys 2018 offense to the Rams 2018 offense. And I was like, there is zero correlation here.
Yeah, I remember I was driving. I was picking up Lucy from her daycare school.
We
that
were at
day.
one of those places, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting, where you could get like barbecue wood and
Premier Grilling.
Premier Grilling, yeah.
Now, to be fair, Jerry Jones has won how many championships since then?
3.
No, he's won 0.
Since he
You
bought the
said
team.
last year they won. They went 12
Oh, yeah, that's
5.
right. But remember,
And the year before
we
and the year
got rid of
before.
that segment. You're not allowed to listen to that segment anymore. We're the KC Masterpiece. Whoops. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Perhaps saying too much. Off of Quebec Street. Coming up next, let's have our Mavs and Stars Super segment. Right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free K&C? Delicious. Spend your...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Prefab?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, Lake Worth area off of Quebec Street if you want to come and see us. Now, that's a great question from the 940. How crowded is the Buffalo Wild Wings? Like, are there tables available right now?
They are
I want to
filling up.
bring my toddlers, but they're hangry. But there are still tables here. Plus, our Tolos are very accommodating. So I'm
We're
sure
90% full.
Yes, they're getting close, but I think there is at least 4 more tables right now. So go ahead and come on out. I love
and then
that.
somebody said, I just finished a scan on my gallbladder. Is there any room? This is the closest I've ever been. Y'all been to my house.
Okay, and so earlier there was somebody here who, after they were here, they were going to go get surgery.
What?
And then remember last
After
week?
beers?
No, I don't think they were drinking.
Oh, okay.
And then last week, somebody was here before their wedding, and like a few hours after that. So this has become like a bizarre pre and post game for surgeries and weddings. I don't really know about all of that, but here we go. It is time for our Dallas Mavericks and Dallas Stars super segment. Now, I know how sad Mike is, so I'm going to go with cut number 7 to start this off because the Stars, they put 7 on the board again.
Left wing side to Donic. He scores! They do! Donic with his second. The Stars get one more in under the wire and have a 5-1 lead.
Now, once you got past the first period, the Stars actually put the boots to the Bruins. And it wasn't just in terms of like, I know hockey is one of those sports along sometimes with soccer where you're like, I don't necessarily know if the final score indicated what I thought was the pace and the flow of play. I thought maybe not 7-2, but like 5-2. I thought this game was emphatically in the Stars' control in terms of ice time, in terms of puck control, in terms of shots on goal. I thought that the Stars controlled pretty much all of this. Jake Ottinger did Jake Ottinger things. Wasn't as busy as maybe he usually was, but that's another game where the Stars have scored 7 goals, which is just incredible.
Okay, so the last team that they scored 7 goals against was the Penguins.
Yes.
Penguins are currently dead last in the Eastern Conference.
That's fair.
Currently, the Bruins, they're 3rd in the Atlantic Division.
Yeah, they're not great.
They're not great either, and I know that Stars just added to it, but it's a minus 16-point differential for them at the moment. So that is taking care of bad teams.
Sure.
The Wild is definitely that's a significant game to like. Okay, are we back? Did the Finland trip just kind of throw us off for a little bit, and we're actually really back? But I do love that they blasted these 2 teams in the last 2 games because that gives you that confidence, and it puts it together those things that. When you're on the ice, when you're on any playing field and you're doing things like that you can't necessarily replicate in practice, it carries over in games. So I think this is really important, even though 2 not-so-great teams.
That's true, and you have to naturally hope the Wild to a certain extent, and definitely Winnipeg, who finally lost another game, is going to
come.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to cool down. But I wanted to throw this out there just to show like how the Stars' start is still really solid.
Yes.
So over-under to start the season, this is before last night's game, was 103.5 points. So that's a lot of points. That would be less than last year, but that's a lot of points. It's since bumped up after the first month of the regular season or so to 105.5. So I know the Finland trip was disappointing, but even with that, they've essentially tacked on an extra win for the Stars. So another emphatic win, beating up on bad teams, which
do it. Do it. Absolutely do it. Enjoy it. Take pleasure in it when you do it too. And just like I say, take pleasure in getting a road win.
Yes.
You don't discount those by any means.
And unfortunately, not everyone in our Metroplex can beat up on bad teams on the road because, Mike, I'm sorry. I want to try to avoid it. I know you're sad, but go ahead and give me cut number 8 if you can, please.
Luca's guarding John Collins. Clarkson with 5 on the clock now starts the play. Bullets at the college. Who's unguarded? It does. Luca forgot his man. Look at Clarkson. Jordan Clarkson with a one-hand bullet to John Collins, who grabbed it and dunked.
This might not be fair, Mike, but I'm going to ask you if you saw this or if you even care at this point. They right when they went to timeout after that, you see Luca even, and maybe he's right, I don't know what the play call was, pointing fingers out there. And, like, it felt like he was trying to say, no, I thought that was his man, or why are you looking at me? And even in that moment, I was kind of like, I don't know, man. That looked like that was your guy. I know Lively was on the backside looking at the play, but...
What did I say? It might have been yesterday or the day before that Luca always has one eye on the ref, so he cannot watch the ball and his man when he's off the ball. Now, he wasn't watching the ref in that situation, but he is pathetic. The basic thing you try to talk to a kid at 8, 9, 10, 11 years old as they're getting into basketball and they're learning defense. One of the things you try to teach that child early on, which it does take time, they're children, is when you're not guarding the ball, you have to know where the ball is at all times and the person you're guarding. And that's why it's difficult, and that's why so many coaches are like, hey, I'm just going to play zone because then I don't have to watch a man. I'm just guarding an area. Zone doesn't really work in the NBA. But Luca is just that lackadaisical and does not care about all the things that you'd have to do to be a basically decent defensive player, because he knows where all the defensive players are when he has the ball in his hands. He literally knows where all 5 guys are. He knows where his 4 guys are supposed to be. He sees the whole court.
Yeah.
He can't see Jack S. when he's on defense and he's not guarding the ball. Guarding the ball, I don't want to say is easy in the NBA, but I'd, in a way, rather have Luca guarding the ball. At least he doesn't have to know where anybody else is, because he does not watch. He just ball watches, and he doesn't know what is happening off the ball because he forgets where his man is, and they took advantage of a very bad, lackadaisical. For the rest of his life, he's going to be that. I quit on Luca getting better at this game. He's awesome at it. He's not getting any better. He will never, ever be considered one of the greatest basketball players in history. You can take him out of the top 20 basketball players in the history of the NBA because he's never going to win.
Just because of this season?
Yes. Okay. He's not improving.
In the history of his...
He got embarrassed.
I get
The Boston Celtics NBA Finals was a complete and total embarrassment to him, and everybody in the sport called him out for his whining, being, moaning, fouling out, not being a good teammate. Is it fair? It's not ultimately fair because he got a team to the NBA Finals. He's got a team to a conference finals. But my God, dude, you are getting closer to 30 years old. Grow up. You could be the best player of this era, and he doesn't care. He shows up like Fat Shaq almost every year and out of shape. And he's like, well, I guess Shaq did it, so I can do it too. Well, then win like Shaq, and then you can get fat and out of shape every year.
Woo! Mike Bassick bringing some fire right here, and sounds like the people don't dislike it at all. Now, I can't remember if it was, I think it was the other Clarkson play that ended up looking like an alley-oop. I went back and watched that play several times. I do not believe that was an alley-oop. I think that was a shot, because if you go back and watch it, the ball movement changes because it looks like Derek Lively got his fingertips on the ball, which actually turned what was going to be a brick off the back of the rim into what turned out to be like an alley-oop, and obviously that was a backbreaker as well. But I watched that play again and again, and it was this close to being like a really good defensive play, and instead it like oddly helped out Utah.
I heard Sean say something this morning, Kevin, and Mike, I wanted your thoughts on it, because Sean was like, And then Quentin Grimes with the start in Kyrie's place last night. Why has he been stashed away on the bench for so long and Jason Kidd hadn't played him? And I know you've kind of been on this for a minute. He wasn't quite fitting in yet, right? But last night he seemed to have a pretty good game. And when you get to start, right, you probably look a little bit better being around those guys. Your thoughts on Quentin Grimes and his role with this? Is it growing?
Shout out Najee too yesterday.
Yeah, both of those guys. It was nice to see them fitting in better. And I get that what Klay Thompson said is it's going to take time because as much as what has come back, you have Luca, Kyrie, PJ Washington, your two centers. You have a few other guys that, get to play here and there that were on your team last year that won the Western Conference. There are guys that you're trying to fit in and work in. Spencer Dinwiddie has never played with Luca and Kyrie. He's played with both of them, but not at the same time on the same team. I think Spencer Dinwiddie's career is done. I think he's a towel waver at this point, which is fine. But I think that the Lakers had it right when they picked him up last year. They had him, and they're like, he can't play. We're forcing it because of what he did 2 years ago when you made it to the Western Conference Finals.
Do you think the lack of Exum, too, is forcing that?
Yes, and I'm hoping, Exum, I don't know. He's a 15-minute role guy, and maybe you need to, in a way, have lack of depth on this team. I've just been thinking about this last night, trying to go, is it Hardy? Is it Dinwiddie?
Yeah.
Is it Grimes?
Yeah.
Is it Najee Marshall? Is it Exum when he comes back? Is it some random dude that we played the other night? It wasn't this game, but I'm like, who the hell is this guy playing right now? Maybe you just need 9 guys, and the other 5 guys are towel waivers. And you know that they are. They shouldn't be on the court, and maybe you need to trade 3 to get 1 so you don't have this discussion on, hey, should it be Dinwiddie? Should it be Hardy? Should it be Quentin Grimes? It's like maybe you need to trade 3 guys for 1, and you're like, we know who our 9 guys are. The other 5, cheer.
Yeah, that was in my mind the other night. What he was talking about is what I was trying to do with getting Brandon Ingram again. I was like, can I do it? But the money just never stacks up because he makes too much.
Kevin, that would be a great player to have. But, I've
been trying to get him for, 6 years now? Yeah. It's not going to ever work out for me.
So this is 4 straight losses for the Mavs, and I know – because you can take either perspective on this, right? The one perspective is it's 4 straight losses by a total of 8 points, which is – on the one hand,
4
obviously,
losses.
That's really, really, really close. But I guess I'll throw this out there as well. Colin Sexton makes the first basket in the fourth quarter. That puts it to 16. So you're losing by 16 with 11 minutes to go left in the game. And the Mavericks come all the way back. And that's great, but it usually feels like that's a game you're going to win. And I'm going to go back to what Jason Kidd said in the game before this. He goes, the last 2 minutes, we have to get better. This is at the Warriors game. The last 3 games, last 2 minutes, we turn the ball over, haven't been rebounding the ball, can't maintain offensive rebounds. Well, look at offensive rebounds. The Jazz had a season high in offensive rebounds yesterday, and they had another one in the last, I think it was a minute and a half, that you're like, damn it, like you can't not get that rebound. And that directly led to more Jazz points. And whether it's, Collins putting it in when Clarkson's driving up, or it's giving up that offensive rebound for points, that's clearly the difference in the game. Like those last 2 minutes is clearly the difference.
I just wonder this. Some of the things that I say against Luca aren't fair, but I just go to the history of the NBA, and if you name the top 10 players in the history of the NBA, give or take, they're not goofballs. Shaq is the closest goofball in the top 10 players in the NBA. When you think about the way that Michael Jordan led, Larry Bird led, Magic Johnson led, Tim Duncan led, whoever it is, Kobe, whoever you think. Obviously, I don't know Wilt too well, Bill Russell. I mean, we get an idea, but the people of my life, they're not goofballs. And they set a tone. What you're just talking about is a tone that is not being set.
Yeah.
Well, your
what's
best
acceptable
player,
and what's not.
he's first team All-NBA. Luka's going to make 10 All-Star games. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
But is he a leader? Is he a good leader? And I'm not saying the reason that Larry Bird's able to call his players and his teammates a bunch of Essies, I don't know if I can say the whole word anymore.
You might not. I mean, I heard somebody say it. I don't know if you're allowed to say it.
But, like, literally, he called out his team, and they responded, and they were, I know it was a different game back then, clotheslining Kurt Rambis and all kinds of crap, right? But you think about Michael Jordan, and like Michael Jordan was an A and he was all this and he was a horrible teammate and all this. They're like, we feared so much of him that we knew we had to play our best. It was tough playing for him. Maybe we didn't even like playing for him, but we knew in the end we were going to be champions. And Luca has, to me, I'm going to be honest, Luca is great. He has none of those qualities. And I'm surprised he doesn't. I'm surprised at how good he was at 18 and 19 and how great he has been throughout his career. He has not learned really how to be a leader of the team. And I think it all falls on Kyrie, which is fine. I think Kyrie has grown into being a pretty darn good leader. But it really stinks when your best player kind of doesn't have leadership qualities. Just like you said, when he starts looking around the court going, where were you? Where were you?
I was like, where were you, dude?
You're the person.
Yeah.
Once you take the biggest responsibility, and I know it's a different sport, but I hear from Mark McLemore and Roberto Alomar and these guys that played with Cal Ripken Jr., he would scream and yell at his teammates. He would actually call pitches from shortstop, so the catcher would take that off his plate because he felt like he was better at doing it with certain catchers that he had on his team. But he took the most responsibility for the losses. He took the most responsibility for the energy and attitude of the team. When your guy doesn't do that, it's tough to respect that guy completely. I think everybody on the Mavericks thinks Luca is unbelievable. Luca is awesome. At times, Luca gives me the best looks I've ever seen. Luca does things that I haven't seen on a basketball court before. But is Luca a leader of those guys where they feel like if we don't do what Luca asks or needs, we're in deep trouble?
I'm going to do one more thing to kind of research this probably next week. I told you it's 4th straight loss, combined 8 points. This is also the 4th straight fourth quarter that the Mavericks have outscored their opponent. So it's not just a matter of 2 minutes. It's a matter of they're falling behind in all of these games going into the fourth quarter. And you're like, hey, we play well for 10 minutes of that fourth quarter. And then the game's back on the line and we revert to kind of first 3 quarters. And
so you know what they're capable of, right?
I guess.
It's not for all of
I
it.
would be a terrible scout because I'd be like, I saw it one time. He can't do that. So like.
And Jerry would be like, you saw it once?
Yeah.
That's good enough for me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway and we'll kick it off live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, Lake Worth, off of Quebec with this. The Combo Platter, National Concert T-Shirt Day. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is the best concert T-shirt you've ever gotten? And maybe when was that concert? Let's do it next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
At TolberGarageDoor.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Hands off Sagan, right side shot, score! Marchman! It's 7 goals for the second straight game. That line does
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to make sure we throw out plenty of Stars love today, and I can already see some of the combo platter opinions are with the Stars. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, kind of in that Lake Worth area off of Quebec if you want to come and see us. And now it's time for the combo platter. I cheated on this one a little bit.
Cheater.
I'll admit that. Today is actually National Camp T-Shirt Day, but I didn't want to do that. So I changed it to National Concert T-Shirt Day.
Okay.
So give us a sports opinion, and then what is the best concert T-shirt you've ever gotten, and when was it? From the 2-1-4. Stars advance to the Western Conference, Nolan Ryan didn't take steroids, and the best concert T-shirt, I don't know if a lot of people think that, but that's good to know, was Van effin' Halen. I like it. From the 5-6-1, Stars advanced to the Western Conference Finals again, and then the first concert they ever saw was at the Bronco Bowl. Pantera, Anthrax, and Coal Chamber got a T-shirt there. Never had as much fun as a concert since then. So that's kind of what we're looking at to start this thing out. Now,
do you think that it's okay to wear the shirt of the band that you're going to see?
I do. I know some people are really against that. Personally, I think, look, this is what I say. I don't give a crap what somebody else thinks about my fashion. If they're like, I can't believe you wore that concert T-shirt, I'm like, okay, I had fun.
Yes, this is my shirt. Yeah, exactly.
I bought another one. Guess what? I'll wear that the next time they come back. I think that is totally, totally fine. All right. Who wants to start this one? Because I know Alec is really passionate on this one.
Alec.
Is that my cue?
Yes, that is your cue to talk.
Okay, I will go first now. I'll start it off because actually I told Kevin yesterday when he pitched the idea to me, I was like, I have a few on hand that I could wear tomorrow. And I got stopped in the elevator by a random guy in one of the other suites that was like, hey, dude, nice T-shirt. Did you go to that concert? It's like, yeah, man, I did. It's the Linkin Park T-shirt from the show last Friday. I don't know if it's the coolest shirt I've ever gotten from a show. It's really soft. I'll give it that. It's like the best quality that I've ever gotten. But I think the coolest one I got was from Coldplay's Music of the Spheres tour. I want to say 2021. At the Cotton Bowl. That was probably the coolest shirt I ever got. Really cool conceptual design on the front with like a map of space. It's pretty cool. Unfortunately, it doesn't fit me anymore. I outgrew that one. It's too tight now.
You're too jacked now?
Yeah, I decided to get in the gym after that, which wasn't a good idea because I can't really wear it anymore unless I cut the sleeves off. But sports opinion for you boys. I've been thinking about watching these Mavericks. It's hard for me to take away many things right now because, you know, the vibes I'm getting right now is that first, month after the Kyrie Irving trade. Like, I just don't know what I'm watching right now because I don't know if it's going to be consistent. So I'm trying to withhold judgment until we start to see a little bit more continuity, even in the rotations. Like we played the sound earlier in the week, over the weekend, Jason Kidd after the Suns loss, where he was like, I had to use the entire bench in this game and we still didn't do anything. Like, we're not seeing any kind of continuity right now to where I don't want to draw any opinions, but I'm with Mike. I'm not very inspired watching Mavericks basketball right now.
Okay, I think
Y'all just wait.
Y'all just wait. I hope you're right, but I think that's a fair opinion of the 12 we've seen thus far.
Okay, that's fine.
But there's
I'm okay
70 to go. I'm with you.
You just wait.
Okay, I like it.
You know what, Mike?
I think we're going to keep waiting.
Whenever they're in the finals, on this show, I will be telling you exactly how it is.
I hope you're right. I know that they're going to have a stretch where they play really good basketball this year. Is it just going to be a stretch where they play good enough basketball to get into the play-in tournament?
That's a good question. That is a good question.
Yeah.
And then be the first team to ever go from the play-in tournament to the finals.
I guess.
I'm
win it
sure
all.
teams would be scared of them come playoff time. If you're healthy,
they're a scary team.
You would be very scared of playing the Mavericks.
When they figure it all out.
From the 8-3-2, the Stars will win the Stanley Cup this season. Kevin, let's go. Now, my favorite concert T-shirt is Metallica during a concert in 2021 that was actually at Globe Life Field. Ooh, I like that one. Very, very good. All right. Corey?
Yeah, Travis Hunter is only rivaled by Ashton Genty in excitement for me in college football right now.
But would you rather have Hunter because of the positional versatility?
And I'm not necessarily talking about getting him, but
just
as
the
excitement and Heisman numbers. I think that Travis Hunter has earned that so far. I still think Colorado has to be pretty good on the stretch out here to change it. I'm also Carter Freeman's going to disagree with me, but I'm a little sour on Dylan Gabriel because he was at OU, and then I know OU's fallen apart, but he moved on and went and he was better than he was with OU, and obviously for a lot of different reasons. So I am a big fan of Travis Hunter. I don't know exactly what he's going to be in the NFL. His frame is very different. It's very wiry, and I want to see how much more he can put onto his body and still stay at the same speed and have the agility that he has. But those two, for me, are at the top of the list, and I look forward to watching them every weekend.
All right,
and that is Mike's guy, by the way, Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
I got to credit Mike for that. He always
Who would have
knew.
known that when I looked at a website going, who are the 3 best running backs in
That'd
college
be the
football,
guy.
that Genty was the one. I was like, maybe we should watch out for this guy.
And then it was Steve Miller Band. It's a really weird story. I was at a Dave Matthews Band concert, and they were just giving away Steve Miller Band shirts.
Really?
Or, not shirts, tickets for like the next night.
Oh.
And so we went to the show. It was at Smirnoff or whatever it is now.
Is that Fair Park?
Yeah, it was at Fair Park, and we showed up. And the night before, Dave Matthews had a. He was complaining about bugs on the stage, and so Steve Miller Band came out with a beekeeper's mask on. And he was like, "I heard y'all had a bug problem," and then put on a hell of a show. And that's the only concert I've ever bought a shirt from. That one was the only one, and it was a great show.
Is it because? Do you think you bought the shirt because you got the tickets for free, and you're like, I'm not out.
I had a little extra cash.
Yeah,
and it was this shirt right here. It had the Pegasus on it, and I just think that Steve Miller's colors are always fun and cool.
All right, from the 817, I wanted to give an update. I made it from McKinney without my boss being aware. I'm now at the bar with wings and on my way. Good.
Look at that.
Good job.
Yeah. He has a nice haircut and everything. What's your name?
Don't do that to him.
No.
His boss is
and I don't
listening.
know if it's great radio for you just to be shouting at people in the place we're at.
What's your name? And hey, you.
From the 214, the Mavs and Cowboys have the same issue. Good to great players, but no leadership. Until they fix that, the championship drought will continue. Their favorite concert t-shirt, the Vans Warped Tour from 2000. And from the 682 Sports Opinion, the Cowboys will win the Super Bowl next year. And I hope so.
Is that
and
Stephen Jones texting in?
it could have been. And my favorite concert t-shirt was an Ozzy Osbourne Ozfest t-shirt. And then, sorry, Mike, one more. 682 Stars win the Cup, and a Deftones t-shirt from the 2013 Edge Fest at the Smirnoff Center. So a lot of feedback there already. Mike asking people in the crowd what their name is. Mike?
Before I get to my opinion, I do have one. Let's just say the Cowboys go 4 and whatever, 5 and whatever. Very doable. Let's say the Mavericks play in the play-in and they lose very quickly in the playoffs. The Rangers, I guess it doesn't really matter in this deal because they'll be so early into their season.
Yeah.
But the Stars do win the Stanley Cup. Let's just say that thing happens. How much more, what percentage, how much more of this Metroplex moves towards the Stars? Because, I'm going to be honest, I haven't watched a game of the Stars yet.
Is it because of the app?
Yeah, it's weird for me. I get it. It's the way our world's going. There's no more, just on this channel, I got to app it, throw it on the TV, all this stuff. I don't do it. When the show is over, I will not open up my computer until Monday at 9:40.
Really?
Yeah. I don't touch my computer.
So does that mean you don't see the run sheet I send out ahead of time?
No. I have my phone.
Okay.
I do sometimes.
You knew
see
better
it.
than
I
to
know.
ask that.
I'm sorry.
That's always act like
that's
it.
on me.
But I'm wondering what the percentage is if the Mavs are going to play like the Mavs are playing. Because, recently the Stars did have great success, but not as much success as the Rangers, not as much success as the Mavericks did last year. What if the Stars are the only successful team in the Metroplex for 1 year?
I think you will see it because you saw something not exactly similar, but if you think about when that was happening the last time. So 96, 97, then going through, obviously, 98, winning the Cup in 99, going back in 2000. You saw that's when the Cowboys started to flame out. The Mavericks weren't there yet, and they were still coming out being one of the worst franchises we ever seen in the history of sports. Now, I realize that the Rangers were doing well at that point. 3 playoff appearances in 4 years, but I think people forget how hockey-centric this town became about 25 years ago, because you win the Cup in 99, you go back to the Cup and lose to the Devils in 2000, and even before you make it, you were like a constant playoff presence that was winning. People got super into Stars. I think if you broke through and won the Cup, then I think you would see a lot more push towards that, especially to your point, Mike, with the struggles of all our other teams.
And if we had a longer winter, that'd be nice too. More cold feeling,
Yeah, does the winter maybe start next week?
I don't know why. I'm
possibly?
dead serious. I think that if we had more cold around here, people would be like, let's go be around the ice.
Because they want to go skate or something. Yeah.
It'll be interesting. I was just part of the meetings last year at the Rangers on how much they grew after winning the World Series. It was a tremendous growth throughout kind of the baseball world. Now, they're not the New York Yankees or anything like that. Now, I'm just wondering how much they're going to lose those bandwagon fans that said, man, I really like watching this team. I like Adolis Garcia. I like Corey Seager. I like this and that. And then they didn't play very well. They're like, all right, well, they're not that team I watched in October. I'll follow these teams or these players now. That's going to happen to the Rangers. There's a big influx of Ranger fans after winning their first ever World Series. I know it'd be the Stars' second Stanley Cup, but
the first in 26 years, so it's been a minute.
All right, you ready for my sports opinion?
Hit me with it.
Oh, I thought that was it.
No,
that was a good.
I was asking a question based off of the Stars if they were to win.
Can I ask you a concert-based question then? Do you think, as somebody texted in from the 817, any T-shirt being sold in the parking lot is sketchy? So, like,
it's not official, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, do you think that's sketchy, or are you like, hey, $12?
I just don't want it to be scratchy.
Okay.
I like, they make T-shirts so much better now than they did when we were kids. I don't want that T-shirt.
All right.
T-shirts are so much nicer nowadays, dude.
Yeah, your T-shirt feels good.
This is a fantastic shirt.
What?
It's Goodfellow.
Why are you feeling his shirt?
Because he likes
things.
Yeah,
just making sure he had on a good shirt.
He likes good textures.
All right.
Okay.
Jason Witten's the next coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
All right. Let me ask you this. Is that why you asked Jerry? Like, I know you did a great job of, like, kind of covering it up by being like, high school playoffs start tonight. And that is true. Or last night, I guess. But is that why you asked that question?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I think you've probably heard the rumors, too, that there's an outside chance that Jason Witten possibly gets interviewed for the head coaching job. Everybody knows. I'll let you know. Everybody knows in the Metroplex that covers the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy's done.
Yes.
He ain't coaching next year.
Yes.
Now, who's going to be the next head coach? Nobody knows. Everybody's trying to figure out who's the leading candidates. Who are they going to interview? What could happen? I just think, and not that it would come out of the blue, I just wanted to ask because we've heard the floating around of maybe Jason Witten. So I was like, without saying, is Jason Witten a candidate to be the coach of the Cowboys next year? Why not ask it in a way where he talks about Jason Witten possibly being an NFL coach? Because all he's done is coach high school. He says, I won't kind of take a college coach. And I'm like, well, he's never said he wouldn't take a high school coach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
that is an interesting point.
Once he compared him to a coach that whooped their butts this year, in Dan Campbell, like that was another note for me right there. That was like, okay, he's talking about that.
Jason
guy the
Witten
same
knows
way.
how the Cowboys work. He knows how
that
the
is
Jones
a good
family works.
prerequisite.
That's
for
true.
this
The other
job.
thing too is I don't know who Jason Witten's offensive coordinator would be next year if he became the head coach. But I think Jerry and Steven and
Tony
Will
Romo.
like that because they could all come together and put the staff together. There wouldn't be, if Bill Belichick were to become the next head coach of the Cowboys, that is a consideration. The Cowboys are considering that. Bill Belichick is going to be like, you're not hiring my defensive coordinator. You're not hiring my offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
I'm not keeping this defensive line coach. I have an 11-man staff that is coming along with me. You want to talk about interns? We can talk about interns. But I do think that Jason Witten, one, I think could be a very good head coach in the NFL. Two, I think there would be a collaboration on all the assistant coaches, and I think the Jones family would really like that.
Now, a couple more positive Mavericks opinions for the combo platter from the 214. Mavericks beat the Knicks in 7 to win the championship this year, and it was a Tool concert T-shirt at a laser show.
What?
Woo! I like that.
They have great shirts.
And then from the 682, the Mavericks make a trade that helps them win the championship, and Evanescence at Edge Fest 13. So a lot of people having fun with this today as part of the combo platter. Now,
remember Evanescence one song? That was
yes,
that was awesome.
That Corey, Colby would get so mad. Corey, is there anything else you want to talk about? Do you want to kill some time or do anything else?
Are you supposed to give something?
No, not giving anything away.
I have no clue what I'm supposed to do.
I've
right
never
now.
bought
Do I
a
get to
concert.
filibuster?
Do you want to filibuster?
Oh, you don't want Mike Likes It to happen. You're afraid
it didn't
Mike
happen
likes
yet. It didn't happen yet.
You're afraid of Mike Likes It right now. Hey, guys, we're going to have to calm down. There's some people trying to work right now. I see people doing their Zoom meetings.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm in a rowdy Buffalo Wild Wings. All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Okay.
The hell, we're not at a concert now, y'all.
I've taken
Calm
the
down.
stage. By the way, I might be one of the few people that are in here. I've never bought a concert T-shirt.
Okay.
I can't say that surprises me. I thought
So-
maybe you bought a Lumineer shirt
Or a
something like
camp
that.
No. But
Oh,
now,
yeah.
my sister-in-law did get me a Camp CAAMP. They're a band, not like, because today is Camp T-shirt day, but I don't think it's because of that small band. She did buy me a T-shirt, I don't know, from the concert or like from a website or whatever, for like a Christmas gift.
That's cool.
Okay.
That's pretty
But
cool.
I've never like been to a concert and then bought a T-shirt
Okay, I
at the
gotcha.
concert. Okay, so my first Mike Likes It is this: we're getting close to Thanksgiving. Okay.
Yes.
What is happening the Saturday right after Thanksgiving, Kevin?
Texas and Texas A&M.
Here's my first take a load off question for Buffalo Wild Wings. Now, this is a little bit of a tough one because we do have a guy right here wearing a bunch of UT gear. I don't know how many people in here are UT/ or A&M fans.
We got an Aggies hoodie over here, too.
Yeah. Okay. I think we might be outnumbered.
If a friend of yours, now I know this is on a Saturday,
Yeah.
but if a friend of yours got you a ticket to that game,
Oh, my God.
but you had to miss Thanksgiving with your family because you would have to go to College Station on Thursday.
One ticket?
One ticket.
Oh, okay.
And just you're not taking your wife or your kids.
You get to be
or-
alone.
It is a friend. It is a friend who would be taking you. But they're going Thursday and you have to go Thursday with them and then you'd come back Sunday.
I'm gonna have
Would
to
you
do-
miss Thanksgiving with your family to go to this historical game?
I'm going to have to do some quick talking and maneuvering and then shout out the Black Friday sales at RJ Dukes and Trading Card World and say I'm not going to be there because I'm going to College Station for that game, baby.
Wow.
Okay.
I did
Because-
miss Thanksgiving at least once when I was in school when the game used to be on Friday.
So as a parent here, this isn't me, but my son is a huge Texas A&M fan.
Yeah.
He's 16 years old. It's weird because my wife graduated from Texas Tech. I signed with Texas Tech. I ended up graduating from the great football school of University of Texas in Arlington. They had
Undefeated.
They had a team in 1984, I think, and my son has gotten invited to that game.
Ooh.
Wow.
Like
Those
just
are
like with his
expensive
friend?
With a
tickets.
friend.
Dude,
now,
go.
obviously,
Tell him to
yeah,
go.
we're like, yeah,
Tell
you
him to
can go.
go.
But here's what he wanted to do. Here's how.
Is everybody in the family agree with that? I know you said
Yes.
go. Okay.
Yes. But here's what he was trying to convince us if he doesn't get this ticket from his friend. He wants to go with a friend of his that we know, good friend. But he's like, because he has a driver's license, he's like, here's what I want to do. And remember, he's 16 years old, a sophomore in high school. He's like, we're going to go down, because he got into, by the way, he got into the Texas OU game.
I thought you
can't
might
remember
tell this story.
if I said this on air or not. He got into the Texas OU game, and I don't know how you can do this, but there were some people that were taking tickets because it's just a one-day job, weren't taking tickets, and the guy's like, do you have $20? And he gave the guy $20. He said, go into the game. So that was the Texas OU game.
It's
So
also
he
illegal.
thinks
It is.
he's naive enough
He thinks
to
he
think
can do that again?
that this could happen again. So he's 16 years old, and he's telling mom and dad last night, well, if I don't get this ticket, I want to go with my buddy who's another friend, and he wants to go to the game. And we're like, where are you going to stay and everything? We're just going to sleep in the car. And we're like, no, you're not. You're not parking your car randomly in College Station
That's
somewhere
dangerous,
and just sleeping in the car. And with this, no.
But we've all had that mentality at one time or another.
Here's
right?
what I
My
feel
kid's
like.
done this already. He said it.
If they're 16, it's an absolute no. My daughter is 19. I feel like, in a way, I couldn't say no because she's in college. She pretty much lives on her own. Yes, we're paying for her to live in Austin. But if she's like, I'm going down to the game. Well, where are you staying? Who are you getting? She's like, I'm just staying in the car with my friend. We'd be like, we don't want you to do that. But in a way, I don't know. You have Brandon, who's the same age as Mary Grace. If Brandon said, I'm going down to College Station, I'm sleeping in my car, and I'm going to figure out how to get into this game.
Honestly, I would be okay with that because I have done things like that in the past. And
did it work out?
Yeah, it did. Brandon is level-headed. I can already tell when Noah grows up, I'm going to be like, no, because he does not have that same level that Brandon does. So I get it, and especially since your daughter goes to that school, I think it'd be okay.
But, Noah being that kind of personality, he might get other things done that Brandon couldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Carter is a different one that
Noah
would probably
and Carter have the potential to rack up much more of an arrest record than our older boys do.
I would like to say, this is the truth, I love my in-laws. So on Thursday, we have Thanksgiving with my parents.
Okay.
On Friday/Saturday, like Friday night till Saturday afternoon, we do Thanksgiving with my wife's parents. My wife's parents are not going to be able to see Jake because he's going to go to College Station as long as this works out. We're not letting him sleep in a car, but as long as it works out with this ticket. But my in-laws are not going to be happy with this because one of their grandkids will not be at Thanksgiving.
I get that,
And I'm like, I'm not going to wear it. They're my in-laws. They're not my parents.
Right.
I'm pushing that onto my wife. You deal with the hours of conversation and the passive aggressiveness of Jake not being at Thanksgiving.
And it is passive aggressive too, isn't it? It's one of those where they'll make a comment while they're sitting down on the couch. They're like, "Oh, there's just one empty spot here. I wonder who could be sitting there."
God,
Think about this, Tolos, as you take a load off with us at Buffalo Wild Wings in Quebec/Fort Worth, Lake Worth. You just mentioned you would do this.
Yes.
Corey, I feel like you've done some fun / stupid things in your life.
Absolutely.
What is one of these things that you could hear this story about a 16-year-old wanting to sleep in his car to possibly go to a game that he has nothing to do with that you've done in your life where you're like, that was really stupid now that I look back on it, but it did work out?
I got up at 1 a.m. and drove to New Mexico. So I drove overnight to New Mexico by myself.
From Dallas?
Yeah, and I was like 17 years old, got in my car and went to go.
13 hours?
Yeah, it's 8 hours, about 8 hours. And I was by myself on the highway, pitch black. And at one point, kind of got lost a little bit. But yeah, it was very dangerous. But I thought it was really cool at the time. We were going about 95 miles an hour, on the highway. And there was one other car on the highway, and he and I would just kind of switch being in front, so just in case the cops got us, the other one could keep going. And so we just kept doing that. And then somewhere in like Odessa, he ended up parting off. But I thought now I think that's very stupid. Back then I was like, this was awesome.
Left the road?
I was, because then it was just me and two headlights just going. But yeah, I think that's pretty dumb now because of what I was doing back then. And there was also that time all my friends were tripping acid in the forest. That was kind of weird. Cops came up.
Were you Phil Jackson?
No, that was peyote, buddy.
Okay, gotcha.
So, Kevin, I know how big of an A&M fan you are. Now, this A&M question, I haven't asked my son, but I was thinking about, asking him this question. Would you rather go to this game at College Station, or if the Aggies, this would be an easy deal to do. Now, it'd cost money.
Sure.
The Aggies could play. If everything worked out, perfect thing, it probably won't. They could play in the national semifinal game at AT&T Stadium to go to the national championship. I'll give you 3 choices here.
Okay.
This game on Saturday, not this Saturday, but
I got you.
The Saturday against UT. You could go to the semifinal game at AT&T Stadium, or the dream scenario, A&M makes the national championship game for the first time since 1912.
It's 1939. Don't laugh at that.
Which game would you pick?
So my order would be national championship game, then Texas A&M, because it's in College Station. It's on campus. That atmosphere is insane. And then third would be the national semifinal. I'd be thrilled for any of them, but that's the order I would go. National championship, the Saturday after Thanksgiving game, and then the semifinals.
If the Cowboys, this isn't happening this year, if the Cowboys played in the Super Bowl, would you rather have
A&M.
tickets to the A&M national championship game? Or
I'd rather have the A&M tickets. Just because the atmosphere is going to be so different, too. Like, you can find, I know there'll be Cowboys fans there, but it'll be very corporate at the Super Bowl. You'll find crazed A&M fans at the game.
I know everybody's financial situation is different, and this isn't about getting tickets to a game. But I had a friend of mine recently say he really regrets going to Midwestern State in Wichita Falls. Nothing against that school. He enjoyed his time there, everything like that. But he recently went to an A&M football game. He's been to other major college football games, and he's like, why didn't I choose one of these major universities
It's unbelievable.
with a good football school? How much, Corey, do you, I don't know, I have no clue your situation when you were like in high school, then choosing college and all this thing. How much do you regret maybe not doing what you needed to do to go to OU or to go to a UT or an A&M?
And I impress that probably too much on my kids now. But, like, fortunately, my wife was very good at all that stuff in high school, so she was very prepared. And I was the first person in my family to graduate from college. So nobody knew how to get me to college back then. So now that I know and I see the path, I'm very like, guys, you got to do this. I do regret it a lot.
Okay, the last Mike likes it because we got to get to the C block.
This is a good one, too.
It is?
Thank you,
For
guys.
your C block?
This is going to be a good
okay,
C
good,
block.
good,
yeah.
good. So last week I made you guys laugh, I think, a whole bunch or drive you insane with my Cologuard story.
Yeah.
My wife, she listened to it that night, thought it was very funny, but she wanted to say, as a doctor, it had nothing to do with my prostate. Stop saying that it was prostate.
Oh.
Yeah.
What was it for then?
Big colon. For your colon.
Okay, that makes...
The Cologuard is for your colon.
Yeah.
So
You still
she's
need
like,
to go
you
do
said
the
this
prostate
multiple
thing?
times. I got it. Hey, you want to do it
Okay.
together?
No.
He's already done it once.
I don't.
We could schedule.
No, I know, because you're
my
gonna
wife
try-
has
No.
my wife has a major thing that she's doing with her friends.
Dude, they have toilets that y'all can sit facing each other and
I
everything.
don't know. Because I know
Are you
what
done
Mike's
yet?
like
I'm
when
done.
he takes pictures. He comes up behind me and he's like, hey, Kevin, do you want me to touch your shoulder? And I know he's going to try to get in the room with me and be like, do you want to hold hands while we do this? I don't.
To make you feel good.
No.
Don't
it
you
won't.
hold Noah's hands when he's at Oak Cliff Pediatrics
Yes.
and needs a shot?
But he's a baby.
Okay. So's Luca, and he's 25 years old. All right, that's it. Mike likes it.
All right, Mike likes it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on
Not as
105
many
through the Fan.
claps. I should have taken more of a load off.
Okay.
I'll do it next week.
All right. We'll be in Arlington next week. Today, we're in Fort Worth, Lake Worth area off of Quebec Street. And coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Oh, wow.
Do you feel the pressure?
I do feel pressure. Who's responsible for me losing my wedding ring and how Livy Dunn raised the stakes? Next to the Fan.
Has there been a determination made on
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Baby.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
The Pre-Curve?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, Lake Worth area off of Quebec. It is also a shout-out Friday, and I feel like I say this incorrectly sometimes, so we got a shout-out on Twitter. Can you shout out the Cato Mills, or Caddo Mills if you're not fancy, volleyball team for advancing for the first time in school history to the regional finals against Salina in Melissa. Congratulations to those ladies right there, and congratulations to all of us, because now you get the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I appreciate that from the Tolos, too. Y'all,
They're
thank
amped
y'all.
up.
They are always amped up.
Hey,
and it's,
real quick question, just between me and you.
Just between us.
I can hear you.
They seem to cheer for you, and they seem to cheer for me.
Yeah. I think Kevin's upset that nobody's cheering for him.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
No, he's
Let's give it up
not.
for Kevin Hagelin, ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
Because we had to demand it.
No, I don't.
All right. I got a lot of things to get to here, Mike. Got a lot of things to get to here. All right, so before we get into anything else, is right now an okay time to put up the tree and put presents under it?
Presents?
Okay, I'm seeing no's.
My wife asked me yesterday about calling up the guy who puts up lights for us, and I was like, if he wants to do it this weekend, fine. And she's like, well, I was like, we don't have to turn on the lights. They can just be up. So I'm even like right now, like turning on the lights. If they do get hung this weekend, I'd be like, I feel like it's still a little too early. I like doing it the weekend of Thanksgiving.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, because last week on Sunday I gave in and I brought all the decorations for inside the house out so Lucy could decorate, and she started wrapping presents, and she was like, "Where's the tree?" And I was like, "It's not time for that," but I'm gonna have to teach her at some point. But she started wrapping. She had like about 7 different presents wrapped.
Wow.
That she did, and I'll get back into that in just a few moments, but. I saw this a moment ago. Thank you, Alec Medford, for shooting this over to me. There is a Paul Skeens 1-of-1 rookie debut patch autograph, and it is officially there for Topps Chrome Update.
Right.
All right, and it's releasing 2 days ago.
Yes.
All right, so it is already released. The Pittsburgh Pirates have said to the lucky person who finds this card, we'd love to bring this card home to PNC Park to share with all the Buccos fans. Here's our offer.
Oh.
They're offering 2 Pirates season tickets behind home plate for the next 30 years.
30 years?
A softball game for 30 at PNC Park and coaching from Pirates alumni.
All right,
a spring training experience like no other, a private tour of Pirate City and their park, meet and greet with Paul Skeens, 2 Paul Skeens autographed jerseys, take batting practice and warm up with the team, and other unique experiences at the Pirates Park.
Wow!
Now, there is something else I'm gonna throw in there in just a second.
For the record, that's the goal of the package I'm always trying to get for Peace-a-thon. Like 30 years of Rangers tickets.
2 tickets for 30 years?
Ooh,
that
by
seems
the way,
insane.
By the way, another plug for Peace-a-thon. We'll have a package that we're auctioning off where you get 4 seats to a Rangers game that are at least $150 a piece, plus you get to go on the field before the game for batting practice.
That sounds awesome. That
we'll
sounds awesome
available.
right there. So, Mike, is that worth it to you if you pulled the 1-of-1 Paul Skeens card to get that kind of a stack right
So
there?
here's why the answer for me is no.
Oh.
99.9% chance the person who pulls this card out of the pack, first of all, this card will be worth a minimum of $100,000 to $250,000. So you have to understand that before taxes and what you're going to have to pay, if you pull this card, you have a minimum of $100,000. You could have up to $250,000 if you sell it. What do you do if you're here at Buffalo Wild Wings and you pull this card? You're not going to a Pirates game. You're not going to 81 Pirates games for the next 30 years. You don't live there.
Got to move to Pittsburgh.
So now you have to figure, if you're a Pirates fan, would you want – I don't know the math of this. I don't know how much it costs to sit behind home plate at PNC Park for a Pirates game. If you know you get 2 tickets for the next 30 years and all of this stuff that you want, is it more than if I buy that card from the person who pulled it out of a pack to $125,000? Am I winning or losing that? Because if I can get those tickets, But it'd cost me the next 30 years, I'm guessing, with inflation and everything, and I'm a big Pirates fan. If it's like, well, it'd be $80,000 for that, or it'd be $200,000 for that, then maybe I do the math in my head and go, I'll pay the $125,000 right now, buy it, then give it to Pittsburgh because I live in Pittsburgh. I am a Pirates fan. So that's the tough part about this pull is if like Wyatt Langford's card will probably be like a $50,000 card, his.
They're giving well over value because I broke it down. This prices those tickets out at $50 a piece. I'm willing to wager that a ticket behind home plate is worth way more than $50, and that's if you put the card at $250,000. So I think the Pirates are going above and beyond value-wise. This is probably closer to at least $500K.
Kevin, somebody else then upped the stakes. Paul Skeen's girlfriend, Olivia Dunn, said, let's raise the stakes. The person who finds the card can sit with me at a Pirates game in my suite. And I'm just kind of like, that is now added to this.
So you got about 3 hours.
And now, Mike, what's happened here is I don't know if, like, did people already get this card? Probably. But
no,
if not, she just gave them a reason to go buy the card. Like, to go, like, more people.
This will be a national story when it's pulled. I'm just looking right now. Just today, somebody pulled the Jack Leiter one of these.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know how much it sold for because it said $3,000 or best offer.
Jeez.
It has sold. Now, look, if you're the Leiter family, like,
that's
this
a significant card.
To me, that's a buy because now I have my child's debut patch. It's only 101. Like, literally, this is going to be the card now from 2023 on that will be the rookie card of all rookie cards for every player. There's a zillion other rookie cards. This will be the only one of Paul Skeens, Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter, all of these guys from now on. If Topps can keep doing this, put that debut patch, you know that this was part of the jersey they wore in game one, and they signed this card, and it is a 101, and no other card will be like it. And so these cards are going to be very expensive.
How many guys out there are trying to buy it, though, just so they can go sit in Livy Dunn's suite?
Which hopefully,
knowing that her boyfriend is on the field pitching.
But hopefully they're going because they just want to meet her, not thinking, I have 3 hours to convince her to break up with her millionaire famous boyfriend. Not going to happen.
Yeah.
But if you just really love her for like her gymnastics and stuff, that's a great deal.
Yeah, because she can tumble.
That's a heck of a deal.
Okay, now to the story that I've been very concerned about. I lost my wedding ring.
Where?
So on Saturday, I took my wedding ring off and put it next to the sink, next to, like, on my countertop in my bathroom.
Did you not want to be married anymore?
No, it's just I was going to bed. I don't typically sleep with my wedding ring on. That's just I take it off. And the next day, as I was getting all the stuff out of the attic,
you really sleep naked.
Yeah, I told you. As I was getting all the stuff out of the attic, I didn't put it on again. Like, I had to get up in the attic and do stuff. So I was like, I'm just going to go grab all this stuff and then I'll come back. So on Monday morning, as I was getting ready to come into work, I looked down and my wedding ring's not there. And so I was kind of looking around, going, "Hey, where is this thing?" And then the next day, I asked Adrian, I said, "Hey, have you seen my wedding ring?" And she said, "No." She said, this happens sometimes. I'm sure it'll turn up somewhere." And I was like, "Yeah, you're right." And then on Wednesday, I asked the boys, I was like, "Guys, have y'all seen my wedding ring anywhere? Are y'all trying to play a joke on me or anything like that?" And the boys were like, "No." And so I'm looking through boxes and looking all over the house trying to find this because this is an important thing to me.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, we're kind of sitting there, and I was talking to Adrian. I was like, "I cannot believe that I can't find my wedding ring." And Lucy looked at me because she was wrapping presents and said, "Oh, you mean the ring that I wrapped the other day?" And I was like, "Oh, okay, so it's in that." And Adrian goes, "Yeah, don't you remember I found one of her wrappings, and I opened it, and it had $1 in it?" And I said, "I do remember that." And she said, "Yeah, it was in the other one that I wrapped. And that's the one that I thought was paper trash that I picked up off the ground and took to the recycling bin. And the recycling was taken yesterday."
Oh.
And my wedding
Did you
ring.
give her a spanking?
No, I didn't give her a spanking for this. My wedding ring is somewhere in recycling in
It's
Plano,
over.
and it is gone. Like,
Yeah.
it is not one
Is
that it's
it
like
white gold? Is it silver?
it
What
is
it?
platinum. It is.
Oh
no,
my
no,
gosh!
Oh,
no,
that's some Plano money.
No. It is white gold. It is white gold.
Okay.
Yeah, it was white gold.
Texas
Because I wanted to get the platinum one, but he said it scratched easier than white gold did, so I didn't get that. So it is the white gold, and it was a very simple band. But is it my fault for actually physically throwing it away, or is it Lucy's fault for taking my ring when she probably should? She was just grabbing things that she saw and started wrapping them, and I thought that it was trash whenever I saw it.
I think it might have been your fault for taking it off.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to go with.
Okay, so I should always leave it on.
Yes.
There's percentages of blame to go around, but it happens. Things happen, right?
Yeah, and then so now my question is, what do I do? What do I do? Do I replace it with?
I'm wondering what the weirdest thing Lucy's ever wrapped.
Yeah,
about.
now
she just
she
wraps
likes to
things.
go hide things. She'll take Adrian's keys and hide them. She did hide Adrian's wedding rings once. Her engagement ring, she hid it under her bed or something like that.
Oh, man.
But yeah, there have been times where we'll just find stuff and we'll be like, Lucy, did you hide this? And she's like, ha, 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 ha. She thinks it's hilarious. But I don't know exactly what to do now. The Tolos last night, it was pretty nice. One guy said it might be easier just to get a new wife than tell your actual wife what happened.
That might have been Jerry Jones. Why don't I just tear the stadium down?
Just buy a new wife and everything will be
Mom,
fine.
can you imagine getting to know another woman that well?
I can't. I know Adrian so well, and we click together in such a great way. Now, obviously, I'm very good at compromising. Is that right, Kevin? I'm pretty good at that.
That is true.
So I do compromise a lot to make things work, and she's amazing. So no, I don't think I could go out of my way. Some people said leave the country and don't tell Adrian.
Oh,
I've lost my ring twice.
Okay, and how did Sue respond whenever you told her?
Pretty okay.
Okay.
Is a silver ring. From James Avery.
I have one of those it's the exact same thing.
Nice.
It's the exact same as my wedding ring, but it's silver.
And maybe the first one was white gold and the second one was silver. I can't remember, to be honest. But I was playing basketball up at in the Lake Highlands area in the mornings, and I just would put it in my bag, play basketball for an hour and a half or whatever, and then I'll look in my bag and my wedding ring is gone. So I think somebody just stole it.
Oh, no.
So that's that. And then my second one, I honestly can't remember. I lost it.
You showed up one day and it was gone.
At that point, after losing 2 rings, and luckily they're not, when I say that expensive, they're not that expensive. I would say it's not like a woman's wedding ring.
Oh, yeah, hers
or
costs a lot
engagement.
more, yeah.
So
3 years salary.
There's no
right?
diamonds.
No,
it was
that's
just
3 months?
So now I just go with the Amazon rubber ring.
Okay, and that's what I've been getting on.
Yeah.
Kevin, what do you have? I've seen yours.
Yeah, I have just I think it is silver.
Okay, I have seen the rubber rings on Amazon. A lot of people suggested doing that as well.
I have some of those. I've just never used them.
Okay, and that's what I'm strongly considering doing that, or maybe I don't worry about it and I just go without ring for the rest of my life.
Okay,
what are y'all's thoughts on that?
No. Ask our
I
thoughts.
see some people thinking it's okay.
Don't ask their thoughts either.
Yeah.
What are your wife's thoughts?
I have
about
not
this?
asked her yet, but I think she'd be all right with it. She's like, I think she'd be okay. You know, she doesn't want to hold me down. You know what I'm saying? She wants to make sure that this wild animal gets his life on. You know.
What the hell does that mean?
I hope she didn't hear that. Honestly.
Did you just say when a wild animal gets his life on?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. So I think I'm just going to go with the rubber ring and make sure I never take it off again. I think that's
if you were a wild animal, what kind of wild animal would you be?
A lion. I always like lions. I think lions are cool. So there you go.
That's your main choice?
That is my main choice, yes. Do you have a lion joke?
No.
Okay, good.
I just didn't want to call you a layer.
You're talking like you're a wild animal. Like
I already had it in mind from the 682. This is Chris from Arlington. I'll try to find Corey's ring in Plano and return it. So I appreciate that.
That's nice.
If you work in Plano recycling, please let me know. Or maybe we reach out to hold on, you have Diamond Factory, Mike? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Maybe we can reach out to the Diamond Factory and see if I can get myself some diamonds on a ring.
You'd want a diamond ring?
Yeah. And then get a pinky ring to go along with it with like a little ruby on it. Like, what's up? Pinky rings are dope.
Is this because you watched The Penguin?
I did watch The Penguin. It was awesome.
Hey,
okay.
What if?
What?
Just suggesting, so you don't lose it, you get a diamond tongue ring.
Okay, that's not a bad option. Not a bad option.
And then you do it without your wife knowing. and then you show it to her and be like, I won't lose this ring.
Guess what?
Because on my
Replaced
tongue.
it. Yeah, here it is on my tongue. I might have to take a couple days off because talking is my
Let me
business.
just check something here. Mike, what do you think are the advantages of a tongue ring?
You feel it at all times.
Piece of the week. Next on the Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing and enjoying.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Monday morning swagger. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Gray, the tight end. Mahomes caught for the touchdown. There it is. The all-time Chiefs leading touchdown receiver.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a minute. Before that, though, which football game are you most looking forward to this weekend? Obviously, we have some collegiate options. There is a loaded NFL slate. And, of course, Texas high school football playoffs have begun.
Nice.
So, gentlemen, I think I know where y'all might go with this, but what game are you most looking forward to this week?
I mean, it's Lions-Jags, obviously. That's a huge game, huge implications.
That is actually not what I thought you were going to say.
I was joking. It's Ravens-Steelers. Ravens-Steelers is one of those. It's a noon kickoff, but Lamar Jackson against the Steelers is very interesting because of what the Steelers are doing right now. Like, what they're doing, is it real? Because we feel like the Ravens team is a real thing right now, right? So I feel like that's the one that I want to see. That's going to be a matchup. It might be the low-scoring game. It might be one of those, but it's going to be one of those that I think it's a battle back and forth the entire time.
Obviously, it's Chiefs and Bills.
Yeah, I think I do have some other games that I'm interested in, but that one makes a lot of sense. That feels like the game of the weekend. And I know the Chiefs will still have the inside track for home field advantage, but if the Bills can win this game, surely they're going to think, hey, we're in the mix. We have an opportunity for home field now.
To your point, I feel like a lot of teams after playing the Chiefs go, we can beat them.
Yes.
We didn't beat them, but we can beat them.
Yeah. That's a fair way of putting it.
We could have done that.
I wanted to throw it out there. Bizarrely, I think Falcons and the Broncos as well is what I'm going to go with. Now, selfishly, Falcons and the Broncos is on The Fan. You can tune in starting at 3 o'clock. But I'm intrigued to see more teams. I like these separation games where it's like, hey, could the Broncos season potentially be over? Maybe they get a win and keep moving in the right direction. Could the Falcons season really hit the skids, or will they take this win and really reassert their dominance throughout the division? So I like Falcons-Broncos as well, but to y'all's point, Ravens-Steelers and Chiefs-Bills are clearly the more marquee games of the weekend. All right, on the college football front, Tennessee and Georgia. That's another game that you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. And for the 817, the game I'm looking forward to most is the Monday Night Football game because I won tickets from The Fan. Now, we did get somebody who texted in and was like, hey, I got tickets and I'm not going to go just so I can show Jerry what's up. But I don't believe that was really the person, so hopefully they have a lot of fun at the Cowboys-Texans game this weekend. But the other college football games, so there's two of them, is Georgia-Tennessee, and then I got to tell you, I'm invested. Boston College and SMU.
What?
I feel like
you're invested in SMU.
I feel like every SMU game from here on out pretty much becomes a must-watch, must-pay attention to because they have an honest-to-goodness shot to make the playoff. Not like if this happens, then this happens. If they just keep winning, they're going to make the playoff. And so now SMU has become a team that I think probably has a lot of the Metroplex attention, but it's gotten more of my attention.
They're favored by 18.5.
Yeah, and I hope they just dominate that game.
Lashley was on with Shan and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show.
Do you think
yesterday.
that will help help SMU or hurt them?
I think it'll help. He sounds so fun. Like they did a phenomenal job with the interview for one, but he just sounds like a coach you want to play for, but a dude that you're like, hey man, this is a great dude. This is awesome to see happening in Dallas. Listen, I love me some TCU. You always know that.
Yes.
I've always loved Fort Worth and TCU. But seeing what's happening at SMU and looking like that program can – because I think why wouldn't Dallas be a great spot for a program to just be dominant for a while? And it could be a great opportunity for that area to come back to prominence. So I'm excited about it.
Now, we told you earlier in the day that Harrison Butker was going to the injured reserve. Also wanted to add this for the Bills. Dalton Kincaid, because of a knee issue, will not be in that game on Sunday either. So, look, I understand for seeding purposes, this is a huge game, probably a huge game for a lot of other reasons. But I wonder if each team walks away from this either thinking, hey, you caught us, good game on you, but we can still beat you, or if either team will be like, hey, we're missing some key spots, especially offensively for the Bills. When we inevitably play in the playoffs again, we'll get you next time.
Yeah.
I'm curious, but I'm really excited about that game, absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
I'd like to think that applause was for me, but it's totally
I think
for
it
what's
was.
about
Hold
to
on,
happen.
wait. We can figure this out. Guys, was that applause for Alec back in the studio?
Hold on. Guys, was that applause for Kevin? Oh, look at that. I didn't expect that. I
expected a layout right there. All right, so Alec, people are excited. What do you got for them?
Well, I've got Masterpiece of the Week. It's where we're going to revisit some of the wild, wacky, and oftentimes concerning things that have been said by us on this very program. And I've got quite the lineup here this week. We have 2 celebrity entrants. Would you like to start there? I can give you Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation or Jerry Jones this morning.
Let's go Rico first.
All right. Chiafalo said this during my segment yesterday, and I still don't even know what the context was.
When he tightens up a little bit, I'm gonna get in there, but I just don't see that day ever coming. You know.
I think Eric Chiafalo was trying to get on Masterpiece of the Week.
Eric
with that
Chiafalo is a sexual being.
He is very a sexual being. Yeah, that's true.
That's one way to put it.
Mike, your thoughts on that onion ring?
Solid.
Nice.
I like the dip.
Yes, those are good dips.
By the way, Chiafalo, he has kids.
Yeah.
So you're saying that Kevin, don't pursue him?
Yeah.
All right.
Huh? Okay.
I don't know, Alec. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Let's go to Mike. We're going to go to my favorite subcategory here. It actually happened today. This is Mike overreacting.
Is this Stevie Wonder?
Yes. Mike loves some Stevie Wonder right there.
Laugh,
that was
Mike.
before we even told the story. Mike was excited about the Stevie Wonder story.
I didn't know we were going to talk about Stevie Wonder today, but I saw that and I thought it was funny, and then you brought it up. I was proud. I was excited. Stevie Wonder can see, maybe.
Oh.
Okay.
It's a miracle.
That's up in the air. We don't know yet. I don't know. At this point, I've heard so many stories about him claiming to use his eyes, and I'm like, I don't know at this point. I also don't know what Corey was saying here.
Nice thick cake. Oh man, yeah, Susie cakes.
You weren't talking about a butt?
No, I was not talking about a butt. The
line,
Susie
Kevin,
cakes,
the line.
They have nice. Their cakes are really good.
What happened to Lisa yesterday? Didn't you say like Lisa from Fort Worth was going to bring us something to eat?
Oh, Lisa's Kitchen. Somebody said they were bringing Lisa's Kitchen up to us.
I
don't know what
remember
happened.
that. I'm
I have
sorry.
no clue.
Kitchen wasn't cooking yesterday.
No, it wasn't cooking. But yeah, that's about Susie cakes right there, man.
And what are Susie cakes? I don't even know.
It's a cake shop. They're from, I think, based in California, but they arrived all over the place, and their cakes are about a foot tall. And they are dense butter. Like, there's butter. Like, it's so good. Yeah, great. Buttercream outside, too. You know, the icing is really good.
I feel like in our neighborhood there's a place called Creecia's that is like that.
Yeah, there's one, I think,
right
around you.
Well, Kevin was talking about Chiafalo in a specific way. I think he needs to look in the mirror.
He was just sticking his finger in his ear hole. Ear hole. Mm-hmm. That's okay. Mm-hmm. That's not sexual.
It was the
right?
ear hole of his helmet, though, is what he was doing. But
you know what? They're showing Matthew Stafford. He doesn't have ear holes.
What are you talking about?
On his helmet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does he not?
They're just showing. You can't get into his ear hole.
Wow.
Do you think
It's a
anybody
covered ear hole.
has an ear thing?
Do you think he? Huh?
Not
what did
him.
You just say?
Do you think anybody has an ear thing?
Absolutely.
Has Jess ever licked your ear?
I don't want to talk about
Raise
that.
your hand if you have an ear thing. I don't see anybody saying they have an ear
You're
thing,
saying,
Kevin.
I was like, are you trying to tell us you do?
No, I do not.
Are you into ears?
No, I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever looked at somebody and go, man, their ears are just beautiful?
No, I have not.
So you're telling me you don't look at Andrew Siciliano and say, huh?
Because that's the guy that people think has big ears, right?
Yes.
He does.
Okay.
You never just sat there and been like, those lobes are just so plump.
Yeah, look at those.
No.
All right.
What is okay? You know
So
what?
what is
Enjoy
what do you
what
think
you
Jess
enjoy.
has done to his ears?
I don't know.
Because he sounds like he wants to keep this very private.
No.
She
my
got those big
God.
headphones for him. To
Oh,
protect
that's
him,
right.
You know?
Oh, that's a
Protect
good
his
point.
ears.
You guys are so dumb.
I don't think so.
Oh,
We both graduated college.
Yeah, I think we're onto something here.
Yeah.
yeah. Shout out
Yeah,
UTA,
and Mike
Mike.
studied the entire universe.
Yeah.
Universal Studies.
Yeah, everybody knows. Whole degree in the universe.
Not a half degree, a whole degree. Corey said this.
But I'm not as, maybe that dude's more flexible than me.
Probably a lot of people are more flexible than me.
How flexible are you?
I'm not as flexible as you. You can put your foot in your mouth. I can't
That's
do that.
true.
Like you can. I'm not
What?
saying like you've done that.
You're flexible without trying to be flexible, Kevin. Do you stretch?
No.
You're just one of those flexy
Yeah.
muscle kind of people.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've always had to stretch in order to be flexible. I'm not at
No,
all.
I'm not flexible at all either.
But
You're
I-
very fibrous.
I do admire bendy people, though. I mean, if you can bend around and do some things, that's pretty impressive.
Oh.
So you are. God gave you the gift of flexibility, yet all you do is eat your toenails.
God gave me the ability of flexibility with my body. With my mind, not so good at that.
I know, but you haven't used your flexibility to better this world.
Yeah, that's a superpower.
How would you? How should I better the world with that?
That's up to people.
That was your
power.
blessing.
No, not
I
true.
don't know.
Not true. Sometimes at the grocery store, if somebody needs help with something on the top row,
That's
always-
height.
That's being tall.
Okay.
That's Dirk Nowitzki.
I'm still helping out
Dirk's very tall for his age.
for any age, right?
He's just
Okay.
tall in general.
He is a tall man.
All right, Mike, I don't know why I thought this was so funny.
I don't know how to do my job. F you.
Is it going to be like that? At
That
some
is
point?
pretty much what every one of our Monday meetings is like right there. So, yeah, that's all right.
I don't even remember what I was talking about.
I think it was the
You were
Luca
talking about
complaining
this
to the
job.
refs.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Every game.
yeah. Mike's not
At least
very
he
happy.
doesn't play defense.
Let's see. Corey said this.
His stick just feels like it's he gets more reach with it.
Hockey.
Stankoven. I was talking
Okay.
about Stankoven. Thank you,
Stanky.
Mike.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stanky has a long stick.
Okay.
And who's on his line?
The other ones.
Oh my
Is
God.
Shane on his line?
Yes, I knew that's what he was
it
getting
moves.
at.
Okay.
Well, what do you call him, Mike?
Stanky.
And what do you call Duchesne?
Yeah.
Douche.
Uh-huh.
Doucher.
That's what I was
changed-
aiming for.
Yeah, I don't.
They cheer for this man.
I don't hear
They
anybody
cheer
cheering.
for
Yeah.
this man.
Nope.
I bet they will.
I guarantee you, Duchesne has had a teammate in his life that has called him Doucher.
Probably so.
You're probably right,
They
Mike.
probably got punched, too, though.
No, they didn't.
Maybe they didn't. Teammates don't get punched.
Duchesne's not a fighter.
That's right.
He's a scorer.
And
Yep.
his sister.
You can't be a scorer and a fighter.
Well, Kevin scored on this, I think.
I am undefeated in lifetime sack bets.
That's my winner right there. That is fantastic.
That was for the guy who said he would staple it to his head.
Yeah, that was
if Juan Soto signed with the Cubs. I just don't even
Are
know
we
how
tracking that?
genetically how that's possible.
Stretch it.
It sounds like the Mets are going to.
Yeah, they said we'll do everything we
I'm like,
can.
at that point, the Yankees are like, we're going to lose the financial battle. It's just a matter of can we be competitive enough that Juan Soto would rather be a Yankee than a Met.
Oh,
that's it.
Thanks, Mike. Jerry Jones said this earlier today.
I love the weeds too.
That's my winner.
He's
That
talking
is-
about when you wait tables and you're very busy, you're in the weeds. But he was referring to it as like the details, right? Like he was saying that's too far in
I don't know.
deep into the details.
Let's hear it one more time in the happiness in which he says that.
I love the weeds too.
All right, so That's what I pick.
I get it. I mean, think about the NFL, the players. He loves it because all the players give up all their rights for the weeds.
That's true. That is true.
Interesting. Is that, sorry, Alec, is that the last one?
No, we got a couple of strong entrants.
Okay.
Left. I saved, in my opinion, the best for last.
Telling your wife, hey, you want me to fertilize you? That's for grass, man.
The weeds.
Yeah.
The weeds. Mike.
You know what? I'm voting for myself.
Are you?
Yeah, that was funny, and you know it as you're Kevin the Fertilizer Hagelin.
So it was a joke I made about when a lady wakes up in the morning, you're like, how do you want your eggs?
A lady?
Scrambled or fertilized?
Jess. When
Yeah,
Jess wakes up in the
know.
morning.
Lady. Don't forget
Yesterday at Martin House, somebody walked up and goes, "It's the fertilizer," and I do not care for that.
You
nickname.
made that up.
No, I didn't. You made it
We
up.
didn't know
it was
that
a
you were the-
joke from a movie called 200 Cigarettes.
You begged to be called that. You asked.
Yeah.
So
You
we
didn't
did.
tell us that. You acted like you made it up, and you told Jess one morning, do you want to be fertilized?
Not. That is not what happened.
Am I getting this story wrong?
You are getting this story wrong.
Sounds good to me.
You're nailing
I'm
it.
pretty
Yeah.
sure I remember what you said.
And Kevin even put it in his email signature, so at the bottom it says Kevin
Yeah.
in quotes the
That's how he signs
fertilizer.
his copy.
Hagelin.
Would
Yeah.
you like to donate to Pizza-thon?
Yeah, a guy won a shirt earlier, and I saw it.
Oh, yeah. He signed Kevin.
Yeah,
Hagelin,
Kevin, the better fertilizer.
Yeah.
I just
Hagelin.
wrote better on there, not the other part.
The better
not
fertilizer.
the other
Scott's
part.
turf. You just
Hey.
need Kevin.
I've made 2 kids.
All right, I got one more, and of course it's Mike Bassick.
Feel them, and I do not like the ones that are scratchy. So I like the ones that are really soft.
Mm-hmm. Shirts.
My shirts.
Shirts, Kevin. The ones
Like,
that are
what would it
scratchy.
be otherwise, though?
A scratchy shirt.
No,
It
like,
actually wasn't shirts. I know exactly what it was.
Oh, no.
what
Yeah.
were you talking about?
He was rug shopping.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, when he went to go look at the rugs.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
most
do you know how
80s
much
activity
rug, do you know how
ever.
much rugs cost?
What? Rugs are expensive.
Do you know, like,
All your life.
do you know, like, you can get rugs that are like $5,000 and $6,000, and that's just normal?
This is a regular rug, bro.
Do you prefer,
Why?
like,
All you're doing is putting your feet on it.
do you prefer like a bigger one or like a more manageable size one?
We're laying on
In
it.
our living room, it needs to be big. Because it's going to be at least a 9x12 or a 10x14 makes sense in that room.
Okay.
Wow.
But in the other room, the like connected to the kitchen, small rug.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's more like a
Like a strip.
5x8, I
Okay,
think, or
yeah.
5x6.
That actually
Sounds
goes
about
with
right.
it.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, does that answer your question,
Yes.
Kevin?
Yeah.
Exactly the way you wanted it answered?
Yes. Yes, it does.
In the hallway, you want a thin rug if you're going to get a rug in the hallway.
From the 682, Mike was so bad, I just busted out laughing at the light, and I spit laughing so hard.
Good.
All right,
Good.
I'm going to vote for Jerry Jones, who he likes the weeds.
I love the weeds, too.
He does. Yeah, he does. I'm voting for Kevin, the fertilizer Hagelin.
Damn it.
No, but on the one where he said
Yeah.
he was the sack artist when he was the best at that in all of his bets.
I am undefeated in lifetime sack bets.
Just the way you say words is so good.
Everything I say seems so sarcastic
It
or
is.
aggressive.
I'm voting for the fertilizer.
Telling your wife, hey, you want me to fertilize you? That's for grass, man.
I think this is tough. I think I'm gonna vote for this.
Telling your wife, hey, you want me to fertilize you?
Good
That's for
job.
grass, man.
It's for grass,
You win again,
man.
Kevin. You win again, dude. That's awesome.
Congratulations to me, I guess.
Good job, Kevin.
We're the
fertilizer.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Can I get a shout out for the 817? I'm turning 60 tomorrow. Feeling great and looking great. That's from James. Happy birthday. Shout out to you. Coming up next, some more of your shout outs, but also we will chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Shan and RJ, we preview and pick the Texans game. We will also have a recap of the
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
His prognosis is wonderful. It just means that we're not going to have him the rest of the year.
You know where breaking sports news originates, and that's right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Daniels is back. He's being chased. He's running. He's being pushed. He's knocked out of bounds. The Eagles take over on downs. The Eagles take over on downs.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, live at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Quebec in Fort Worth. It is a shout-out Friday. We've got a shout-out for the North Crowley football team. They're playing Byron Nelson tonight in the first round of the playoff. Shout-out to North Crowley. Also, shout-out on the napkin, the smart napkin, to my best friend Sharon, always by my side and always there, spending every Friday with you guys. I believe this is 10 weeks in a row. It's the highlight of our week. You guys make a difference in our life. This season, we are a perfect 10 for 10. I love it. Thank you guys very, very much. And now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
We're doing great. The crowd out here in Fort Worth, Lake Worth has been fantastic all day long. I wanted to ask you guys about the audio we played coming back. Either how much do you believe in the Eagles as maybe the second best team in the East, or maybe do you not at all believe in the Commanders? Because I know some people have poked holes at their record because of their schedule.
Yeah, I think the Commanders had a tough night last night. I think they were a little bit out of sync, couldn't get anything going. It does appear that Philly is in the driver's seat, but I still wouldn't be surprised if this comes down to which team stays healthiest down the stretch. I think Washington will win. I don't think Philly is a strong Super Bowl contender. They've just been, up until last night, playing pathetic teams, including the Cowboys. And last night they had the advantage of a fatigued a Washington team, beat up Washington team on the road Thursday night football. So I still think this is going to be a dogfight. Hagee?
All right. What, anybody else want to chime in, or I can move on to something else?
Well, I think it's the schedules down the stretch. I think for Washington, that's going to benefit them. I mean, I did see, I think after the win, I talked about this yesterday on our show, but ESPN projected, I think it drops to an 18% chance for Washington to win this division. But we've seen the Eagles kind of falter late in the season with Nick Sirianni. I mean, they were 10-1 last year. Then they stunk down the stretch, and the Cowboys were able to win that division. So I think they've still got to prove that they can finish the season strong before I'll say, hey, this thing's a wrap. But I think Jaden Daniels definitely had a learning moment last night. That was a tough environment, short week. And I think you saw in moments where we've seen him step up and make some big plays, he wasn't able to do it last night. And then I got Barkley'd, because I had Washington and Survivor, the schmuck that I am. That's what I get for taking an NFC East rival.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That was going to backfire.
It was a stupid decision. It was an ultimate backfire.
Sorry, man. Now, the Stars win last night in emphatic fashion, but unfortunately, the Mavericks continue to struggle mightily in the final 2 minutes of these games. Do y'all want to talk about that, or do you want to talk about fight night?
Oh, man, both are fantastic topics. I think with the Mavs, I'm going to lean optimistic, but I think we're heading to a situation where the chemistry is off, and, I don't know how much Luca cares about defending even in critical situations in the regular season. So I'm kind of coming around to the idea that this is just a good regular season team, and we're going to have to deal with the ups and downs of that probably for the majority of Luca's career. And I'm interested to, start the consideration here for what kind of trades that should be targeted over the next 2-3 months.
Now, on the fight front, I'm not saying I want this to happen by any means, but I'm going to say Jake Paul wins a decision, especially because they're fighting with the bigger gloves. How are you guys feeling about the fight tonight?
I'm going to go Tyson in a decision. I think his defense and footwork is going to be enough to keep Paul off of him and the threat of the bomb. So I think it's going to be 16 minutes of slow dancing, and Tyson kind of respecting the youth and Paul respecting the power so much. So a lot of clutching and not a lot of action is what I expect. Tyson in a decision is my prediction.
I kind of feel like that Tyson is going to try and win this thing early.
Okay.
He's got to
go
feel
for the
like,
haymakers.
Yeah, I feel like that if he lets Paul hang around, then there's a possibility because of his youth and all that he can maybe score a victory against Tyson late. So I have a feeling the first 2 rounds are going to be phonetic. if that's the right word, for Tyson and trying to knock him out early so this thing doesn't go any longer than it needs to be. If it goes past the 3 rounds, then I think Paul's probably going to get a decision here.
I think Tyson's going for the kill. Tyson's going for the kill tonight.
He's got it early, right? And I'm with you. I think the longer this thing goes, it probably favors Jake, even though he did get outpointed versus Tommy Fury, but maybe he learned a little bit from that. So I think Tyson's going to have to get the KO here within the first 2 rounds. I'm hoping that happens. That's what I'm going to lean with here, even though he did look a lot smaller when they faced off yesterday. I was a little bit like, oh, damn. Jake Paul's really damn big.
How about the arm speed, though, on that slap?
That was good.
That was
good technique, too.
Impressive.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. It is a football Friday, a fight night Friday, and we'll be taking you up to that. But we have Stephen Jones with us. Little time change today. He's on at 6. Nick Harris, Star Telegram at 4, Brian. I know you'd like that.
Yeah, I love that. Hey, can I ask you guys a question real quick?
Yeah.
Can I ask Stephen Jones the boxing question, or you want to save that for Monday?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay,
Definitely.
I just want to make sure I didn't want to step on your toes.
And sorry
on that.
for that during the interview.
Yeah, go for it. I hope it turns out well. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It'll be Cowboys game day right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say pillow gloves, Kevin.
Pillow gloves.
He must die! The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Southpaw Mike Bassett. Weekdays at 10:40, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'll be the first to admit this. I simply did not see Coach Rock, Paper, Scissors making it up off the mat. I did not expect to see less thinking actually leading to talent taking over ever again. I did not see Nick Sirianni getting the Eagles back to looking like a championship contender. But then again, who did? Nobody. Yet here we are. I'm Jim Rome.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All the slap scene around the world at this point has our full attention. I'm saying it's definitely real. Mike was ticked off. Dude crawled up on him. His impulse was to destroy. And in 9 hours, we'll see just how sharp that impulse is. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. Broadus is in the house. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control with his Team Mike t-shirt on. He's fixing to go 5 hours flawless. Wolchuk and Chia follower here.
I don't know about the whole 5.
Well, oh, you're taking off early?
I might have to try to dip on out of here.
There he goes.
Yeah.
Got a fight party to get to?
Get to the fight itself.
There you go.
Oh, let's go.
I'm trying to do this. I got to holler at Tim first. I probably should have hollered at Tim first before I did this, but I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that.
We'll get it figured out.
Yeah, we'll get it figured out.
Wolchuk and Chia follow. Remember how to run the board.
I could jump back there and do it some old
Hey, I
school
wouldn't
stuff.
mind, man. It's been a while. It would be nuts, yeah.
I mean,
what you drink and what you think is going to just be an absolute bleep show.
Well, I mean, that's what it should be.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yes, okay, so is Carter back there? Carter coordinator video? Is he already out to fight?
Cartier?
Carter went to another game, didn't he?
Oh, he's footballing, huh?
Yeah, he's footballing it up, yeah.
College football, Carter strikes again.
Is it OU?
I don't know. It might not be.
He could be anywhere.
He's such a college football guy. He could be at some
He goes to
weird-
some random games.
Yeah.
He sure does. Yeah. Maybe it's Texas, Arkansas.
We feeling pretty good about Mike tonight?
I mean,
I don't know about good. I'm a little nervous.
Yeah. There's so much unknown,
The
of course.
size discrepancy did throw me off a little bit. Like
Jake Paul's a big guy.
I was like, damn, Jake really, really is bigger. I'm leaning
Like
Mike.
taller or more jacked?
Both.
Needs body
Mike,
armor.
Mike is a chiseled beast. He absolutely is in shape for this. There's no question. But goodness gracious, Jake Paul is a rather large human being. I didn't realize the difference that they had there. I thought Mike would be a little bigger.
Yeah.
Match that up. But I guess I'm leaning Mike still. First 2 rounds.
I think, what I saw in that slap was Mike's experience and savvy how to get that slap in there. The technique was so tight. Obviously, it wasn't a lot of power because that's not what he was trying to do. But the way that he fired back off of it in his fighting stance was lightning quick, wasn't it?
Yes, dude.
That was maybe the best part of it. It wasn't the strike. It was the step. He's ready.
And Jake Paul's dude, I don't know who that was that stepped in front of Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Fam, what's going on, bro? You stepped in front of Mike Tyson and just slapped your guy.
Yeah.
That man just crashed out for Jake Paul.
He did.
Jake Paul should up that. You should get a bonus for that right there alone.
Do you think the guy saw his light before his eyes? Like all of a sudden, like when he was a kid and he started having these flashbacks like, oh, this could be the last thing I see.
Well, I mean, he's probably, in Jake Paul's circle. He's probably thinking, I'm going to go viral here. It's probably a social media stunt. Like that video is going to be his profile for I would imagine the rest of your life at that point.
In that situation, though, I'm grabbing my man. I'm grabbing Jake. Oh, I got you, dog. Come on. I'm not grabbing Mike Tyson, bro.
Got to earn your pay. Is that what you're saying there? Yeah.
Well, it is exciting. On Netflix tonight, I don't know what expectations are. They've never had an event this big. I just hope the servers don't go down. I want a clean stream. That's I think goal number 1 has to be: do they have the bandwidth? Do they have whatever it takes? To keep this show on the road? And I would hope so. I'm sure they're getting advice from other people that have put on big boxing presentations before, Brian.
Yeah, I think then if that's the case, then Lucius needs to call in from the fight to the fan and do actual play-by-play over the radio.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. That'd be something.
Get Lucius play-by-play tonight if the stream
Like 25 seconds of play-by-play. If we get the real Mike Tyson,
yeah.
We won't need much.
I just want to hear the crowd.
And here they
Lucius.
go, and there it went.
Yeah.
Oh,
I want to hear Lucius do like 1950 like announcer guy from a boxing match is what I want to hear. Yeah.
While crossfaded.
Yeah.
Yeah. And faded.
972 Tyson was not ticked off. LOL. That slap was 100% scripted, just like this fight. Paul's winning this thing 100%. It's already predetermined.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why you would have Jake Paul win if it's predetermined. I think if it was going to be scripted, nobody would get knocked out. They would all have decent moments, and Tyson would win in a decision. And Jake Paul could say, I survived these rounds with Mike. Mike could say, I didn't lose to a YouTuber. That's the only agreement they would come to.
The draw. That silly game of a draw, because you can always stunt the rematch.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a draw. We can do it again and run that money up. But I don't know if Tyson wants to do that again.
Yeah, I hope it's not fixed. I don't believe this is fixed. I don't think that anybody needs the money. to fix it. Everybody is more than super millionaire.
Tyson said, he said this will not change his lifestyle whatsoever. He's more about the fight, he said.
Well, that's good because people are alleging, and I haven't heard this, and I can't find it, but people are texting in saying that apparently if Tyson knocks him out in the first round, he doesn't make any money. Like Tyson has to go the full fight to get max payout for not winning, or Jake has to win. Like it was apparently on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he was talking about it, and that is apparently the case. We've had multiple people texting in saying they heard that on the Joe Rogan podcast. So that's an interesting.
So you can't knock out Jake Paul
if you want to
maximize the money.
I guess to maximize the money,
they need the fight to go a certain distance.
I guess so.
Is that why Mayweather held him up?
Maybe so, Lucius. Maybe so.
Those kind of things.
I'm going to try and find the audio of this, and maybe we can play it and hear what Joe Rogan was saying about this.
The Mayweather thing was just an exhibition, right? Tyson, Roy Jones, just an exhibition, and I think those things are significantly different. If there's those kind of stipulations in this boxing contract, that would be disappointing. What else do we have here? It is fixed because they want another pay-per-view, says the 910. Mike is smaller than every opponent he fought, says the 360. Our texter in the coof coming in here from Southwest Washington. Mike said he slapped him because he stepped on his foot.
Yeah, he doesn't like people stepping on his feet. He says he's got real bad foots.
I could see that.
Bad foots.
I mean, that would be very, very unsettling.
Got corns and bunions.
I could see the slap being set up, but the fight not being.
No.
Like we want to send this pay-per-view thing into the stratosphere. Let's get a good slap going. Who's going to slap who?
I kind of believe Tyson when he's talking about like showing his kids what kind of fighter he was.
Yeah,
I know. I believe that. I don't.
Me too.
I don't think that's like. I don't think that's just. You wouldn't say that. That seems like that's kind of a deep. And Mike can say some deep things, but that seems very personal to him.
I agree. His quote after the slap was, he says, "I was in my socks and he had on shoes.
Yeah.
He stepped on my toe because he's a bleeping bleep hole. I wanted to think it happened by accident, but now I think it may have happened on purpose. I was in a lot of pain. I had to reciprocate."
Yeah.
So that's his response to the slap.
With a lightning slap.
Smack. Dude, it was the speed of that thing was very, and then as you mentioned, getting into his fighting stance very,
good
very
to go.
quickly. I was like, wow, there's an explosiveness here.
Okay.
Where's Tyson's teeth? Did y'all notice that? Yeah, you notice some teeth when he.
I didn't check. No.
You look at that video again when he's like, look like he's screaming. It's just hollow in there. What's going on, bro?
Oh no.
469. There's a reason there's 8 rounds. If they wanted a winner, they would have made it 7 or 9. That's very interesting.
That's a good point.
Fight probably needs to go the distance so ads get their airtime. I don't know about that. I think once they start the fight, they're not going to go with any ads on a Netflix type of presentation. Maybe if it was broadcast TV or something. 325. I don't understand scripted, but they scripted Fury to win. Doesn't make sense. Logan fought Mayweather, not Jake. Okay, thank you for that. 682, and a couple of others jumping in there as well.
Still Fugazi.
Yeah,
that one was
it's still like the Paul brothers on it, so there's there's glamour on there. You don't know what you're getting sometimes.
Okay, we don't know what we're getting Monday night. Of course, maybe we'll finalize our predictions on Monday here for this game against Houston. I think the Cowboys are going to be able to move the football. I think they're going to be more committed to a run game. They have to feel like we've unlocked some things. We just need more focus with Rico. I think more time for Cooper Rush to settle in, and Houston not having a great defensive line. Plus on offense for them, their offensive line is bad enough that I think Mike Zimmer plus Micah Parsons gives them a chance to rattle the Texans passing game a little bit, maybe get a takeaway. So right now I'm thinking heading towards Monday, this is where the Cowboys start to remind us that they are still a somewhat credible football team. Not as bad as what they've looked. I mean, they've looked like one of the worst teams in the NFL, maybe the worst. So that's kind of where I'm at as we approach these final 7 games, gentlemen. What do you expect from the Cowboys?
I think that definitely could play a factor. I mean, listening to how bad this Texans offensive line is, they were able to get some pressure in the first half of that game. Osa's been having a couple of good games. Micah, obviously, back made a big difference. Overshown if they're able to continue that when it comes to rushing the passer. Yeah, there's definitely ways they can make life challenging on C.J. Stroud. I just think overall, as the game goes on, there's still way more weapons on that Texans side than there is for the Cowboys. And I don't think you know or can rely on what you're going to get at the quarterback position unless they are able to just run the football so well to where Rico's got 20 to 25 carries, maybe you sprinkle in a little Trey Lance. I just don't know that they'll be able to put up enough points on offense to really be able to beat Houston.
You will figure out how this game might go 90 minutes before it kicks off. The injury report or the actual the inactives.
Like if those corners are out for Houston.
Yeah, if in fact that Lassiter and Stingley and
they're going to have Anderson out,
Anderson all not playing, now you got a little bit of a fair fight.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas will have trouble moving the ball if all those guys play. That will be a problem. And then it turns in, we saw last week, the recipe for disaster for this Cowboys defense is Dallas offense 3 and outs.
Yeah.
You know, and all of a sudden, if it turns into a 3 and out game, you're going to see very similar to what you saw last week. But if Houston doesn't have those key players, and especially the 2 corners starting in this game, it's going to be a little bit fair of a fight then.
Looking forward to it. Our pregame coverage will start Monday afternoon at 4 o'clock right here on your home of the Cowboys. Mavs, unbelievable. I do want to say I think a huge part of this is P.J. Washington's real greatness. I know he doesn't throw up a lot of points, but his skill set is so versatile on both ends of the court. He's not just a good starter. He's a really, really dang good player. Still shouldn't lose to Utah in these circumstances, though. That was embarrassing.
Dude, super embarrassing. That was just, I think Kyrie's probably sitting out that game. They're probably sitting him out knowing or feeling like they can beat the Jazz without him. And that's a fair way to feel unless you're just not a buttoned up team. And they're not right now. It's sloppiness in a lot of areas. The turnovers, the inability to box out and giving up. I mean, just like the hustle plays. Dude, John Collins is just like, I'll just out hustle everybody here tonight and I'll be cleaning up and doing putbacks and all that kind of stuff, and then late in the game those turnovers, you got to be kidding me. And then I don't know what's going on that the entire third quarter, and then of course you fight your way back in the fourth only just to have a total brain fart collapse there defensively. I don't even know how to justify that at all.
Yeah, you cannot say that you are a serious competitor if you're getting backdoored for the game-winning bucket.
Sweeney's like pointing right at the guy, and I don't know. Luca's he was in his own. They said the broadcaster was like, yeah, he's sleeping.
That would be, I think, an explanation for it. So kind of what we hit on yesterday. I think, Chief, you made the point that you have Jason Kidd, who uses the regular season as, hey, nobody died tonight. We're working through some things. We got a lot of different lineup combinations. You're working in a lot of different guys. And then Luca's personality is, I don't know, is he bored by the regular season? I just don't know that they have the sense of urgency or desire to throw everything at winning these games. But, now they're 5-7, and they have Wemby and then the Thunder. So we could be looking at 5-9 here. And I have confidence they're way too good, to really believe they're not going to be a playoff team or anything like that. But I think this is going to be a bumpy road. It does remind me of the early 2000s Trailblazers, who had so many good players. They were 2 deep at every position, 3 deep at some of them. And the competition for minutes and shots, even though at times their intent was in the best place, they're like, let's all sacrifice and bring it together. But it's hard when the chemistry isn't perfect, to get on the same page on both ends of the court. And I wonder if a little bit of that's going on. I wonder if the defensive limitations of Clay, Luca, Kyrie are something that you want to go into the long-term future, trying to mitigate the downside of that. How important defense is. You're not going to win a championship without it.
Yeah.
And what I've seen so far, Mavs aren't even close.
And it's interesting that they're for the most part, their worst defensive quarter is to start the game.
Yeah.
And why?
Yeah, falling so far behind.
You have Luca and Kyrie and Clay starting games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then these third quarters are brutal. You're just getting smoked. You're coming out of the gates and out of halftime. Okay, what do we got next, Wolchuk?
Do some NFL true or fart. Let's look ahead to NFL Week 11 with some bold predictions. That's next in the nation.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Hey there, it's Mike Bassick, and I've got something important to share with you. If you're on the hunt for an incredible deal on a diamond, listen up. I've got the inside scoop. The place you need to go to is the Diamond Factory. I've been there myself, and I can tell you firsthand, they're the real deal. I've bought plenty of things from the Diamond. Up of the process from rough stone to sparkling gem at the Diamond Factory. Piece for your budget. Plus, you can eliminate the middleman, saving your hard-earned money. Who doesn't?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
coming up in 8 minutes or so. Little G-Bag Survivor. I'm taking Detroit. Let's get some NFL True or Fart, though. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here he is, Zachary.
Thank you very much. Do want to show love to our Dallas Stars. They did get another touchdown last night.
Unbelievable.
They just destroyed the Boston Bruins. Logan Stankoven with the goal. Tyler Sagan gets his 800th career point. Evgeny Dodonov was brilliant last night. So just another fantastic effort out there for your Stars. Back-to-back games with 7 goals. Hopefully they continue that, and maybe they're able to go beginning to end. Just top, best team in the NHL, finally hoist the Stanley Cup this year. But let's do it. Take it away, Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
All right, these are some bold predictions for NFL Week 11, true or fart style, and maybe this will help with your survivor picks. You're going with the Lions there. General, I don't know if the other two of you are
Lions
ready.
As well.
Lions?
Yeah.
I've already burned the Lions.
Burned the Lions.
But the Dolphins have been trash talked this week by former players. I have more to add to that in football's finest. I think they're going to be playing with a chip on their shoulder.
Perfect.
Vegas. Dolphins?
Yeah, Vegas flying to Miami, noon kick, humidity. Come on.
Taking the Fins. I like it. They're due.
They can wear black jerseys. What else can you?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The black jerseys there with the sun.
I
kind
still
of
love the fact
in.
Lucia said yesterday the Dolphins uniforms look like they're on vacation.
They are.
They do.
I love that.
But you can beat the Raiders when you're acting like you're on vacation. These
Raiders
days.
might be on vacation too.
Yeah.
Who the hell knows?
They're definitely got
exhibition vibes.
Yeah.
Miami and 2 for Detroit. All right. I like it. How about this? We start with you, Brian Broaddus. True or fart? Titans upset the Vikings this week behind a stingy defense.
That would be fart. I don't see that happening at all. I think Minnesota's in that mode right now. Minnesota's got to figure out how to get into this tournament. They can't give away games like this to Tennessee. So I say that's fart.
It's a good road team there in Minnesota. That's football flatulence, Wolchuk.
Football flatulence. We're making it 3 for 3.
Dude, the Vikings. I will fart, but it's a great question because the Vikings offensively here. I mean, what Sam Darnold has done.
Just had 3 interceptions last week against Jacksonville.
Barely being able to score.
You can't
and they're
lose
on
games.
the road.
You can't lose games.
They're
like
going
this,
to Tennessee, but
no, they can't.
You can't lose a
they
game
could do
like
it.
this. But they can. You're absolutely right.
But you're right. I mean, that would be a terrible loss.
Detroit's going to win that division. Detroit trying to lock up the 1 seed,
Yeah.
but
they got to keep pace.
Minnesota's got to keep winning though.
Minnesota is a 6.5 point road favorite in this game. Yeah. So I do think the Titans' offense is just so bad. Like the Vikings' defense can just win this game, even if Darnold doesn't play well.
Kind of like maybe Tennessee to cover, but I'm with you. I'll go for it. I think the Vikings still find a way to win like they did last week. Okay, Eric, Ravens beat the Steelers, and they dropped 30 points on the NFL's number 2 scoring defense.
Ooh, dropping 30. That's probably where I will go to the fart here, but I would pick the Ravens to win the football game.
I like, I like a very close game. I think I like Pittsburgh to win. But yeah, this is a divisional game. I don't think anybody is going to have anybody's number to the tune of 30 points, especially with that speedy, aggressive defense like Pittsburgh against Lamar.
We're farting on them.
Yeah,
man. I'll tell you what.
I'm just farting on 30 points.
I know, that's fine. But we got a Raven, we got a Steeler.
I think this is interesting this week, just because ever since they've gone. Ever since they've gone to Russ, they've found a way to get, they score points and they're very efficient doing it. So I'm going to say the Steelers find a way to win this game. I'm going to go.
Okay, so you're going to go fart on this.
I'm going to go fart. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go fart on it as well. I agree. I don't think either team's going to get to 30 points, and I don't really know which way I feel about this. I think I'll lean Ravens here, but gosh, it's scary.
It is pretty funny because the Steelers have put up. Since Russ returned, 32, 37, 26, and 28.
Yeah.
But you're talking about Raiders, Jets, Giants, and Commanders, all bad defenses, to be fair.
Pickens, I think, finally, he's got his 2 touchdown receptions with Russ playing now. I don't think he had one prior.
Well, dude,
Their
it's the
offense
perfect,
is much better.
It's the perfect marriage. The Russell Wilson moonshots down the sideline. They are backing better than ever, and Pickens is a beast with those.
He might already have more touchdowns than bathrooms at his house. We might have to check on that.
He might.
He's certainly pacing well.
All right, Bill Bills, Chiefs, maybe the game of the weekend. Gavin Dawson, the Bills are going to hand the Chiefs their first loss of 2024.
I'll buy that. I think they're about due. They've been hanging on, and they've been having some emotional wins. I do think they are probably due for a letdown, and Buffalo's had their number in the regular season. Right?
They've beaten them.
They've
3-1.
They have. Is that what it is?
I think it is. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure how much. I know their only wins come against them in the regular season. And yeah, I think this is in Buffalo. Of course, that's difficult, but I'm still just going to lean with Kansas City finding a way to get it done. So I'm like 4 for 4 on farts today.
You're farting.
Man, I'll tell you what, it's hard to win those games at Old Highmark Stadium. How about this for an interesting little nugget, though?
Okay.
The Bills have allowed the highest completion percentage when generating pressure this year.
Yeah, their secondary is having some issues.
I mean, does that make you think anything more about Mahomes, even though I know he's had his share of struggles and stuff like that? But, I mean, you think about, that's going to come down. The Bills are going to pressure him. They're going to, but they don't hold up in the back end very well.
I just think they're a little light in the tush defensively. Buffalo is
light in the tush. I agree.
Like the physicality of the rushing attack there for the Chiefs, I think they'll be able to push them around. I mean, think about it. The Bills are going out and grabbing Jordan Phillips off the street because they're desperate for any just guys with size on that defense. You saw what Baltimore did to them earlier in the season. Physical rushing attack can really throw them off.
The Chiefs have the fewest explosive runs and the lowest missed tackle rate of anybody in the NFL.
Yeah, they just
get Pacheco back.
Well, when they need, I don't think he's going to play this week, but he is. He's practicing now, and the window's open in the next few weeks. He'll be back. But for this particular game, that the Chiefs are just, hey, they need 4 yards, they get 4.5. They need 5 yards, they get 5.5.
Find a way to make it happen.
They're not explosive, that's for sure. But my goodness, on third downs, they're dynamite, and they death by 1,000 paper cuts with the rushing attack.
Yeah, I'll go forward on it too, and it's mainly I think the Bills are pretty banged up at wide receiver. I don't think Dalton Kincaid's playing. He's not.
No, he's not.
Amari Cooper's questionable. Keon Coleman, I don't think is going to be able to go.
Now we got to remember the backup kicker situation now for the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's true.
and they only play close games. They only play close games.
This time, Pat Mahomes is going to kick it.
Well, Josh Allen, here's another nugget for you, man. This is what Next Gen will do for you. Josh Allen has thrown for 705 yards, 11 touchdowns, 0 interceptions against the blitz this season.
Chiefs blitz a lot, I think. 40%.
Full-blown
They
veteran.
do. The Chiefs have blitzed the 4th highest rate in the NFL this season, allowing the fewest yards per attempt and the 2nd fewest EPA yards. That's a negative 50.4 when doing so.
Yeah, but in Spags we trust.
We do. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Another fine edition. Time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G bag of the day.
Okay. Hey, shout out to you, Mr. Broadus. I'll tell you what.
What's up, sir?
I am eating the leftover version of your jerk chicken.
Yeah.
And the leftover version is such more succulent because that spice gets to just soak in there and sit in there overnight.
Can you taste the Scotch bonnet in it and all that?
Oh, my God. It is so good.
All right. Well,
it's so good, bro. And I have some ranch back here that I am dipping in a little bit, so I'm cheating some.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm glad you like it,
so,
Lucius.
yes.
Yeah, good deal.
It's got the nice little spice on it. Like if I had some ginger beer with me, drinking it at the same time.
Oh, dang, I should have brought the Red Stripe. I had some Red Stripe in the fridge.
Red Stripe would have been crazy.
Yeah.
All right. It's so good, man.
I got some Martin House in the fridge here if you need a brew.
Okay. Yeah, got this white shirt on, though, Mr. Broadus, with that jerk chicken.
Yeah.
Our winner right here is Mr. Jerry Jones. He joined the RJ and Chop show. Which one of these fools is Chop? Shout out to Sean Sharif and Bobby Belt and Peyton, all of those guys. Anyway, Jerry Jones would take a lot of heat in the media lately, and he's here for it.
And I know Jerry would say this is what I signed up for, but I do respect him just showing up for all these interviews while all this is happening. Like, this has to be a beating. And he's putting his jaw out there after the game twice a week with us. That's gotta stink.
There's we say this in gambling, boy, when this game, it's a bad loss, you got kicked right in the you know what.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been getting kicked there.
But he's showing up for it.
Uh-huh.
He takes the questions, so that's got to be difficult.
Yeah.
I do respect that.
People pay good money for that.
getting kicked?
Oh, yeah.
It's kinky like RJ.
No, they don't.
No, they
Category.
Let's bring in Jerry Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good to be on with you. And I was listening to you there in your monologue real good. And you've got me really good and softened up. So let me have it.
Come on, no, it's still funny to me.
It is.
Let me have it. Let me have it.
The tone change that he has there is just wonderful.
God, man, he glamored us, bro.
He does.
Y'all still kind of upset at him?
No, never was.
God, he got us. He got us.
It is hard to stay upset at him.
That's hard. I can't hate you, man.
I was just worried about him,
I can't quit you.
Oh, look at Dawson. Yeah, I see that. I like that move. Just worried about you. I'm just thinking about you. Scott Van Pelt. He almost crashed out last night when talking to a quarterback for the Eagles, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Scott Van Pelt, I didn't know he was from the DMV area.
He is. Yeah.
So, Philly and the DMV, they got a little beef. Yeah. It's always been like that. Philly, New York, they kind of got a relationship too. But listen to this, man. Scott almost lost it.
Appreciate you taking a moment to visit with me. I wish you good health, most importantly, and good luck the rest of the way, okay?
Hey, Scott, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? You're a DMV guy, huh?
I mean, is this what we're going to do? Is this really what we're going to do? I mean, I'm okay. Hey, we'll see. Hey, we'll see you down here in a little bit. That's okay. No, I'm okay. Listen.
I was just asking.
No joke. You guys, everyone knows what you are. They're trying to build down here, but we look forward to seeing you in our neighborhood in a while. I know there'll be a lot of Philly fans in the building.
It's like 6 I'm okays. Now I'm okay. I'm all right. It's like when you ask your girl, you mad? You seem mad. I'm not mad. Whatever, how she ever does it. I lost it, but
that's good awareness by Hurts.
You know what I mean? When you ask a girl if she's mad and she like,
I'm fine.
Yeah, there it is. I'm fine. Sorry, man, I got jerk chicken on my brain.
It's such a good chicken.
Oh my gosh, brothers.
Thank you. I'm gonna put it together though. I don't have the pellet grill or the grill to cook it, and I'm going to do it and let Dawson put it on his grill and grill it all out, and then try to char it a little bit for you. So it'll be even better next time. Yeah.
I'm fine. I said I'm fine. Do I look mad?
He was mad.
Keep asking. Why would I be mad?
Why would I be mad?
He was mad. Scott loves him some Commanders.
Is this really what we're going to do? I mean, I'm okay. Hey, we'll see. Hey, we'll see you down here in a little bit. That's okay. No, I'm okay.
It's okay. I'm okay.
We're okay. That'd been funny. He goes, no, I'm not okay.
Everyone's okay.
I'm not okay.
Dude, he's like the last of that generation of anchors, man, isn't he? Is there anybody else left after he goes? I'm going to miss Scott.
Yeah.
He's good.
They lost John Anderson. They've lost a lot of guys over there. Kind of stepped aside.
Well, they just fire him. They fire him.
I think John Anderson left on his own.
Did he?
Yeah. He was a late,
John was great.
Late night guy.
He got Butch Gross still.
Hockey.
Sorry, guys.
Hockey.
Stephen A. needs another raise. 20 of you are out of here.
Oh. I used to have a dog named Butch. Rockwaller.
It's a good nickname.
Butch is a good name.
Yeah, it's a good name. Jake Paul calls out a reporter. He called him a dumbass.
Oh.
Jake, you were just talking about your career and how it's grown, and you've said in the past that you want to be taken seriously as a boxer. So if that is your goal, when can we expect you to start fighting legitimate contending fighters in your given weight class?
I think you're the same dumbass from the other venue.
I am
that same dumbass question.
And you didn't answer.
And you're sitting here disrespecting Mike Tyson to his face once again.
I asked you a
Do
question.
you not think that he's a serious boxer? He walks away.
And he walks away.
Serious boxer. Trolled him.
He trolled him.
He trolled him at the end right there. Yeah, he got him.
Serious boxer.
Yeah, last one right here. The little girl from yesterday went super viral. Miss Jazzy TV. She's like 14 years old, interviewing Mike Tyson, and he just drops all types of psilocybin knowledge on her. Ego death over and over again. He tells us the world is nothing. We're just dust in the wind.
We're dust.
Your return to the ring for this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend Mike Tyson in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the words and now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die and it's going to be over. Who cares about a legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead.
No, we're nothing.
We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. Someone say that as an answer.
Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way when you're dead?
You're dead.
Why do you want somebody, you think somebody really wants to think about you? What's the audacity? I think, I want people to think about me when I'm gone. Who the cares?
Because of the little girl.
My kids, maybe, or grandkids.
True.
Yeah.
I don't know. She's getting real life experience by the time she gets to be like 20, 24 years old interviewing players. Probably a lot of F-bombs.
I've heard it all.
Away. Yeah, heard it all. Yeah.
Holy cow. What a great reporter, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good poise. Good poise.
Yeah.
She hung in the pocket.
She hung right in there.
Wow, I've never heard anything like
Try to be nice.
Great
Try to be
response,
nice.
Is it Miss Jazzy TV with Iron Mike Tyson getting ready to fight? Is it Jake Paul calling a reporter a dumbass? Scott Van Pelt and Jalen Hurts.
And then sunning him. Called him a dumbass, then sunned him.
Yeah.
That was something.
Yeah.
Or is it Jerry Jones with RJ and Chop? I'm going to go with Scott Van Pelt. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to go with Mike Tyson.
Lucius?
Jerry Jones.
Bully?
Gosh, this is really tough. I'm going SVP.
Brian?
Dust in the wind.
For a third day in a row, we have a tie, 2-2. Jump onto @GBagNation. We'll create an Insta poll here at the break. And you can decide who this G-Bag of the Day champion is on this football Fight Night Friday edition of the G-Bag Nation. Jump on there and vote, and we'll be back with some more sports content. Chief, what do we got?
Biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here in the Nation.
Coming up Monday morning on Shan and RJ, we preview and pick the Texans game. We will also have a recap of the college football.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
receive $5 back to spend at Twin Peaks this December.
Colos, it's a double broadcast Tuesday on The Fan. Join the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation this Tuesday at the Men's Tea Clinic North Frisco location, 5000 El Dorado Parkway in Frisco from 10 to 7. Men's Tea will have specials and giveaways throughout the day. Looking forward to hanging with you at Men's Tea Clinic El Dorado Parkway in Frisco all day long with The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Congrats to Mike Tyson. He is a winner today in a big way over SVP, 78-22. He's your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Best of luck to him tonight. About 11 o'clock there on Netflix out there at the stadium. Here's the Chief.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Hey, big dub to Friday Night Lights fans. How about us getting a little reboot action here? Wolchuk, are you in favor of this? Do we even need this?
I don't know if I am or not. I don't know that you can do better than Coach Eric Taylor. The movie was great, but the show might have been better, and I loved it. I thought that they did a tremendous job. So I guess I'll probably buy in. Like, once they do it, I'll be like, yeah, I'll give it a watch. But I don't know that it's necessary.
Yeah, I actually never watched the show, so I feel like I have an obligation to go back and watch that. But the movie obviously was amazing, and the new series is apparently going to be set in the same universe as the original, but with a new cast of characters.
Okay.
So, and I know
get Eric Taylor back.
The characters are what everybody fell in love with, like those people. So I don't know. I don't know if this is going to work for them, but this is the era that we're in. It's just reboot it. Reboot crap. You know, don't think of anything new. Just take something from the past and remake it and probably make it a little bit worse.
You need to get that VC dough coming in there, you know, those investors, and they're like, that's art, you know, oh, that's unique, that's risky.
They want a guarantee.
You know, how about Iron Man?
Did you see they were going to bring back Family Matters? Like they did, like they did Full House, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
But Steve Urkel slow the whole situation up because he thinks it should be about him. It should be about how he had to go to school and work at this job and being an actor at the same time instead of about the show.
Wait, he thinks it should be like a biopic?
Yes, bro.
Needs to be Steve
Yes.
Urkel.
So is he halting?
He is halting it.
That's great. Well, you can't he has all the leverage because you can't do it without him.
Can't do it without Urkel.
That's a one-of-one.
Yep.
I mean, they did Roseanne without her.
Yeah, they tried. Yeah. They had to.
Yeah,
they had to.
I'm assuming, did that fall on its face? I don't even know.
Yeah, I think it ended after about a season or two, maybe. I could be wrong on that.
From our perspective, this is really funny, but big L to the Dodgers fans who spent $40 on Fanatics to get their 2024 Dodgers World Series Championship T-shirts with all the players' signatures on the back, and then when they got
a good deal.
Yeah, I know. I thought the same thing. I thought that would be a little bit more pricey. But then, of course, they open up their package. They're excited to put their shirt on. They turn it around to look at all their team signatures. I can't wait to see Shohei's signature, Mookie Betts's, and Freddie Freeman's.
Corey Seager was on there, though.
Yeah, so was Ezekiel Duran and John Gray and Aroldis Chapman, because it was the signatures of last year's Texas Rangers World Series Championship team that was on there.
Signatures.
What an awful mistake and error. I would love to know who the one individual, because this all ultimately probably boils down to one person. Yeah. And like what was going on in this moment. I'd like to think that it's a secret Rangers fan at Fanatics that was doing a bit of a bit here. And we got to find a way to at least get one shirt to hang it on the wall here in the studio or in the Pimp Cup there.
Dude, could we get one? That is. We got to frame it. Yeah. I think the good news is, at least for Fanatics, since their shirts probably only cost 14 cents to manufacture, they can just send them new ones, and their margins are still skyrocketed.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
everything's going to be fine.
That's fine. Right. It was one of their UK outlets that did this, so they're probably like, I have no idea who any of these names are. We're just going to go and throw them on. And
Not think twice
What a
about
play
it.
by me.
Keep it moving. Wow. Gives fanatics a whole nother meeting.
Yeah.
We do have a future dub, I guess, for whoever ends up opening the lucky card of Paul Skeens, the 1-of-1 rookie debut patch autograph card that is in the lucky pack of 2024 Topps Chrome update packages. So whoever
That's a lot
gets
of words.
It is, yeah. There's a lot going on here.
It's like that dash, dot, dash. What's that commercial you do?
Hey, Jack Pocket, don't you start S-ing on the Jack Pocket here.
What is it? Dot, dash, dash, dash.
I wouldn't be able to recite to you exactly what that is, but you'll hear the commercial again. If you're doing lottery tickets and you're not doing the Jack Pocket app, you're just doing it wrong.
Okay.
And that's really all I got to say about that.
Dot, dash, dot, dash.
That's right. There's a
dash,
slash,
dot,
a dash.
a dot.
Just Google it.
But there is no trash when you're dealing with Jack Pocket.
Oh, I like this.
Okay, so the Pittsburgh Pirates have now put out their offer to whoever ends up getting this Paul Skeens card. To the lucky person.
To a game?
To more than that.
Oh.
Okay, tell me how awesome this might be.
More than that?
Now, this card is going to be pretty dang pricey. Whoever gets this card, you're looking at, well, six figures for sure, and probably on the higher end of that, I would think. So the Pirates want this card. And so they are just doing a public announcement for, hey, whoever ends up getting this lucky card, this is what we have in store for you. Because we'd like to bring it home to PNC Park.
Get to wear the parrot outfit mascot?
I'm sure if you want to, they'll probably take suggestions because they're giving you quite a bit here. 2 Pirates season tickets behind home plate for the next 30 years.
What?
That's how they start the bargaining.
30 years?
Couldn't they just make their own card? They have Paul.
Yeah.
This is a 1-of-1.
This is a 1-of-1.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess that's it. Could be semantics, but this is the card.
Sure.
Now,
yeah.
Here's the deal, though. And immediately you think to yourself, yes, there's a lot of value in that. But, I mean, it's not necessarily likely that it's a Pirates fan who lives in Pittsburgh that's pulling this card.
Yes. I think even if you're the biggest Paul Skeens fan, you have to think, I'm selling this. It's just a matter of a negotiation. But Skeens is at the peak right now. He's like the best.
I see what the Pirates are doing here. They lost out on that Hornus Wagner card.
Oh.
He was a Pirate for 21 years.
This is their redemption?
This is their redemption. They're making sure that they're going to take care of the Hornus Wagner card here.
Big wags.
Big wag. Yeah, isn't that the most expensive card in the history of cards?
Hey.
Hornus Wagner card?
Let's just run with it.
Yeah, I think the Pirates are trying to get ahead of the game here.
Going to get a softball game for 30 people at PNC Park, and you're going to get coaching from Pirates alumni during your friends and family softball game that you get to conduct.
Wow.
Spring training experience like no other, they say. Private tour of Pirates facility, meet and greet with Paul Skeens, 2 Paul Skeens autographed jerseys, batting practice, warm up with the team, other unique experiences as well.
Have cocktails with the radio broadcast
Are we
team?
getting a bag too, or just experiences?
That's it. I think your bag comes out to you have 30 years of behind home plate Pirates season tickets to try and have to wheel and deal for a long time, but you're going to have to do the legwork on that.
Hey, Eric,
I'm good.
Sell those.
By the way, the current record holders of 52 Mantle.
Oh, Mantle. Okay.
At 12.6 mil.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't want any of this experience stuff, Chief. We need to start getting into the mid 6 figures if you want this card, Pirates.
Eric, do you think
you're not going to wine and dine me? Oh, thank you so much. I got to play on your turf.
Yeah, it's supposed to have a secure value.
Do you think the Rangers would throw in a day drinking experience with you and I at a spring training game?
I love that, dude.
Well, we get to throw in the Wooly Bully this year because he'll be with us.
That doubles the value.
I don't think I'll have to fly back.
We have to get 2 bottles now.
That's true. We punish those. That would be a fun giveaway. We should have thrown that in Peace-a-thon, dude. Maybe there's still time.
Meet you and I, with all of us, have a day drinking experience with us. I don't think you could do that though, because somebody could.
Yeah, we probably couldn't give that away.
They could get hurt on the way.
We're giving them a Martin House Brewing fun package for the ages. That's just beers.
But I'm saying, if somebody wanted to have a bit on us going out and having cocktails with them at a game,
we're all for it.
I'd go to a Stars game and do that. Drink a bunch of beer with somebody at a Stars game. That'd be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, heck yeah, it would.
I might even tailgate the thing up for you if you did that.
Biggest sell of the week goes to the man who is suing Frontier Airlines after leaving the flight with quote-unquote disfigured schwanz.
What?
Huh?
What is this
that,
Schwanz?
Gavin Dawson suing Frontier Airlines.
Wang.
Schwanz?
Yeah.
Oh no.
It was apparently
The
a
seats?
This
Having
is
an
like
issue in the restroom.
This goes back to because seriously, when I saw that headline, I'm like, I cannot wait to figure out how this dude got his piece disfigured. Like, what's the backstory on this? It's a great question by you.
Is it at birth?
So you was eager to learn.
I was, dude. I was.
You say
It's just
Schwanz?
insane. Like, this is the headline. Man sues Frontier Airlines for leaving flight with quote unquote disfigured schwanz.
Yeah.
So you're like,
what the hell happened?
Please
here?
tell me, like that. Everybody's clicking on that, right? That's a unanimous click.
Oh, you are.
Sometimes they come through that alley or galley. What do they call it? With that cart pretty fast. That's a heavy cart.
Yeah,
you know, it
you'd
could
have to be
deliver a blow.
swinging a big stick if that's going to get you.
What are you saying? You got that thing in the aisle? What's going on, bro?
You're like
over your leg.
Over the armrest? What do we got
You
going
stand
here?
up at the exact wrong time to get your bag out. It pinches you between
Okay,
it
I get what you're
and
saying.
your
I
tray.
get what you're saying.
And your tray, or the back of a seat.
I was like, maybe that's a Lexington Steel kind of accident, but okay.
The cart's out when you're getting your bag? Did the cart just
That's a
roll
Johnny
out on its
Sins
own?
kind of
The
hazard right
cart's
there.
coming through.
It's a
Like
real
you
Serge
stand up
Ibaka
to
you
get
got
your
there.
bag.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You know, she's in a hurry. She's having a bad day. Always.
She's working for Frontier.
And it's a bigger gal, so she's bringing some heft behind
my
it.
God.
Boom.
Oh,
Whoops.
This ended up just being a hot
Girl,
tea.
I broke it. He's suing us. I can't believe
broke
this.
it. I broke it.
I broke it, girl. God bless him. I didn't mean to.
it's hard.
Thought it might have been like a mile high gone wrong, but this
That's
is
what I
just
thought.
this is hot tea.
And somehow in the
Spilling and burning,
tea.
3rd-degree
This is
burns,
the McDonald's.
nerve damage,
Yeah.
like disfigured schwanz.
Can't use it.
Like we have a melting?
Yes, you have meltage.
They
you
actually
have
serve you drinks on airplanes
How
still?
bad did
just
that smell?
hot tea, scalding. Yeah, you're right.
Think
That's
about this.
That's
You got melting schwanz?
yeah.
That
that's it.
scent's got to be awful.
Not good. And now you're up in the air and you're having to wait to get to touch ground before you can get shot over to a hospital and get.
I thought the icy hot was bad.
No, this is even worse. So he's suing. I think he's got one hell of a case.
$100.
He's going to win that case.
Fine print
I think
says
he's
we're
gonna win that
protected. Fine print. They've thought of everything at the airlines. There's nothing you can sue them for.
This is McDonald's.
Oh,
think they're
yeah.
bulletproof?
We kept you out on this tarmac for 17 hours.
Why don't you burn your schwanz?
Wasn't
Let's
our
find out.
fault. We didn't have a gate.
Hey, did you see that pilot bought that people had to wait at the gate for 7 hours? He bought them pizzas. Ordered like 24 pizzas and
There
got
you
them all
go.
for all the people.
Yeah, I
that's a
know. I know
real
the
mensch.
employees in those situations feel horrible that their budget airline doesn't have the resources to take care of passengers properly.
Yeah. He bought pizzas on his own.
That sounded personal.
Yeah, it did.
It was.
You had a bad story there.
It's not like a guy who flies Frontier.
It happened twice in 3 weeks.
Say that respectfully, dog.
Okay, here's my advice on Frontier. If there's possibly bad weather in that season, do not fly Frontier. In the weather, in spring, rainy season, like I think from about November to March, no chance.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, because this guy got popped in actually in September is when this happened, and he actually says due to the tightly situated plane seating configuration, I was unable to get up from my seat after the spill, and instead was trapped in agonizing pain while my body was melting.
Wow.
So
melting.
I don't know. I don't know, man. That fine print's pretty airtight from what I could tell, but
That's a bleeped up story.
that is bad.
I feel for this poor guy.
yeah, biggest of the week. Right
Super
there.
super hot coffee though. Okay, NFL news of the day coming up next, Wolchuk.
Gruden's Barstool debut. We got an aggressive Dan Quinn, and this team is planning for the sun. That's next.
But first, let me get you on over to Martin House Brewing, ladies and gentlemen. What a party it was yesterday, 10-2 at the KNC Masterpiece. Love seeing all the Tolos out there, and Martin House Brewing is in Fort Worth. It's the best brewery in all of the DFW Metroplex, bar none. Best known for the best made pickle beer, of course, but they just released 2 new brews: Mayday IPA, 6% West Coast.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. It is a football fight night Friday here in DFW. Very excited about everything that's going to transpire here this evening. About 11 o'clock or so on Netflix. So hopefully, you get to enjoy that. Maybe you're heading out to the fight like our very own Lucius Alexander is. He'll be in the house. If you see him, beer him. Or tequila him.
Yeah, tequila.
Yeah, whatever he needs. Right over there. It's time now for some NFL news today. Here's Wolchuk.
We have the final injury reports. It looks like they're all dropping here as we speak. You're not going to have Trevor Lawrence or Tank Bigsby in Jacksonville. So I guess if you went with the Lions, they're playing Titans. They played Jacksonville last week. Well, the Lions are going to be without Sam Laporta. They're not going to have him in this matchup against the Titans. He's been ruled out. T. Higgins is back for the Cincinnati Bengals. I'm sure a lot of fantasy managers happy about that one, as T's going to be back and ready to play. No Dalton Kincaid. We talked about that with the Buffalo Bills. DK Metcalf will be a go for the Seattle Seahawks as they take on the 49ers. It's like a must-win now for Seattle, or they're just going to fall right out of playoff positioning. But again, the Niners continue to be healthy here. Jalen Ramsey, he's off the injury report. He's good to go for the Dolphins. So that's good news for you, as you've got the Fins.
Yes, I do in Survivor. Gonna need those guys to play strong.
Now, last night I took an L in Survivor. I got Barkley'd. I'm not happy about it. That guy can go bleep himself. Now, Micah Parsons was obviously he's a Barkley guy, Penn State. He was poking fun at the Giants on Twitter, and I don't know if people that are Cowboy fans like him doing this, or if this is okay, whatever. But he said, all jokes aside, the Giants almost made us believe Saquon wasn't him anymore. That really says a lot. Daniel Jones was paid over Saquon. He was worth more to their franchise. This says a lot. Ultimately, he is right with that criticism. And now you've got Eagle fans that are chanting, "Thank you, Giants," in the postgame, celebrating the Giants, letting Barkley walk, and they're 8-2 and they're feeling great. Hopefully they pee down their leg at the end of the season like they typically do.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, man. That's what I'm hoping for. But that young defense is just more and more impressive by the day.
Ever since they took Maddox off the nickel,
yeah, DeJean's been awesome.
And DeJean put him in there. They've been
annoying.
Mitchell's been unbelievable too.
Yeah, he was really good at Toledo.
Yeah. He's the real deal.
You should have seen it coming, Wolchuk. Surprised you didn't. Being the football guy that you are, I just wonder what you're going to do for a bet payoffs. Probably something crazy like coffee with barbecue sauce in it.
The barbecue sauce sounds interesting in coffee.
Yeah,
if barbecue sauce has honey in it, that might be not a bad deal.
Might be a good idea.
Might be great in tea.
Might be the one.
Tea would be great.
Might end up trying this out. We might think of a new thing here.
I give Wolchuk credit though for having the Commanders as his preseason. Hey, keep an eye on this team.
Oh yeah, pop up year.
Because I didn't get the Cowboys right worth a damn.
Well, it was 4th and 2 at the Eagles' 26. 8 minutes to play. Commanders down 12-10. 44-yard field goal is what analytics say you should have done. Dan Quinn decided to go for it. They turned the ball over on downs, and it went downhill from that. Here was DQ on that decision.
Obviously, to go for it and 4th down and 2 at the 26. Bold call, but I would also say we were prepared for that moment. Don't love the execution, but we've been an excellent 4th down team. So going into it, we knew we'd have to take our shots against a tough division team on the road. We thought that was an appropriate one. Certainly don't like the execution and the result, but we were prepared for that and being bold into those moments, knowing we'd have some 4th downs. But that's one we can fix.
11 for 12 on 4th downs entering the game. So I understand why DQ felt that way. In the moment,
blamed his team twice.
Yeah, I mean, it was a poorly executed play.
He said it was execution twice. So
he's not wrong.
He was trying to kind of talk you through it, but he basically told you his team effed it up.
Yeah, he pointed his finger at the team, then he put it down, and then he went for one more.
Then he went
put
for one more
right back
just to remind him that hey, listen, I made the call, but my team effed it up. Yeah.
Sometimes you need to put it on the players, It wasn't the coaches this time. It was the players.
I mean, to be fair,
they did it.
They botched the snap. Let's be honest. That is an execution problem.
Yeah,
but it was also I think there was so much time left in the game. Even the numbers suggested that you should be kicking the field goal here. And you're playing in a game in which the Eagles kicker is useless.
Yeah, he was terrible.
You couldn't trust him at all. So just a 1-point lead. Now, obviously, of course, the Eagles end up kind of blowing the doors off you at that point, but before then, you're just thinking, dude, a 1-point lead, all of a sudden, you're not going to trust the Eagles kicker to kick anywhere, even extra points.
How many more years does Brandon Aubrey have under contract, by the way?
I don't know.
I can see
how.
Howie.
I bet he's a free agent.
I could see Howie going after Brandon Aubrey
because he's
a local kid. He's not leaving. Okay, that's our guy.
I'm just saying, if he gets paid a lot, he can go. But it's just like a move. It's just like a move that Howie would make. Like, I've kind of got this young team on defense. I'm building. Got Saquon Barkley. If I could just get a kicker, that would put me over the top, kind of a deal.
Good. We got another year with.
Okay,
Aubrey.
That's good.
All right,
you
don't
go.
have to worry about this right now. This is fine. Okay,
but he does have Todd France as an agent, right?
He'll be restricted in 26.
Okay.
Don't worry about it then. All right, we don't have to worry about
Might
that
get a
now.
draft pick from the Eagles.
No,
Then.
you're right. Analytics did say, hey, you should kick the field goal there. John Gruden, who was doing the live Barstool watch party, it was actually fantastic. Here is what Gruden has to say about your analytics.
He goes, hey, Coach Gruden, go for it right here. Go for it. I'm like, okay. We go for it. We get stuffed. And I go, hey, you up there, you idiot.
That's John.
That's it. That's phenomenal.
That's awesome. Now, Gruden was also talking about...
Hey, you up there, you idiot.
It's amazing. Like,
Didn't
on the
tell you to
headset.
draw up the idiot play, though, John.
Yeah, what about that third down call, huh?
He's unhinged.
He is unhinged. And he's kind of fitting in perfectly there with Barstool and everything they've got going on. Yeah, an Eagles fan that was...
I put the H on it to emphasize.
That was where he was watching the game with him. He's like punching the ground, and John Gruden's just staring at him like, what the hell is going on with this guy right now? But that's what he is. He's now working with a bunch of fans. He tells a story about working in WIP.
Yeah.
You have experience with this as well when he was the offensive coordinator.
Wow,
and Gruden stories, man, they're not going to get old.
You ever heard of WIP radio?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The TV show? No, it's a big radio, sports radio in
KRP.
Philadelphia.
The callers on that show are something
Brutal.
else. Yep.
We lost to the 49ers in the playoff game, like 20-0 or 20-3. I was offensive coordinator, and I was listening. Caller calls in and says, John Gruden, the guy's an idiot. He says, if the guy's IQ is 1 point less, he'd be a plant. He's a f***ing idiot. I'm driving down the car, I got tears in my eyes. I'm going,
laughing, yeah.
oh, my God. You go out, you're warming up. We're playing the Rams. It's windy. We get out there early with Jay Fiedler and Randall Cunningham and Rodney Peete. We're throwing. This guy's up there, and he's going, hey, Gruden. And all the players can hear because nobody's there yet. Hey, Gruden. Hey, Gruden. He's standing there. He keeps going, hey, Gruden. Finally, I turn around. He's like, you suck. The players all f***ing lie. Yeah. That was a tough place, man.
You suck. Yeah, I bet it was.
Oh, man. That's great. He doesn't take it too seriously.
No. Well, we'll get more, I'm sure. Gruden
Hey,
content.
you up there, you idiot.
Flowing out from Barstool here. Now, the Tennessee Titans are working on a new stadium.
Yeah.
The new Nissan Stadium, $2 billion plus project adjacent to their current digs that are going to make the East Bank sparkle, according to Nashville. They're going to host a Super Bowl here soon.
There you go.
Now, what's interesting about this is, if you kick off in the afternoon hours, this stadium also is going to have a glare. Here's a solution the Titans are using.
Jerry helped build this?
The retractable shades on the accordion-like glass doors to prevent the sun from leaking onto the field. That's what they're going to put on there, retractable shades. So they're not going to have a problem for these afternoon games. They've already kind of thought ahead. They're like, this is going to be an issue. Let's put the retractable shades up. Nobody's going to complain about it.
There's
Good
lots of ways you could do this with tech. How about those transition lenses? You got some of those, Brian?
I do.
Where
I do. I wear them. Yes.
Yeah, it's cool. You go outside, it turns dark.
Yeah.
Just
It
get it
helps
super
a lot.
dark.
It does.
Get the max tint from your vehicle. On the side of the window there with the signs. Man, I think there's a lot of ways to do it.
There are.
Yeah, but Jerry would have to admit, oops.
Bring back the people who brought us blue blockers. Where are you guys at?
Dude.
Where are you guys at?
Bring back that blue blocker freestyle guy walking around the beach.
Yeah, give me some blue blockers.
Bills Chiefs, one of the best games of the weekend. I guess this is the 10th regular season game already. Mahomes and Josh Allen have played against each other, and Allen's trying to downplay this. He says it's not bigger and it's not anything less than the 10 games that we've already had. I know the media perception and the fan perception of what this game means, but for us, it's just a Week 11 game. And then he went on to say that it really doesn't even matter because he's never beaten the Chiefs in the playoffs, and that's really all that matters. So,
is that what he said?
No, yes, that's what he said. Yeah, he knows. I mean, he's like, look, we haven't beaten them in the postseason, and ultimately that is what matters. And he's right, and they've had success against them in the regular season, but still, psychologically, I don't know when you've got it these two teams, and it seems like this is the team that's standing in your way every single year, I think there probably is a little bit more incentive to go out there and knock them off.
Yeah, in that locker room, there absolutely is. Whatever he's saying into the microphone is not what he's saying to his teammates. He's like, guys, please,
this is
desperately, I got to get it just a notch on my belt here. Let's try to get a little confidence going into the postseason. We take another L at home, then
now psychologically, that postseason meeting, do you have any hope?
Not at all.
It's insane.
And they're going to have to go to Kansas City probably no matter what, based on the fact that Kansas City is
how they're running away with this thing. And look, that'll help if you knock them down to 9-1, but ultimately still, they're probably going to be the 1 seed again. Arthur Smith, who's the new offensive coordinator in Pittsburgh. We have made jokes about Russell Wilson and what was it when he had the finger injury? What he was doing to rehab that?
25 hours a day.
So here was Arthur Smith about the amount of time he spends working with Russell Wilson.
We spend so many hours that sometimes my wife FaceTimes me. She makes sure I'm not somewhere on the south side, really, in my office. So there's Russ. We're here on Friday night talking through those situational things.
He's just, with Russell Wilson so much, his wife believes there's no way. Prove it to me. I'm going to FaceTime you. Show me Russell Wilson. You're out there doing something else that you shouldn't be doing, sir. There's no way you're spending this amount of time at work.
It's like, honey, look, we're scoring like 26, 28, 30 points a game.
What do you want me to do? That's what we need to do. And then Harrison Butker is on the IR with a knee injury. This could be big. The Chiefs are playing one-possession games every single week. They're signing Spencer Schrader off the Jets practice squad to replace Butker on the 53-man roster. So I'm sure women out there not too upset about this.
A lot of haters.
But we'll see what Schrader can do.
I don't know. There's a lot of trad wives now that are probably super beat up about this.
Trad wives will be.
$100 a week, bro. That is in the bag. I can make that happen, girl.
I'll double your fees. I'll double your fees. I got you. There's your NFL News of the Day.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Okay, coming up next here, it is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I think you're going back-to-back, Wolchuk, college football super segment time. Look at this.
All right, let's do some college football. Look at the best games of this weekend. Somebody's flexing their NIL money, and oh my goodness, Bill O'Butchin, you got a problem in BC. That's next.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, yeah.
Defined. Steve Sarkisian preseason was saying, I feel like when you go to Arkansas, at times they hate Texas more than they like themselves. That's a real rivalry. But you now have them back in the same conference since when they were in the Big 8 days. I guess 2019 they played a home-and-home series, so it's not that long ago that Texas and Arkansas played each other. But you look at some of the biggest games in this series, I mean, you're going back to 46, to 59, to 64, to 65. Most recently, they've got the best game listed between the two. You go back to 2004. Texas, ranked 7th in the country, is able to hold off an upset from Arkansas 22-20. And that was Matt Jones quarterbacking for Arkansas, who ended up playing wide receiver in the NFL for the Jacksonville Jags. So, yeah, Cedric Benson put on a show that day. But I wonder, as it's the first time back in the same conference, SEC rivals again, Texas and Arkansas, is that on the radar for biggest rivalries?
I mean, I'm sure for those fans, for Arkansas fans, I'm sure this is this is going to be, I would imagine, an extremely hostile environment. Now it's an early kick, so that probably helps things a little bit from a Texas standpoint. But yeah, I think these Arkansas fans are trying to play spoiler in a huge way, the same way they did versus Tennessee a few weeks ago. The problem is their defense over the last 3 games is giving up 15 yards per completion. So it's just chunk plays. Quinn Ewers looked like he was back and healthy last week.
Yep.
And the Texas defense is just so stifling. The Razorbacks are pretty explosive, but I don't see them being much in the way of that versus this Texas defense.
Yeah, I mean, Texas big-time favorites right now, 12.5 according to the ESPN. The over-under's at 57.5. I got Jared, the couch charter. He's actually in Fayetteville. He's going to this game. He's a big Texas fan. I'm hopeful for him, or else he might find himself in jail there. Either way, I guess, win or lose, he could find himself in jail. Hoping for the best.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that whoever he's sitting next to has a contingency plan.
Yeah, you need to make sure that seat's kept clean. Now, Florida coach Billy Napier is expecting freshman quarterback DJ Lagway to return against LSU.
Yeah, of course he is.
So just be prepared. You're going to get Florida's freshman Stud.
Yeah.
All right.
Quarterback
Be ready, Tigers.
Quarterback running around. Sure.
Be ready.
Yeah.
Okay. Colorado is hosting Utah. That's also an early 11 a.m. kick there in Boulder.
Well, that's Coach Prime's kind of digging that, though.
He likes it earlier?
He hates those games they play at 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
I think he would rather go off and play at 11 a.m. than he would, playing at night.
Their defense is playing some football right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got Georgia and Tennessee. Now, this one's going to be a game-time decision for the Tennessee quarterback, Nico. He's questionable right now. He got hurt last week. Nico I. Yeah, I'm not saying the last name. Trevor Etienne, though, leading rusher for the Bulldogs, is out of this game.
I thought we had an early report that Nico was not playing in this game.
Yeah, we had one of the guys that is on that, used to be on ESPN, one of their head gambling guys, said that he heard that Nico's not going to play.
Stanford Steve?
Stanford, that's exactly who it is. He said he's not going to play.
Okay.
So maybe he got some information, but maybe he also progressed the last couple of days. I know Pete Thamel's been reporting on this, and he's saying game time decision. So we'll have to just wait till kickoff tomorrow.
Josh Heupel is one of those guys. It's like he's so protective of information
Playing
and
it
stuff
close to the vest. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. As you should. That game right there, Georgia loses, they're knocked out of the playoff.
That's an elimination game, though, isn't it?
Probably for both. It probably is. It probably is. Now, big game for SMU tomorrow. They're taking on Boston College. Now, Boston
Please don't
College.
slip up.
This is at 2:30, just up the road at Gerald J. Ford Stadium. SMU looking. They cannot clinch a spot this week in the ACC championship game, but if they win this week and they win next week, I believe there will be situations
They
where
got
they
Virginia,
can
I believe, next
clinch
week.
a spot.
Yeah.
So, hey, Boston College is going to be starting a new quarterback. Is Bill O'Butchin's playing musical chairs again. So Thomas Castellanos played the call of Thom doing his game last week. The Castellanos guy, well, he's out. He's announced a departure from the team. He lost his starting job. He was going to get benched. Grayson James is going to start a quarterback for Boston College against SMU this week. So big one for the Ponies. Hopefully they can keep this positive momentum going, get themselves into this playoff here. You pumped?
I am pumped.
It's going to be a sold-out Ruckus environment as well.
It better be.
Are we sure about that?
3 straight sellouts, man.
Oh, they've had 3
Yeah.
straights?
Yeah.
Okay, God, I was a little bit worried about that. I haven't been checking the attendance, but I'm glad that
You
everybody's kind
usually
of
watchdog the attendance?
I do at SMU because I think they got a damn good program
They do.
over there.
And sometimes the fans don't want to show up over
That's
there.
what I'm saying. I
They
mean, you
should.
got a good team.
They should start doing it.
Go support them.
All right, get ready. CBS Sports Network is going to feature this showdown between the top rusher in the country and the top receiver in the country in terms of yards. We've got Ashton Genty of the Boise State Broncos against San Jose State Spartan wide receiver Nick Nash. They can make history here for the Mountain West. So Ashton Genty, he's a Heisman Trophy contender. He is 60% of the way to the all-time record set by Barry Sanders in both rushing yards and touchdowns. Okay, so he's looking to be single season, greatest rushing season in the history of college football. On the other side,
Was that 1988?
I think so, at Oklahoma State. You've got Nash, who's got 86 for 1156 and 13 touchdowns. All of that leads the country entering Week 12. He has had at least 90 yards and a touchdown in all but one game this season. And he had 33 catches, 377 yards, and 5 touchdowns in the latest 2-game stretch against Kennesaw State and Washington State. So if you're just a college football junkie and you're looking for 2 guys that are absolutely destroying this year in college football, Boise State, San Jose State, CBS Sports Network, that could be a fun one. Circle your calendar.
What time again?
That one's going to be, I think, a primetime showdown.
Is that a night tilt?
Like 6 o'clock.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, I'll double check on that one, but I think that's a night tilt.
Cool.
And then quarterback Trammell Jones is the 6th player to decommit from Florida State's 2025 class. As Florida State continues to struggle, they're 1-9.
Yeah.
They are so bad. 1-9 this year after being undefeated and left out of the college football playoff a year ago.
Transfer portal got him there.
This has just been brutal for Florida State, and now you've got a lot. I mean, I know Cam Newton was one of the latest. It's like, hey, Dion, don't be going to the pros. Go fix your alma mater there at Florida State. I don't think they make a change at head coach, but if they did, Dion does make some sense, and I don't know how Danny Cannell would feel about this.
That coach just signed an extension last year.
He got a fat one.
That thing is that thing over $60 million on a buyout, I want to say?
It's got to be a big buyout.
I need to do
It's
better
got to be
research.
big. I don't know if it would break what A&M just paid.
No, but
But Florida State probably doesn't have. There's no way they've got the money.
No,
like
they
that
don't. They really
A&M
don't.
Does.
No, they really don't. See, that's the thing about it is. But he got an extension. Matter of fact, the agent negotiated 3 deals. Oh, who's my guy that I'll think about it here in a second. But anyway, yeah, they got the Alabama guy, the Washington guy.
right.
They all got all those guys got raises.
Yeah.
Dealing with the one agent. So he negotiated all those. But I think it's a huge buyout there.
Well, my Huskers,
$65 million.
That's
for the
what I
buyout.
thought.
$65 million.
Yeah,
It's
that's
insane.
what I thought.
They're gonna not do that this year. Maybe if you have
Jimmy
another bad
Sexton.
year. Jimmy Sexton. That's
Jimmy
right. That's
Sexton's
the
the
agent's
agent.
name.
Yeah.
Huskers went ahead and we mentioned last week they've made the move, the offensive coordinator switch. Now, apparently the reason they had to do this, good for them. Dylan Raiola, there was a belief that he's leaving the program if they did not change something with the offensive coordinator. So he's the stud freshman quarterback. This thing's really fallen off the rails since they beat the crap out of the Colorado Buffaloes. So it looks like a bad loss now for the Buffs. So Matt Rule, Dylan trusts me, trusts the program. All the guys had a really positive reaction to it. Dana and the staff will give the players the best opportunity to make plays. I mean, it is an upgrade. Dana Holgerson's been one of the better offensive. He's a Leach disciple. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that you see that on Saturday.
He's a lot of fun off the field, too.
Go Big Red. Is he? Good guy?
I bet he can throw him
fun
back.
Fun guy, yeah.
He also looks like he sweats a lot.
This bud for you, man, kind of guy.
Yeah, he needs to turn things around there with the Huskers. See what Cam Ward did, flaunting his NIL riches. Gifted custom diamond jewelry to all the Miami offensive linemen. He's one of the highest paid in terms of NIL this year, and he deserves it. I mean, he's been fantastic. He right now has $2.1 million in NIL earnings so far this year, but he gives the entire offensive line a custom diamond necklace and says, thank you very much for your protection. Pretty awesome move here.
Yeah, it's cool because they all have their own, like the medallion part of it is their own jersey number.
They look badass.
Yeah.
Super shiny.
Yeah, well, he's got the bag, and he's really the main reason why the Hurricanes have anywhere close to the chances that they do at this point.
You buy if you're quarterback and you buy your guys crypto.
Well, shoot,
It's a little high right
now. I think
give him a couple of years, I guess.
I'm preserving the bag right now. I'm not looking to give out gifts. I want to take advantage of all this wealth I'm accumulating right now, and assuming no more is coming, Brian.
Yeah.
So I would tell my friends, like, hey, if I really make that generational wealth down the road, I'm going to circle back around to you.
But not right now.
No. This is we're all feasting at the NIL table. Go get you a pancake block. Go down to the dealership, get you an SUV, man. I'm not handing out my wealth in the form of diamonds to my friends. Okay, this is my future here. We can't be frivolous with this.
You're not going to do maybe like a weekly dinner with your linemen and you foot the bill, or maybe once every other week or something.
My man said go get IHOP.
Go get your own NIL deals.
I mean, I guess Cam Ward has NFL money in his eyes,
I think
probably,
he
and it's coming. So yeah, I guess some sort of thank you would be appropriate. I don't know.
Did we just
I guess
shame
I think
you?
when we're going diamonds, we're thinking like tens of thousands of dollars.
Brian, like a diamond. Yeah, it was definitely.
Let's
very
go to your
expensive.
place, right?
I don't
get
know.
Diamonds, right?
We're in a ballsack world, so don't take this seriously. But it says that he spent $2.1 million.
No. Wow, that's a flex.
So you're figuring probably what?
I hope not.
Your five starters.
God, I hope not.
Your 5 starters and some backup dudes, maybe. 10 dudes got all this.
Yeah. Do you get the backups? That's a good question.
I will say this: I think.
I mean, that's all of his NIL money. That's what he was listed
Zeke
at.
bought all those offensive linemen, those John Deere Gators.
Those were cool.
I don't think he got the backup dudes, John Deere Gators.
That was just the starting 5.
Yeah, like Doug Free and Frederick and those guys. I think they got the Gators. Yeah,
those are sweet.
Okay, you're speaking of Gators here. You remember Jim McElwain?
Yeah, he's the guy that laid on the
naked shark boat
tuna,
pit.
Shark
new
guy.
tuna.
Now that was a ball sacking, right? That was not him.
No, it was his. Yeah, it was his balls.
That actually was his.
Yeah.
He was naked next to the shark.
Wasn't a butt crack.
Tuna.
Thank God, because
actually it was that too.
I was just going to pretend that it was real, regardless, forever, because it was so damn hilarious.
He mounted that shark.
He really did
in the nude.
He was big spooning that shark. Mm-hmm. He really, really was.
He was like choppy with Bobby last night.
Well, he's now under investigation because we've got another Connor Stallions issue.
Yeah, he let him on the sideline.
Yeah, he was.
He's coaching?
Yeah, he's with Central Michigan.
Yeah, Central Michigan.
Central Michigan gave nude shark guy.
Yep, Jim McElwain. Yep, he's been hired
gig?
there. So Connor Stallions,
Great Lakes, man. You know what I'm talking about?
Goes on the sideline there. I guess this happened a few years ago, and now they're being investigated.
He was a coach. He had gear. He had coaching gear on.
Yeah. Now it's separate from the Michigan case, so nothing's going to go back on Michigan, but I guess Connor Stallions is at it again, and now the NCAA is investigating, and it's just hilarious as Jim McElwain at Central Michigan, of all places, the naked shark guy.
No way.
Jimmy
no
Mack.
way. Oh, no.
Just crushing it. He needs to go get another picture made.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
College football super segment for the ages right here on a Fight Night Football Friday on The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. Nick Harris, Star Telegram. I think he wants to make a case for Jason Witten as Cowboys' next head coach. He's going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock. It's time for the corner, though, Brian.
Yeah, I've got a game for my guys. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Shan and RJ, we preview and pick the Texans game. We will also have a recap of the college football broadcast with Bobby and Chop and Justin Timberlake tickets during the 720 Expressway. It's a Cowboys Monday on The Fan.
The cleats have hit the field. Kickoff is here. Game day's arrived and Specs brings the cheers. Ice-cold beers, team-lifting spirits, cocktails in a can. Score 'em all and hear your fellow football fans chant, "You demand." And with Specs' largest selection and lowest prices, you can make every game day feel just as nice. Before the players start running their routes and schemes, run a route to Specs for your game day needs. Specs. Cheers to savings.
Wolchuk and Chiafalo back with you to talk Trajan wealth, and many factors can affect that financial future. And right now, you've got even more factors at play. So you can call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about the options to limit risk during times of shifting financial policies. The consultation is absolutely free. Why wait? Call 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500, or they've got offices in Frisco, Arlington, South Lake, Fort Worth, and McKinney, Eric.
That's right. Trajan Wealth is just around the corner, or a click away. You can check them out at trajanwealth.com. Schedule that free, no obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they prioritize your financial well-being above all else. And when you succeed, they succeed. So they want to see you win. They're in this with you. Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape. We all know how daunting that can be, but good news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from one Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This Thanksgiving, be thankful for peace of mind with DFW Security. Protect your home or business with smart cameras that can identify a person, package, or vehicle. Call DFW Security today and ask about their holiday specials.
DFWsecurity.com.
If you want to buy a brand new car, if you need to buy a brand new car, the one-stop shop for you is Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell. That's why in the last 3 years, my family has bought not one, not two, not three, but 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet.
You walk in, pound your fist on the table, and demand to see GM Justin Rudd. Clear upfront pricing. The price you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Real quick, Brad, you're number one in the world. That means more production, more wins, more sales than any other team. Brad, does that make you the quarterback?
I don't know about that, babe. It's a team effort. My question for you is, are you the voice of Classic Chevrolet or am I?
I think we can share that title. I'll tell you what, though. I know a lot of legends. You and the team at Classic Fleet are legends. Every Tolo business owner needs to put you to work. For them, how can you help?
It's the race to the finish. We're out to end the year number one in the world again. Shop our best Black Friday savings all month long, like a new Silverado chassis cab work truck with $22,582 in total savings.
Visit ClassicFleet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial. Driving business since 1978. Together, let's drive.
Based on 2023 new Chevrolet deliveries. Stock number N8754870. MSRP $71,697 plus $26,890 accessories and equipment. $22,582 classic discount. Sales price $75,995 plus textile license and $225 dealer dock fee. Expires 12/2/24.
Headed out on the town or maybe just running some errands, but worried you haven't charged enough to make it everywhere? Whew. Don't stress. Shell has a growing network of reliable EV charging sites at popular retail locations and Shell gas stations. So you can pull up, plug in, and venture out. Now that's convenient. Shell Recharge. Download the Shell app today to find the nearest Shell Recharge location. For more information on locations and how Shell measures reliability, visit shell.us/Shell Recharge.
The boys welcome that team from Houston this week. Our coverage starts at 4 Monday with the Carriers kickoff at 7:15 on your official home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the number one Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Thank you for making us part of your day out there. Hope you're having a good one, getting ready for this fight tonight, getting ready for the Cowboys game on Monday night. Hopefully the Mavs can get it back together tomorrow against the Spurs. Krusty's Corner is brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king himself, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. It's just having a Monday game and all that. I thought, we got an extra day. So I thought, I'd try and play a little bit of a fun game with you guys. If you guys are up for this,
you're going to be a game show host.
I'm going to be a game show host.
Who are you channeling?
Okay,
Who are you channeling? Who's your inspiration?
Sports athlete or figure skater?
I was born the same day as Bob Barker, December 12th.
Ooh, you've got it in your blood.
So it's in my blood right now. But so Monday we get a 2-hour show before the actual pregame show on Monday. So
G-Bag Nation proper 2 to 4.
Craig Wollerstad is the referee. I'll get into him on Monday, kind of give you an idea.
Zebra report,
and all that stuff like that. So, but I saw this, and I thought it was pretty funny for me because I scored really, really high on it, and I thought maybe my guys here would see if
is this if you're a dumbass quiz.
No, you might be
scored
70s sitcoms.
No, you might be old if.
Oh,
you might be old if.
Yep.
Lucius, you with me today on this one?
GP, are you with me?
You might be old if.
Okay,
I'm going to give you guys a point each for if I ask you this question and you say yes or no to the answer. Okay.
See how this is going to go.
You might be old if.
Yep.
All right, Dawson.
So I can say yes or no and get a point.
Don't we all answer?
Yeah, no, you each individually answer.
Okay.
But I'm going to ask you the question, and you're going to just say yes or no.
Okay,
that is what's going to happen.
I think I can do this.
Yeah, so you're just going to have to. It's just. But I'm going to ask you, and we'll see how old you are. We'll see how old you are.
Did I ride in a car seat as a kid? No.
Dawson.
Yeah.
Did you ever use a rotary phone?
Yes.
Dawson, it's a point.
It was amazing when it had the extra long cord on it.
Yeah.
Take that thing all the way to the living room.
Yeah.
Did your family have a teenage phone? Like a separate phone from the house
Later
phone?
on in life.
Did you?
Yeah, later on in life we had the the remote phone or whatever they called it. What do they call it? Not a mobile phone.
It's still a landline.
It was wireless, maybe?
Yeah, wireless
phone.
phone.
Yeah. Wireless phone. Eric, have you ever used a rotary phone? We had to dial.
That's the spin deal,
Yeah,
right?
you had
No,
to
I've
dial.
seen them. I've actually seen them in person,
All right.
but I've never used it.
Eric, you don't get a point. Well, Chuck, you ever used a rotary phone?
It would be a no. My grandparents had one, but it wasn't connected. It didn't work. But I knew what it was.
Yeah.
But
Right,
I couldn't
played with
actually,
it.
I couldn't actually call anybody with it.
Okay. Lucius?
Yes, it was very tall, very vintage. It had gold pieces on it and pearl, quote unquote, pearl pieces. And it was in the living room that you couldn't go in and sit down.
You had the nice one, the
Yes,
premium.
yeah.
It was like a clock on the wall.
You had to walk over and stand up and answer it and all that?
Yep. There was
like
plastic runners on the floor to get to it, too, so you wouldn't get on Dad's carpet.
Dawson.
Yeah.
Have you ever used a floppy disk?
Oh, yeah. Karateka, Oregon Trail, Bird versus Magic. Or maybe, no, it was Kareem versus Dr. J there on the, like the Apple IIc or something like that.
How about you, Chief? You ever used a floppy disk?
I can't say that I've ever actually used one. Again, I've seen it. I've held it in my hand. I don't believe I've ever actually used it.
Wooly?
Yeah, there was a time where I used one as a kid to you share stuff.
Oh, yeah. What
kind of stuff
Can you
tell
save
me-
files on there?
Can you tell me what you were sharing?
Like a PowerPoint, we got to take that in.
Oh.
You sure it wasn't those McElwain
Yeah, I
shark
bet
picks that you
shark
were sharing?
It wasn't those. Those weren't for sharing. Those were for me only.
It was a cordless phone. Cordless phone is what it was
Cordless
called.
phone.
Yes, thank you.
Lucius, you ever used a floppy disk?
Yes, it was a game called Rise of the Triad.
Oh.
And it was on floppy disk. It was amazing.
All right.
Yeah. People's heads used to explode way back in the day. Yeah, it was great.
How about when you used to have to format those things?
Oh, man.
You ever have to format,
yeah.
one? You had to go through
Yeah.
all that, made all that noise and everything?
Gavin, I haven't heard the game Karateka since I was 9 out of the 817. You know it was greatness, man.
Karateka.
Dawson,
Yeah.
you ever used a typewriter?
Oh, yeah. IBM Selectric there in 7th and 8th grade. It was Miss Stebbins' prize pupil.
Okay.
She later passed away on a flight returning home from Hawaii. It was a sad day.
Oh, wow. That's tough.
Let's go into the Pimp Cup where
We're starting LA Live early.
Lucius, you ever followed Dawson on a very sad story? Now, how about you, Chief? You ever used a typewriter?
I think I'd rather die on a plane than have my schwanz disfigured, though. To
Yes.
be honest,
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah, I don't want that melted.
No, I never used a typewriter.
Never used a typewriter. Wooly.
That'd be a no. I think they're pretty cool, but
We're
had to use
getting
one.
dominated on the scoreboard in
I
this
was
game.
Mavis Beacon, on the computer.
Yeah.
Lucius,
Grown up.
you ever used a typewriter?
So yeah, I've used a typewriter before. Elementary days.
Uh-huh.
When it's time for the, something proper to type up. Yeah.
Book report?
Yeah, that
Something
type
like
of thing. Yeah.
That's really the first one that really allows me to understand just how old you bleepholes are. Typewriter, to me, that feels like so like Thomas Edison times.
It's awesome to use a typewriter and be good at it.
You make so much noise.
You get,
and you get this rhythm going.
You do get a rhythm, yeah. You get a rhythm. And you hit that, slide it, yeah. Dawson,
Yeah.
you ever taken photos with a film camera?
Oh, yes. Yeah, of course. Developed it. Had the Polaroid ones. That, by the way, is a great gift for the little kiddos. The new Polaroid ones.
Dude,
films,
I
yeah.
actually have it. They come with games on them now. I'm playing
Wow.
Snake. I'm playing Snake and Tetris on my daughter's little camera deal.
Yes.
Yeah, I like it even more than she does.
Eric, you ever
Is this just like a Kodak camera, like a disposable camera kind of thing? Like
yeah,
something like
film-
that?
film camera, yeah.
I've definitely done that.
All right, Eric's on the board.
Finally.
Wooly.
Yes, yeah. I used to have to go with my grandfather after all the trips that he'd go on. We'd go to Wolf Camera, and he'd
Wolf
go ahead and
camera
get them
developed.
I always went to, was it Eckerd's?
Eckerd's do it too.
Yeah.
In an hour.
Yeah. Hey, getting the film developed was so awful because you took like 32 photos and you look and you probably only got 5 good ones. Everything else is kind of crazy. Your thumb is in it.
Yeah.
The sun always had like the weird
took out
light.
half the photo. Yeah.
Lucius, you've done this because you've done this for the military, right?
Yes, I learned how to shoot photography for the military on those films and learned how to do it in the black rooms or whatever.
That is awesome. Dawson.
Yeah.
Ever had a CD collection?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
In the Case Logic deal. The
In
big old
alphabetical
folder.
order?
No, I wouldn't do anything like that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I had the CD collection, the cassette tape collection with the 64 Case Logic, Can still see Guns N' Roses' Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 in there. You know, it was a great time to have that. You know, you were the man if you had that music collection.
Yes.
Yeah, I've had CDs.
You had CDs?
Yeah.
Wooly?
Absolutely, yep.
Yeah, CD collection was meticulous. I had it in big binders, and then you had like the stuff that goes with your CD behind it.
Yep.
So just in case you want to pull it out and read the credits, it's right there.
Yep.
And then people will steal your CDs by saying, "Hey man, let me burn that," and that fool will dip. You never see your CD again.
And they burn you.
Yeah. Let me burn that.
That
bro.
was an important part of music back in the day was getting all the literature or whatever, the lyrics, the credits. There was art in there. There was all kinds of cool stuff you could look at. You remember that, Brian?
I do remember that.
Reach back there. Let me get those CDs. And you got this big old thing of CDs on your lap.
There was always
drive.
Flipping through it.
Yeah.
Somebody on the trip was always responsible for the CDs.
Yes.
You had one guy that was responsible for the CDs.
The sound of those pages as you'd peel them apart.
Dawson.
Yeah.
Have you ever played Atari?
Oh, yeah. I played quite a bit of Atari. Also played the Odyssey, which was a competitor to Atari, pre-Nintendo.
How about you there, Eric?
No.
Wooly?
No, I never played Atari.
Manchi, I can play Atari. Yeah, I played Atari before. And my first system was a Sega Master System. Before the Sega Genesis. Sega Master System.
Wow.
Okay. I had the Sega Dreamcast. That was mine.
That was a good system.
And I liked it a lot.
Dawson.
Yeah.
You ever sent a fax?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I used to have to do a lot of that maybe 20 years or so ago, you know, getting insurance set up, sending in applications for things, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, in my original days of sports radio, we had a fax machine, and instead of emailing or texting in, you would fax. You know, Jim Rome had the huge fax of the day.
Sure.
Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, I've
Chief?
had office jobs where I've had to get a hold of the fax machine.
Contracts? Send them contracts across?
All sorts of different stuff with the car dealership and with the apartments that I used to work at in college.
Wooly?
Yeah, I've had to do the fax deal.
Lucius?
Yeah, I've always needed help. I still need help with the printer.
Yeah.
To this day. I don't even know which way I'm holding it up, and it comes out the wrong way. Then I'm like, okay, probably that way.
It's
It's the
upside
best
down.
way. Yeah. I'm so bad at this.
I did it front to back.
Yeah, big old chunk of just whiteness on the thing. And you got a little bit of your information there. You're like, dang.
Did the inks out.
What just happened?
What about a little scan and email action?
Pages overlap, stuff like that.
Awful at it.
Dawson?
Yeah.
You ever had an encyclopedia?
Yep, had those in the house all growing up.
Did you use them?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, book report, or not book reports, but like all kinds of reports, you know, that you'd have to research. And only one of your sources could be the encyclopedia. But yeah, I did a lot of encyclopedia stuff.
How about you there?
I've held one. I flipped through it for sure. Like, I don't know that I ever actually used it for anything.
Wow.
But elementary school, I think there was like encyclopedia stuff that you just had to
In your
get
house?
familiar with it. I don't know. I don't think we ever had one in our house.
You don't get a point for that then.
Okay, that's fine. I'm getting my
Wooly?
butt kicked.
I want to say no in the house. We did have a dictionary, but no encyclopedia.
No, Lucius?
Yeah, we 100% had the Encyclopedia Britannica collection situations. So you would stop asking questions in the house because your parents would just tell you to go look it up in the encyclopedias.
Yep.
They would never just give you the answer.
Yep.
Well, go look it up. We
look it
pay
up.
for that
They-
stuff.
they
Go
go
look
look
it
it
up. Yeah.
All right, last one here. Dawson, did you ever own a pager?
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a couple times.
Was it
was
for
good.
work or did you just have something else going on?
It was, I think just because you'd be out running around and you wanted your buddies to be able to get a hold of you because you would, like leave your house and go to work for 8 hours. You
Sure.
don't know what everybody's doing afterwards.
Eric?
No.
I'm not going to sig on my beeper. No, I never had a pager.
Lucius?
Every girlfriend I ever had in high school gave me a pager.
There you go.
Yeah, I used to think I was a man. I didn't realize she was clocking me. I was like, I didn't buy me stuff already.
She wants to keep a hold of me.
There are a lot more here, but I see we're up against it. But as the score, Dawson, 9.
9-9.
Lucius had 9. Eric had 3. Wooly had 4.
Okay.
Right on.
So
All right.
you might be old if. So Lucius and Gavin, you guys are
Dawson's Generation X, aren't you? Generation? Yeah. That's
Little
the
older.
furl generation.
a little older there. Thank you guys.
We're not in a
Appreciate you,
good
man.
place,
Yeah,
really.
you guys are furl.
We all need therapy. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, joins us next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
this nation is growing, then it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So if you're looking for me to take a run at the Commanders, you're barking up the wrong tree. They've had a couple of tough weeks, but as I mentioned on the program yesterday, they...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
with the Cowboys, 105.3. The Fan, Wolchuk's Top 10's right around the corner. We have some Jerry audio coming up at 4:40. Who's he got in Tyson and Paul tonight? We'll get his answer to that and more. It's time now to talk with Nick Harris, Star Telegram Cowboys reporter. And a good afternoon, Nick. How you doing?
Man, doing fantastic, fellas. How are y'all?
Well, it's so good to hear from you here on a Football Friday. Of course, we have to wait for Monday for this week's game, and we'll talk about that with you. But I wanted to get your thoughts on another Cowboys topic, and that would be Jason Witten as an NFL head coach was a topic this morning with Jerry Jones. He said he'd be a top coach. What do you think?
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting topic, right? Considering that whenever he did retire in 2020, he immediately hopped into the high school coaching ranks. And, you know, he's been coaching his son over there at Argyle Liberty Christian. He's gotten a state championship, an undefeated season. It's certainly a lot of fun that he's having up there in Denton County. But I think on the other hand, you have to look at experience for what it is. You know, if he wants to be an NFL head coach, when does the NFL experience come into play, and when does that become a factor? I will look at, you know, around the league, former players turned coaches are definitely starting to become the trendy thing. I mean, look at what Dan Campbell has done. Jerry has obviously respected what Dan Campbell has done, and maybe an idea to replicate that if the opportunity were to present itself. If Dallas were to have a head coaching vacancy this offseason, wouldn't surprise me if Witten got an interview.
But would you think that the type of coach this organization would likely prefer would be a veteran coach?
Yeah, I would think so. You look at the history of Jerry Jones and the guys he likes to go after, especially I would say what his rhetoric has given over the course of the last 10 years and then going into the search that ultimately led to hiring McCarthy. I would have to assume it would be a former head coach who's got a little bit more skins on the wall. We
were talking about it earlier. I think it was it Wolchuk who was playing, or was it maybe Chiafalo playing some Gruden audio? And, you know, that's a name that's out there. Do you think John Gruden still works in the NFL as a coach?
Man, I would say no, considering with how things ended with the Raiders. I just, after a nightmare like that, I'm not sure if he can continue to work. And honestly, truthfully, I can't look back and think of a Gruden team that overachieved in the last 2 decades. And the last team that did, a Super Bowl team, it was defensively led. So it's tough for me to look at a John Gruden scenario right now.
All right, Nick, so how's the health of this team as we get closer to Monday night?
Yeah, how about 1/3 of the roster on the injury report this week? So if I guess there's 5 of us on this call, and y'all in the room, 1 to 2 of us would be on the injury report if we were on the active roster for the Cowboys this week. But yeah, I think the concerns going forward, you look at Jordan Lewis, he did not practice once again today. That's certainly something to keep an eye on as the week goes on. And then Hunter Lipke battling a calf injury as well. So a couple of injuries that are starting to trend towards the negative direction as we go into the 3rd day of practice on Saturday. But game designations will happen tomorrow. With it being a Monday night game, we'll learn a little bit more out of tomorrow's practice session.
True or false, we will see Deron Bland play again this season?
Oh, man, that's a tough one. I think it's starting to get to, this is just my perspective, I think it's starting to get to a point where they need to make a decision if they're going to put him back on IR or if they're going to activate him, just because with the corner depth being tested the way it is, Kalen Carson still battling that shoulder injury, and now Jordan Lewis battling an injury, they need that spot on the active roster. I think that decision's going to have to come next week, whether they want it to or not.
Hey, Nick, we know that Cooper Rush is going to get to start, but how early would you like to see Trey Lance?
Man, I'd like to see him in the first quarter. I think there are things that you can implement into the offense with him as early as the first couple of series. You know, he brings that athleticism. I mean, sure. I mean, by the time he got into the game against the Eagles, it was well out of hand. But I think you saw that athleticism on the very first play. It kind of took that defensive front off guard a little bit. I think if you integrated Trey Lance, say, on the second series of the game, it can kind of make that defense have to account for a little bit added layer to that offense. So I would use him early, and I would use him often. I'd give him 20, 25 snaps personally.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Rico, I guess, is finally going to be the guy. No more running back by committee. Why did it take till week 10 to finally come to this conclusion?
I think that's honestly been a conclusion that they came to a while ago. I think it was just the first time that Mike McCarthy actually said it. I mean, you look at the carries. He's gotten 60 carries over the course of the last 5 games. And Zeke has only been trending downward in that category since week 1. I feel like the Cleveland game was the only opportunity that he got to get legitimate carries. So I think this is something that's been happening for a while, but I think letting Rico Dowdle take as many carries as possible down the stretch here gives them an idea of what potentially they could bring back in 2025 if they wanted to bring back Dowdle. And he certainly looked good. He has mentioned many times about the more he gets carries, the better he feels like he gets into a rhythm during the game. And I think if they continue to give him double-digit carries, 12, 15, 17 carries, it's only going to help his development.
Last week I asked you if you thought they had a decent running game, and another solid game with production there from Rico. What's he got to do to win you over, Nick?
Yeah, I think it's just consistency. And I've been looking at the yards per carry, and I've been looking at the efficiency whenever he does get his opportunities. But I think there might be still a lack of trust in the run game because the attempts have not gotten up. Mike McCarthy has mentioned throughout the year, hey, we just need to get more attempts for these guys. And well, now they're having an opportunity to get some of these guys attempts with the quarterback situation being the way it is. I would like to see Dowdle just get more opportunities and him remain consistent with that.
Is there any signs of lack of trust in Zeke? That was pretty bad timing to come back from what happened and fumble the ball there on the goal line.
Yeah, I think that would be human nature, right? You look at fumbling on the goal line right after the situation that he had right before the Atlanta game, the downward trajectory of carries over the course of the season. You would have to look at that being the case.
Nick, I'm going to put you in the 8th hole on drafting. Give me the position you would take in the 8 hole.
In the 8 hole, man, this is a fun one because I was just asking Nate Newton earlier today. I was like, say you're picking in the backside of the top 10, what position are you taking? He said, I'm going in the trenches, and I'm probably going right up the middle on the defensive line at defensive tackle. That was Nate Newton's answer. I think if it were me, oh, man, that's a tough one. I would probably go in the interior offensive line. I think if you can find a guy who can who can immediately contribute in the interior offensive line at number 8, then it gives you a lot of freedom if Zach Martin were to move on after this season. It allows you to work on Cooper Beebe. Do you maybe want to keep him at center? Do you want to move him to guard? It allows you to kind of do some things there in the interior. But as you know, Brian, kind of looking at these early draft guys, I don't think there's necessarily an interior guy you could take at 8 unless you wanted to move Will Campbell or Kelvin Banks inside, which I think could be an option.
Yeah.
Do you expect Steele to be back next season like 100%?
Well, it's going to be tough to get out of that contract with the way it was signed. I mean, this is the first year that extension is in place. Just kind of looking at the contract diagram as it breaks out over the next few years, I think the easiest out in that contract would be after 2025. But I think it certainly needs to be discussed this offseason.
What's the word on Jonathan Mingo as he gets ready to make his debut?
Yeah, a lot of confidence in him attacking the playbook, him attacking the system. Yeah, I said this morning on the break with you, Brian. Yeah. I'm still under the impression that they overpaid for this guy. I don't necessarily believe it was the right move that they could have made at the deadline, but everything that we've been hearing around the building is that he's attacked this new opportunity with a lot of perseverance, and I'm personally excited to see what he can bring to the offense just because it's something different. I feel like we've all been fiending for something different in the last few weeks.
All right, Nick, I do want to pivot and ask you a little bit of high school football. You called the game last night. What is looking like overall tonight across the state that you've got your eye on?
Yeah, tonight I'll be calling Frisco Reedy and Carrollton Creek View. Looks like Reedy trying to take a pretty good playoff run into November and December. But a couple of games I'm keeping an eye on. Prosper and Capel. I think that's going to be probably the better game in the DFW area. Capel going into the postseason undefeated. Prosper coming from a pretty tough district. They're 7-3, but they've proven year in and year out that they can be a contender deep into the playoffs. So that's a really tough first-round matchup. And then also Allen and Louisville. Allen is back to their winning ways. They're undefeated in the regular season for the first time in a while under head coach Lee Wigington. And Louisville, they've been a really talented program. They've built the trenches really well over there at Louisville. And I think they have the size advantage in that game in the trenches, and I wonder if it could lead to an upset for them.
When you look at Jason Witten's offense that he's running right now, I mean, is there anything about it that gives you the idea like, hey, this is like legit? I mean, how much do you know about the stuff that he's doing there?
Man, I would be lying if I told you I knew anything about the Jason Witten offense.
I want to know how cutting edge he is right now.
I'll tell you what, I'll go do a scouting report and I'll get back to you on that later in the postseason. How about that?
That sounds great, Nick. You're the man.
I'll tell you this, Nick. The thing that I was kind of trying to figure out is what coaches has Jason Witten been with that he maybe could have Mark Colombo or somebody like that, if he were to build a staff, of coaches, Cowboy coaches or guys that we all kind of thought better of, was maybe that could be a staff that we would think about with him.
Yeah, not only coaches, but guys he played with too. You look at a guy like Tashard Choice that he played with, running backs coach at Texas.
Yeah.
That could be an option. I think it could be a lot of familiar faces back in the building if that were to be the reality.
It's Nick Harris of the Star Telegram here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Do you think this Cowboys group is going to, show us some promising football over the last couple of months, or just fizzle all the way?
Yeah, I'm under the impression that it's probably more so going to fizzle. I mean, I can only take into account what we've seen so far. And what we saw in that game against the Eagles was really bad. 145 yards of total production, and Cooper Rush looked awful. There wasn't really anything that they could implement offensively that worked, and they were gifted a scoring opportunity in the red zone and could not punch it in. I can only, talk on what I've seen. What I've seen so far has not been great. So, you look at a 3-6 record right now, I think getting 3 more wins would be overachieving at this point.
So the matchup Monday night is just like it's begging Micah Parsons to come in there and wreck a game plan, isn't it? Is that the path to victory against Houston?
Yeah, I think so. And also I think, against this Texans defense, it's a really good defense. They take the ball away. They get after the quarterback. But I think if you can find some action with CeeDee Lamb across the middle of the field, those crossing routes that they love to run in that quote-unquote Texas Coast offense that Mike McCarthy's implemented over the last couple of years, the Texans, they allow that underneath action. They do. And so if CeeDee Lamb can find some action on the run after catch, then maybe they can find some rhythm offensively there. But I can't find many other positives offensively. This is a really good Texans defense. But, yeah, I think you're right. I think Micah Parsons, if he can get after the quarterback, get after C.J. Stroud, they allow the 3rd most sacks in the NFL, then maybe this can keep this a close game.
Nick Harris of the Star Telegram with us here in the G-Bag Nation. The rookie Kalen Carson obviously been taking some lumps. What do you think? Is he in the doghouse? Obviously, McCwamu getting a little bit more of the looks towards the end of the game last week. What's the plan with Carson moving forward?
Yeah, I see a young player whose confidence wasn't really able to be built over the course of this season, and also a player that's still battling that shoulder as the season goes on. He was on the injury report yesterday with that shoulder, also battling an illness, but the shoulder was listed, and you wonder how much that's affecting him as the season goes on as well. But he was a full participant today, expect him to be active for game day. But personally, if it were me, I loved what I saw from Israel McCwamu. This is a guy who has stepped in multiple times this season in some various roles. He understands what's going on the defense whenever he does have to step in. And I was able to talk to him in the locker room this week, and he's a guy that's always going to be prepared for that situation. If it were me, I would put McCwamu out there, not necessarily as an indictment to what Carson has done. I just don't want to kill the kid's confidence more than it already has been.
Thank you, Nick. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. Y'all have a great one.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram, must follow for Cowboys fans everywhere in the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan almost every Friday. Yes, former players as coach. I never want to see it, especially if it's a guy who hasn't even coached in college. I'd prefer like position coaches and football coordinators in the NFL, stuff like that. So Jason Witten would be one that I would not be that excited about. It is fun to talk about former players possibly coaching, though. I think that's always, pretty cool. And obvious, is Dion the most accomplished right now? Dion, Kellen Moore would be like 1 and 2 in some particular order. I think at this point, most Cowboys fans would very much prefer Dion.
I was thinking maybe Jason Witten gets Sean Lee to be the D coordinator,
See,
at least the linebackers.
We just run it back.
All the guys that couldn't get it done as players, we believe they can get it done as coaches.
No, I just was kind of thinking though of guys that might be that could help a step. That's the one thing that Dan Campbell's been able to do. He's got a badass offensive coordinator. Don't get me wrong. Aaron Glenn's come in and been just as good as a defensive coordinator for him. They got a really good staff over there in Detroit. And so, yeah, I think that a lot of it has, if you get a guy that people in that room highly respect, but you get coaches underneath you that can really to get the message too.
Yeah,
I think things like that are possible. I think just how much respect that he has, that's the thing that, and not too far removed from being a player, kind of understanding the things that they go through. Maybe in this new thing of new era of football, you need a guy like that has a little bit of an understanding of that. But I think the accountability and the attention to detail stuff would be really, really, really strong with Jason Witten as a head coach.
Yeah, some of those players are going to do that, and maybe that model works, more so than ever. As the roles of coordinators become, bigger and bigger as a head coach, you're kind of the minister of culture and vibes and accountability and discipline and overall philosophy. Maybe that could work. I think it'd be an exciting story. That's for sure. Okay, top 10 at 4:20 coming up next. Well, Chuck, what's the subject matter?
Let's talk boxing. Who you got? Paul, Mike Tyson. We've got top 10 most watched boxing matches, the most hyped boxing fights of all time, and who are the 10 best boxers in the history of boxing? That's next.
Well, let's make leasing easy with D&M. I mean, it's a big Friday night. You want to get home and watch the fight maybe, or maybe you have other plans. I don't know exactly what you got going on, but I do know the best way to acquire a new vehicle, especially...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
And oh my goodness, Eric just sent me one of the craziest stories. It could be a ball sacking. Who the hell knows?
That's not a ball sacking.
This is from
like
this
is from the Rosie Perez interview. We read some quotes from it yesterday
that's
about
right.
the venom, the toad venom, and he saw God, and that's why he got out of retirement to go fight the YouTuber.
Well, this was a part of the interview, and we'll get to the top 10 when it comes to, best boxers of all time. There's several that we'll run through here. Most watched, most hyped. You know, what's the fight that you've been most excited for? 877-881-1053. Here's the exchange, Mike Tyson and Perez. Tyson, thank you very much. I won't let you down. Perez, I know you won't. We both made it out. Tyson then says, hey, life isn't over yet. We're still fighting. We only make it out on the day of our death. There's no way I should be here talking to you right now. All my friends are dead. They OD'd. They had AIDS. Me and my friend both had sex with this girl at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
And they both died of AIDS.
Yeah.
I didn't catch it. Perez says, that's crazy. You have a spirit hovering over you. Tyson said, amen. It's something, sister.
All my friends are dead.
That's
Push me to the edge.
Yeah, I've heard that story about his buddy with AIDS before.
My gosh.
Yeah.
I guess
crazy one.
He was, part of the deal there and didn't get it.
Yeah.
It's a blessing.
I just hope he can, whip this guy's ass tonight and get back on the meds. He's not in a great psychological place, I'm sure.
Okay,
his
so
demons are flooding back in. He needs to release them all tonight, 11 o'clock.
I have another clip for you of like kind of like a short film hype video of just Mike Tyson and lead up to this fight.
Let's go.
And it's him talking through it, and the last thing he says will send a chill down your spine.
Come on.
Man, I'm ready for this. I mean, I was watching Ariel Helwani was talking about last night at the weigh-in after the slap happens, and he walks over and he interviews Mike Tyson, and the look on Tyson's face. Now, Ariel Helwani's been in basically every single big fight you can think of over the last decade. It's like, this is a look that I've never seen on a human being's face before. I was terrified. And if you watch him, he's holding the mic, like his arm is fully extended and he's kind of backing away. Like he's fearful of Mike Tyson in this moment. This is going to be fun. I'm hoping we see vintage Mike. Jake Paul, though, does know about the Holyfield biting of the ear. Rumor has it that Chris Arnold might actually still have the ear. I don't know. I know he was responsible for getting it on some ice and, making sure that it got back to Evander Holyfield.
Here it is.
Here it is. I got it, guys. I got it. Got you down.
I thought that ear just a freaking peered.
It almost did. But here's Jake Paul talking about the ear covers to protect himself.
I'm not getting my bit off on Friday night, so I got my diamond spiked ear covers right there.
Diamond spiked. I wonder how much those cost.
They look pretty cool.
My
He
goodness.
was hilarious after he got slapped last night.
Okay, we do have that. This was cut 11. Jake Paul. Okay, so Ariel interviews Tyson, then he goes over to Jake Paul. This was Paul after the slap.
I didn't even feel it. He's angry. He's an angry little elf. Mike Tyson, I thought that was a cute slap, buddy, but tomorrow you're getting knocked the fuck out. I'm him up, Ariel. I'm him up. He hits like a It's personal now. It's personal now. He must die.
He must die.
I'm telling you, we cannot, like, dude, he is hilarious. We have to give him his flowers for just how funny and delusional he is.
The Paul brothers,
terrific entertainment.
The Paul brothers
Through the
are
roof,
tremendous
bro.
entertainment. They are. They absolutely are. And we'll see how this one goes down tonight.
He was quoted as saying, Jake Paul said, and this stuff is getting back to Mike, okay? And I think this is adding fuel to the fire. Jake Paul was quoted as saying, I believe I could beat Mike Tyson during any phase of any part of his career.
That's delusion.
Yeah. I mean, he occasionally takes it too far. So I'm with you. Like, he's genius, but you can see him working. Like, how do I phrase this? How do I get the max troll in here? And he's obviously incredible at playing to attention. Did a tremendous job growing his career on YouTube. But I think he's not believing about 95% of the things that are coming out of his mouth here the last 72 hours. We'll check.
I'd have to agree with you. But either way, it's entertaining. I'm excited to see what happens tonight. Now, I wonder what the numbers will end up being because this is free on Netflix. Now, if you look at some of the most watched fights of all time, the most watched was Mayweather and Pacquiao back in 2015. Which had 4.6 million pay-per-view buys. That's just in the United States only. Number 2, also Floyd when he fought Conor McGregor, Floyd when he fought Oscar De La Hoya, and then Floyd when he fought Canelo Alvarez. Those are the top 4 most watched ever.
Yeah, we got to Vegas for Mayweather Pacquiao, and they're like, yeah, actually, we don't have seats for you.
Oh, man.
You know, you're going to have to go to this room and watch it on TV.
Oh, that stinks.
Yeah.
That
I mean, the
is
money for
awful.
the seats had just gotten so big they couldn't turn it down.
Well, Tyson Evander Holyfield 2 is the 5th most watched ever, and then Tyson goes on a run here. It's Tyson Lennox Lewis, it's Tyson Roy Jones Jr., it's Tyson Evander Holyfield 1, and Tyson versus Peter McNeely. So,
boy, am I impressive.
Tyson and Floyd Mayweather, those are the two. It's basically 50-50. They got the most watched fights in the history of boxing between those two right there. Now, most hyped fights of all time. Lucius, I don't know if this one's even close to the most hyped. I think certainly we were way more excited for Spence and Crawford. That started to get a lot of hype and a lot of buildup. When you think
that
about
was like
the
most 4-year hype job right there. It went down, went back up again.
Yeah.
It was a roller coaster of hype jobness.
Well, and that's the problem because a lot of these, like, you don't get the fights in their prime. Like that was the issue with Manny and Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah.
Like that fight was supposed to happen for years and it never did. And then finally, when it does, maybe they're not at their best. But when you think most hyped, what fights come to mind?
Rumble in the Jungle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ali, boom, hey.
Yeah.
Then Mayweather, Pacquiao, maybe Thriller, Manila. It's always some Ali's.
Yeah, a lot of Ali's. Like,
yeah.
You're absolutely right. Ali's littering the list here. He's all over it. De La Hoya, Felix Trinidad is also on here. Tyson Holyfield 2.
Tyson Lennox Lewis.
Lennox Lewis. Tyson's 9 on the list. Oscar De La Hoya versus Manny Pacquiao. Number 1, though, is indeed Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao. And then De La Hoya and Mayweather. So those were all pretty hyped. But best boxers of all time. Like, where are you at when it comes to Tyson? Is he the best of all time? Are you going with Floyd? Is it Ali? Who do you view as the best boxer ever?
Floyd, Andre Ward. Who else? Sugar Ray. There's a whole lot of great boxers, like the technical guys. You know what I mean? Mike is just a boxer, but he'll, put you on your ass because he's got a whole lot of power. And he's good with his feet work. I mean, his footwork and everything, whatnot. But when it comes to I like to watch a boxer go to work. Yeah, Sugar Ray Leonard is great to watch as a boxer go to work. Andre Ward, too bad he didn't last long, but it's just his technical sound in the ring, man. You can see the setup happening. And for a casual to see the setup happening, that means he's doing something good in there. You know what I mean?
People can see it.
Yeah.
Brian, did you have anybody, like, growing up, you're like, damn, this is my guy?
I was sitting there just look. It's funny because I was looking at great boxers of all time.
Yeah.
And when Lucius said Sugar Ray, I was thinking like, oh, okay, Sugar Ray Leonard. But then you look at Sugar Ray Robinson, like way back in the day.
Number 3 on BetMGM's
list. And Muhammad Ali called him the king, the master, my idol.
Wow.
You know, if one of the greatest fighters of all time is talking about a guy like that, I mean, that kind of gets my attention. I kind of live my boxing through you guys. You guys, kind of steer me along this path. But I am excited about tonight. But man, when like my era is the Sugar Ray Leonards and Mike Tysons, and I could go back to George Foreman, Jerry Cooney. I mean, those types of guys that fought like on Saturday afternoons on ABC.
Yeah,
with Howard Cosell as the ringside announcer. You know, those were kind of, in my time, the golden time of boxing, I believe.
We got a lot of love for Triple G. Triple G did have a hell of a run.
Roy Jones Jr., bro.
Roy Jones
The
Jr.
setups, he was so quick.
Buster Douglas, black and gold V texting that
Hilarious.
one.
I always thought it was Muhammad Ali.
Ali's one. Yeah. Ali's one according to BetMGM. 2 is Joe Louis, 66-3. He had a record of 27 wins, 23 knockouts, 1 defeat in world title fights. That's unbelievable.
Another guy Tyson brings up is Sonny Liston.
Yeah,
but I just never watched him.
He used to hit for the mob.
Wow.
Yeah, he's going to get your money back.
Wow. Sonny Liston. What did they call?
Little Rocky Balboa backstory.
How terrible would that'd be terrifying to see him coming your way to collect.
Joe Louis.
What do you do with the big guys like the Klitschko's and Lewis that they were like, they weren't the greatest, but they were so much bigger than the heavyweights, they could like maul them or just have the reach on them?
Yeah, none of them make the top 10 here, but that is a good question. And then I wonder now, like, you know, Fury and some of the guys, where are they going to go in the rank? Maybe they don't even sniff the top 10 here. 10 was Willie Pep. In the 40s, Willie Pep. Willow the Wisp, that's what they used to call him. 9 was Henry Armstrong. 8, Roberto Duran.
Oh, yeah.
Hands of stone, right?
7, Jack Dempsey.
Yeah.
6 was Manny Pacquiao. 5, Floyd Mayweather Jr. Rocky Marciano at number 4.
He never lost.
The Brockton Blockbuster. Yeah, 49-0.
Yeah.
Sugar Ray Robinson at 3, and then Joe Louis was
the Brown Bomber
at 2. And then with Ali being 1, greatest boxers of all time. So it's a great fighting weekend.
I read about Joe Louis real quick. He defended his title 25 times.
Wow.
As a boxer.
It's amazing. It really, really is. And then Saturday we got an awesome UFC card. John Jones and Stipe Miocic. That is a heavyweight title fight that's been in the making, and we're finally going to get to see a legacy fight. And the co-main, Charles Oliveira and Michael Chandler in a rematch there of what was a tremendous title fight a few years ago, as Chandler said, bye-bye, I'm not worrying about you anymore, Conor McGregor. Good fight for him to come back to. And then Bo Nickel, Alan Zone on that card as well. So tonight, tomorrow night, awesome fight nights for fight fans.
Thank you, Wolchuk. A top 10 at 420. Perfectly timed here for this Fight Night Football Friday in the G-Bag Nation. Jerry was asked who's winning tonight. You'll get his answer to that and more coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, it's going to be Cowboys Game Day. We're going to have our show with the winner of our Who Wants to Broadcast with KNC auction. Plus, at noon, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. So join...
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Cavenders kickoff at 7:15 on your official home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We are, look at this, about 35 minutes away from what you drinking, what you thinking. So if you are cracking them and getting ready, yes, I'm talking to you, Rodeo Ron. Maybe, I don't know, maybe set a reminder. Maybe set a little bit of an alarm there for 5:15, 5:20. Give Lucius a shout there in the Pimp Cup, and he'll get you screened up. And we'll be hearing from you coming up just a little bit later on in the show. I mean, just an amazing night to take your phone calls here with the Tyson Paul, party getting underway here at 7 o'clock.
Text in if you're on your way, man.
Yeah.
Get going.
And Lucius, are you heading out here pretty soon?
Yeah, I'll be heading out here pretty soon to meet up with my neighbor Derek Hollins, so we go out there to the darn fight.
There you go, dude. Have a ball.
That'll be fun.
Where are you sitting? You down
on the floor?
Oh, let's go, dude.
Fancy, bro. Come on. We fancy.
Dude, that's great.
Sunglasses indoors, Lucius?
I don't know, man. Matters what that pregame like.
Sunglasses.
You got to go full Matt
indoors?
Mosley.
Yeah.
So Jerry was
Matt Mosley. Honestly, it's important because I just saw a picture of from inside, and it's crazy how tiny that ring is compared to.
Really?
Okay. It is. So you're good for you, man.
I might need to bring my readers.
Yeah, don't forget those, bro.
Yeah, just in case.
Just a subtle sly when the fight starts. You take the shades off and you put the eyeglasses on.
There it is.
So you're not sitting close enough that you got to worry about wearing white? The blood splatter from Jake Paul?
I don't know. I don't know. He's just like, yo, it's on the floor, so be there. Let's go, bro. All right, here we go, man.
Yes, book it.
Right.
See you there, Dano.
I'm going to switch shirts.
Okay.
Go black.
All right. Jerry was asked, Paul or Tyson, who do you got tonight as soon as he got on the show this morning?
Well, I have we all have a big part of our lives living around the legend and the actual fighter, Mike Tyson. But I know him and have known him for years, and he's a really a top person. And it's amazing what happens to him when he gets in the ring. Now he might become something else when he gets in that ring.
Mm-hmm.
But boys, he's a nice guy out of the ring, and he's been a real credit for fighting.
Yeah. So, obviously.
What's your pick, Jerry?
Yeah, we want to hear from you. Do you got Paul or do you have Tyson at 877-881-1053? I pivoted to believing in Mike. I don't know, maybe it was around the time he threw that slab, and then the quick step back just showed you the elite athleticism and the quickness, and I thought, man, there's no way I can pick a YouTuber to beat this guy here tonight.
Thank you.
I don't know. I think Jake has enough sense about him and enough youth to avoid the big Tyson bomb, and it's going to be his respect for the power and Mike Tyson's age that's going to make this a boring fight, but in the end, Tyson wins in a decision.
Yeah, I kind of felt like that it's got to come early. And if it's Tyson, I think he's going to do everything he can to try and win this thing in the first 2 rounds. I don't think he wants to go much further than that. But if it does go longer, then you're going to get Jake Paul on the decision here.
Jake better be sharp, man, because Mike's going to capitalize.
No, he absolutely will. That's my hope. That's my hope that he gets him early. But if it. Like I say, Luce has been telling us about this, and watching the videos and the punching and the power and all. Can Paul's body, and Wolchuk's talking about how much bigger he is.
He's bigger.
Can his body take that type, even from a 58-year-old man, hitting him that many times in the side of the head and all that?
Yeah.
Can you take that?
I think if you had your arms in on a body shot, he could still really hurt you from your own arm hitting your body. Now, it got a little bit better a few minutes later, right? We didn't get the pick, but we did get an incredible story about Steven boxing back in the day. It's a longer story. Here's Jer.
When Steven was about 16, I was all figuring out ways to try to, as a young, for a dad, to make him something that I was not. If you see, every father I've ever met lives what he wanted to be through his son or through that competition. So I was backing a fighter, and his name was Otis Bates. And he was ambidextrous, but he was a hell of a cruiserweight fighter. I mean, a legitimate cruiserweight, big-time fighter. So my friends that I had trained him, and I was really the sponsor of him, or one of the sponsors of him. And this was 4 or 5 years before I bought the Cowboys. Well, I said, Steven, it'd toughen Steven up a little bit, and it'd be good for him. He's 16. So I arranged a deal where Steven would spar with him at 16. And this is a Mike Tyson kind of attitude guy. Well, Steven had his headgear on and ready to go. And I said, now, boys, whatever you do, don't you let that guy get loose on him and hurt him. I said, but it'll be good. Well, Steven walks out there, and the first things he does, he jabs him right on the nose, and they had their headgears on and everything. That guy completely goes crazy. And he starts hitting Steven, and he's hitting him in the shoulders, face, everything in the book. Turned his headgear completely around on his head where Steven was looking out the hole. It got hit that hard. Can you picture that? Man, we were running up there. Everybody was trying to get in the ring to stop him. And he just punched him wrong, and of course the instincts took over, and the fighter got after it and did his deal. Well, I had to in blood, and Steven still got me to this day, and always says I'll tell. Of course, I'm telling right here and have told, but I said, you got to do one thing. Don't you ever tell your mother. Don't you ever tell your mother that I put you up in that ring with that guy. And, of course, it got out, and I got killed.
So Steven tags the boxer?
He did.
That's impressive.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, aggressive.
Yeah.
Probably believed in himself at 16. Steven, a big guy. Probably back in the day, thought he was tough. Used to handing out whoopings. Thought, what's the difference here? Man. A world-class cruiserweight tuning you up at 16. Could you imagine looking back at Dad? Everybody flying into the ring.
Thanks a lot, Dad.
Your mouth guard is on the canvas, and you're looking out the ear hole, bloody nose.
That's pretty bad. It reminds me of my youngest brother who got thrown into wrestling in, I think he was probably in 8th or 9th grade, and he had never done it before. And he is not, he plays guitar and the drums, okay? My dad wanted him to be a wrestler, so he gets out there for the first tournament. He gets matched up against this monster, and it ends in the first 5 seconds.
Oh,
and my brother still has tailbone pain because of it.
No.
Similar story. My buddy, we lost him at 18, senior year of high school, Larch Mountain.
I'll never forget the pain and look on his face when he hit the deck immediately. This thing's over.
That's the last time
he
you ever
ran
put on
through the tournament and
the
just
wrestling
dominated.
outfit.
Yeah,
Well,
it was it. It was 1 and done with the singlet, 0-1 in his career. It's like a 4-second career.
You don't know how bad the mat can hurt. You're like, this is a nice cushion. And then you get pulverized against it. And, I had a similar.
Got toasted?
Well, no, I got toasted by my buddy Dallas.
okay.
Yeah, Dallas Wittenborn, the ultimate cowboy name ever. Good friend of mine from kindergarten.
Dallas Wittenborn.
That's right.
Yeah, it is a cowboy name.
I don't think anything could be more cowboy than that, other than maybe
Wittenborn.
Roger Troy, Romo, or Prescott or something. I don't know.
Prescott.
But we got to practice. First day of practice. I didn't even make it to the first match, bro.
You got squared up against
I was like, yeah, Dallas, let's wrestle, man. Yeah, we got this. Sure, let's, because so we're going through the things, and he just picks me up and boom, and I was like, holy cow, this guy's country strong. That's when I learned what country strong meant there in 7th grade, and I went home and I was like, Dad, I know we've had a lot of fun wrestling over the years in the living room.
Damn.
But it's not the same.
not for me, Dad.
Okay, how about we get a little Jerry on the Cowboys? Can Jason Witten, speaking of Wittenborn, can Jason Witten be an NFL coach? Here's cut number 8 from Jerry this morning with KMC.
Yes. Without hesitation. Yes. He has something you can't draw up. Reminds me of a lot of our other tight end who's head coach up there at Detroit right now.
Mm-hmm.
And he's his own words when he talked his parting ways with the team. Boys, it's in the dirt. It's down in the dirt. That's where it is. But Jason is very sophisticated when it comes to understanding football and all the nuances. But more important than anything, he really does understand the physical and the mentality of being physical, that part of it. So without a question, he can become above high school. He can become a coach. He has extraordinary work ethic. And he is absolutely calls on his teammates, or would call on his players as a coach. So yeah, he can be a top coach.
Yeah, I think that leadership, the work ethic, the communication, a lot of great stuff with Jason Witten. The toughness, obviously. I just want to know how book smart or clever. How high of an IQ do you need? Because that part I never got from Jason Witten in all the years of listening to him talk. I just don't think he's a super bright guy, and I think in order to be matching wits with the other great coaching staffs around the NFL, if it's not you, it's got to be on your staff. It's got to show up somewhere. I think as a private high school coach, right? I'm sitting here dissing Jason Witten again, but you're Jason Witten. You can recruit. You're in private. You're in private high school. Yeah, we can win us a national championship. You're just on the name.
Got one of my linebackers from my alma mater.
Did he?
At Northwest over there?
Yeah,
just cracking skulls.
Shoot, I'm going to play for Jason Witten if I got the chance.
Yeah, totally.
We're gone.
Yeah, I'd get it.
All right. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, in addition to the finest Chief, what's in store?
The Triple X pouch, PF Chang's, and other football things.
All right. I want to chat D&M Leasing before we get there, though, because you're on your way into your weekend. Congratulations. You've made it once again. If you...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here on 105.3 The Fan. 2 hours to go here on this football fight night Friday in the G-Bag Nation. Your phone calls are coming up in 20 minutes. Little what you drinking, what you thinking. Time now for an edition of The Finest. And here's Eric Chiafalo.
Okay, so despite the things that I'm about to tell you, I still don't think the Cowboys have much of a chance on Monday night, but the injury report for the Texans is out. And we know that they've had some guys on their defense.
Yes.
Both their starting corners.
The corners, what did they do? Because like I say, I think this thing could probably come down to 90 minutes before the game.
Well, they got good news on Derek Stingley, who's dealing with a hip, their corner.
Okay.
And he was a limited participant in practice today.
Okay.
So I think there is a chance he could play. Kamari Lassiter, the other starting corner. Concussion. He's been DNP all week, including today.
Okay, so I don't think he's going to play.
So that looks like it's trending in the direction for their starting corner, Lassiter, not to play. And their other corner, Derek Stingley, kind of a coin flip. And then Will Anderson, also DNP with the ankle issue. And I know our guy Stutz last night, who covers the Texans, didn't seem overly optimistic that Anderson was going to be playing. And he's a stud second-year pass rusher opposite Danielle Hunter.
Right.
So I think there's a really good chance you're talking about starting edge rusher and at least one starting corner missing this football game. Now, unfortunately, they are getting back 100% full participant Nico Collins at wide receiver, and their offense has missed him greatly, especially when they compounded his injury with the Stephon Diggs injury, and their passing attack has really just gone down the toilet a little bit. I mean, they sit there DVOA offensively for the season, they're 21st. They're a bottom third offense in the league this season. Wow. So having Collins back, I'm sure he will have multiple big chunk plays that allow for them to score enough points to win this thing. And I still think even despite the injuries defensively, they'll be able to suffocate the Cowboys for the most part.
We'll see. I mean, on the Cowboy report, what was Jordan Lewis listed as?
I got that. Give me a sec.
Did not practice?
Yeah, I think Nick Harris, wasn't Nick saying that Jordan Lewis was still having issues when it comes to practicing? So
I'm sorry,
DNP neck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we got time. You got till Monday, but
Nico was leading the league in receiving before he got hurt. So
he's a
clearly
chunk play monster.
He was crushing it.
Slant runs and stuff like that. Yeah, it's tough. Big
And
body
it helps
guy.
out Tank Dell.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, but that Jordan Lewis one, that one hurts my soul a little bit. I hope he can rally by Monday.
Yeah, one of the few guys with some real dog in him on that defense. And if he's not in Broadus, would that be a Kalen Carson in the nickel? And McQuamu's your boundary? Because didn't we talk about Carson being a guy who could do the nickel stuff?
I think that they would put McQuamu inside.
Flip that.
Yeah,
go McQuamu with the nickel.
Yeah, that's what they would do. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm like, dude, I don't know. Nick was saying you don't want to ruin his confidence too much more than you already have in terms of Kalen Carson. And so, like, put McQuamu in there and let Carson take a breather. But I don't know. Getting benched, I don't think does much in the way for confidence boosting either. I think we're at a point in the season where let the young guys get all the experience possible.
Yeah.
So, but without Jordan Lewis, that would certainly be a bummer. But the Texans are going to be limping into this one for sure, particularly defensively as well. So something to just consider. Also, some more injury news, and we were talking about, I think we mentioned talking about Tyron Smith at some point in the last couple of days here.
Yeah.
How he's been or whatever for the Jets. I think he's been okay, but the big thing was he had been healthy. Not anymore. He's got a neck issue. And he hasn't practiced this week, and he's not going to play on Sunday, and there's a chance he goes to IR, which means I think there's a chance that maybe we could have seen the last of Tyron Smith.
And I think the rookie left tackle Fashanu is about to come in here and probably not give that job back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was a big Olu Fashanu guy. I thought he was my top tackle.
He's very good
in the draft. I liked him quite a bit. So I'm sure Tyron's helped him out a lot too.
Yeah.
Just by being there. So hopefully he goes in and plays well. But that would be a bummer, man, if that was like a season ender for Tyron.
You know, the Eagles get the victory last night, and their corner, Quinyon Mitchell, continues to shut dudes down. I mean, he hasn't really had a welcome to the NFL moment or game. He's gone up against Drake London, Chris Olave, Mike Evans, Amari Cooper, Malik Neighbors, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, and Terry McLaurin. Last night, Terry McLaurin, no catches when he was guarded by Quinyon Mitchell. CD was 1 for 5 on Mitchell the week before. Jamar Chase, 2 catches, 19 yards on Mitchell in that game. I mean, nobody's had more than 2 catches. The best that went on him was Chris Olave, 2 catches, 23 yards, and then Mike Evans, 2 catches, 19 yards. Like, this is a rookie shutdown monster.
Good combination of the length we talked about. He played at Toledo and if you watch the Northern Illinois game, I think he had 4 interceptions.
He did. He was a ball hawk.
Yeah. He's always been around the ball. And you talk about things, with the MAC conference there and stuff like that. But, man, good players coming out of that league. They might play those games on Wednesday night, but man, they play on Sundays too.
Yeah,
Kid's a really good player.
The level that you're playing, who was it? Mac, right? That comes out of Buffalo. He ends up being a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
Level of competition for certain. If they end up dominating on the film, it's like, okay, this guy's just a freaking man amongst boys out here, and he really burst onto the scene. It was the Senior Bowl. Quinyon Mitchell had a hell of a Senior Bowl, and all of a sudden, boom, he took off. A lot of people had him as the top corner over Terrion Arnold out of Alabama. But, I mean, Philadelphia, they wanted to remake that secondary. They did. Those first 2 picks, Mitchell and DeJean, they're both looking really good right now.
And the Eagles, what a sucker bet. The Eagles have the second best odds to win the NFC, and I still just don't see it with them. I know they're probably going to end up winning this division, but I don't see and either one of those teams. It felt like, man, if the Cowboys were what they had been over the last few years, you feel like this would be another winnable division.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're in that game at halftime. I don't. Philadelphia has a lot of convincing for me to do. I'm not a big believer in Jalen Hurts. So you want to talk about you getting through the Lions and some of these more difficult teams. I just wouldn't see it. I don't think I'd pick them to win in any playoff game.
That running back is legitimate. He's given them so much on that offense, giving them a lot of flexibility there to do what they need to do.
Long time to January.
I'm with you, man. I mean, trust me. They're going to get Jordan Mailata back. That offensive line's going to start to become whole again. And I think when, like I mentioned, the changes they made in their secondary, they've still got to find a way to get a pass rush.
Yeah,
that's kind of been a little bit of a problem, but they're doing a good job of covering teams. But they're playing some poor offenses along the way too.
I just got an update, not football news, but breaking news. The son of Carmelo Anthony, Kyan Anthony, number 36 player, ESPN 100 basketball dude. He just committed to Syracuse over USC. Wow, he's going to follow in the footsteps of Pops right there.
Heck yeah.
Wow, dude, he must be the real deal.
Dad went to Syracuse in his freshman year, won the national championship,
yes,
right?
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, with Hakeem Warwick and Jimmy McNamara.
Type of dandy.
Okay, I did not know this, but I saw on the Instagram story of Javon Hargrave of the 49ers, he posted his NFC championship ring on his Instagram story.
What they do, NFC Championship? Oh yes, they do conference.
Thank you. Okay, I'm
rings.
glad that you said that, because I didn't. This is the first that I've heard. I didn't know we were doing conference championship rings. If you didn't know any better, you would think this was a Super Bowl ring. It looks amazing.
No, we get. Yeah, you
Look
get
at this ring, dude.
Yeah, that's fancy for a conference championship.
And it's in like a nice box that has a whole. Like if you didn't know, you would think that's a Super Bowl ring right there. I didn't know they were giving these out.
I think it's one of those things. I don't know how most teams do this, but I know in Green Bay, it was either going to be one or the other. We end up getting this, so you don't get like.
The hope is you don't get one. You're a Super Bowl guy.
It's a conference championship. You get that, and also a Super Bowl ring. So, like, if you don't get the Super Bowl ring,
kind of like a runner-up ring.
Yeah, that's really what it is.
They probably don't wear those.
I would.
You'd wear that one around.
Yeah.
I mean, you barely.
There's something to it, man. You won the conference.
No, for sure, but it's like, damn it.
We
came up short.
I got 2 Southeastern Conference championship rings.
Those are pretty cool.
Yeah.
No, those are great.
I guess it's fair if you're going to hang a banner for it. Like you're still going to hang a banner in your stadium. Second, I thought you were saying like NFC East championship ring, and I was like, wait a second, we're doing rings for division.
Well, that's what I heard. I heard the Cowboys wanted to do a wild card championship ring.
No.
Let's try and give our guys some.
I heard they wanted to do a 12 wins regular season ring.
Confetti falls at the end of the season.
Run the
Very
East.
successful team.
Run the East rings. Yeah.
Parades and everything.
Run the East ring.
Well, I'm glad you brought up your days in Green Bay, Broadus, because we got a couple of things to sift through here with your old buddy John Gruden just making all the waves. Day one at Barstool, and he was just totally on fire. He sat down with Pardon My Take, and they asked him about Mark Davis, because, of course, John Gruden coaching for the Raiders all those years, and so Mark Davis, the goofy owner for the Raiders, and his infatuation with P.F. Chang's, right, Broadus? Like, he's synonymous.
Yes.
He loves him some P.F. Chang's.
He does love some P.F. Chang's. His dad loved chocolate cake.
Okay. Just in general?
Al always had to have a piece of chocolate
Is that a
cake.
code for something?
I don't know.
It's the number 4.
Chocolate cakes.
It would be for me. It would be for me, but not for. But for Al, no. He always with dessert. He always had to have a piece of chocolate cake. Always with every meal.
Got a little sweet tooth.
A little sweet tooth.
Creature of habit, man. The best athletes
so Mark's
are.
P.F. Chang's.
Mark's P.F. Chang's. Yes,
Chang's
that's
chicken?
Pretty. No.
Mongo beef.
Thank you. It's all
some
about
honey
the
seared
Mongo.
chicken. The lettuce wraps are fire there.
It really starts and
Good
stops
food.
with
It
the
doesn't
Mongo
matter.
beef.
P.F. Chang's, wherever you go, because there's one in Indianapolis. Wherever you go, the food is consistent.
It follows you.
The food is consistent. It's
That's
the same.
important.
I got to try it again. I was disappointed.
Bro, you get the Mongo beef.
Okay, I got to try it. I was so disappointed.
It is good.
You get the Mongo beef, you'll never leave there.
And the lettuce
upset.
wraps, I think, are quite tantalizing.
The love traps.
The lettuce wraps.
Oh.
And it might give you a love trap. You're going to love it.
I'll tell you, we could do it next Friday, Lucius, because I passed one by on the way to the office here from the Star. I'll make an order at P.F. Chang. You guys give me your P.F. Chang's orders, and I'll pick it up on the way.
He's really trying to fatten us up, isn't he?
Hey, just get a bunch of
win.
Get a bunch of Mongo beefs, dog.
Just Mongo beef it.
Doss you in for Mongo beef?
I'll go Mongo beef. You know?
It's okay. I'll order Mongo beefs for everybody, and we'll bring
beef and broccoli,
next Friday.
sweet and sour shrimp.
Sweet and sour shrimp sounds good too.
Yeah,
it's all good.
I always get Chang's chicken myself.
I don't think I've had the Chang's chicken. As a kid, I loved the honey seared, but as I've grown up, it's a little too sweet for me.
I thought you
now.
loved the P.F. Wangs.
No,
as an
that,
appetizer.
That was a confession, man. That was a one-day thing. I told you about that. Don't bring that up again.
Well, I want to.
Damn it, Eric.
I want to go to this particular P.F. Chang's that Gruden's talking about that he used to go to all the time with Mark Davis.
In Oakland, there's a beautiful P.F. Chang's. Not in Oakland. It's a fancy part of town. I can't remember what it was called. But there's not a normal P.F. Chang's. It's like the killer P.F. Chang's. It's like the P.F. Chang's on steroids.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
An MD walks in, he sits up there, he's got the same seat, and they know exactly what he wants.
So he doesn't even order. They just bring it.
Oh, they pretty much know what he wants. He absolutely is dialed in at P.F. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's really a hell of a place.
Yeah.
I learned to love it myself.
It's really a hell of a place.
I could listen to him talk all day. I really could. He also at one point had the quote of saying, back in the day when Hooters was rolling, there wasn't a better place for me.
Yeah, John, one time I went with John. John worked at the original one in Clearwater.
Yeah.
And I went with John, and he jumped behind the counter and made lunch for us. He did the wings. He fried them up and everything, battered them up, and served them out. But yeah, he was when I met him in Indianapolis at the Combine when he was doing some stuff. He goes, "Hey man, meet me for lunch." They have a Hooters there right by the stadium, and he holds court there. He's there every day, like meeting with people. That was like his meeting spot and stuff like that.
And I don't know if we played the audio or not, but he had an office inside the Hooters corporate office.
Yeah. Yeah.
His failed football coaches of America thing that he does started in the Hooters headquarters, and then he's since migrated to his own standalone building somewhere.
It's incredible.
Yeah,
it's
fired,
just a football.
it's the fired coaches,
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's just a football house, man. He also mentioned that it was like in 2013, he almost left the Monday Night Football booth to go take over at Tennessee in the Volunteers.
It's true.
But
his
then
wife was a cheerleader at Tennessee.
That's right, and he was a grad assistant there at some point.
Yeah, his wife was Cindy was a cheerleader at Tennessee.
They're close in age, or is he like?
Yeah, they're close
got
in
a
age.
young
Yeah,
one.
no, they're close in age.
I see you, bro.
She's a current cheerleader at Tennessee.
No. Cindy
He
was
really
a-
likes that orange color, doesn't he?
He does.
Tennessee, Hooters.
Yeah.
Look out for him at Oklahoma State, maybe following Gundy.
Oh, maybe. That'd be a good spot.
Yeah.
His quote of the day, though, was on your guy, 4. He said, Favre had a XXX pouch. This guy had big balls, man.
Triple X pouch.
This guy had big balls, man.
Wow.
I've never heard that.
Had to get a custom jock strap for that.
Some big balls, man.
I mean, it does take balls to steal from poor people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Among other things. Yeah.
Yeah, like playing high all the time and stuff. And then we
felt
have...
guilty. I was part of that.
In what way?
Well, just providing him alcohol that kind of got him
Washing down his opioids.
Yeah.
So we had
I didn't know it was that bad until it was that bad.
You're holding his hair when he pewed.
I never did that, but Lucius, I used to drive him around, and when he was, I was like I said, I was the Uber driver for those quarterbacks. So when they would go get hammered, I would pay the bill with their money and then get them home.
Good for you. Georgia needs to hear about that.
Yeah.
Would you ever? Now I heard he picked pills out of his vomit. Did you ever see him doing that?
Oh,
No,
what?
I never saw that.
Yeah.
I never saw that.
I mean,
I never saw him
He
vomit.
needed it.
I never
Yeah.
saw him vomit. I saw him pass
That's just
out
being
a bunch.
resourceful.
Legend lives on.
Bunch of pass outs, but never saw him vomit.
Bunch of pass outs.
Yeah.
We mentioned we played the sound of Deshaun Elliott, former Dolphin safety, now with the Steelers, and calling his former team, the Dolphins, very, very soft. But he went as far as to say that Miami is a distraction. He said that we already didn't hang out much as a team because there's so much to do in Miami. So guys are dispersed so much, and everyone thought they were somebody because of the mindset, oh, I'm in Miami, I can be somebody different, We played Tennessee, lost to the Titans. You can tell the heart and soul for that team disappeared. Guys started going out more. Guys are going to the gentlemen's clubs throughout the week. Guys are showing up to meetings late. You could just tell the Miami culture is the reason why Miami will never be good. Miami will never be a good football team. I don't care. They will never be good because of the Miami culture. I guess it can still get you, but you've seen, the
Don't
Dolphins.
say it.
The Dolphins used to be good.
I thought you were going to say those 2 words.
72 Dolphins.
The damn heat culture.
We need to see him with a quarterback first before we declare this final. I think
They just need to get Pat Riley over into the facility and say, hey, what are you doing with the heat, and how can I get some of that culture over here in Miami then? Because they found a way to block out the noise there with the Miami Heat.
Yeah. You gotta override the Miami culture with heat culture. Bring heat culture to the Dolphins.
We need Finn culture,
and also a good quarterback would help too, Dawson. That's a good point.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Those guardian
there it
caps
is.
on the
taking
mascot.
shots
Gotta
onto
stop
him.
that.
What the hell?
An edition of the finest.
He won't get out of the way.
Guy's ready to die for you.
He won't save himself.
In the books, and it's time now for the one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right. What you drinking and what you thinking is next on The Fan. I have to chant Frankel's with you, though, if you find yourself the victim of an accident due to somebody's negligence.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com/Cowboys. And the Expressway is presented by the On Time Experts. What You Drinking and What You Thinking is presented by Martin House Brewing. And salute to those guys. Got a big fan party coming up next month out there at Martin House. And Brian, I know you love cracking them. I know you love cracking those Martin House beers.
I do. I'm looking forward to drinking this one tonight and talking about it a little bit.
I'm thinking about my favorite Tyson memories. I'm drinking, of course, a 20-ounce Diet Coke, about halfway through it. I think my favorite memory is Michael Spinks. It just seemed to send the legend next level because Spinks was one of the best boxers out there, and he just got annihilated. And there were talks leading up to it that Mike Tyson couldn't really box that well, and Spinks was going to outmaneuver and outbox him. But no, he had absolutely no chance. I'm also thinking about Liverpool reportedly considering a transfer for 21-year-old U.S. men's national team player, PSV Eindhoven striker, former FC Dallas striker Ricardo Pepe. Yeah. He's also drawing interest from Bayern, Atletico Madrid, and Borussia Dortmund. Could be available for about $25 million. Had the lone tally in last night's CONCACAF Nations League quarterfinal 1-0 victory for the USA over Jamaica. That's what I'm drinking and thinking, Broadus.
Yeah, you mentioned our friends over there at Martin House Brewery, and they have this Bianca, I think is how I say it.
She's a sweetheart.
Yeah, the sweet, and really they have great cans, but the beer inside is even better. And what I'm thinking is...
Wait, what? What did you say?
Beer inside's even better than the can.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's about what's on the inside,
I thought he
Broadus?
said Bianca had great cans or something like that over there. This place he's talking about.
But to be insider is better.
That's
what I heard.
I'm over here on the phone. I was like, wait, what's going on, bro?
Yeah. Well, Bianca, though, but like I say, Martin House, they do a great job
Bianca,
over there.
And crashing out.
How many of those you had, Brian?
Yeah, really crashing out here. But they got great beer, and Martin House, I really love them. But what I'm thinking is what a great day is. We're coming near the end of the college football season, and now you're starting to get these games that are like these elimination games. And with Tennessee and Georgia and others, it's just such a great slate of games. And there's a lot of great games in the NFL this weekend too. It's a shame that the Cowboys aren't playing better to be a part of all that, but you have to be excited about what's ahead for this playoff for the college football stuff. I'm really excited I'm excited for my son Bennett and the University of Texas, who they're kind of trying to navigate their way through this thing. So good luck to all the teams tomorrow, and enjoy yourself a Martin House beer, please.
He picked a good time to be at UT down there, didn't he?
He did.
Wow,
He did.
I mean, he's buddies with Arch freaking Manning.
Him
dude.
and Arch, yeah.
I heard he was going there for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
He's going to have a front row to the Cowboys games when they draft Arch here in a couple of years.
He says Arch is a great guy. I got to meet him, though, down there when Bennett's event, and he's super nice kid.
Sweet kid.
Super nice kid.
Well, I'm sipping on a Martin House brew, one of their brand new brews, the IPA, the Mayday IPA, 6% West Coaster. It's absolutely delicious, and I'm fired up because we are now less than 1 month away from our Saturday, December 14th fan hang at Martin House Brewing.
Let's go.
So, Fort Worth, we will be all up in you.
Yes, sir. Wolchuk?
Had a lot of coffee. I think that just showed up, unfortunately for me there. But everything's
and
good to
unfortunately
go.
for the ladies that will have to use that bathroom a little bit later.
Well, we get the cleaning crew come in here in about an hour. I think it'll be all right. I don't know if anybody's going to go in there, but if you do, just be pre-warned. I apologize. And I'm just thinking about what a great weekend it is when it comes to fights. I'm praying that the Cowboys maybe. I understand people want them to lose. Once the game starts, it's like I'm playing for the victory here.
Sure you are.
It would make the post
So
game
are them.
show.
I mean, they're
So much better just to be able to talk about a win. I'm with you on that. But tomorrow's going to be a fun day of college football as well. And I do think when you're looking at these college football playoff rankings, Penn State, get them the hell out of here. They're a fraud.
Ooh.
Yes. Thank you. Why are they at number 4? Who have they beaten? They barely lose to Ohio State, and they're acting like the committee's treating it like they won.
Only ranked team they beat, I think, was Illinois. They're not in the top 25 anymore.
That's true.
Come on now.
That's true.
All righty, let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has been screening up your phone calls, coordinating video, producing. He's about to go to the Tyson fight. Has LA Live here in 13 minutes. What you drinking? What you thinking?
I just told my man back in here, I said, I'm going to drop the ball somewhere because there's a lot going on for me today. I'm telling you what. I'm drinking water. I've had a whole lot of coffee, too. And I want to give a shout out to Tim and Carthage.
Yeah.
Sent me a Veterans Day gift.
Yeah.
Willie dropped it off on me. It was a bunch of throwback magazines from the 90s, bro.
Cool.
Wow.
Really cool. Like just looking at the old school advertisements and just the conversations from way back then. Some of them were local. So you see like local things happening. Oh, shout out to you, Tim. Chef's kiss. He also gave me a certificate to Bass Pro Shop. So I'm going to fill my tackle box up with some more stuff.
Gonna get some more hats.
He said he threw in the he said he threw in the Jim Brown Playgirl one. Did you see that one?
Yeah, it said Bush.
Jim Bush.
All righty, it's time to get to your phone calls then here at 877-881. 1053. 963 says my favorite memory was Buster Douglas knocking him out.
I hated that. I
Tyson
cried,
Hater.
bro. It was so sad.
That was tough. Yeah.
You do have to tell us what you're drinking there, 936. That was your
Haterade
only
for
warning.
sure.
Yeah. Line 1 is Daniel in Forney. What you drinking? What you thinking, Daniel?
Hello?
Hey, evening.
Man, this is Polo from Garland. Y'all got me messed up.
Man.
What's up,
Polo? What happened?
Man, I'm up here drinking some peach soda, man, because my girl in the kitchen makes some beef ribs and some more stuff.
Ooh.
I can't drink nothing because I'm on my way to Bible study in a minute.
Okay.
But let me tell y'all something, man. I'm talking about Jason Kidd, little sorry, but you can't coach. I said this last year. Waters, he tried to defend him. I know we've been losing all these tight games down to the wire, but you should have told Nico Harrison, you need to give me a monkey man, somebody like Sean Marion or somebody like Derrick Jones Jr. last year. Somebody just athletic to defend somebody. He ain't got to score maybe 5-10 points a game just to defend. Now, y'all talking about yesterday of food being overhyped, and y'all talking about In-N-Out Burger. Let me ask y'all a question. Y'all some white guys in St. Lucia. What is so special about Chick-fil-A? Is there a piece of the chicken that black people just don't know about? Because y'all be at Chick-fil-A like you should have given out free Trump stimulus check. Like black people be in Oak Cliff eating nasty root chicken, and black people be in North Dallas eating that nasty Big Mama chicken because they got a lot of seasoning. But what's up with Chick-fil-A, man? Y'all be there like God is just giving out chicken. Bye.
So, I love it, Polo. Have a great weekend. I think the chicken's higher quality.
It's the peanut oil.
Okay, it's the peanut oil.
It's the marinade and it's the peanut oil. And yeah, they don't have the bone-in chicken. So I guess, maybe that's a knock on them. We get people that did used to come in there and are like, hey, can I get a leg and a thigh?
Really?
Yeah, unfortunately.
And you threw yours up on the table and
don't
said,
have
sure.
that, but I can give you a sneak peek.
You know about the secret menu, huh?
He said Chick-fil-A is white people's Rudy's. That's hilarious, bro.
He never disappoints.
It's hard to fight.
I love Polo so much, man.
Rudy's get your blood pressure high real fast.
They
Just
will.
a few bites.
Those breakfast tacos are really good.
breakfast tacos are
Oh, I mean
Brisket
Rudy's
ones.
chicken.
Oh, Rudy's
Oh,
chicken.
yeah. They put so much seasoning on it.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm talking about as soon as you bite it, you can just feel your boom, boom, boom. I'm like, damn, what's going on?
I don't know what else Jason Kidd has to do though. He shows you he's sorting through things in the regular season. Got a bunch of new guys, a group that might be his worst naturally talented defensive team ever. You got to give the man some time to cook.
I'm glad now Polo's going to go after you.
Yeah,
that's good. Whew. Glad about that.
You got a fight coming, Polo, on this Jason Kidd thing. Line 2 is Big Jim. You're in the G-Bag Nation, Jim. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Well, fellas, my gal got me a little a half gallon of eggnog the other day at Costco, and I put some whiskey in it. And boy, it's good. They put a little nutmeg on top, trying to get in the Christmas spirit. I found something to get happy about.
Yeah.
Well, Cowboys suck. That sucks. Although I have to give credit to Wild Chicken Brothers, they do a hell of a job holding it. It's the most entertaining thing on the game weekend is listening to Wild Chicken Brothers on the post game. So thank you, fellas, for holding it together for us. Looking forward to my Longhorns going up to Arkansas and whipping that swine ass all over the field. That's going to be good. Looking forward to that. Broadus, is your boy going up there for the game?
No, he is not, sir. He is not. He's going to watch it in Austin.
well.
Yeah.
He's eating a bunch of bacon,
Well,
though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Probably better than being around a bunch of those godforsaken. A swine is an unclean meat, and I just never understood why in the world they get all excited about hogs. And anyway, and everybody knows barbecue's beef. It ain't, good Lord, it ain't pig. I mean, come on. Well, I don't really have. It's just been it's been a weird week, and that orange man's putting his cabinet together, and good Lord, I ain't ever seen nothing like that before. And they got big head. Y'all ever watch that show Beavis and Butthead back in the day? It was that guy he put up for Attorney General looks like Beavis. That dude's got the biggest forehead I've ever seen in my life. It's big. Well, listen, fellas.
There he is.
Always joyful listening to the G-Bag Nation, and we'll talk to you next week. Wild Chicken brought us. We'll drown our sorrows. y'all be in the Miller Lite Club. I'll be kicking it here, and I'll talk to you on Sunday night.
There he
good.
goes.
Thank you.
Salute to you, Big Jim. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. Get into the eggnog already.
Man.
That's exciting.
Holiday.
Very
Around the
seasonal.
corner. Yeah.
I seen some at the at Sam's. I wanted to buy it, but I know we got this little competition going on and everything.
Oh,
And
yes.
that is nothing but straight cream liquor. You know what I
Go
mean?
ahead and do it.
Yeah.
It's good for you. Yeah.
About another, 11 days in this competition?
Yeah.
Whew, I think I broke last night. Got into those Scooby snacks a little bit that Remy had.
Yeah, I was in the pretzels last night.
See, I just want to be full.
Those pretzels,
And
dipping
I
them in
was.
cream cheese.
Oh,
That's getting buck wild.
Woo!
I had such a good day, and then all of a sudden, man, halftime of the Eagles game.
It's always nighttime, dude.
Line 3 is Black and Gold B. You're in the nation, and a good evening.
What's going on, fellas? Man, I'm just sitting here drinking a couple of cold Yingling flights, and I'm thinking, man, I'm feeling really like thankful right now. My stepfather had heart surgery yesterday morning, but everything went good. He's in recovery. 3 to 4 days, he'll be coming home, have the cold beer himself. So
Good deal.
happy about that.
Yeah.
And I was going to share a quick story, man, if y'all don't mind.
Sure.
All right. It's like probably like 10 or 15 years ago, my stepdad worked with this dude that worked, he was interning at the radio station. So he gave us like 4 tickets to the Bob Seger concert at the American Airlines Center.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been to 100 games, Mavs games, Stars games, but I've never been to a concert there at the AAC. But, at a concert, once the lights go out, everybody starts lighting stuff up. So it was crazy to me to be at the AAC, but to be smelling smoke all around me. It was just cool, fun time. It was a great concert, though, but unfortunately, I didn't bring none of my ingredients with me, so that sucked. But
yeah.
Anyways, that was it, man. It was a great time. And the song I'm going to recommend this weekend is Old Time Rock and Roll by Bob Seger.
There you go.
Yeah, have a great one, fellas.
I love it, man. Thank you. Black and Gold B there. Yeah, man, those are great memories. You being in an arena for the first time when they're smoking weed at a concert, it's always weird. It's like, we can't smoke weed
Yeah,
here.
like what happened to the rules all of a sudden?
Yeah. Oh, music's playing? Doesn't matter now?
Like the Greenville Parade, you're like, yeah. And the cops are just walking by, you're like, yes, this is how it's supposed to be.
Should have sent me an email when I got the tickets. By the way, you can bring your weed. Line 4, Rodeo Ron, you're in the nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
I'm drinking that Jim Beam with a splash of Dr. Pepper. And I'm smoking that OG wrapped in a zigzag or zigzag paper.
Right.
And this is what I'm thinking. We only have one hope in the Big D for a championship this year, and that's our Dallas Stars. Because the Mavs are on the road to disappoint us just like the Rangers did. But, hey, they have a chance to turn it around. Unlike these Cowboys, because we all know Jerry doesn't know how to build a championship team. I got more faith in Mike Tyson knocking out Jake Paul tonight than I do the Cowboys get another win the rest of the season. And remember one thing, if you're not rolling home with that D-back Nation of 105.3 The Feds, drinking that Jim B, smoking that OG with Rodeo Ron, we're the FUM,
baby. Let's go, Rodeo Ron. That opens a line at 877-881-1053.
Tired of all these people bragging about the OG.
Yeah.
It's a classic.
I'm always just impressed that Rodeo Ron can be, what do you call that, cross-faded? And he's got all his punchlines.
Yeah, he does.
He's got his hot takes.
He's had a lot of practice.
You know?
It's like a PED for him, dude. Don't get him on here sober.
Yeah.
Not as good. Line 5's Kenneth. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Right now I'm drinking water, headed to the house, and what I'm thinking is Houston about to roll up in here and beat the Cowboys just like Mike Tyson needs to beat the crap out of that Jake Paul. Let's go, H-Town. And, Mike, please don't let us down.
Yeah.
All right, Kenneth.
Facts.
Yeah.
I'm with you, dog.
Don't let us down, Mike. Yeah.
There's a whole lot of people saying that right now.
Yeah.
He's got to do it, right?
Yeah.
You have to.
Please.
Well, maybe the legacy isn't on the line, but pride is, you know.
Would he look crazy if it feels like a dive situation? Like, man, I just don't trust Mike anymore now.
If he takes a dive?
If he takes a dive, look like it looks wacky. Like, man, come on, Mike, now I can't take your word.
That'll be it. I think he's genuine.
Yeah, I think so, too.
I don't think he'd be involved in any.
You can't fake this level of psychotic. Like, I don't think you can just.
I don't think so either.
No.
But he has a acting career now. Maybe he's gotten that damn good.
You know, wouldn't surprise me. But I feel like right now with these interviews with Mike Tyson, he is in this like really, you know, personal, closed off type of space where he's fighting demons like he was back in the day. And I don't think that guy has any time. I think he would consider a disrespect to his sport. If he's throwing this thing, I'd be shocked. Line 6 is Daniel. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Man, I'm drinking some pineapple coconut flavored water, and I'm thinking that Jake Paul needs to get knocked out like a redheaded stepchild tonight.
Ooh.
Yes, sir. I'll drink to that. Yeah, opens
Absolutely.
a line.
Yeah, we were all
Go
thinking
Mike.
it.
Go Mike. Yeah.
Well said.
Why is there so much disrespect towards the redheads, bro?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I like the redheads.
They're a bit ornery.
Yeah, I guess. Annie was a nice kid. You definitely don't want the redheads mad at you.
She was acting her balls off, though. Soulless.
a bit ornery.
Line 7 is Xavier. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Good evening, fellas. How y'all doing?
Great.
Excellent.
Drinking a little Don Julio, drinking some Cornitas. Yeah. And as far as what I'm thinking, I'm thinking Mike Tyson going to beat the hell out of that guy there and get all us old guys some respect from the young people.
Let's go.
Yeah.
And then, Cowboys, I didn't want to talk Cowboys. This has been a real disappointing season. But, Brothers, I bet you they're going to screw it up and win about 3-4 more games and screw up the draft pick. Everything for the rest of the year. Y'all have a good night.
You too, Xavier. Have a good weekend.
We're working on all the names in case they decide to win a couple more. We'll have a list of guys. We'll be ready to go.
I thought the hay was all in the barn after you watched Genty. Don't need to watch anybody.
Oh, the hay's in the barn, baby.
I was kind of thinking all I needed to watch was 15 players. I'd be good to go.
Yeah, I'll take all these guys. We'll be good. Thank y'all.
Yeah, thank you.
What's your cutoff number that you want the pick to be before? Is it 12?
Boy, give me top 8.
Top 8.
Yeah,
Okay.
give me top 8.
All right, Dave's on line 8. Very apropos. What you drinking? What you thinking, Dave?
Is it me? My turn?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Dave, go get him.
Dave.
Hey, man, I promise you, I got that 12-pack of Tall Boys sitting shotgun, but I'm drinking me some Smart Water because Lord knows I need it.
There you go.
I'm thinking that Fridays are not the same without some rock and roll tequila and Kenny from Quinlan.
Yeah,
That's
sure,
right.
For sure.
I'm biggest Cowboys fan. Love those Cowboys. Love me some Zach Martin. But, man, this is a dumpster fire, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Team tank all the way. Let me get a decent pick. Let me get that Boise running back. What else? What else am I thinking? Gavin, it's been a minute.
Yeah, buddy.
Hope you're doing well.
Thought I recognized your voice. How you doing?
Hope he's listening.
Salute.
Lucius, all of y'all. Love y'all.
Cheers.
Do what y'all do.
Have a great weekend, buddy. There he goes, Dave on line 8. We'll wrap this up down here on line 9. Our guy Travis in Fort Worth is going to finish us up here. Trav, what you drinking? What you thinking, buddy?
Hey, man, it's been a long week. I've been changing tires all week. It's Friday. It's time to let loose. You're not going to catch me on DFW scanner or anything like that.
Yes!
I'm not going to crash out on you.
Come on, baby.
Just wanted to let y'all know that we're listening. Long time Tolo. I am thinking, though, man, my big dream is to get out of the tire world and get in the radio world.
Yeah.
How in the world am I supposed to get on sports radio? And do y'all have any pointers on how to get into it or anything like that? Go Mavs, Go Cowboys, go Rangers. Love all y'all, Lucius, Broadus.
Thank you.
Wolfchuck, everybody.
All right, Trav, thank you. I mean, these guys are recently out of UNT. I think the most tried and true process is to be in college, get you an internship, be in the broadcast program. You sound like you might have a few more years on you than your average college kid. Yeah. So maybe you have some responsibilities. You can't exactly be an intern and a student and all that. So.
Or you can be a professional scout and get fired.
Be a pro scout, get fired. That's the quickest way in. Working for a football team is the quickest way in.
We cranking up another Fan Phenom situation.
Fan Phenom.
Yeah,
podcast world. There it is. Get you a YouTube page and get your skills down. And if you're great, you can get picked up. No doubt about it. We go into the Pimp Cup. Where Lucius has a fight night edition of LA Live.
Hey, so did you hear Draymond Green explain why Steph destroyed the Mavs the other day?
No,
I did not.
Okay, could you explain it to me? Because I could barely hear what he said. Here we go.
So I put Steph off. He like, yeah. I talked to Clay last night about, he was like, because Steph was supposed to speak before the game. He's like, yeah, I called Raymond and told him I'm not speaking. Like, I just need to lock in on the game, so I ain't even speaking. And I talked to Clay about it. Tried to check in on Clay Nelson. Clay ghosted him. So he got pissed. And here we go. Here we go.
That's why he was on 10. That's why at the end of the game,
Wow.
So he ghosted him?
Yeah, so I guess Steph came to the conclusion the day before the game or the night before the game that he didn't want to speak like he was supposed to and show some love to Klay before the game started. He wanted to lock in and focus, and so he sent a message to Klay to let him know, like, hey, change of plans, just want to lock in, not going to give the speech. And I guess Klay just never
hit
responded.
him back.
And that struck a nerve.
Maybe if you're Klay, you're about to play him.
Look what you did, bro.
I need to not have an association right now until game time.
But we used to be
Game's over.
brothers. We're brothers, though, man.
Right,
we used to be locked in.
Yeah,
We're
but
the khaki-colored killers.
We see that in sports, though. Like, they won't talk the week of a game in the NFL. I don't know. I don't think what Klay did was, like, terrible here.
It wasn't too egregious, but it blew up in his face.
Exactly.
Well,
I thought it was Klay that wanted to lock in.
Well, Klay did. I mean, Klay had a great game. I mean, Steph is just an assassin. I think he's making that shot regardless.
Yeah.
You think he's making that shot up?
Like, I don't think
traumatized from that couch.
Klay can text him back, whatever. He's probably going the night regardless.
Okay. All right. It's cool. Thank you for explaining that to me. All right. Let's get into what is this? A Fight Night Friday edition of LA Live, right into the great Rick James. Come on. Come on.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toast. It'll make you dance on everything. Everybody get high.
Remember this?
Now, some of your critics would say, there's a race for mayor. We know you're a convicted rapist. This could hurt his campaign. How would you respond to that?
Hey, I don't know who said that. You're the only one I heard say that. You know what I mean? And I don't have no comment to that, because it's negative, and you're being negative. And I met the mayor, right, and nothing they can do about it.
We actually had a really good time. We talked about George Cervallo, who's a legend in your city, great man, with whom Mike spent quite a bit of time yesterday talking about his life, highs and lows.
It's so interesting that you come across like a nice guy, but you're really a piece of shit.
Hey, come on. That was a piece of shit. That was a piece of shit. We're doing live TV.
And I don't care. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, what you gonna do about
it? The show that you're doing tonight. We are. A lot of people. We are. Where it comes raw and it's the real truth. Yeah, a lot of people are going to be there to see your show. Just tell us a bit about it.
It speaks for itself. Everyone saw the show.
Is it nerve-wracking for you to do something like this, or is it more nervous for you to box? How does it compare?
I don't know. It's more nerve-wracking for me to hear us talking to a rat piece of shit like you. Come on, Mike. No, because you're a piece of shit.
All right,
really not.
We're gonna wrap up this interview. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, he got scared at the end right there, boy. I tell you what. He got the stuttering and stammering at the end.
Yeah.
Oh. I like that.
I'm going to cut off this interview, and it's time for me to go.
It's more nerve-wracking for me to hear us talking to a rat piece of shit like you. Come on, Mike. No, because you're a piece of shit.
All right,
really not.
We're gonna wrap up this interview. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
We're done here.
Yes. This is LA Live for Friday, November 15, 2024. It is a Fight Night Friday here in LA Live. I hope you enjoy your 48 hours of liberty. Avoid the law dogs this weekend because the judge will not see you until Monday. All right? I don't think there's a holiday or anything this weekend.
I think we're good.
Okay, good. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check because your emotions will get you. I'm telling you, the emotions. You think you're having a real thought, but it's really your emotions are taking over your body. Okay? I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend. In other words, do not crash out, people. Here's your weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
Yes, get the vibe right. Ooh, get the vibe right. Should I do this G-bag of the day? I guess it is a Mike Tyson situation. Pretty funny. 14-year-old Jazzy TV interviews Mike Tyson, and he got to talking. And I guess he totally forgot he was talking to a 14-year-old girl.
Your return to the ring for this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend Mike Tyson in the ring for the first time. So after such a successful career, what type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Man, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. Legacy doesn't mean nothing. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto Someone said that word and everyone grabbed on the word, so now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over.
Damn.
Who cares about legacy after that?
Damn.
What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Our legacy is nothing.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. That is something that I have not heard before. Someone say that.
I bet you have it. Can you really imagine somebody say, I want my legacy to be this way when you're dead? Why do you want somebody, you think somebody really wants to think about you? What's the audacity? I think, I want people to think about me when I'm gone. Who the cares about me when I'm gone? Well, my kids, maybe, or grandkids.
Yeah,
What an answer.
Oh, that poor little girl. She probably curled up like a ball after that. Like, oh my God.
I don't want to do this media stuff.
Am I really just dust in the wind, Mom? Am I really? None of this matters?
Great day for business for her, though. Let's be honest about that. I bet it's huge. Everything's booming. Blow up. 100x on the subs.
Yeah, it's going insane. It's going insane. You seen Mike Tyson slap Jake Paul. We all seen that. Yeah. I like the guy in the background. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, just like that's all. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Mike Tyson said that Jake Paul stepped on his foot. That's what made him pop him. So the internet pulls up a clip of Mike Tyson saying that he's real sensitive about his feet. He's got bad feet or something like that.
I don't know what I would do in the UFC because I watched the UFC a couple of times and I watched these guys step on people's feet and I have the worst feet in the world, right? And if somebody stepped on my feet, I would totally tap out. I would just give up. It would be a no-brainer.
He didn't give up, though. It was a no-brainer pop. It was instant reaction. Smack.
Dang, honestly, hearing that now I'm wondering if it was planned.
Yeah, what do we have going on? Oh,
you think it was planned, or do you think Jake knew that maybe Tyson's sensitive about his feet?
Okay, that makes me feel better because I want this to all be legit.
Yeah, me too, bro. I don't want to look at Tyson any different. Like if you lose just by losing, okay, you're an old man and you went out there and gave it all you had against a young guy.
Right.
But if there's shenanigans, bro.
There better not be shenanigans.
Shenanigans, bro.
No damn shenanigans.
Mike gonna be looking real funny in the light. I'm just telling you that right now. Real funny in the light. Jake Paul said he was gonna kill Mike. You guys played this earlier.
I didn't even feel it. He's angry. He's an angry little elf. Mike Tyson, I thought that was a cute slap, buddy, but tomorrow you're getting knocked the out. I'm him up, Burial. I'm him up. He hits like a bitch. It's personal now.
Yeah, the chicken wing comes in and up. I think maybe at first it was a defensive push that turned into an open-handed slap/push. He's about to feel the real power here in about 5 hours.
I cannot wait for it. Hey, so there's an undercard here, and there's people on the undercard that actually want to see Tyson win, that they believe Tyson will win,
right?
Even though they're on Jake's undercard in a sense.
Yeah.
So Jake went to every last one of them that went for Mike and said, all right, well, we're going to make a personal bet. Since you want to go against me, stand on it.
I'm shaking hands. You said, Mike, how much you want to bet? He said he's good. That's what I thought. Bitch made. How much? As much as you're willing to lose, brother.
More than 1 million. I'll give you
1 million.
Deal.
How much you want to bet?
How much you want to lose?
Bro, the time I spent taking a is how much you make in your whole life.
Oh, jeez.
How much you want to lose? $1 million. Deal. We got 1
He
million
ain't got
here,
it, bro.
1 million here.
Okay.
Come on. Put your money where your mouth is. How much money? Exactly. How much money?
I don't speak English.
Exactly.
I don't speak English.
Yeah. A ring. Deal. Let's go. I'm following up on all this. $1 million? $1 million? $20 right here. That's what I thought.
Do you want to bet your purse?
Yeah, let's bet the purse.
Oh, my
Deal.
God. Well played.
And I'm setting up contracts too.
Setting up contracts too. So he's got a lot on the line. Unless he's talking, because he made bets with everybody that was going against him. How you guys feel about the fight?
Well, I think so much of this is engagement farming, and it's Jake Paul trying to maximize it.
Yeah.
So I'm confident right now that Mike has the knowledge and the moving to outpoint him. I don't think though that we can expect a 58-year-old man to catch him hard. I mean, he just talked to you about his feet. How's that impact your balance? You're not going to be able to throw those bombs and also get back in defensive position. So I think Tyson's going to fight a very safe fight and outpoint him. maybe a split decision.
How important is this glove situation?
Yeah, the gloves are bigger.
That's like huge,
big, goofy gloves.
Advantage Paul.
Yeah,
right?
big goofy gloves. Mike Tyson was on with Andre Ward, and this right here made me feel a little bit better about it because Mike said he won't let Andre down, and Andre looks up to Mike. You know what I mean? Listen to this little conversation.
You don't need no help. You Iron Mike Tyson. If Jake Paul get in that ring and start trying to prove a point in that fight, man, I'm just telling you, the younger generation, man, how we look at you, we ain't trying to see that. You know, at 58, how much at this stage in life do you enjoy doing this stuff, or is the business just too good to walk away from?
This fight is not going to change my lifestyle financially. I'm a fighter. I feel good and I can do it. And I feel I can beat this guy.
And I appreciate the conversation.
It's a pleasure, brother.
And I'm going to be in the building.
I won't let you down.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, like, if you know there's shenanigans, you wouldn't say that to somebody that looks up to you, especially a prize fighter like Andre Ward.
No, I think the biggest obstacle is just the age. And, man, listening to him talk, he does sound old. How can somebody that old be powerful and fast?
Yeah, you said that. Yeah, hey, old man strength is real, bro. I don't know about that speed, but that strength is there.
I mean, I thought the speed was pretty confirmed last night with the slap, with the get back. Like, it was all very explosive.
How long is he able to sustain that, depending on how long the fight goes? I mean, for Jake, it's just like one of those things where I don't really see a huge benefit for him either way. If he beats Mike Tyson, he's the jerk that just KO'd or won against 58-year-old Mike Tyson. If he loses, it's like, finally.
Yeah, I think if he beats Mike Tyson, his bag is going to go crazy because we're going to get everybody we can. We're going to throw the whole kitchen sink at him. Yes, we're going to knock on what's the Cinnamon Kid?
Canelo.
We're going to knock on Canelo's door. Like, go get him, bro. Go get him.
Yeah, he's been trying with Canelo.
We're going to be so mad at Jake Paul if he knocks out Mike Tyson. We're going to be so upset at that dude. Let's go to all the smoke right here. Roy Jones Jr., Andre Ward. How can Jake Paul win this fight?
Jake Paul wins if he's still away from Tyson. Don't.
If he stays away.
Yeah. He got to.
Yeah.
That's the only way he win.
Fill in the blank, Dre.
If Mike Tyson start getting tired, in
late rounds.
Yeah.
Mid to late.
Mid late rounds.
I mean, is it 8 rounds?
It's 8 2-minute rounds.
Yeah, 8 2-minute rounds.
I like the 2 minutes for Mike.
Yeah.
Not to say he can't go to 3, but I kind of like that. That's too much for my nerves. We trying to see Mike do 8 3-minute rounds.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's a long time. That's somebody at 58 years old. So I like the 2-minute round, but if Mike get fatigued, Jake gonna have some moments, man, because he gonna try to line Mike up. I'm telling you, he gonna try to line Mike up. And my thing with Mike is don't let it happen, Mike.
Yeah, just don't let it happen. Don't rip our hearts out. You know, don't kill our childhoods here. Losing to a YouTube guy,
man.
Yeah, the only thing that gives me pause is just that Vegas, has Paul as a very significant favorite. 2-1, and they're not in the business of making mistakes. They're not in the business of losing money.
No, dang.
You're
right.
Yeah.
Stop, man.
Yeah.
I just said that right there gave me confidence, and you wouldn't just.
I have confidence. I do. I would bet on Mike Tyson at 2-1. I think that's an easy Tyson bet, but I know a lot of the public is feeling that way, and a lot of whales, a lot of the smart money is going big on Jake, thinking this is a payday.
Oh shoot! All right, before we get out of here, because we got Stephen Jones up next.
Yeah.
Remember that viral clip of Mike Tyson falling off the hoverboard?
Yeah.
Right onto his back. Bam! It was a real bad situation.
Yeah.
He explains it.
You getting on any more hoverboards?
Listen, that ruined my life. I had to get surgery and everything.
Are you sick from that fall?
Yeah. My vertebrae and everything.
Come on, man. I ain't mean to laugh.
Wait a minute. What did he hurt?
Are you sick from that fall?
Yeah. My vertebrae and everything.
Come on, man. I ain't mean to laugh.
Come on, man. I ain't mean to laugh. My bad.
Spinal.
All right, I got to get out of here. Lord willing, the creek don't rise. I'll be black on Monday. I'll holla.
There he goes, Lucius Alexander, on his way to the fight with Derek Holland. Probably have a full report for you on Monday in the G-Bag Nation. It'll be a Cowboys game day, though, so the show will just be 2 to 4, then pregame kicks at 4. All right, it's time to talk with Stephen Jones next here on your home of the Cowboys. I want to chat Twin Peaks, though, because it's your ultimate sports lodge. Has the menu to match. Something on that menu is going to satisfy any sports fan's appetite. And you pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer served by Twin Peaks Girl, you're in for a legendary sports watching experience. Now, you know where the place to be tonight is, Twin Peaks. as the Kid takes on the King, one of the most anticipated exhibition events in boxing history. You can take it all in at Twin Peaks. Do not miss the phenomenon. Get your corner together and get to Twin Peaks here. Witness Jake Paul versus Iron Mike Tyson from the best sports bar in the game. This is available at participating locations. Contact your favorite store for more info. Tomorrow night, UFC 309. They've rolled out the holiday bonus cards and so much more. It's time to get to Twin Peaks for the best time. Any day of the week, but especially tonight. Basketball tomorrow. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. UFC 309 is almost here, and it will be going down tomorrow evening, and I can't wait to be in attendance at Madison Square Garden in New York City. The main event is John Jones against Stipe Miocic, and John is an overwhelming favorite at minus 650, while Stipe is at plus 425. And I'm actually going to roll with the underdog in this one with Stipe Miocic, and I think if Stipe ends up losing, it will be because of a controversial decision from the judges. I'm Zach Gelb. Football season is in full swing. Take full advantage by winning some cash with Sleeper Picks. Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less than at least 2 of your favorite player stats. If you're right, you could win. You can pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. Right now, Sleeper has a special offer. New users will have their first deposit match up to $1,500. So if you deposit $1,500, they'll give you an extra $1,500 in credit. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections every week of the season. Check in and see what they have this week. Download the Sleeper app now and use promo code SCORE, and your first deposit will be matched 100% up to $1,500 in credit. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and unlock one of the fastest-growing fantasy sports apps in the world. Use code SCORE for up to $1,500 credit match on your first deposit. That's code SCORE. Must be at least 18 years old in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code, location, and other restrictions apply. See terms of use for details at sleeper.com. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
Shop's back. 50 years in the Lone Star State. A one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know which way to spec. Come on, let's go. Specs, wine, spirits, and fine foods. World-class service, that's all about you. Shout Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shout Specs, low priced, amazing. Here's to you. Shout. Cheers to savings.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Fifth and final hour of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for our Friday conversation with Stephen Jones here on your home of the Cowboys. Good evening, Stephen. How you doing?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
Well, we're doing pretty good, but we see that about a third of the roster here is on this injury report. How much reinforcements are you guys going to get by Monday?
Well, we're just we're playing it day to day. The good news is we got an extra today, and we're just going to have to use the different ways the NFL has given us to elevate some guys and move some guys around the roster. But, as I said, that comes with the territory in this league.